guarding me in the battles, as I have gone 4 or 5 times unharmed through a minefield where a lot of tanks were blown up, and a shell that exploded in the tank and killed the commander and the gunner did me no harm. One becomes here both a fatalist and an extremely superstitious person. I have become very bloodthirsty. Each killed Fritz makes me delighted. On the 18th of January, the 2 Soviet armies closed the gap at a cost of 34,000 casualties. The encirclement of Leningrad was broken, even if the land bridge from the city to the mainland was no more than a dozen kilometers wide. Stalin that day promoted Zhukov to Marshal of the Soviet Union. With a new railway laid across the conquered strip south of Lake Ladoga, supplies to Leningrad increased greatly. The line, however, remained within easy range of German artillery, so the Soviet command launched yet another offensive, Operation Polar Star, commanded by Marshal Timoshenko. Timoshenko ordered that the town of Sinyavino had to be taken by Red Army Day on the 23rd of February. This attempt to deepen the bridgehead opened with a heavy artillery bombardment. The ground was so boggy that the exploding shells did little more than send up geysers of mud, and many rounds never exploded at all. Red Army troops broke through the German lines and advanced through the fir and birch forest. Vasily Churkin recounted how they passed a field brothel, a 2-story barrack that the Germans had knocked together from rough boards. People said that 75 Russian girls from nearby villages were living there. The Germans had forced them. The German 26th Army Corps timed its counterattack with great skill. We saw several Tiger tanks moving towards us and firing as they moved, Churkin wrote. They were followed by German infantry. As the tanks approached, our soldiers started leaving the trenches and retreating. Platoon commanders were shouting at the cowards, telling them to return to their trenches, but the panic spread fast. One of the Wehrmacht formations to suffer heavily in Operation Polar Star was the Spanish División Azul, or Blue Division, of mainly Falangist volunteers. The decision to form it had been taken in Madrid only 5 days after the launch of Operation Barbarossa. The Spanish right still blamed the Soviet Union as the chief instigator of their civil war. Almost a fifth of the early volunteers were students, and it could be argued that the Blue Division was one of the most intellectually overqualified formations ever to go to war. Commanded by General Agustin Muñoz Grandes, a regular army officer who had become a Falangist, it was constituted as the 250th Infantry Division and sent to the Novgorod front after training in Bavaria. In that region of forests and marshland, its men suffered badly from sickness and then frostbite. But Hitler was impressed by their resilience under attack and by their contribution to the destruction of General Vlasov's Second Shock Army in the spring of 1942. The Blue Division, defending a sector on the Izhora River, held on despite suffering 2,525 casualties in 24 hours of fighting. One of its regiments collapsed, but the line was re-established with German reinforcements. It was the division's largest and most costly battle of the whole war, and certainly contributed to the failure of the Soviet offensive. In the south of Russia, Operation Little Saturn had forced Manstein to withdraw the 1st Panzer and 17th Armies to the Kuban bridgehead in the northwestern corner of the Caucasus, south of Rostov. Rokossovsky grumbled that the downgrading of the offensive and the failure to advance to Rostov to cut the enemy off completely had been a missed opportunity. But Stalin had once again suffered a rush of optimism, just as he had a year before. Forgetting how quickly the German army recovered from a disaster, he wanted to liberate the eastern Ukraine in the Donbass and Kharkov operations, with armies now freed by the surrender of the 6th Army. On the 6th of February, Manstein met Hitler, who at first accepted responsibility for the defeat at Stalingrad, but then blamed Goering and others for the disaster. He complained bitterly about Paulus's failure to commit suicide. Yet the Japanese were even more upset by the news. In Tokyo, Shigemitsu Mamoru, the new foreign minister, and an audience of about 150 Japanese generals and senior officials watched a film of Stalingrad made by Russian cameramen. The scenes which showed Paulus and the other captured generals shocked them deeply. "Can this possibly be the case?" they demanded in disbelief. "If it is true, why did Paulus not commit suicide like a real soldier?" The Japanese leadership suddenly realized that the invincible Hitler was going to lose the war after all. Manstein was now in a better position to demand flexibility of action. Hitler wanted a dogged defense of occupied territory, but the threat of a collapse in southern Russia paradoxically gave Manstein the opportunity to achieve one of the most startling counterattacks in the whole war. The Red Army, having crushed the Hungarian Second Army and encircled part of the German Second Army with the Voronezh front on Manstein's left flank, then pushed on westward to seize what would become the Kursk salient. "For the last week and a half," a soldier wrote to his wife on the 10th of February, "we've been marching on land that has just been liberated from the fascists. Yesterday our armored vehicles broke into Belgorod. A lot of booty has been taken and many prisoners of war. While on the march, we constantly encounter huge groups of captured Hungarians, Romanians, Italians, and Germans. If only you could see, Shurochka, what a pitiful sight this famous gang of Hitlers has become. They are wearing army boots, some in straw galoshes, summer uniforms, only a few wear greatcoats, and on top of all that, they are wearing the overclothes that they've stolen, male or female. On their heads are fore and aft caps, and women's shawls are wrapped around over them. Many of them have frostbite. They are dirty, with lice. It gives one a revolting feeling to think that this riffraff have got so far into our country. We've already marched 270 kilometers in the provinces of Voronezh and Kursk. So many villages, towns, factories and bridges have been destroyed. Civilians are going back home as the Red Army arrives there. They are so happy." Another part of the Voronezh front advanced on Kharkov. On the 13th of February, Hitler insisted that the city should be held by Gruppenführer Paul Hauser's 2 SS Panzer Corps, with the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler and the Das Reich divisions. Hauser, on his own initiative, disobeyed orders and withdrew. At the same time, Manstein pulled back the 1st Panzer Army to the river Mius. The Soviet southwestern front, with 4 armies, had thrust westwards. It was spearheaded by 4 tank corps, although no greater in strength than a single Panzer Corps, commanded by Lieutenant General M. Popov. The Stavka thought that a great victory was about to be achieved by exploiting the gap in the German front south of Kharkov, but their own supply lines were desperately overextended. On the 17th of February, furious that his orders were being ignored, Hitler flew to Zaporozhye for a showdown with Manstein. But Manstein had things well in hand. He moved 4th Panzer Army headquarters to take control over 2 SS Panzer Corps, now reinforced with the Totenkopf division, and prepared the 1st Panzer Army to strike the Soviet attackers from below. Hitler felt obliged to fall in with his plans. Manstein's double counterattacks destroyed Popov's armoured force and almost encircled the 1st Guards and the 6th Army. The troops of the 25th Tank Corps, by then out of fuel, had to abandon all their vehicles and make their way on foot back towards Soviet lines. In the first week of March, 4th Panzer Army advanced back on Kharkov, and Hauser eventually retook the city on the 14th of March after an unnecessarily costly battle. Heavy spring rains soon brought further operations to a halt. Soviet prisoners of war were put to work burying the dead. Most were so famished that they searched the bodies for scraps of food in pockets, but this was deemed to be looting the dead. Usually they were just shot, but the odd sadist would take it further. One tied 3 Soviet prisoners accused of theft to a gate together. When his victims had been secured, wrote another soldier, he stuck a grenade into the pocket of one of their coats, pulled the pin and ran for shelter. The 3 Russians, whose guts were blown out, screamed for mercy until the last moment. Hitler had his eye on the immense Kursk salient for a summer offensive to restore German superiority on the Eastern Front. Yet the German army in the Soviet Union had been disastrously weakened. Apart from the loss of the Sixth Army and those of its allies, there had been heavy casualties in the withdrawal from the Caucasus, to say nothing of the fighting around Leningrad and the Red Army's Rzhev offensive against the Ninth Army. Many vehicles had been abandoned in the retreat when they ran out of fuel and were finished off with a grenade in the engine. Panzers were often reduced to towing several trucks filled with wounded. The Wehrmacht's strength on the Eastern Front had also been reduced by the transfer of troops to Tunisia and to France in case of an Allied invasion. Operations in the Mediterranean continued to inflict heavy losses on the Luftwaffe, as did the strategic bombing campaign against German cities and aircraft factories. And the need to protect the Reich had led to the withdrawal of fighter squadrons and anti-aircraft batteries, giving air superiority to the Soviets for the first time. By the spring of 1943, German strength stood at just over 2,700,000 men, while the Red Army mustered just under 5,800,000, with 4.5 times as many tanks and 3 times as many guns and heavy mortars. The Red Army also possessed greater mobility, thanks to the flow of jeeps and trucks provided by American Lend-Lease. A part of the increase in the Red Army's strength came with the recruitment of young women to a maximum strength of 800,000. Although many had served from early in the war, and well over 20,000 had done so in the Battle of Stalingrad alone, the greatest intake began in 1943. Their military roles were now extended well beyond their previous ones of doctor, medic, nurse, telephone operator, signaller, pilot, air observer, and anti-aircraft gun crew. The bravery and competence shown by women, especially during the Battle of Stalingrad, encouraged the Soviet authorities to recruit more, and there were more women serving in the Red Army than in any other regular army during the war. Although there had been a number of women snipers who became famous for their deadly skills, the main influx came with the establishment of a women's sniper school in 1943. Women were considered to resist cold better than men and to have a steadier hand. These intrepid young women, however, also had to cope with the attentions of male comrades, and especially superiors. These girls evoked memories of school-leaving dances, of first love, wrote Ilya Ehrenberg. Almost all those I met at the front had come straight from school. They often winced nervously. There were too many men around with hungry eyes. A number found themselves forced to become a senior officer's campaign wife, known as a PPJ, short for Pokodno Polivaya Zhenya, because it sounded like PPSH, the Red Army's standard submachine gun. Coercion was often crudely applied. A soldier recounted how an officer ordered a young woman in their signals platoon to accompany a fighting patrol simply because she had refused to sleep with him. Many were sent back to the rear because they were pregnant, he wrote. Most soldiers did not think badly of them. This was life. Every day we spent facing death at the front line, so people wanted to get some pleasures. But very few of the men acknowledged any responsibility and took every means to avoid their tearful victims before they left. Ehrenberg's friend and colleague, Vasily Grossman, was appalled by the flagrant exploitation of rank to achieve sexual favors. He regarded the campaign wife as the Red Army's great sin. Yet all around them, he added, thousands of girls in military uniform are working hard and with dignity. In the rugged hills west of Tunis, Anderson's First Army still struggled to hold on. Its performance was hindered by a confused command structure, a failure to concentrate its badly coordinated forces, and fraying tempers between British, French, and American officers. Allied troops were no match for the highly professional German counterattacks, combining Stuka dive bombers, artillery, and panzers. Both sides complained bitterly about the pouring rain and the filth and mud. "It's unbelievable what one has to endure," a Gefreiter wrote home, clearly unaware of how much worse conditions were on the Eastern Front. General von Arnim had arrived to take over the forces in Tunisia, now designated the 5th Panzer Army. Arnhem prepared defences against renewed Allied attacks, and Tunisian Jews were rounded up for forced labour. The Jewish community was also ruthlessly plundered for gold and money. Rommel's withdrawal from the Mirza El Brega line in December 1942 and the lack of Allied success in Tunisia encouraged Montgomery to push on, but he missed every opportunity to encircle the remnants of the Panzer Army, especially when it halted on the Berat line. On the 23rd of January 1943, the 8th Army entered Tripoli, led by the 11th Hussars. But again Rommel had already pulled back to begin fortifying the Mareth line on the base of the Bay of Gabes, so as to link up with Arnhem's 5th Panzer Army. Accepting that the war in North Africa was lost, Rommel advocated a Dunkirk-style evacuation of his troops. His forces had neither sufficient fuel nor sufficient armament, and he despaired of making Hitler see sense. During a furious exchange at the Wolfschanze in late November, Hitler had refused him permission to withdraw from the Mirza El Brega line, and had even accused Rommel's troops of throwing away their weapons in the retreat from Alamein. In fact, Rommel's withdrawal, evading the 8th Army, had been the most skillfully conducted part of his whole desert war. Mussolini's attempts to persuade Hitler to end the war in the Soviet Union fell on the stoniest ground. The surrender at Stalingrad and the loss of Libya represented a serious blow to the Duce's morale. He sacked his son-in-law, Count Ciano, from the position of foreign minister, and nursed his depression by retiring to bed in an attempt to evade reality. General von Arnim was concerned that the American II Corps, under General Lloyd Friedendahl in the south, might cut through from the mountains on the road from Kasserine down to the sea at Sfax. This would separate his 5th Panzer Army from Rommel's Panzer Army. Arnim explained the situation to Rommel and requested his rearmed 21st Panzer Division to dislodge the badly equipped French detachment in the Faid Pass. The 21st Panzer attacked on the 30th of January, and General Friedendahl's II Corps reacted slowly in response to the French calls for assistance. The next day, when a combat command from the U.S. 1st Armored Division finally put in a counterattack on the rocky pass, the Germans were waiting for them. The line of Sherman tanks suffered attacks from Messerschmitts and well-concealed anti-tank guns. Over half the force was knocked out, and the survivors extricated themselves, reversing around burning vehicles. Another American attempt to advance a few hours later also failed with heavy casualties. Friedendahl, a disastrous commander, split his forces even more, despite Eisenhower's instruction to the contrary. He sent another combat command off on a wild goose chase with conflicting orders. Its infantry support, all green troops, were bombed in their trucks by Stukas. The blooding of these inexperienced troops from the 34th Infantry Division went from bad to worse over the next few days, as Friedendahl, who seldom left his headquarters far in the rear, ordered more and more attacks. Rommel decided to remove the American threat altogether with a three-pronged offensive. On the 14th of February, the 10th Panzer Division attacked westwards out of the Faid Pass, while the 21st Panzer Division came up from the south in a pincer. 70 American tanks were destroyed in the first day's fighting around Sidi Bouzid. One of them was knocked out at a range of 2,700 meters by a Tiger's 88mm gun. The shell of the Sherman 75mm could not penetrate a Tiger's frontal armor even at point-blank range. On the 16th of February, a Panzer crewman wrote home to apologize disingenuously for not having written, but his division had been fighting the Americans over the last couple of days. You will have heard from yesterday's Wehrmacht announcement that we shot up more than 90 tanks. Next day, the Afrika Korps detachment in the south advanced on Gafsa, triggering a panic-stricken withdrawal. Near Sidi Bouzid, a Sherman battalion from the 1st Armoured was ambushed and wiped out in a futile but brave counterattack. Blazing and burned-out American tanks littered the landscape, while Tunisian Arabs continued to till their fields. American tank crewmen staggered back with blackened faces, like dismounted troopers after the charge of the Light Brigade. Neither Friedendahl nor Anderson had any idea of what was going on at the front. On the 16th of February, Rommel went to Gavsa. He was cheered by the surviving inhabitants after the retreating Americans had destroyed much of the town when blowing up their ammunition dump. He wanted his Afrika Korps troops to overtake the Americans, who were pulling back towards Tebessa, where he planned to capture their major supply dump. Arnhem, however, regarded the idea as too risky, and a triangular argument was conducted with Kesselring. That night, the panzer divisions advanced on Spetla, and on the 17th of February, while some American units fled in panic, others stood and fought well, as 21st Panzer Division acknowledged. Friedendahl sent whatever detachments he could to the Kasserine Pass, but on the 20th of February the collapse began. Major General E.N. Harmon witnessed the debacle. It was the first and only time I saw an American army en route. Jeeps, trucks, wheeled vehicles of every imaginable sort streamed up the road towards us, sometimes jammed 2 and even 3 abreast. It was obvious that there was only one thing in the minds of the panic-stricken drivers: to get away from the front, to escape to some place where there was no shooting. Fortunately for the Allies, Rommel and Arnhem were in fierce disagreement. Trying to do too many things, they split their forces to take Tebessa in the west, as well as drive north to Thala and on a parallel road to Spiba. With mixed British and American forces blocking the roads to Thala and Spiba, supported at the last moment by American artillery, the 10th and 21st Panzer Divisions were stopped. And eventually the Afrika Korps detachment on the road to Tebessa was also halted by American anti-tank guns and artillery. Rommel was impressed by the effectiveness of American gunnery, and as the skies cleared, Allied aircraft began to attack his withdrawing panzers. He returned to the Mareth line on the 23rd of February, confident that he had inflicted a blow on the Allies heavy enough to discourage further advances. Unable to believe that the Germans had retired, the Allied troops were slow to move back to the Kasserine Pass. It was littered with burned-out tanks, crashed aircraft, and corpses in all directions. When they saw Tunisians looting the dead, American soldiers opened fire with Thompson submachine guns, either shooting to kill or just to scare them off. Friedendahl's 2 Corps had lost over 6,000 men, 183 tanks, 104 half-tracks, more than 200 field guns, and another 500 transport vehicles. It had been a savage baptism of fire, made worse by confused orders from above. Troops fired at their own aircraft, destroying or damaging 39 of them, and Allied squadrons attacked the wrong targets. On the 22nd of February, some B-17 flying fortresses bombed a British airfield instead of the Kasserine Pass. Although Rommel was promoted to command Army Group Africa over the head of General von Arnim, he heard too late of Kesselring's plan for another offensive further north called Operation Oxhead. This did not begin until the 26th of February, when it should have been coordinated with attacks around Kasserine the previous week. German losses were far greater than British, and they lost the majority of their tanks. The Comando Supremo, which Hitler had allowed to reassert control in the interest of Axis unity, refused Rommel permission to withdraw from the Mareth line. Well aware that Montgomery was preparing an offensive, Rommel decided to put in a spoiling attack, but ultra-intercepts provided all the warning the British needed. Montgomery rushed up artillery, anti-tank guns and tanks to the threatened sector, where they were concealed. On the 6th of March, the Germans advanced into a killing zone, targeted by a whole corps of artillery. Rommel lost 52 tanks and 630 men. Kesselring and Rommel unfairly suspected the Italians of betraying the plan. Rommel, suffering from jaundice and totally exhausted, felt that it was time to return to Germany for treatment and a rest. On the 9th of March he left North Africa for the last time. The following evening he was received by Hitler at the Werwolf headquarters outside Vinnitsa in Ukraine. Hitler refused to listen to his arguments that Army Group Africa should be withdrawn across the Mediterranean to defend Italy. He even rejected any plans to shorten the front in Tunisia. Rommel, whom he now regarded as a defeatist, was ordered to depart on a rest cure. Patton, frustrated by the lack of action in Morocco and by the way the British seemed to be running the whole war in North Africa, had recently written, "Personally, I wish I could get out and kill someone." At last his prayers to see action were granted. In the second week of March, Eisenhower sent him, with Major General Omar N. Bradley as his understudy, to take over from Friedendall. Eisenhower sacked a number of other officers, and Alexander wanted to get rid of Anderson, but Montgomery would not release the one person Alexander wanted as the new commander of the First Army. Patton wasted no time at all in getting a grip on two corps, starting with saluting and correct dress. The corps was terrified of its new commander, and military police became known as Patton's Gestapo. Patton was appalled by the numbers of soldiers evacuated because of combat fatigue. He was also frustrated to hear that his orders were not to charge through to the sea and cut off Rommel's Panzer Armee, now renamed the First Italian Army, from General von Arnim in the north. Instead, his task was simply to threaten its flank to help Montgomery. Patton suspected that Montgomery wanted all the glory, but Alexander, who had been shocked by the shambles at Kasserine, was not yet ready to trust American troops. Patton could console himself with his promotion to the 3 stars of a lieutenant general. Reinterpreting his orders, he pushed his divisions forward, retaking Gavsa and advancing to the eastern Dorsal Massif, which dominated the plain to the sea. When the 10th Panzer Division tried to force back Patton's 1st Infantry Division from the heights of El Getar, it was savagely mauled and lost half its remaining tanks. Montgomery decided to send 30 Corps in a frontal attack on the Mareth line to fix the enemy, while outflanking him to the southwest in a long maneuver by Freiberg's New Zealanders, supported by tanks. But the Germans were well aware of Freiberg's long left hook, and the attack on the 20th of March by the 50th Division proved a disaster. Montgomery, having prematurely claimed success, was shaken. But, recovering rapidly, he sent Horrocks with 10 Corps round to reinforce the New Zealanders in an attack towards the coast over 30 kilometres behind the Mareth line. At the same time, he sent the 4th Indian Division on a closer flanking advance. On the 26th of March, the New Zealanders and Horrocks' armoured brigades surged forward together, smashing the weak German defences at the Debaga Gap. General Giovanni Messe, commanding the 1st Italian Army, withdrew all his forces rapidly up the coast towards Tunis. Although a success of sorts, the Axis forces had again escaped. The Desert Air Force harried the retreating German forces. One casualty was Oberst Klaus Graf Schenk von Stauffenberg, who lost a hand and an eye to a strafing fighter. On the 7th of April, units of the 1st and 8th Armies met up. The two organizations could hardly have been more different. The desert veterans, in their battered, sand-colored tanks and trucks, showed a remarkable nonchalance, to say nothing of a disrespect for dress regulations. Their war, although harsh at times, had on the whole seen a much greater respect for the lives of prisoners and very few civilian casualties in the almost empty desert. The local tribe of Senussi had been able to avoid the worst of the desert fighting, although some of them, and many of their camels, had legs blown off in the minefields. The First Army, in the mainly mountain warfare of the far eastern Atlas, had found itself in a far dirtier conflict. The shock of war when overconfident green troops, especially American units, were hit by experienced Panzer and Panzer Grenadier units was traumatic. While there were a number of psychological casualties, a majority became rapidly brutalized as a survival mechanism. A few even became totally dehumanized, with the sadistic killing of prisoners and even the random shooting of Tunisian Arabs for fun, with pot shots at those on camels, treating them like a shooting range in a fairground. British soldiers were generally better disciplined, but they too were imbued with the racist ideas of the time. Only a few made friends with the locals. French troops were no better. Ironically, these officers and soldiers from the former Vichy army wanted to take revenge on their Arab subjects, who had in many cases collaborated with the Germans, largely because of their anti-Jewish policies. Yet even as the campaign edged towards its end in victory, relations between the three allies seemed to worsen, with British arrogance provoking a rampant Anglophobia among many American officers. Eisenhower's confidence, which had been badly dented during the winter months, now returned. His army was learning from its mistakes. Planning for Operation Husky, the invasion of Sicily, was well advanced, the Axis was about to be evicted from North Africa for good, and the supply system was at last working. The British were flabbergasted by the largesse of the American industrial titan. They were also shocked by the waste, although they had few grounds for complaint, since they too were beneficiaries. But when it came to the inflated size of Allied force headquarters, with a staff of just over 3,000 officers and men, even Eisenhower was embarrassed. By the beginning of May, the remaining Axis forces were compressed into the northern tip of Tunisia, including Bizerta, Tunis, and the Cape Bon Peninsula. Although they amounted to more than 250,000 men, just under half were German, and the majority of the Italians were not fighting troops. Short of ammunition and above all fuel, Germans knew the end was in sight, making bitter jokes about Tunisgrad. Hitler's refusal to evacuate his men to defend southern Europe did little for morale. They found it unbelievable that he was still sending reinforcements in April and May, all of whom would become prisoners too. The Junkers 52 and large Messerschmitt 323 transports were easy prey for Allied fighters, waiting in ambush in the Mediterranean skies. Over half the Luftwaffe's remaining transport fleet was destroyed in the last 2 months of the campaign. On Sunday, the 18th of April, 4 American fighter squadrons and a squadron of Spitfires jumped a group of 65 transports escorted by 20 fighters. In what became known as the Palm Sunday turkey shoot, the Allied fighters shot down 74 aircraft. While the Red Army was grinding down the overwhelming bulk of the German army, the Western Allies were starting to break the back of the Luftwaffe. Air Marshal Cunningham, the commander of the Desert Air Force, was furious at how little credit Montgomery gave to the RAF's role in North Africa. The combination of the Allied air forces and the Royal Navy strangling the Axis supply line across the Mediterranean had contributed at least as much to the final victory as the ground forces. The last phase of crushing the bridgehead did not, however, go easily. Montgomery battered away at the mountainous Enfidaville sector on the coast south of Tunis, with little effect and heavy losses. The Eighth Army was behind the Americans in learning the harsh lessons of mountain warfare. Other attacks by the First Army further to the west were resisted in the fiercest fighting. The Irish Guards advanced through a cornfield in a dip to attack a German position under fire from machine guns, artillery, and the new Nebelwerfer 6-barreled mortar. When a man fell, hit by fire, a comrade would stick his weapon upright in the ground. Rifle dots appeared everywhere, marking the dead, dying, and wounded, wrote a corporal. I stopped by one poor guardsman who was calling for water. He had shocking wounds. I could see the shattered bones of his arm, and he had a gaping wound in his side. The survivors of the attack charged the olive grove on the rising hill ahead, forcing the Germans to flee. But in one of the trenches, the corporal and another 2 guardsmen heard German voices in a bunker. They both threw in grenades and stepped back. Afterwards, the corporal peered into the dark interior. There must have been 20 Germans scattered about in there. They were all bandaged up already, and those that were not dead were screaming their heads off. This place was where the retreating enemy had left their wounded. I turned away without the slightest compassion for them. They had done much worse to my dead and wounded comrades, out there in the burning cornfields. Only Bradley's 2 Corps, due west of Tunis, achieved a significant advance at the beginning of May. Finally recognizing his error at Enfidaville, Montgomery persuaded Alexander that a concentrated blow was required to end this battle of attrition around the perimeter. On the 6th of May, Horrocks, with the 7th Armoured Division, the 4th Indian Division, and 201st Guards Brigade, launched Operation Strike from the southwest. Following an even more concentrated barrage of artillery than at Alamein, they pushed forward towards Tunis, splitting the pocket in two, while the Americans took Bizerta on the north coast. Led once again by the 11th Hussars in their battle-worn armoured cars, British troops entered Tunis the next afternoon. By the 12th of May it was all over. Nearly 250,000 troops surrendered, including 12 generals. Hitler persuaded himself that he had been right to keep fighting in North Africa to the very end, so as to delay an Allied invasion of southern Europe and to keep Mussolini in power. On the other hand, he had again lost forces which he would badly need in future battles. Chapter 28. Europe Behind Barbed Wire, 1942 to 1943. The invasion of the Soviet Union affected German occupation policy across almost all of Europe. In the East, the intoxicating but also frightening idea of dominating millions of people increased the Nazis' reliance on terror to achieve results. Despite the early hopes of some senior officers and administrators that they would win over nationalities such as the Balts and Ukrainians to the anti-Bolshevik crusade, Hitler was interested only in instilling fear for the sake of fear. As in the case of Poland, he felt that their countries should be wiped off the map altogether. In spite of Hitler's disgust at the idea of Slavs in Wehrmacht uniform, altogether nearly 1 million Soviet citizens served alongside the German army and the SS. Most were dragooned from the starvation of prison camps as unarmed Heavy auxiliaries in German divisions. But even some of these Ivans were taken on unofficially as full-time soldiers. A commander of the 12th SS Panzer Division, Hitlerjugend, later became proud of his Russian driver and bodyguard who accompanied him everywhere. Well over 100,000 served, with widely differing degrees of enthusiasm and effectiveness, in General Vlasov's Russian Army of Liberation, and in a Cossack corps fighting partisans on Soviet territory and later in Yugoslavia and Italy. The Ukrainian police and concentration camp guards achieved a terrible reputation for cruelty. Himmler also turned to conscripting Latvians, Estonians, ethnic Caucasians, and even Bosnian Muslims into Waffen-SS formations. He also formed a Ukrainian division in 1943, but it was called the SS Galicia Division, so as not to provoke Hitler's anger. 100,000 Ukrainians volunteered, of whom only a third were accepted. The treatment of civilians in the occupied territories and of prisoners of war remained appalling. By February 1942, some 60% of the 3.5 million Red Army prisoners had died of starvation, exposure, or disease. Convinced Nazis did not just take pride in their pitilessness. Their dehumanization of victim categories, Jews, Slavs, Asiatics, and Roma, was a deliberate form of self-fulfilling prophecy, to reduce them through humiliation, suffering, and starvation to the level of animals, and thus prove their genetic inferiority. The chaotic rivalry between Hitler's satraps in the East exceeded even that in Germany itself, between the Nazi Party and different organs of government. Alfred Rosenberg was appointed Minister for the Eastern Territories, but he was thwarted at every turn. His Ostministerium was derided, partly because Rosenberg was one of the few civilian officials who wanted to involve former Soviet nationalities in the war against Bolshevism. Göring, in charge of the war economy, simply wanted to strip the occupied areas and starve their populations, while Himmler wanted to cleanse them by mass murder to prepare for German colonization. Rosenberg thus had no control over security, food supply, or the economy, which meant no control at all. He even had no authority over Erich Koch, the Reichskommissar for Ukraine, as well as Gauleiter of East Prussia. Koch, a brutal drunkard, referred to the local population as niggers. Herbert Bacher's hunger plan, which was supposed to kill off up to 30 million Soviet citizens, never went beyond the drawing board. Starvation was rife, but it was hardly organized as the Nazis planned. Military commanders evaded orders to seal off the cities to starve their populations because the Wehrmacht needed to keep large numbers of Soviet workers alive to serve their needs. Bacher's idea of feeding both the Reich and the Wehrmacht on the Eastern Front from local resources proved a far greater failure. Agriculture in the Ukrainian breadbasket had virtually collapsed due to Soviet scorched earth tactics, war damage, depopulation, the evacuation of tractors, and partisan activity. Living off the land for the Wehrmacht meant the seizure of fodder and grain, and the indiscriminate slaughter of poultry and livestock, with no thought for future supplies, let alone the survival of the civilians who produced it. The lack of rolling stock and motor transport meant that the bulk of even what food there was could not be distributed effectively. Nazi ideas for the future constituted little more than a grotesque fantasy. The General Plan East envisaged a Germanic empire reaching to the Urals, with autobahns linking new cities, satellite towns and model villages, and farms manned by armed settlers with Untermenschen helots tilling the soil. Himmler dreamed of gemütlich German colonies with gardens and orchards built across the former killing grounds of his SS Einsatzgruppen. And to provide a holiday centre, the Crimea, renamed Gutengau, would become the German Riviera. The dominant problem, however, was how to find enough re-Germanizable people to fill the eastern landmass. Very few Danes, Dutch, and Norwegians volunteered. There was even a mad idea of packing Slavs off to Brazil and bringing back German settlers in their stead from Santa Catarina province. By the time of the defeat at Stalingrad and the withdrawal from the Caucasus, it had become clear that there were not nearly enough Germans, real, recycled or drafted, to fulfill the target of 120 million and thus satisfy Hitler's and Himmler's vision. Ethnic cleansing and transfers of population throughout Central Europe had been not only cruel, but also incredibly wasteful in manpower and resources at a time when the war hung in the balance. Colonists proved incapable of farming the land as well as those they replaced, and so agricultural production declined disastrously. An overstretched German war machine found itself desperately short of manpower, so Fritz Sauckel, working with the armaments minister Albert Speer, travelled around the occupied territories and countries, rounding up 5 million workers for factories, mines, ironworks and farms. The Reich became pockmarked with camps for this swelling mass of slave labour. German civilians watched these foreigners fearfully out of the corner of the eye, seeing them as an enemy within. Most senior Nazis were uneasily conscious of the paradox that, although they had reduced their own racially undesirable population, they were now bringing hundreds of thousands into Germany itself. Senior Nazi officials had promised a greater German economic sphere and a European economic union which would raise standards of living, yet contradictory policies and the compulsion to exploit their subject countries achieved the opposite result. Conquered countries were forced to pay for the cost of their occupation by German forces. Many businesses profited from close collaboration with their new masters, but in almost all countries, with the exception of a semi-independent Denmark, the population as a whole became far poorer. Most Western European countries were forced to hand over between a quarter and a third of all their receipts, and Germany secured a large part of each country's agricultural output to ensure that its own citizens did not go hungry. In the occupied countries, this produced a rampant black market and a vertiginous rise in inflation. Almost from the start, Churchill had great hopes of turning European discontent under Nazi occupation into outright revolt. In May 1940, he had appointed Dr. Hugh Dalton, a well-off socialist, to be Minister for Economic Warfare and supervise the creation of the Special Operations Executive. Dalton was not popular in the Labour Party, but as an anti-appeaser he had done much in the late 1930s to move it away from its pacifist position. He had long been a great admirer of Churchill, although the Prime Minister did not reciprocate his feelings. He could not stand his booming voice and shifty eyes, and said of Sir Robert Van Sittert, permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office in the 1930s, "Extraordinary fellow, Van. He actually likes Dr. Dalton." Dalton, a fervent admirer of the Poles, recruited Colonel Colin Gubbins, who had been a liaison officer with the Polish army during its battles in 1939. Gubbins later came to command SOE. Polish resistance was an inspiration for SOE. Even after the country's surrender at the end of September 1939, Polish soldiers fought on in the Kielce district under Major Henryk Dobrzianski until May 1940, while others resisted in the area of Sandomierz on the Upper Vistula. A Polish section had been set up in SOE, but its role was simply to work with the Polish Army's 6th Bureau in London and provide support. No military mission was sent to occupied Poland, and as a result the Poles themselves ran everything. After the great contribution of Polish pilots in the Battle of Britain, SOE managed to persuade the RAF to convert a Whitley bomber with additional fuel tanks so that they could make the long round trip from a base in Scotland. The first drop of Polish couriers took place on the 15th of February 1941. Parachute containers were also designed to drop arms and explosives to what became the Armia Krajowa, or Home Army. Polish patriotism was perhaps romantic in some ways, but it remained astonishingly resolute through the darkest days of both Nazi and Soviet oppression. In addition to the mass and individual killings which followed the German invasion, over 30,000 Poles were sent to camps, many to the new camp of Auschwitz. Although Poland's army was crushed in September 1939, a new underground resistance movement was created very soon afterwards. At its height, the Home Army reached nearly 400,000 members. The extraordinarily resourceful Polish intelligence services, which had provided the first Enigma machine, continued to help the Allies. Later in the war, the Poles even managed to spirit away a trial V-2 rocket which had landed in their marshes and disassemble it. A specially adapted transport C-47 Dakota was flown to Poland and brought it back for examination by Allied scientists. Both the Home Army and the intelligence networks reported to the Polish government in exile in London, which Stalin recognized reluctantly in August 1941 after the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union. The Home Army was always desperately short of weapons. At first it concentrated on releasing prisoners and sabotaging rail communications, which provided great but unacknowledged assistance to the Red Army. Armed attacks came later. The Poles, released from Soviet labor camps to join the forces commanded by General Władysław Anders, never ceased to loathe their oppressors. And the London government in exile's distrust of Stalin increased when it heard he was asking the British to recognize the frontier he had agreed with Hitler following the Nazi-Soviet pact. In April 1943, a crisis developed when the Germans announced to the world that they had discovered in the forest of Katyn the mass graves of Polish officers executed by the Soviet NKVD. The Soviet regime had always denied that it knew anything of the whereabouts of these prisoners, and at the time even the Poles had not believed Stalin's regime capable of such a massacre. The Kremlin insisted that the discovery was a German propaganda trick, and it must have been Nazis who had killed the victims. The Polish government in exile demanded an investigation by the International Red Cross, while the British were acutely embarrassed. Churchill suspected that the Soviets were capable of such an act, but he felt unable to confront Stalin, especially at a time when he had to admit once again that an invasion of France was impossible that year. Further disasters for the Poles soon followed in June. The Germans in Warsaw managed to arrest the commander and other leaders of the Home Army. But far greater tragedies for Poland lay ahead. The summer of 1941 had seen some early attacks on German troops in the Soviet Union by Red Army soldiers cut off by the Wehrmacht's advance. However, the first uprising against Nazi rule came in Serbia, following the launch of Operation Barbarossa. This took the complacent German forces of occupation by surprise. Soon after their victory in the spring, a lieutenant had boasted in a letter home "We soldiers are like gods here." The rapidity of the country's surrender that April had led them to expect little trouble, but they had not considered how many Yugoslav soldiers might have retained and hidden their weapons. Serbia came under the overall command of Generalfeldmarschall Wilhelm List's headquarters in Greece. The 3 divisions of General-Lieutenant Paul Bauder's 56th Corps were badly trained and under-equipped. Ordered to respond with reprisals, they resorted mainly to shooting Jews who had already been rounded up. But executions of villagers close to the site of an ambush played straight into the hands of the communist partisans, whose numbers rapidly swelled with those who wanted to take revenge for the death of family members. Generalfeldmarschall Keitel at Führer headquarters demanded savage reprisals. The ratio was raised to 100 Serbs for every German killed, in the belief that the Balkan mentality only understood violence. In September, a major punitive offensive took place, reinforced by the 342nd Infantry Division. The local German commanders again decided to start by shooting Jews who had been interned. So, in mid-October 1941, some 2,100 Jews and Gypsies were shot in retaliation for the killing of 21 German soldiers by communist partisans. It was the first mass murder of Jews away from Soviet or Polish territory. The partisan attacks were led by Josip Broz, alias Tito, an effective Comintern organizer during the Spanish Civil War. Tito, a strong figure of brutal good looks who had revived the Yugoslav Communist Party, believed in the need for communists everywhere to help their comrades in the Soviet Union. The internationalism of the party managed to avoid the worst ethnic and religious fault lines in Yugoslavia, with Catholic Croats, Orthodox Serbs, and Muslim Bosnians. The rival resistance organization of Chetniks, led by General Draza Mihailovic, was almost exclusively Serb. The bespectacled, bearded, and gloomy Mihailovic, who looked more like an Orthodox priest than a military man, could not hope to rival Tito's charismatic leadership. He believed in building up his force, ready for the days when the Allies would land, so that he could join them and restore the kingdom to young King Peter. He had rightly foreseen that Tito was going to use the partisan war to seize total power when the Red Army arrived. Mihailovic did not want to provoke reprisals, yet contrary to communist propaganda, his forces did take on the Germans at times. Other groups, also calling themselves Chetniks, cooperated closely with the Germans and the puppet government of General Milan Nedic, a confusion which later helped the communists to blacken Mihailovic's name in the eyes of the British. An even more murderous element in the civil war developing in Yugoslavia came from the virulently anti-Serb and anti-Semitic Croat Ustashi. The Croat state of Ante Pavelic was a loyal ally of the Germans, and the Ustashi brought a reign of terror to the region. Well over 500,000 Yugoslavs were killed in the factional fighting between rival forces during the war. Other German massacres followed further skirmishes, including several thousand Serb civilians shot to meet the reprisal quotas. Some German officers began to see the stupidity of their policy, which targeted only the people who had not fled and who therefore had nothing to do with the attacks on their men. After some 15,000 people had been killed, and with few Jews and Gypsies left to shoot, the reprisal quotas started to dwindle, without the knowledge of Berlin. The drastic reduction in the numbers of their imprisoned hostages began in March 1942, when a large gas van arrived in Belgrade. Some 7,500 Jews in the camp at Simlin were asphyxiated while being driven through the Serbian capital to a mass grave dug by a shooting range on the edge of the city. The German ambassador was deeply embarrassed by the conspicuous way in which such measures were carried out, but on the 29th of May 1942, the head of the security police felt able to boast to Berlin that Belgrade was the only great city of Europe that was free of Jews. Warfare in Yugoslavia became increasingly cruel as the Germans launched one offensive after another into the Bosnian mountains. Partisan wounded taken by German troops were crushed to death with tanks. Tito organized his forces into 1,000-strong brigades but was wise enough not to attempt conventional military tactics. Discipline was strict, and no fraternizing was allowed between the men and the large number of young women fighting in their ranks. By the autumn of 1942, Tito's partisans had virtual control in their mountainous region, extending across western Bosnia and eastern Croatia, and he set up his headquarters in the town of Bihać after expelling the Ustashi. Having recognized the royalist Yugoslav government in exile in London, the British provided aid to Mihailović, who was its appointed representative. Moscow did not object, since it too formally recognized the Yugoslav government. But during 1942, ultra-intercepts and other reports indicated that Tito's forces were attacking the Germans while the Chetniks waited. Attempts by SOE liaison officers parachuted in to persuade the rival resistance movements to work together had little success. So, as Allied interest in the Mediterranean increased, once the Germans had been vanquished in North Africa, the British made contact with Tito. The Germans, afraid of a landing in the Balkans and determined to protect the coast and secure their mineral supplies, launched new offensives with their own forces and Italian troops. Tito conducted a fighting retreat into Montenegro, narrowly avoiding encirclement on the Neretva River. With his forces largely intact, and soon with British aid parachuted in or landed on secret airstrips, the strength of Tito's partisans grew rapidly. Mihailović, abandoned by the Allies after failing to carry out specifically requested actions, was bound to lose the parallel civil war. Albania, to the south, was still occupied by Italian troops. Abbas Kupi, a supporter of King Zog, who had fled when Mussolini invaded the country in 1939, started resistance on a small scale in the spring of 1941. Once the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union, Albanian communists, led by Enver Hoxha, began their own, much more aggressive campaign in the south. As in Yugoslavia, the British decided to aid the communists on the grounds that they were fighting harder. Little support was provided to Abbas Kupi, to the disgust of the British SOE liaison officers, and eventually Hoxha's communists were able to eliminate their rivals. Greece was of much greater interest to the British. Churchill was a firm supporter of King George II and was not prepared to surrender the country to the communist Eyam Elas guerrilla movement. Embarrassingly for the British, however, many monarchists collaborated with the Germans and Italians out of a mixture of anti-communism and opportunism. The authoritarian rule of General Metaxas had exacerbated anti-monarchist feelings, and the small Greek Communist Party rapidly extended its influence. The Axis looting of the country, compounded by an incompetent Italian occupation, left the Greeks to suffer a terrible famine in the winter of 1941. The ruthless communist leader, Aris Veloukiotis, began to assemble a partisan force in the Pindus Mountains in 1942. His main rival was General Napoleon Zervas, a jolly, bearded character who formed EDES, the Greek National Republican League, a left-of-centre, non-communist organization. Zervas's forces were much smaller and concentrated in Epirus in the northwest. As communist strength grew, they became isolated from the rest of Greece, while other small resistance groups, such as Eka, were eventually taken over by the communist-controlled Eyam Elas. 2 British SOE officers, parachuted into Greece in the summer of 1942, made contact after many difficulties with both Zervas and Elas. Their main task was to organize an attack on the main railway line which brought supplies south from Germany for Rommel's Panzer Army in North Africa. They managed to persuade Zervas and Elas to unite in an operation to blow up the great Gorgopotamus railway bridge. While the partisans assaulted the Italian positions at each end, a demolition team flown in from Cairo attached large charges of plastic explosive to the piers which supported the bridge. It was one of the most successful sabotage missions of the war, cutting the railway line for 4 months. In March 1943, German forces and the SS began rounding up 60,000 Greek Jews, mainly from the city of Salonika, where their large community had existed for hundreds of years. Although they sheltered the few escapees, the Greek resistance were unable to stop the railway traffic taking them to concentration camps in Poland, where many were subjected to the most horrific medical experiments. After the rare example of cooperation between Hellas and Edes in the Gorgopotamus operation, SOE liaison officers found themselves in a minefield of political rivalries, as Greece too became embroiled in a civil war between guerrilla groups. Zervas was much easier to work with, but the British had to arm Hellas as well for Operation Animals. This was a campaign of attacks in the summer of 1943, prior to the invasion of Sicily. Combined with the deception plan, Operation Mincemeat, which consisted of dropping the body of what looked like a Royal Marines officer with important dispatches off the southern Spanish coast, the objective was to persuade the Germans that the Allies were about to land in Greece. Like all effective campaigns of misinformation, it played to Hitler's own idea of what his enemies' intentions were, and strengthened his belief that the British plan was to invade southern Europe via the Balkans. His Austrian background made him obsessive about the region. A panzer division and other forces were consequently diverted to Greece just before the landings in Sicily. The Hellas leadership was divided over how to deal with the British. They wanted the support and legitimacy which an alliance with the Allies would bring, but they were intensely suspicious of British motives. In August 1943, partisan delegates were flown out to attend a meeting in Cairo. The communists, like most Greeks at the time, were opposed to the restoration of the monarchy. They argued that King George should not return to the country unless a plebiscite permitted it. The Greek government in exile and the British, at Churchill's insistence, refused to accept this and unfairly blamed SOE for allowing such a political standoff to develop. The Hellas partisan representatives returned with a grim resolve to defeat their rivals, establish a provisional government, and preempt any British attempt to reinstall the monarchy. The resistance on Crete, however, presented few political problems. Most of the guerrilla leaders, known as capitans, accepted British guidance and, although not monarchist, were strongly anti-communist. Only insignificant groups in the east of the island supported EAM Hellas. In France, the vast majority of the country, including Republicans, had welcomed Pétain's armistice with relief. They had no idea that German plans at that stage were to reduce France to the level of a tourist country, and to take Alsace and Lorraine for the Reich, thus forcing its men to serve in the German army. Keeping their heads down, the French carried on with their daily lives as far as was possible in the new circumstances, although this was extremely hard for the wives of the 1.5 million prisoners of war still held in Germany. The depredations of occupation, with the Germans taking a considerable proportion of French agricultural output for themselves, produced great hardship in the towns and cities, especially for those with no relations in the countryside. The average height of boys dropped by 7 centimeters and of girls by 11 centimeters in the course of the war. Small resistance groups began to publish underground newspapers towards the end of 1940, in many cases inspired by de Gaulle's broadcasts from London declaring that the fight continued. They included people from different backgrounds and parties. At this stage, few acts of overt resistance against the Germans took place. Only after the invasion of the Soviet Union were armed attacks carried out by followers of the French Communist Party. Having lost face, and many members, during the Nazi-Soviet pact, it now began to develop an effective underground organization. The German military occupation since 1940 had been comparatively correct, but the move towards total war and the communist assassinations of German officers and soldiers meant that the SS started to take control. In May 1942, Heydrich travelled to Paris to install Gruppenführer Karl Albrecht Oberg as chief of SS and police. Hitler had treated France better than most conquered nations, for the practical reason that if it policed itself in the German interest, it saved the Wehrmacht a large occupation force. Yet Pétain's hope of uniting his badly bruised country under the authority of his État français could not be maintained for long. Defeat had exacerbated the irreconcilable divisions in French society. Even the pre-war right split in different directions. A very small minority, shamed by the defeat, wanted to resist German domination. Fascist Germanophiles, on the other hand, despised Pétain, feeling that his cautious collaboration was insufficient. Jacques Doriot's Parti populaire français, Marcel Déaz's Rassemblement national populaire, and Eugène Delanque's Mouvement social révolutionnaire supported the idea of the Nazis' new order in Europe in the belief that France could become a great power again alongside the Third Reich. They were even more deluded than the old Marshal, since the Germans never took them seriously for a moment. They were, at best, the Nazi equivalent of Lenin's useful idiots. Infighting between the zealots of the extreme right was matched by the rivalries on the German side. Otto Abetz, the Francophile ambassador in Paris, was generally derided by leading Nazis, especially Goering. The SS and the military were frequently at loggerheads, and Paris attracted a plethora of German headquarters and administrative offices, all following their own policies. The centre of occupied Paris was forested with their signposts, symbolically pointing in all directions. SS Gruppenführer Oberg was, however, extremely satisfied with the assistance he received from Vichy's police. The Third Reich lacked manpower at that stage of the war on the Eastern Front, and Oberg had fewer than 3,000 German police for the whole of occupied France. René Bousquet, the Secretary-General of Police appointed by Pierre Laval, was an energetic young administrator, not a right-wing ideologue. Like the young technocrat who were quietly reorganizing and strengthening Vichy's system of government, Bousquet believed strongly that the État français should keep control of security matters if it were to have any meaning at all. And if that meant exceeding his powers when it came to rounding up foreign Jews for deportation, then he was prepared to ignore Pétain's instructions that French police should not be involved. On the 16th of July, 1942, a total of 9,000 Parisian police, under the orders of Bousquet, launched dawn raids to seize stateless Jews in Paris. Some 28,000, including 3,000 children, who had not been asked for by the Germans, were held in the stadium of the Vélodrome d'Ivry and at a transit camp at Drancy on the outskirts of Paris, before being sent on to death camps in the east. Further roundups followed in the unoccupied zone in the south. Oberg was more than satisfied with Bousquet's efforts, even if Eichmann was still disappointed. The arrival of an American army in the Mediterranean and the clear indication that the Axis would be defeated encouraged a rapid growth in the resistance. The German takeover of the unoccupied zone and the assassination of Darlan at the end of 1942 also had a major effect. At the end of January 1943, the Vichy regime, in an attempt to tighten its grip, established the Milice Française, a paramilitary force led by Joseph Darlan. The milice attracted a mixture of extreme right-wing ideologues and anti-Semites, arch-reactionaries, often from the impoverished provincial nobility, naive country boys attracted by the power of guns, and criminal opportunists lured by the promise of looting the houses of those whom they arrested. The creation of the milice reignited the latent civil war between les deux France, which had existed since the Revolution of 1789. On the one side were the Catholic right-wingers who loathed Freemasons, the left, and the Republic, which they called la gueuse, or the slut. On the other stood Republicans and anti-clericals who had voted for the Popular Front in 1936. Yet many French under the occupation defied generalization. There were even bien-pensant left-wingers who denounced Jews and black marketeers who saved them, not always for a price. Operation Anton, the German occupation of southern and eastern France, also prompted many who had half-heartedly supported Pétain to change sides. The only senior officer in the 100,000-strong army of the armistice to oppose the German army was General Jean de Lattre de Tassigny, a flamboyant leader who was flown out by the Allies and later became the commander of the French First Army. Many other officers went into hiding and joined a new movement, the ORA, or Organisation de Résistance de l'Armée. Reluctant to support de Gaulle, they acknowledged only General Giraud at first. Predictably, the French Communist Party was deeply suspicious of such late turncoats, part of what they called Vichy à l'envers, or Vichy back to front. Other officers and officials escaped to North Africa, where Admiral Daulon's regime was known as Vichy à la sauce américaine. When François Mitterrand, a Vichy official who later became a socialist president of the Republic, arrived in Algiers, General de Gaulle regarded him with distrust, not because he had come from Vichy, but because he had arrived on a British aeroplane. De Gaulle resented any British interference in French affairs, especially SOE's support for French resistance groups. He wanted all resistance activity to be subordinated to his own BCRA, the Bureau Central de Renseignement et d'Action, and was most put out that SOE's F section, which was directed by Colonel Maurice Buckmaster, had developed almost 100 independent circuits on French territory. The Foreign Office had originally instructed F section to steer clear of the Free French in London. F section was keen to do this, partly for reasons of security. The Free French were notoriously lax, and their primitive code system was an open book to the Germans, but also because it soon came to see how dangerous political rivalries in France could become. As one senior SOE officer later observed, the great advantage of SOE remaining above the fray while controlling the arms supply was its ability to reduce the threat of civil war when liberation finally came. SOE also set up Section RF, which worked closely with the BCRA, providing weapons and aircraft, and had its offices near the Bureau's headquarters in Duke Street, north of Oxford Street. The head of the BCRA was André de Wavrin, better known by his nom de guerre of Colonel Passy. His organization was originally split between the intelligence side and its action service, which dealt with armed resistance. Passy was alleged, but never proved, to have been a member of the virulently anti-communist Cagoule, although he certainly had one or two Cagoulards working for him. The coal cellar in the Duke Street headquarters had been converted into cells where French volunteers suspected of being Vichy spies or communists were held and interrogated by Capitaine Roger Vibaud. Word of torture and suspicious deaths emerged, to the anger and embarrassment of SOE. On the 14th of January 1943, the Security Service Chief Guy Liddell wrote in his diary, "Personally, I think it is time that Duke Street was closed down." De Gaulle's determination to unite the resistance under his command strengthened, even though as a lifetime career officer he had little confidence in irregulars. If the resistance in France acknowledged his primacy, then the British, and especially the Americans, would have to take notice. Apart from networks such as the Confrérie de Notre Dame, run by Colonel Rémy, the nom de guerre of the film director Gilbert Reynaud, there were few who were naturally Gaullist. But groups such as Combat, founded by Henri Freinet, gradually acknowledged the need to work together. The Communists, on the other hand, distrusted de Gaulle, whom they presumed would turn into a right-wing military dictator. In the autumn of 1941, Jean Moulin, who had been the youngest prefect in France in 1940, appeared in London. Moulin, a natural leader, impressed both SOE and de Gaulle, who immediately recognized him as the man to unify the resistance. On New Year's Day, 1942, Moulin returned to France with de Gaulle's ordre de mission, appointing him delegate general. His task was to reorganize as many of the networks as possible into small cells which ran less risk of being infiltrated by agents of the Abwehr and the Sicherheitsdienst, or SD, the SS counterintelligence service, often confused with the Gestapo. The resistance was not to attempt open warfare, but to prepare for the liberation of France by Allied forces. Moulin, who needed a military man to command what would later become the Secret Army, recruited General Charles Delestraint. Working tirelessly, Moulin won over the main networks in the unoccupied zone, Combat, Libération, and Franc-Tireur, confusingly not the same as the communist organization Francs-Tireurs et Partisans. Despite this success, the British government was still determined not to turn F section over to the Free French. Ironically, American support for Darlan greatly helped de Gaulle come to an agreement with the Communists. The Communists were outraged that the Allies should have supported Darlan, who had been Vichy's prime minister, when their members had been executed as hostages. In January 1943, Fernand Grenier arrived in London as the French Communist Party's delegate to the Free French. The following month, Pierre Laval, bowing to German pressure for more workers to be sent to the Reich, instituted the Service de Travail Obligatoire. This outright conscription of labour was bitterly resented in France and prompted tens of thousands of young men to escape to the mountains and forests. Resistance groups were almost overwhelmed by the influx, and although they found it hard to feed them, let alone arm them, the Maquis, as it was called, became a mass movement. In the spring, Moulin set up the Conseil National de la Résistance and contacted networks in northern France to persuade them to join. But in June, a series of disasters began, largely due to bad security. The ST managed to penetrate one group after another. General Delestrin was arrested in the Parisian metro, and on the 21st of June, Jean Moulin and all the members of the Conseil National de la Résistance were surrounded in a house on the edge of Lyon. Moulin was tortured so badly by SS Hauptsturmführer Klaus Barbie that he died 2 weeks later, without giving anything away. The British, horrified by all the lapses in security and the spate of arrests which continued, were even more reluctant to confide in the BCRA. The Gaullists reconstituted the Council of the Resistance, this time headed by Georges Bidault, an honest but uncharismatic left-of-centre Catholic. Because Bidault lacked Moulin's clarity and determination, the Communists, who had suffered very few infiltrations in their tight cell system, greatly increased their influence. The Communists, having agreed to associate with the Gaullist secret army, hoped to receive large quantities of weapons and money from SOE. They also sought to infiltrate the various resistance committees with their own submarines, who were secret communists pretending to have nothing to do with the party. Their vision of the liberation of France was diametrically different to the Gaullist idea. By the control of committees and the growing strength of their armed groups in the Francs-Tireurs et Partisans, they wanted to carry liberation into revolution. They did not know, however, that Stalin had other priorities, and they also underestimated the political skills of the Gaullists. De Gaulle himself, who had almost been consigned to oblivion by the Darlan deal and the Americans' promotion of General Giraud, soon turned the tables on his rival. Roosevelt had sent Jean Monnet to advise Giraud, but Monnet, although he had been against de Gaulle, now showed his realism. He worked in the background to smooth the transition of power. On the 30th of May 1943, de Gaulle landed at Maison Blanche airfield in Algiers, where Giraud welcomed him with a band playing the Marseillaise. The British and Americans watched from the sidelines. A frenzy of disagreements and rumours of plots, even of kidnappings, soon followed. The scheming prompted General Pierre de Bénouville to observe that nothing was more like Vichy than Algiers. On the 3rd of June, the Comité Français de Libération Nationale was set up, with de Gaulle dictating virtually every aspect of what was clearly a government in waiting. De Gaulle, with his remarkable foresight, had also seen the need to make overtures to Stalin, and not just in order to manage the French communists better. He decided to send a representative to Moscow. The Free French, alone among the Western Allies, had already contributed a fighter group to the Eastern Front. On the 1st of September 1942, the Groupe de Chasse Normandie had formed up at Baku in Azerbaijan prior to operational and conversion training on the Yak-7 fighter. Having entered combat on the 22nd of March 1943, the Normandie-Niemann Group, as it became designated, would eventually claim 273 Luftwaffe aircraft destroyed. De Gaulle calculated that good relations between the Soviet Union and France offered Stalin a wild card in the West and would improve his own position when dealing with the Anglo-Saxons. After the conquest of Belgium, Hitler ordered that the Flemings should receive preferential treatment. He had an idea that they might become a form of sub-German annex to the Reich in a future reorganization of Europe. A section of Belgian territory south of Aachen, as well as the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, had been incorporated into the Reich. The need for more manpower on the Eastern Front prompted Himmler in 1942 to increase the Waffen-SS with units from Germanic countries, which included Scandinavians, the Dutch, and the Flemish. In addition to the Légion Wallonnais, raised by the fascist Léon de Grelle, who saw himself as a future leader of Belgium in the new order, a Flemish legion was also incorporated. Altogether, some 40,000 Belgians from both communities served in the Waffen-SS, twice as many as the number of Frenchmen who formed the SS Charlemagne division. The vast majority of Belgians, however, detested this second German occupation of their country in a quarter of a century. Underground newspapers flourished, and young resistors resorted to graffiti to attack the occupation. As in other occupied countries, V signs for Allied victory appeared chalked on walls. When Rudolf Hess flew to Britain in 1941, they painted Heil Hess on walls. The German army adopted a pragmatic approach, tending to ignore such pinpricks. But when a series of strikes threatened industrial production, their severity increased. Armed resistance would have been suicidal, so a number of well-placed Belgians, including former intelligence officers, did all that they could to spy for the Allies. An underground armée secrète was formed eventually, with some 50,000 members, but it had to wait until liberation was imminent. There was great distrust between the Belgian government in exile in London and the SOE section responsible for the country. The most effective controller, who took over in mid-1943, was Hardy Amis, who later became the Queen's dress designer. A more militant organization was the communist-led Front de l'Indépendance, which, as well as fomenting strikes, assassinated collaborators in the street. Other brave groups organized escape lines for Allied aircrew shot down during the strategic bombing campaign against Germany. The most successful was the Comet Line, organized by a young woman, André de Jong, who had the code name Dédé. Many Belgians also took great risks in hiding Belgian-born Jews. Jewish refugees from other countries trapped there were less fortunate. They made up the bulk of the 30,000 transported to camps. The Netherlands, which had remained a neutral country in the First World War, suffered from the shock of occupation perhaps even more than Belgium. Although a small minority collaborated or later joined the Waffen-SS Nederland division, the majority of the country became bitterly anti-German. As in Belgium, the roundup of Jews in February 1941 prompted a strike, which brought severe reprisals. One Dutch resistance group burned down the registry of births in Amsterdam to hamper the German searches, but most of the 140,000 Jews in Holland were transported to death camps, including the young Anne Frank. Then, with the beginning of the war in the East, German occupation authorities instituted a much harsher regime. On the 4th of May 1942, the Germans shot 72 members of the Dutch resistance and imprisoned hundreds more. The Sicherheitsdienst had been active in the Netherlands before the war, so when opposition grew to the forced recruitment of labour, its arrests were carefully targeted. And having obtained a list of Dutch intelligence contacts from the 2 SIS officers seized at Venlo in 1940, the Germans rounded them up rapidly. The Abwehr also achieved a great success against the Dutch resistance, beginning in March 1942. It called this counter-intelligence coup Operation North Pole, or the Englandspiel. This disaster was almost entirely due to appallingly lax practices in N section at SOE's London headquarters. An SOE radio operator was picked up in a sweep in The Hague. The Abwehr forced him to transmit to London. He did so, assuming that because he had left off the security check at the end of his message, London would know that he had been captured. But, to his horror, London assumed that he had simply forgotten it, and replied, telling him to arrange a drop zone for another agent to be parachuted in. A German reception committee was waiting for the new agent, and he was in turn forced to signal back as instructed. The chain continued, with one agent after another seized on arrival. Each was deeply shocked to find that the Germans knew everything about them, even the colour of the walls in their briefing room back in England. The Abwehr and SD, for once working harmoniously together, thus managed to capture around 50 Dutch officers and agents. Anglo-Dutch relations were severely damaged by this disaster. In fact, many people in the Netherlands suspected treachery at the London end. There was no conspiracy, just a terrible combination of incompetence, complacency, and ignorance of conditions in occupied Holland. Denmark, surprised and overwhelmed by the Nazi invasion in 1940, opted for a form of passive resistance during the early part of its occupation. The German regime maintained a light touch and basically allowed the country to govern itself, prompting Churchill to refer unfairly to Denmark as Hitler's tame canary. Highly productive Danish farmers produced up to a fifth of the Reich's needs in butter, pork and beef. Himmler especially wanted to recruit as many Danes as possible for the Waffen-SS, but most volunteers came from the German-speaking minority in the south. In November 1942, Hitler, exasperated by King Christian's open dislike, demanded a more obedient government. The detested pro-Nazi Erik Scavenius was installed as Prime Minister. Scavenius made Denmark join the Anti-Comintern Pact and called on Danes to volunteer to fight in the Soviet Union. Although Denmark's fate under the Nazi regime was among the least severe in Europe, Danes managed to save almost all the Jews in their country by smuggling them in fishing boats across the Kattegat to southern Sweden. The Danish underground, the Dansk Frihetsrådet, provided valuable intelligence to London, especially for the RAF. It also carried out its own sabotage actions and, in 1943, set up a shadow administration. Of all the governments in exile in London, the Norwegian was the strongest, both in authority and in resources. The large Norwegian merchant navy was placed at the service of the British and represented a major contribution to the war effort in Atlantic and Arctic convoys. Norway, which demonstrated a wide degree of support for King Haakon VII, also suffered far less than other occupied countries from the threat of a potential civil war, either during the occupation or at the end of the war. After the country's defeat, Norwegian officers began to organize an underground army, the Milorg, towards the end of 1940. By the end of the war, it numbered some 40,000 members. There had been considerable frustration at the inept Allied intervention, and in the early years of the German occupation, there was tension between the Norwegians and SOE, which wanted to develop an aggressive campaign. Churchill's longing to launch raids on Norway, with 2 on the Lofoten Islands in 1941, then advocating an invasion in 1942, drove his chiefs of staff to distraction. But the raids encouraged Hitler's conviction that the Allies would attack across the North Sea. The German dictator's insistence on maintaining more than 400,000 troops in Norway, to the frustration of his own generals elsewhere, tied down considerable forces for nearly 5 years of the war. With such a huge occupying army, it was hardly surprising that Milorg didn't want to start a partisan war, which would have led to massive civilian casualties. Norway's self-styled leader, Vidkun Quisling, had led a small party of Nazi sympathizers, the National Samling, before the war. Having proclaimed himself head of a government during the German invasion, he was promptly removed by Josef Terboven, the Reichskommissar, who despised him. In February 1942, Hitler appointed Quisling minister-president, but Terboven continued to undermine Quisling's delusions of power. The Rikshed, a copy of the Nazi essay, was established and attracted 50,000 members, most of them opportunists. Other Nazi organizations, such as the Hitlerjugend, were also imitated. Perhaps inevitably, with such a large army of occupation, a substantial number of Norwegian women became involved with German soldiers, and just over 10,000 children were born from these liaisons. But the bulk of the population hated their German occupiers. In April 1942, the overwhelming majority of the Lutheran clergy declared against the Quisling government, and when the Germans ordered the roundup of Jews, only 767 out of 2,200 were deported. Most of the rest were smuggled by Norwegians over the border to Sweden, which, although happy to sell Germany its rich iron ore and other materials for its war industries, started to distance itself from its Nazi trading partner once the war began to turn against Germany. A vital target for the RAF had been the Norse hydro plant in the district of Telemark, which produced heavy water for what was suspected to be the prototype of a German atomic bomb. But bombing from the air was ruled impracticable, so SOE was called on to organize a sabotage raid. A British commando assault in November 1942 ended in disaster, with 2 Horsa gliders crashing in bad weather. German troops captured the survivors of one, bound their hands with barbed wire, and executed them on the spot. This was in response to Hitler's recent Kommandobefehl, which ordered that all members of special forces or raiding parties, whether or not in uniform, were to be shot. The Germans immediately discovered from maps on the crashed aircraft what their objective had been. The reception committee of 3 Norwegian commandos had parachuted into the mountains in October. They stayed on through the terrible winter, surviving in snowed-in huts and living off wild reindeer meat. Their only source of vitamin C came from the gur, the semi-digested green matter in the reindeer's stomachs. Finally, on the 17th of February 1943, another 6 Norwegian commandos trained in Britain parachuted in, but landed on the wrong frozen lake in the mountains. In the end, the 2 groups met up and successfully laid explosives at the Vermork heavy water plant on the night of the 28th of February. They got in and out without a shot being fired and caused considerable damage. The Germans repaired the installations and production started again 4 months later. US 8th Air Force raids failed to hit the target effectively, so the Norwegian resistance was called upon again. When a sufficient quantity of heavy water was ready in February 1944, the Germans loaded it in railway wagons onto a ferry, unaware that 2 elderly members of the Norwegian resistance had slipped aboard the night before and laid charges with timers fashioned from alarm clocks. The ferry sank exactly as planned in the deepest waters of the lake. 14 civilians had also been killed, but the Norwegian authorities in London had agreed in advance that the target justified the risk. Although the German scientists were not even close to building a nuclear bomb, the Allies could not afford to take any chances. In any case, the 2 Vermork actions were among the most efficient sabotage operations of the entire war. Czechoslovakia, the first victim of German aggression, was abandoned by the British and French in 1938 and then completely occupied by the Germans the following March. But Czech students marked their Independence Day on the 28th of October 1939 with a big demonstration. The Nazis closed all universities and executed 9 students as a warning. The former Prime Minister, Edvard Beneš, set up a government in exile in London, and Czech soldiers and pilots made their way to England. Czech pilots fought with great skill and bravery in the RAF. The Germans dismembered the country. The Sudetenland had already been incorporated into the Reich. Slovakia became a puppet fascist state under Monsignor Josef Tiso, and the rest of the country was named the Reich Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. Although the Nazi regime avoided the harshest measures at first, the ST was ready to smash any signs of disaffection, especially after June 1941 and the entry of the Soviet Union into the war on the Allied side. The Czech resistance, the Uvod, or Ustrední vedení odboje Tomajício, began a campaign of sabotage against fuel dumps and railways, as did communist groups. Hitler appointed Reinhard Heydrich to take over as protector of Bohemia and Moravia to crush the opposition. Heydrich immediately opted for a policy of terror to ensure that war production was no longer interrupted. He arrested the leading officials and had them sentenced to death. Altogether, 92 people were shot in the first few days, and several thousand others were sent to Mauthausen concentration camp. Heydrich's longer-term plan was to Germanize the territory through massive deportation. He also started the dispatch of the region's 100,000 Jews to concentration camps, where almost all perished. In London, the Czech government in exile decided to assassinate Heydrich. 2 young Czech volunteers were trained by SOE and parachuted into the country at the end of 1941. On the 27th of May 1942, after much reconnaissance, the 2-man team took up position for a roadside ambush. One tried to shoot Heydrich as his open Mercedes slowed for a sharp bend, but his submachine gun jammed. His companion then threw an improvised bomb. Heydrich was wounded by the blast. Although his wounds were not fatal, they were contaminated, and he died from septicemia on the 4th of June. Although angry that Heydrich should have taken the risk of driving around Prague in an open car, Hitler's fury against the Czechs led to massive reprisals with killings and deportations. The villages of Lidice and Ležoky were destroyed, with the execution of all male inhabitants over the age of 16. The women were sent to Ravensbrück concentration camp. Although not as extreme as some Nazi atrocities, Lidice became the symbol of German oppression throughout the Western world. Chapter 29. The Battle of the Atlantic and Strategic Bombing. 1942 to 1943. The success of the Royal Navy and the RAF in sinking supply ships for Rommel's Afrika Korps in the autumn of 1941 had prompted Hitler to order the transfer of U-boats from the Atlantic to the Mediterranean and its approaches. Admiral Dönitz objected bitterly, but to little avail. These U-boats in the Mediterranean enjoyed some conspicuous successes, with the sinking in November of the carrier HMS Ark Royal and the battleship HMS Parham, but the contribution of Ultra to the Eighth Army's survival in North Africa was considerable. The U.S. Navy's Chief of Staff, Admiral Ernest King, was reluctant to impose a convoy system along America's east coast, even though the country was now at war with Germany. Admiral Dönitz ordered some of his Type 9 U-boats to the area, where they were to target ships, especially oil tankers, at night against the bright lights along the coastline. Losses were so high that King, under pressure from General Marshall, was forced to introduce escorted convoys at the beginning of April. The Germans then switched their attacks to the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico. In February 1942, the Kriegsmarine added a 4th rotor to their Enigma machines. Bletchley called the new system Shark and struggled for months without success to break it. To make matters worse, the Germans then cracked the Admiralty Code, known as Naval Cipher 3, which exchanged convoy details with the Americans. Although the British suspected by August that it had been broken, the Admiralty inexplicably carried on using it for another 10 months, with disastrous consequences. A total of 1,100 ships were sunk in 1942, with 173 in June alone. But at the end of October, an Enigma machine with its settings was seized from a sinking submarine in the eastern Mediterranean, and by mid-December the code breakers at Bletchley were into Shark. Convoys could once again be rerouted to avoid wolf packs, and anti-submarine aircraft from Canada, Iceland, and the United Kingdom could be guided to U-boat assembly areas. This forced the wolf packs to concentrate in the mid-Atlantic Black Gap, which was out of range of shore-based aircraft. To extend his U-boat's range and time at sea, Großadmiral Dönitz, who had been promoted when he replaced Raeder as chief of the Kriegsmarine, introduced milch cow submarines to refuel and rearm his wolf packs. In December, he even sent several of his U-boats into the Indian Ocean. During Operation Torch, U-173 sank 3 ships of the invasion fleet off Casablanca, and the following night U-130, captained by Ernst Kals, sank another 3. All this time, the hell run of the Arctic convoys continued. In the summer months, the nights were so short that escorts and merchant vessels alike suffered constant air attacks from Luftwaffe bases in northern Norway. As well as U-boats, the Kriegsmarine sent out heavy destroyers from anchorages in the fjords. In winter, the superstructure of the ships became buried in ice, which had to be chipped away with axes, and the crew of any ship which sank stood little chance if they had to jump into the sea. They died of hypothermia in 3 minutes. Churchill, determined to improve security for the Russia-bound convoys, had wanted to invade and hold northern Norway with Operation Jupiter. Ever since the autumn of 1941, he had been worrying his chiefs of staff with plans for a landing there. Time and again they returned with sound arguments on why it was impracticable. They lacked the shipping and the warships, and it was too far for air cover. Churchill returned to the charge again in May 1942. In July, he had an idea that this would be a suitable task for the Canadian Corps, on the grounds that its men were used to harsh weather. General Andrew McNaughton, its commander, estimated that he would need 5 divisions, 20 squadrons, and a large fleet. Churchill wanted to send McNaughton to Moscow to discuss the project with Stalin. It would take the firm opposition of the Canadians and the chiefs of staff before the Prime Minister allowed the matter to drop many months later. In Washington, General Marshall was also totally opposed to such a dispersion of effort. On the 31st of December 1942, convoy JW-51B, bound for Murmansk, was attacked off the North Cape by the heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper, the Lützow, and 6 destroyers. 4 of the Royal Navy escorts immediately turned towards them. Although one of their destroyers, HMS Achates, and a minesweeper were sunk, they damaged the Hipper and sank a German destroyer. Having chased off a superior force, the escorts, led by HMS Onslow, managed to shepherd the convoy to its destination. At the Casablanca Conference in January 1943, U-boat bases and shipyards were designated as priority objectives for Bomber Command. On the 13th of February, Lorient, one of the main bases on the French Atlantic coast, was bombed heavily. Saint-Nazaire was also attacked. But despite the huge quantity of bombs dropped, usually 1,000 tons a time, the ferro-concrete shelters were too strong. It was found to be more effective to lay large quantities of mines off the Brittany coast. Improvements in the radar mounted on anti-submarine Liberators and Sunderlands soon began to have an effect. The Bay of Biscay became a killing ground for coastal command squadrons operating from southwest England. Yet the wolf packs in the Black Gap continued to take a heavy toll. In March 1943, in heavy seas, the fast-moving convoy HX-229 overtook the slower SC-122. This presented the wolf packs with 90 merchantmen as targets, protected by only 16 escort vessels. Dönitz had concentrated 38 U-boats in the area, and during the night of the 20th of March, they sank 21 ships. Only the arrival of Liberators flying from Iceland the next morning saved the surviving ships of the 2 convoys. Dönitz by now had 240 operational U-boats. On the 30th of April, he concentrated 51 of them between Greenland and Newfoundland to intercept convoy ONS-5. But, with Bletchley having broken the Shark Code, 5 extra destroyers were dispatched from St. John's, and Royal Canadian Air Force Catalinas stood by. Long-range Liberators now narrowed the Black Gap, and escort vessels were being equipped with a new high-frequency direction-finding system which could locate U-boats on the surface up to 65 kilometers away. Convoys included escort carriers, destroyers, and corvettes armed with a new device called Hedgehog, which fired depth charges ahead of the ship rather than just dropping them off the stern. During the first week of May, Dönitz's U-boats intercepted the convoy. They sank 13 ships, but the counterattack by escorts and aircraft sank 7 U-boats. This forced Dönitz to call off the rest. During May, he was obliged to accept that his massed wolf-pack tactic was not working. A group of 33 U-boats tried to attack convoy SC-130. They failed to sink a single ship, and 5 of the submarines were lost. One of them, U-954, was struck by a liberator from Coastal Command. All the crew were killed, including Dönitz's 21-year-old son, Peter. Altogether, the Kriegsmarine lost 33 U-boats during that month. On the 24th of May, Dönitz ordered almost all his submarines in the North Atlantic to pull out and take up station south of the Azores. Churchill's greatest worry was now behind him. With the U-boat menace now drastically reduced, the build-up of American troops for an invasion of Europe could also begin. Hitler had seen the U-boat campaign against Britain as a just revenge for the blockade of Germany during the First World War. In a similar way, the British saw their strategic bombing campaign against Germany as vengeance for the Blitz on London. There was also a large element of revenge for Nazi crimes elsewhere. But the main impetus came from British weakness and the inability to strike back in any other way. On the 29th of June 1940, just after the French defeat, Churchill had acknowledged that a naval blockade of Germany was no longer possible. In which case, he added, the sole decisive weapon in our hands would be overwhelming air attack on Germany. The strategic bombing offensive had already begun on the 15th of May, when 99 bombers attacked oil installations in the Ruhr. But the first year of Bomber Command's attacks proved largely ineffective. Churchill was horrified in late September 1941 when he received the Butt report, which estimated from photo reconnaissance that only 1 aircraft in 5 dropped their bombs within 5 miles of the target. The Chief of the Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal Portal, had recently written a paper for the Prime Minister advocating a heavy bomber force of 4,000 aircraft to break German morale. Portal, a highly intelligent man, was not put off by Churchill's dismay and anger at the Butt report. He countered with the unanswerable argument that the British Army was in no position to defeat Germany. Only the RAF could hope to weaken Germany fatally for the day when Britain returned to the continent of Europe. Churchill retorted with a reminder of the RAF's exaggerated claims from before the war about the decisive effects of bombing. At that time, the picture painted of air destruction was so exaggerated that it depressed the statesmen responsible for the pre-war policy and played a definite part in the desertion of Czechoslovakia in August 1938. Churchill might well have rammed the point home that the RAF's claims had much to do with its rivalry with the Army and the Royal Navy. Bombing raids against Germany in the First World War had been both wasteful and ineffective. The newborn RAF fought for its survival with preposterously exaggerated claims of the damage inflicted, especially on civilian morale. Since 1918, its justification for remaining as an independent service was based on the argument that bombing was a strategic capability. This established a pattern of exaggeration that ultimately would help to create a gap between RAF declaratory policy and its actual capabilities. Churchill, however, was loath to reject the advantages offered by Bomber Command. With his deep sense of history, he was all too conscious of Britain's traditional strategy of avoiding a direct confrontation on the soil of Europe until the enemy had been severely weakened at sea and at the periphery. Above all, he was determined to avoid another First World War bloodbath. For Churchill, the most urgent need during the nightly Luftwaffe attacks on Britain in 1940 and the spring of 1941 was to be able to reassure a disenchanted and weary public that Britain was hitting back. And at a time when the army was reeling under the disasters of Greece, Crete, and Rommel's advance in North Africa, the RAF's theory of offensive air power, enunciated by its first Chief of the Air Staff, Lord Trenchard, to bomb them harder than they do us, was too attractive to question. The fact that Trenchard's own bombing force in the First World War had suffered massive casualties to little avail was not mentioned. Nor was the clear implication that the strategy was aimed essentially at the civilian population for moral effect, just as the Luftwaffe's had been. The truth, in any case, was that bombing remained so inaccurate that only area targets, such as densely populated cities, could be considered. Unlike the Luftwaffe, which had retained close tactical cooperation with the German army, the RAF had distanced itself as far as possible from the other two services in its overextended War of Independence, and it rejected the concept of close support. Inter-service suspicions intensified during the 1930s. Both the British Army and the Royal Navy questioned the morality and legality of the RAF's proposed bombing strategy. The Admiralty even described the bombing of towns as revolting and un-English. The RAF protested hotly that baby-killing was not its aim. Yet its continuing emphasis on attacking enemy morale hardly indicated an alternative. On the outbreak of war, Bomber Command had been a long way behind Fighter Command in its readiness to carry out its stated mission. Not only were its aircraft inadequate, but navigation, intelligence, photo reconnaissance, and target acquisition systems had been badly neglected. Bomber Command had also failed to foresee the effectiveness of German air defense. At the beginning of the war, RAF commanders were told that the intentional bombardment of civil populations as such is illegal. This was in response to President Roosevelt's appeal to combatant nations to avoid bombing cities. Bombing missions over Germany were restricted to ineffective attacks on shipping and harbours and dropping propaganda leaflets. Even after the Luftwaffe's assaults on cities such as Warsaw and later Rotterdam, the policy did not change until after the Luftwaffe bombed London by mistake on the night of the 24th of August 1940 instead of the Thames estuary ports. Churchill's order to retaliate, as already mentioned, led to the beginning of the Blitz on London and to the easing of target restrictions on the RAF. Yet, despite all of Bomber Command's claims during the interwar years, its force of Wellingtons and Handley-Page-Hampdens proved incapable of defending themselves against fighters, of finding their targets even in daylight, and, even when they did, of inflicting significant damage. The humiliation for the RAF was considerable. Churchill, fortifying himself with a wholly optimistic idea of Germany's economic vulnerability, pushed ahead with plans to increase the strength of Bomber Command. When estimating the possibility of achieving victory through bombing alone, the failure of the Luftwaffe's offensive against Britain to destroy either infrastructure or civilian morale was discounted. German oil production and aircraft factories, however, proved too small as targets for the haphazard reality of aerial bombing. So Portal, arguing that the German attacks on London in 1940 allowed Britain to take the gloves off, proposed reverting to the old RAF mantra of creating a moral effect by bombing cities which the service knew it could hit. Churchill agreed, and on the 16th of December 1940, a month after the destruction of Coventry, Bomber Command launched its first deliberate area raid on Mannheim. The increasingly desperate situation in the Battle of the Atlantic then forced Bomber Command to concentrate on U-boat pens, building yards, and factories producing the Focke-Wulf Condor aircraft used against convoys. But in July 1941, the arguments within the RAF for the area bombing of cities intensified, supported passionately by Lord Trenchard. There was a mistaken conviction that German morale was much more brittle than British, and that Germans were bound to crack under a relentless nighttime campaign. The Butt report on bombing inaccuracy soon afterwards convinced even the critics that there was no option but to go for area targets. In February 1942, Bomber Command received approval from the Cabinet to pursue an area target strategy, and Air Chief Marshal Sir Arthur Harris took command. Harris, a great bull of a man with a bristling moustache, had no doubts that the key to victory was the destruction of German cities. This, in his view, would avoid the necessity of sending forces to the continent to take on the Wehrmacht there. As a thick-skinned outsider who had spent a tough life in Rhodesia, Harris saw little reason to compromise towards those he regarded as faint-hearted gentlemen. Ever since the nights he had spent during the Blitz on the roof of the Air Ministry, watching Luftwaffe bombs fall on London, Harris had longed to strike back, especially with such loads of incendiaries that they would overwhelm the enemy's fire services. The Blitz on London and other cities had killed 41,000 civilians and injured 137,000 more. Harris was therefore not prepared to take any criticism or willingly accept other requests from generals or admirals whom he was convinced had tried to undermine the RAF since its independence. He regarded them as diversionists, intent on frustrating him from carrying out his key plan. Harris's first task was to improve the morale of his aircrew. They had suffered heavy casualties, nearly 5,000 men and 2,331 aircraft in the first 2 years of the war, for little effect, according to the Butt report. In many of the earlier raids, more aircrew died than Germans on the ground. Their lives lacked the glamour of the Spitfire squadrons in the southeast, whose pilots were fated on their frequent trips to London. Most of the bomber bases were airfields in the flat, windswept countryside of Lincolnshire and Norfolk, sited there because they lay on the same latitude as Berlin. The aircrew lived in Nissen huts, which smelled of cigarettes and smoke from coke-fired stoves, and rain always seemed to be pattering on the roof. Apart from bacon and eggs for breakfast on returning from a mission, their food consisted of a monotonous routine of macaroni cheese, overcooked vegetables, beetroot, and spam, and most suffered from constipation. Apart from endless cups of tea, which was rumoured to be laced with bromide to reduce their sexual urges, the only drink was watery beer in dismal pubs to which they travelled by bicycle or bus on rainy nights. The lucky ones might be accompanied by an innocent young waif from the airfield. Others hoped to meet locals or land girls at dances. As in fighter command, pilots and aircrew were mostly volunteers. A quarter of them came from countries overrun by the Nazis, as well as from the Dominions: Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Rhodesia, and South Africa. There were so many Canadians that they formed separate RCAF squadrons, and so later did men from other countries, such as the Poles and French. Some 8,000 Bomber Command aircrew died in training accidents, around a seventh of the total casualties. When on ops, they lived with numbing cold, boredom, fear, discomfort, and the perpetual noise of aero engines. Death could come at any moment, whether from flak or a night fighter. Luck, both good and bad, seemed to dominate all their lives, and many became obsessively superstitious, clinging to personal rituals or talismans such as a rabbit's foot or a St. Christopher medal. Whatever the target, missions began with a similar routine. The briefing, which opened with the words, "The target for tonight," radio checks, takeoff, circling to assemble formation in the sky, gunners firing test bursts over the channel, and then the atmosphere in the aircraft tensing as soon as the call came through the intercom, "Enemy coast ahead." All aircrew looked forward to the sudden lurch upwards of the aircraft as its heavy load of bombs fell away. It was a young man's war. Even a 31-year-old pilot was nicknamed Grandpa. Everyone had nicknames, and there was a great sense of comradeship, but to cope with the death of friends they needed to acquire a certain cynicism or cold-bloodedness to protect themselves from the effects of survivor guilt. The sight of another aircraft on fire produced a mixture of horror and relief that it was someone else. A bomber might return so badly shot up by a night fighter that the ground crew, on finding the mangled remains of the rear gunner in his turret, had to hose it out. Waiting at dispersal, not knowing whether an op was on or delayed or even cancelled because of bad weather over the target, created a great strain. Pilots especially were keyed up like a violin, even though they sometimes referred to themselves as a glorified bus driver. Bomber Command's offensive power began to increase only when heavy bombers, first Stirlings, then the four-engined Halifaxes and Lancasters, started to replace the Hampdens and Wellingtons. On the night of the 3rd of March 1942, a total of 235 bombers were sent in the first mass attack on a target in France, the Renault factory at Boulogne-Billancourt on the edge of Paris. It was a legitimate target, as it manufactured vehicles for the Wehrmacht. Marker flares were used for the first time, and because there were few anti-aircraft guns around, the bombers were able to go in below 4,000 feet to improve their accuracy. The destruction of the factory complex was great, but 367 French civilians were killed, mainly in housing blocks nearby. On the 28th of March, the RAF bombed the North German port of Lübeck, with a mixture of high-explosive bombs and incendiaries, as both Portal and Harris had planned. The old town was burned out. Hitler was outraged. "Now terror will be answered with terror," his Luftwaffe adjutant records him as saying. Hitler was so furious that he demanded aircraft from the Eastern Front to be transferred to the West, but General Jeschonnek, the Luftwaffe Chief of Staff, managed to persuade him that they could use their bomber formations in northern France. As the British bombing campaign stepped up, however, pressure soon grew to withdraw Luftwaffe fighter formations and heavy flak batteries from the Eastern Front to defend the Reich. A month after the attack on Lübeck, Bomber Command launched a series of 4 raids on Rostock, 80 kilometers to the east, causing even greater destruction. Goebbels described it as a Terrorangriff, a terror attack, and from then on Bomber Command air crews were called Terrorflieger. Harris was now openly defining success by the number of urban acres his bombers had reduced to rubble. On the night of the 30th of May 1942, Harris launched his first 1,000-bomber raid against Cologne. The original target had been Hamburg, with its U-boat shipyards, but bad weather forced a change of plan. Churchill, preparing a coup de théâtre, had invited Ambassador John Wynant and General Hap Arnold, the Chief of the United States Army Air Forces, to dinner at Chequers. As his guests sat down at the dining table, the Prime Minister made his announcement. It was a shameless but irresistible boast in that year of humiliations. Wynant sent a cable to Roosevelt saying, "England is the place to win the war. Get planes and troops over here as soon as possible." The devastation was great, but still comparatively little by later standards. Some 480 people were killed. Harris, a determined propagandist for Bomber Command, had assembled almost every bomber that could fly, even trainers, to achieve his 1,000-bomber figure. He, too, wanted to impress both the Americans and the Soviet Union. "Vengeance begins," was the headline in the Daily Express. Yet Harris knew that he had to mislead the public, and even some of his superiors, especially Churchill, who had very mixed feelings, by pretending that their targets were of a military nature, such as oil depots and communication centers. Main railway stations provided his justification for bombing the whole of a city center. Harris, however, knew that the public was behind him. Only a few lone voices, such as George Bell, the Bishop of Chichester, spoke out. That August, when Churchill had flown to Moscow to explain to Stalin that an invasion of northern France was out of the question, the bombing of German cities was his strongest card. He was able to argue that the Bomber Command offensive was a form of Second Front. Hitler's armaments minister, Albert Speer, expressed the same view. The bombing campaign was the only British action of which Stalin approved. Soviet intelligence was already passing back information from prisoner-of-war interrogations, which indicated that the morale of German troops on the Eastern Front was being undermined by concern for their families at home under British bombing. Stalin never lost his taste for revenge, especially since around 500,000 Soviet civilians are estimated to have died as a result of Luftwaffe bombing. Red Army aviation had not developed a strategic bombing arm, so he was content for the British to do the work for them. Bomber Command aircraft were now more likely to find their target, with improvements in navigation aids using radio transponder technology to guide them to their objectives. The introduction of Pathfinder aircraft, which would identify the target with flares, was an innovation, at first strenuously resisted by Harris, until he was overruled by Portal and the air staff. At the same time, German anti-aircraft defences had also been strengthened. In Berlin, Hitler ordered the construction of huge concrete flak towers with batteries of heavy anti-aircraft guns on top. Bomber Command casualties mounted relentlessly with the increasing rhythm of sorties over Germany, especially the Ruhr, which was known bitterly as Happy Valley. Next of kin would receive an official notification and then a letter of condolence from the squadron or station commander. Sometime later, personal effects would be returned: cufflinks, clothes, hairbrushes and shaving kit, and if the airman owned a car, then that could be collected. "The worst thing is seeing the flak," wrote the 24-year-old Wing Commander Guy Gibson, who led 617 Squadron in the Dam Buster raid on the night of the 16th of May, 1943. "You must leave your imagination behind, or it will do you harm." Feeling the flak was, of course, even worse. A shell bursting beneath you lifts a plane about 50 feet upwards in the air, observed the actor Denham Elliott, then serving as a wireless operator in Halifax. You certainly find instant religion. The unsung casualties were those who broke down before the end of their 30-mission tour. LMF, or lacking in moral fibre, was the RAF phrase for cowardice or battle shock. For most of the war, the RAF appears to have been even more callous than the Army in its treatment of psychological casualties. Altogether, 2,989 flight personnel in Bomber Command were diagnosed with combat stress. Just over a third were pilots. Most striking of all, training appears to have been an even more stressful form of flying than night bombing. In the summer of 1942, the U.S. 8th Air Force began to assemble in Britain. Major General Carl A. Spaatz had arrived in May to direct all U.S. air operations in Europe, and the 8th Bomber Force was commanded by Brigadier General Ira C. Eaker. To the astonishment of the RAF, who had tried it and suffered, the Americans announced that their bombing campaign would be by daylight. The U.S. Army Air Forces avoided the RAF's contentious theory of destroying enemy morale. Its leaders claimed that, with their Norden bomb sight, they would carry out precision bombing on key nodes of the enemy's industrial fabric. But target intelligence was an inexact science, and to achieve such accuracy, they would also need perfect visibility and a clearly identifiable objective which was not too strongly defended. Claims of bombing so accurate that they could hit a pickle barrel seldom matched the reality of widely scattered bombs on the ground. Pilots weaving to avoid flak upset the sensitive gyroscopes on the Norden bomb site, and to expect the bomb aimer to remain calm as he entered all the data required was optimistic, assuming that he could see the target in the first place through all the smoke, cloud, and haze. American bombing patterns were no better than those of the RAF. Having armed their B-17s with heavy machine guns in turrets, the USAAF assumed that by flying at high altitude in tight formations, it could ward off fighter attacks with interlocking fields of fire. But inexperienced gunners were more likely to hit other aircraft in their formation rather than attacking Messerschmitts. Spaatz had not considered fighter escorts were necessary, even though as early as the mid-1920s the U.S. Army Air Service, as it then was, had tested auxiliary droppable fuel tanks to give them the extra range. Like the British before them, they had dismissed the lessons of air warfare from the Spanish Civil War and China. All these lessons would soon become apparent once the 8th Air Force began to fly missions over Germany. At first, Spaatz wisely decided to restrict his inexperienced crews to comparatively easy raids over France. On the 17th of August, a dozen B-17 flying fortresses took off on their first mission, led by Yker. Spaatz had wanted to go himself, but as he was privy to Ultra, this idea was quashed. The bombers' target was the marshalling yards at Rouen in northern France, which was close enough to allow them Spitfire fighter cover. There were no anti-aircraft defences, and their Spitfire escorts chased off some Messerschmitts on the return journey. The crews returned to a hero's welcome from journalists and rowdy celebrations. But Churchill and Portal were concerned about the slow build-up of American bomber strength in Britain, and by their dogged insistence on daylight bombing. The delay was largely caused by aircraft and men being diverted to the Mediterranean to assist 12th Air Force operations in North Africa. With General Arnold at its head, the US AAF had expanded with astonishing speed. In the early days it was blessed with close friendships at the top. The RAF, on the other hand, was often riven by disputes, largely caused by Harris's bloody-minded obstinacy and his detestation of the air staff, whom he regarded as even more feeble-minded than the hated Army and Royal Navy. Harris openly derided the oilies, as he called the supporters of bombing fuel installations, and the panacea-mongers, who demanded attacks on other specific targets. Yet American daylight precision bombing dogma was almost equally fixed. Even the reality of European weather with impenetrable cloud would not budge US AAF commanders from convincing themselves that they were hitting the target. During the crisis in the Battle of the Atlantic from late 1942, both Bomber Command and the 8th Air Force concentrated on the U-boat pens on France's Atlantic coast. But the massive concrete constructions proved impenetrable to their bombs, even when they scored direct hits, which was fairly rare in the terrible weather of that winter. The port towns around them, Saint-Nazaire and Lorient, on the other hand, were smashed to pieces. In retrospect, the only consolation for the Allies was that this vast diversion of concrete greatly slowed the building of Hitler's Atlantic Wall, a series of coastal defences to guard against the invasion of northern Europe. During the 8th raid on the pens at Saint-Nazaire on the 23rd of November, the Luftwaffe tried new tactics against the fortresses. Up until then, German pilots had always attacked from behind, but on this occasion, using 30 of the new Focke-Wulf 190s, they attacked head-on, wingtip to wingtip. It took great nerve and skill on the part of the fighter pilot, but the fortress's plexiglass nose containing the bomb-aimer remained the most vulnerable spot. For the crew in the forward part of the bomber, it was terrifying. Just like RAF aircrew, the Americans found it hard to take the waiting, and then the cancellation or aborting of missions as a result of bad weather. On only 2 or 3 days out of 10 was visibility good enough to see the target. American bomber boys also had their own superstitions and rituals, whether wearing a sweater backwards, carrying good luck coins, or flying in the same plane. They hated it when they were transferred to a replacement aircraft. The freezing winds, especially for the waist gunners at open doors, were numbing. Some of the crew had electrically heated boots, gloves, and overalls, but they seldom worked consistently. In the first year of operations, more men suffered from frostbite injuries than from combat wounds. Turret gunners, unable to leave their cramped position for several hours over enemy territory, had to urinate in their trousers. The damp patches soon froze. If a gun jammed, men would tear off their gloves to clear the obstruction, and skin from their fingers would stick hard to the frozen metal. And any man badly wounded by flak splinters or cannon fire was likely to die of hypothermia before the stricken aircraft reached base. If enemy fire knocked out the oxygen supply, men would collapse until the pilot managed to bring the aircraft back to below 20,000 feet. Although deaths resulting from anoxia came to fewer than 100, a majority of aircrew had suffered from it at some time or another. In thick cloud, There were numerous mid-air collisions, and many aircraft crashed on returning to base in bad weather. But the greatest shock was to see another aircraft, just ahead or to the side, disintegrate in a giant ball of fire. Not surprisingly, many of the pilots turned to whiskey in the evenings to calm their nerves, hoping not to suffer the recurrent nightmares which affected more and more men. They dreamed of comrades badly mutilated, of engines on fire, or of fuselages riddled by cannon fire. As with the RAF, combat fatigue became a common experience, or, in their own words, men became flak-happy, or suffered the Fokker-Wolf jitters. Many had the shakes, and some suffered from fainting spells, temporary blindness, or even catatonia. These were predictable reactions to the stress caused by helplessness in extreme danger. In some cases, reactions were delayed. Men would seem to have overcome terrible experiences, then go to pieces several weeks later. Few statistics on psychological breakdown are available or reliable, because commanders wanted to conceal the problem. Major Curtis LeMay, who had just arrived with the 305th Bombing Group, was appalled to find that American pilots over the target would jink and weave to avoid flak and thus throw their bombing aim out entirely. In the view of the combative LeMay, who was later the model for General Jack D. Ripper in Stanley Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove, this made the whole exercise worthless. So he ordered his pilots to fly straight and true in their bombing run. Air reconnaissance showed that on the Saint-Nazaire raid of the 23rd of November, the 305th had doubled the usual number of direct hits. Yet even with LeMay's improvement, fewer than 3% of bombs were falling within 1,000 feet of the target. The USAAF's initial claims of pickle-barrel bombing looked over-ambitious to say the least. LeMay then adopted a different system. He put his best navigators and bombardiers in the lead planes, took the Norden bomb sight out of all the rest, and told their captains to drop their load only when the leaders released theirs. But even then, the spread of the aircraft formation meant that many bombs would fall wide of the target, however accurate the leaders might be. The combination of German flak batteries, now firing in boxes, and more aggressive enemy fighter attacks reduced bombing accuracy still further. A tight formation for defense against fighters also meant a more concentrated target for flak from the ground. As a historian of the American bombing campaign put it, the 8th Air Force would never find a way to bomb with maximum precision and maximum protection. This threw it into a conundrum that led irrevocably to carpet bombing, with some bombs hitting the target and the rest spilling all over the place. It was combat realities, not pre-war theory, that led the 8th inexorably in the direction of Bomber Harris's indiscriminate area attacks. At the Casablanca Conference in January 1943, General Eaker was told by General Arnold that Roosevelt had agreed to switch the 8th Air Force to night bombing with the RAF. Eaker tried to convince Churchill that daylight bombing was more effective. He claimed that his bombers were knocking down at least 2 or 3 German fighters for every aircraft lost, a claim that the British knew to be totally untrue. But Churchill said nothing, because Portal had persuaded him in advance not to fight the Americans on the subject of daylight bombing. The combination of the USAAF attacking by day and the RAF by night was turned into a virtuous compromise of round-the-clock bombing. The Allies agreed on a bombing directive, which stated that the primary objective will be the progressive destruction and dislocation of the German military, industrial, and economic system, and the undermining of the morale of the German people to a point where their capacity for armed resistance is fatally weakened. Harris, of course, saw this as the seal of approval of his own strategy. And although Portal was to direct the combined bomber offensive, the key decisions would be taken by Eaker and Harris, who could pick and choose their targets. Even with agreement on this bombing directive, which was known as Point Blank, the combined bomber offensive was anything but combined, even though Harris and Eaker got on well together, and Harris had done all he could to help the 8th Air Force get up and running. Directed partly by General Marshall to prepare for the invasion of Europe, Eker was to focus on the destruction of the Luftwaffe, both aircraft factories on the ground and fighters in the air. Harris, on the other hand, simply intended to carry on as usual, smashing cities while just paying lip service to the priority of attacking military targets. He delighted in showing off his large, leather-bound blue books to important visitors at his headquarters at High Wycombe. They were filled with charts and graphs depicting the importance of his target cities and the area destroyed. Harris's anger and resentment continued to increase with his conviction that Bomber Command was not receiving the attention and the respect that it deserved. On the 16th of January 1943, just as the battle for Stalingrad was approaching its grim and frozen end, Bomber Command carried out the first of a series of raids on Berlin. It was also the first raid to use Pathfinder aircraft dropping markers. 11 days later, the 8th Air Force attacked targets in Germany for the first time as they went for U-boat construction yards on the northern coasts. A month after that, they returned to Wilhelmshaven with 8 journalists on board, including Walter Cronkite. Soon the film director William Wyler and the actor Clark Gable were flying with the 8th Air Force, adding a glamour that RAF Bomber Command could never hope to match. Harris's longing for newspaper coverage was dwarfed by the public relations efforts of Spaatz and Eker. On the 5th of March, Bomber Command returned to attacking the industrial heartland of Germany, especially Essen. The raid on the 12th of March destroyed the Panzer construction shop, which delayed production of both Tiger and Panther tanks, thus contributing to the postponement of the Great Kursk offensive. The 8th Air Force soon followed, to join what was called the Battle of the Ruhr, and the total of casualties rose to 21,000 Germans killed. Göring, humiliated by the Luftwaffe's weakness against the Allied onslaught, withdrew more fighter groups from the Eastern Front for home defense. Although this was not one of the stated objectives of the Allies, the effect on the outcome of the war was perhaps far greater than the damage they were inflicting at the time. Not only did Red Army aviation begin to achieve air superiority, if not supremacy, in places, it also meant that Luftwaffe reconnaissance flights had to be drastically reduced. This in turn allowed the Red Army, especially in the following year, to achieve major successes in Maskirovka, or deception operations. Although German morale did not break, as the Allies had hoped, Goebbels and other leaders were deeply concerned. Nazi propaganda was met by sarcasm in the population. A well-known poem of the time ran, "Lieber Tommy, fliege weiter, wir sind alle Ruhrarbeiter. Fliege weiter nach Berlin, die haben alle Ja geschrien." Dear Tommy, fly on, we are all Ruhr workers, fly on to Berlin. They all screamed yes. This was a reference to Goebbels' speech after Stalingrad in the Sportpalast in Berlin in February 1943, when he whipped up the audience by shouting, "Do you want total war?" And they all yelled back in the affirmative. In that spring of 1943, Allied air losses rose to terrifying levels. Less than one RAF aircrew in 5 survived a 30-mission tour. On the 17th of April, the 8th Air Force over Bremen lost 15 bombers to German fighters. Eker, furious at not having received the reinforcements he had been promised, warned General Arnold back in Washington that he was down to a maximum of 123 bombers for a single raid. The 8th Air Force was simply not in a position to achieve the air supremacy required to ensure the success of a cross-channel invasion. Arnold was in a difficult position. Every theatre of war was demanding more bombers. But in May he sent reinforcements to Britain, and a huge program of airfield construction began in East Anglia. Fresh faces were badly needed, since the 8th Air Force had lost 188 bombers and 1,900 crewmen in its first year of operations. Eker had finally come round to the urgent need for long-range fighter escorts. The tubby P-47 Thunderbolt had a range no further than the German border. On the 29th of May, the RAF created its first firestorm in a raid on Wuppertal. After the Pathfinders had dropped their marker flares, the leading wave of bombers dropped incendiaries to get fires going before the high-explosive bombs from the next wave blasted open the buildings. The blazing buildings soon created an inferno which sucked in air from all around. Many citizens were asphyxiated by the smoke or lack of oxygen, and in a way they were the lucky ones. Tarmac melted on the streets, so people's shoes stuck fast. Some ran to the river and threw themselves in to protect their bodies from the heat. After the fires had died down, charred bodies were so reduced, with all fat burned, that the burial parties could collect 3 blackened corpses in a wash tub, and 7 or 8 in a zinc bathtub. Some 3,400 people were killed that night. Like the Luftwaffe in 1940, the RAF had discovered that incendiaries were the vital ingredient in mass destruction. They were also lighter than conventional bombs and could be scattered en masse. Harris still resented any interruptions to his remorseless campaign against urban targets, especially when he had to divert his bombers to attack U-boat bases. He intensified the bombing of cities, especially those which had already been hit. On the 10th of June 1943, the combined bomber offensive, point blank, began officially. 2 weeks later, just over a year after his first 1,000-bomber raid, he sent Bomber Command back against Cologne. The incendiaries and bombs began to drop in the early hours of the 29th of June, the feast of St. Peter and St. Paul. All the inhabitants of the house were in the cellar, wrote Albert Beckers. Over us, for some considerable time, aircraft engines made the air vibrate. We were like rabbits in a warren. I was worried about the water pipes. What would happen if they burst? Would we all be drowned? The air shook with detonations. We hadn't felt the hail of incendiaries in the cellar, but above us everything was ablaze. Now came the second wave, the explosives. You cannot imagine what it is like to cower in a hole when the air quakes, the eardrums burst from the blast, the light goes out, oxygen runs out, the dust and mortar crumble from the ceiling. We had to make our way through the breach into the neighboring cellar. The journalist Heinz Pettenberg described the panic in the cellars of the house of a friend, where 300 people had sought shelter while fires began above. With 2 other men, Fischer fought like mad to save the house. During the work, they often had to go down to prevent a panic among the crazed group in the cellar. Fischer's wife would blow a whistle, and Fischer ran down with the pistol to control the mayhem. All inhibitions had fallen. The Weidmarkt afforded a dreadful spectacle, Beckers recounted. Showers of sparks filled the air. Large and small, burning pieces of wood floated through the air and alighted on clothes and hair. A little boy who had become separated from his parents stood next to me and pointed out the sparks. It became unbearably hot on that square. The fire whipped up into a wind, and oxygen became scarce. In the streets, children were running about looking for their parents, wrote a 16-year-old schoolgirl. A little girl was leading her mother, who had been blinded during the night, by the hand. By a large pile of rubble I saw a priest, with gritted teeth, desperately claw at the stone, brick by brick, because an explosive bomb had buried his whole family there. We walked through the small, narrow alleys, as though through a baking oven, and the cellars gave up the smell of burning corpses. Everywhere you heard the screams of the wounded, the desperate calls or knocking of those trapped underground, wrote a 14-year-old girl from the BDM, the female equivalent of the Hitler Youth. People called out names of the missing, and the streets were covered with the dead, laid out for identification. Those who came back later stood bewildered in front of what had once been their houses. We had to collect body parts in zinc tubs. It was horrifying and nauseating. 2 weeks after the raid, I was still throwing up. Concentration camp prisoners were brought in to retrieve corpses from under collapsed buildings. The Sicherheitsdienst reported on reactions to the raid on Cologne and the damage done to the cathedral. While many people called out for vengeance, the Nazis were alarmed by the reaction of Catholics. "This could all have been avoided if we hadn't started the war," said one. "The Lord would not have allowed something like this if right had been on our side and we were fighting for a just cause," said another. The SD report even went on to say that some people were expressing the view that the bombing of Cologne Cathedral and other German churches was somehow connected with the destruction of the synagogues in Germany, and that this was now God's punishment. After using the destruction to the full in his propaganda and devoting the newsreels to it, Goebbels suddenly had second thoughts, fearing that it might deject the population more than it angered them. The SD found that people were upset by all the propaganda emphasis on destroyed churches and ancient buildings, when the authorities said nothing of the suffering of the population, of whom 4,377 had died. Thousands fled the city, and word of the horror spread. Harris was determined to increase the pressure, even though he decided to switch his forces away from the Ruhr, which was becoming too well defended. Raids continued relentlessly, with a major offensive against Hamburg beginning on the 24th of July. For the first time, aluminium foil strips called Window were dropped in advance to be picked up by German radar and confuse their defense systems. Bomber Command struck by night, and the 8th Air Force attacked twice by day. Harris named it Operation Gomorrah. The tragedy for Hamburg's population was that Gauleiter Karl Kaufmann ordered that nobody could leave the city without special permission, a decision which condemned thousands to death. On the night of the 27th of July, the RAF returned with 722 aircraft. The conditions for conflagration were ideal. It happened to be the driest and hottest month in the last 10 years. The mass of incendiaries raining down in a tighter pattern than usual on the eastern side of the city accelerated the conglomeration of individual fires into one gigantic furnace. This created a chimney or volcano of heat which shot into the sky and sucked in hurricane-force winds at ground level. This fanned the roaring flames still further. At 17,000 feet, the aircrew could smell roasting flesh. On the ground, the blast of hot air tore off clothes, stripping people naked and setting their hair ablaze. Flesh was desiccated, leaving it like pemmican. As in Wuppertal, tarmac boiled and people became glued to it like insects on a flypaper. Houses would explode into a blaze in a moment. The fire service was rapidly overwhelmed. Those civilians who stayed in cellars suffocated or died from smoke inhalation or carbon monoxide poisoning. They, according to the Hamburg authorities later, represented between 70 and 80% of the 40,000 people who died. Many of the other bodies were so carbonized that they were never recovered. Survivors fled into the countryside and further afield. The local authorities rose to the crisis most impressively, considering the scale of the disaster. News of the horror spread from mouth to mouth across the country after evacuees passed through Berlin and then were distributed east and south. Many were in a state of nervous breakdown. There were a number of cases of grief-crazed people who had retrieved the shrunken corpses of their children to take with them in a suitcase. The shock throughout the Reich has been described as tantamount to a civilian version of Stalingrad. Even Nazi leaders such as Speer and Generalfeldmarschall Milch, the administrative head of the Luftwaffe, began to think that a similar pattern of bombing might quickly defeat them. Harris, unable to let go, sent in another raid on the 29th of July, but Bomber Command casualties were much higher, with 28 aircraft lost. A new German fighter group, the Wilde Sau, or Wild Boar, had adopted fresh tactics, attacking the bombers from above, even over the target, while they were silhouetted against the flames. On the 2nd of August, another Bomber Command force set forth, only to arrive in the midst of an electrical storm. It was a costly failure, with 30 aircraft lost and little damage caused. At the beginning of August, General Eaker, after the intensive bombing of Blitz Week and the loss of 97 fortresses, stood down his bomber crews to rest them before other major missions. His force of B-24 Liberators had meanwhile flown to North Africa, from where they would attack the Ploiești oil fields in Romania. Operation Tidal Wave began on the 1st of August. To avoid alerting the defenders, no reconnaissance was carried out. Approaching the Danube Valley, they carried out a low-level attack, which proved to be a bad mistake. The Germans had prepared a ring of 40mm and 20mm flak batteries, and even machine guns, on every roof around. The force had maintained radio silence all the way, but the Germans were ready for them. Having broken the American codes, they knew of the raid in advance. Flying at low level among the clouds of thick black smoke, the bomber force was ravaged by anti-aircraft fire. Then they were jumped by a large force of Luftwaffe fighters stationed nearby. Only 33 Liberators out of the 178 were in a serviceable state on return. Although they had caused great damage, the Germans drafted in huge numbers of workers, and within a few weeks the refineries were producing more oil than before the raid. Another mission imposed from Washington was to take the 8th Air Force deep into Germany. On the 17th of August it attacked the Regensburg Messerschmitt factories with 146 bombers led by Curtis LeMay, and the ball bearings plant at Schweinfurt with 230. LeMay's force, which took off in spite of a thick mist, flew on from Regensburg over the Alps to North Africa to confuse the Germans. But the Luftwaffe fighter defences had by then been increased to 400 strong with the withdrawals from the Eastern Front. LeMay's force lost 14 bombers even before it reached Regensburg. A gunner remarked that, when listening to everyone praying over the interphone, it sounded like a flying church. But at least they were not pursued once they reached the Alps after dropping their bombs. The Schweinfurt force, which had been held back until the mist cleared, approached its target several hours late. This disastrous development meant that the German fighters which had attacked LeMay's group had had time to land, refuel, and rearm. Once again, because of their limited range, the Thunderbolt fighters escorting the Schweinfurt fortresses had to turn back over Belgium just before the German border. From then on, Focke-Wulf and Messerschmitt 109 squadrons rose to the attack from all directions. It is estimated that some 300 were scrambled, far more than had attacked LeMay's aircraft. The gunners in the flying fortresses were soon up to their ankles in empty shell cases as they swiveled their turrets, frantically trying to follow the fighters streaking through the formation. So many aircraft were stricken and so many men were bailing out, one airman observed that it looked like a parachute invasion. On reaching Schweinfurt, the surviving aircraft were unable to bomb accurately. The formation was in chaos, they were under constant fire with black puffs of flak exploding all around them, and the Germans had screened the target with smoke generators. In any case, their 1,000-pound bombs were simply not powerful enough to cause sufficient damage, even when they hit. The 8th Air Force lost 60 bombers destroyed, and another 100 so badly damaged that they were written off. They also lost nearly 600 aircrew. After these losses, Churchill renewed his pressure on the USAAF to switch to nighttime bombing. Arnold resisted strongly, but he knew that they would still be vulnerable until long-range fighter escorts became available. The leaders of the USAAF were forced to acknowledge that the concept behind the heavily armed fortress, to which they had clung for far too long, was deeply flawed. The bitter lesson was renewed again when the 8th Air Force once more ventured beyond fighter cover to attack Stuttgart. It lost 45 fortresses out of 338. During the Regensburg-Schweinfurt operation, the Luftwaffe lost 47 fighters in the vast air battle, contributing to a total of 334 shot down in August. Even more dangerously, it was losing too many experienced pilots. Their deaths hurt Germany's defences far more than the damage inflicted by LeMay's forces on the Messerschmitt factory at Regensburg. On the 18th of August, after furious recriminations from Hitler for allowing the destruction of Hamburg and other attacks, the Luftwaffe Chief of Staff, General Jeschonnek, shot himself. Hitler cared nothing for Jeschonnek. Now he was even more set on developing the vengeance weapons, the V-1 flying bomb and the V-2 rocket. His priority was to inflict greater terror on his enemies. Bomber Command, having bombed the V-weapon research base at Peenemünde on the Baltic coast, began the Battle of Berlin. Harris was convinced that if he could do to the Nazi capital what his aircraft had done to Hamburg, Germany would surrender by the 1st of April 1944. Hitler, to the despair of General Adolf Galland, the Luftwaffe fighter chief, and General Feldmarschall Milch, refused to increase fighter production. His faith in Goering and the Luftwaffe was severely dented. He trusted his massive concrete flak towers to defend Berlin. But although the flak barrage and the crisscross searchlight beams were terrifying for RAF aircrew approaching the city, anti-aircraft fire accounted for a considerably smaller proportion of their losses than Luftwaffe night fighters. Pathfinder aircraft dropped red and green marker flares over Berlin, which the Germans nicknamed Christmas trees. Then Lancasters and Halifaxes carpet-bombed the city from end to end. On Harris's order, each Lancaster now carried 5 tons of bombs. "The sky arches over Berlin with a blood-red, eerie beauty," Goebbels wrote in his diary after one of the biggest raids. "I can no longer stand looking at it." Yet Goebbels was one of the very few Nazi leaders who went out to mingle and chat with victims of the raids. Life was rather harder for ordinary Berliners, trying to get to work on time through rubble-blocked streets with tram tracks torn up into fantastic shapes and S-Bahn trains cancelled because of damage to lines. Civilians looked pale and drawn from lack of sleep as they hurried to catch up. Those bombed out of their apartments either had to move in with friends or hoped to be rehoused by the authorities. The accommodation had usually been confiscated from Jewish families, most of whom had now been sent to the east. As in most cities, they were able to replace clothes and household utensils at knockdown prices from Jewish homes. Few stopped to wonder about the fate of the former owners. Yet a surprising number of Jews, some 5,000 to 7,000, had gone underground and were also known as submarines. Some were hiding in the city, either in homes of sympathetic anti-Nazis or in little summer houses on allotments. Those who could easily pass as Aryans had removed the yellow star from their clothes, obtained false papers, and mingled with the population. All feared arrest at almost any moment, either by an SA patrol in the street or by Gestapo plainclothes men, guided by a Jewish Greifer, or catcher, who had been blackmailed into spotting and denouncing submarines with the dubious promise that their own family might be saved. At night, when the sirens wailed, the population would file into air raid shelters, cellars, or the vast caverns of the flak towers. They carried thermoses and small cardboard suitcases with sandwiches, their valuables, and important documents. With wry Berliner humour, the sirens were called Meyer's trumpet, a reference to Goering's fatuous boast at the beginning of the war that if the RAF ever bombed Berlin, his name was Meyer. The Zoll flag tower in the Tiergarten could hold 18,000 people. The diarist Ursula von Kardorff described it as like a stage set for the prison scene in Fidelio. Loving couples embraced on concrete spiral staircases as if taking part in a travesty of a fancy dress ball. In the ordinary shelters, known as Luftschutzräume, the air smelled rancid as the place became packed with underwashed bodies and the ubiquitous problem of halitosis. Most of the population suffered from bad teeth as a result of vitamin deficiency. Shelters were lit with blue lights, and arrows and lettering on the walls were painted in luminous paint in case the electricity supply failed. In the cellars under buildings, where most people took shelter, families sat in rows facing each other, as if in an U-Bahn carriage. As the buildings began to shake from the bombs, some practiced strange rituals for survival, such as wrapping their head in a towel. But as buildings above were hit or caught fire, and smoke and dust entered the cellar, hysteria could easily grip those down below. Holes had been knocked through sidewalls so that they could escape if necessary to the cellars of neighbouring blocks. Foreign workers, identified by a large letter painted on their backs, were forbidden to enter shelters and mix in such intimate circumstances with German women and children. As he had promised Churchill, Harris told his men that the Battle of Berlin would be the decisive battle of the war. But his campaign of attrition, night after night, wrecked the nerves of many of his own men as well as those of Berliners. His air crews went back time and time again, grasping at Harris's mantra that it would shorten the war and thus save many more lives in the end. The battle went on from August 1943 until March 1944, yet 17,000 tons of high-explosive bombs and 16,000 tons of incendiaries failed to destroy the German capital. The city was far too spread out to be vulnerable to a firestorm, and its wide-open spaces absorbed the bulk of the bombs. Harris had badly miscalculated and was finally forced to back down. All his assurances to Churchill had proved empty. Bomber Command lost over 1,000 aircraft, the majority to night fighters. It had killed 9,390 civilians, but lost 2,690 of its own aircrew in the process. Harris's attempt to break German morale had failed, yet he still refused to admit defeat, and he certainly refused to recant. He despised government attempts to whitewash the bombing campaign by claiming that the RAF was going only for military targets and that civilian deaths were unavoidable. He simply regarded industrial workers and their housing as legitimate targets in a modern, militarized state. He rejected any idea that they should be ashamed of area bombing. The Americans, meanwhile, were becoming as chary and euphemistic as Harris's critics in the Air Ministry. Although General Arnold privately acknowledged that they were bombing blind in the majority of cases and going for area targets as a result, he refused to say it publicly. After all the claims of pickle-barrel bombing, American bomb patterns in the autumn of 1943 were no better than those documented in the Butt Report. In periods of sustained bad weather, as an air power historian put it, overall American accuracy was no better than, and often worse than, that of Bomber Command. US AAF commanders refused to believe the evidence when it was put to them. Hitler ordered retaliatory raids on England's historic cities, Bath, Canterbury, Exeter, Norwich and York. A press official in the Wilhelmstrasse announced that the Luftwaffe will go for every building which is marked with 3 stars in Baedeker. The name of the famous red-bound travel guide was then attached to these attacks, which became known as the Baedeker raids. Goebbels was furious about this blunder, since he wanted the British to be tarred with the brush of destroying ancient cities. Whether or not Harris suffered from a Jupiter complex, flinging down thunderbolts from heaven in retribution, an idea which the British public generally supported, his was a form of that total war which Goebbels had called for in his frenzied demand from the podium of the Sportpalast in February. Harris's belief that his strategy was shortening the war to save lives was strikingly similar to the huge slogan behind Goebbels during his speech, which proclaimed "Total war, short war." The inevitable question of whether waging total war from the air on German civilians was the moral equivalent of the Luftwaffe's own version is too complicated to answer satisfactorily. In statistical terms, however, the combined bomber offensive turned out to be slightly less murderous in the end, if you include all the Western European, Central European, Balkan and Soviet citizens killed by the Luftwaffe. Chapter 30. The Pacific, China and Burma. March to December 1943. After the exhausting battles to secure Guadalcanal and eastern Papua New Guinea, the Americans knew that to eliminate the Japanese base at Rabaul would be long and difficult. The command rivalries between MacArthur and the U.S. Navy did not make it any easier. But when Admiral William "Bull" Halsey, Jr., who had now taken over as Commander-in-Chief, South Pacific, visited MacArthur at his headquarters in Brisbane, they got on together surprisingly well. In April 1943, it was agreed that Halsey's forces would leapfrog northwestwards from Guadalcanal along the Solomon Islands chain. At the same time, MacArthur's forces would clear the Japanese from New Guinea and seize the Huon Peninsula opposite New Britain, thus combining in a pincer attack on Rabaul. 2 islands to the south of New Britain, Kiriwina and Woodlark, would also be seized as air bases. The Japanese reinforced Rabaul, New Guinea, and the Western Solomon Islands with 100,000 troops taken from Korea, China, and other areas. Their first priority was to strengthen Lae in the Huon Peninsula with the 51st Division. On the 1st of March, the Japanese convoy of 8 troop transports, escorted by 8 destroyers, steamed into the Bismarck Sea off the western end of New Britain. It was spotted by B-17 fortresses from the 5th Air Force supporting MacArthur. The 5th had been greatly improved by a new commander, General George C. Kenney. Kenney's reforms included ordering his B-25 medium bomber crews to abandon high-level bombing, which had proved so futile against ships. Instead, they were to attack at low altitude with newly mounted forward-firing machine guns to deter anti-aircraft gunners on board, and then bounce their bombs just short of the vessel's side. The Battle of the Bismarck Sea began with low-level attacks by Australian Beaufighters, followed by some high-level bombing, which sank 1 transport and damaged several others. The Japanese Zeros providing air cover were fought off by recently arrived P-38 Lightnings, which proved more than a match for them. Over the next 2 days, the convoy struggled on across the Vitiaz Strait to New Guinea. On the 3rd day, Kenney's crews tried out their new skip-bombing technique for the first time in action. After another strafing attack by Beaufighters to knock out anti-aircraft guns, the B-25s and A-20 attack planes went in, bouncing their bombs, which had delayed fuses so that they would explode inside the ship. The effect was devastating. The remaining 7 transports went down, along with 4 of the destroyers. On the grounds that the Japanese would never surrender, fast PT boats and fighter aircraft machine-gunned the lifeboats and men in the water. Some 3,000 died. With skip bombing, the United States had found its killer solution in the war at sea, and Japan was unable to reinforce or resupply its garrisons except by submarine or nighttime dashes by destroyers. In many places, Japanese troops began to starve. Admiral Yamamoto redoubled his efforts to bolster his forces in the region. A further 200 aircraft were sent to Rabaul and the island of Bougainville in the Western Solomons, doubling their strength. He flew to Rabaul to supervise operations. On the 17th of April, in the largest Japanese strike since Pearl Harbor, dive bombers, escorted by Zeros, attacked Guadalcanal and Tulagi. And during the next few days, Japanese aircraft pounded Port Moresby and Milne Bay at the easternmost point of Papua. On the 14th of April, the Americans had intercepted a radio message which indicated that Yamamoto would be flying from Rabaul to Bougainville on the 18th of April. Admiral Nimitz sought and received approval from Washington for an ambush. They knew the time of arrival over Bougainville. 18 twin-tailed P-38 Lightnings from Henderson Field on Guadalcanal were waiting. While most of the Lightnings dealt with the escort of 9 Japanese Zero fighters, the other pilots went for the 2 bombers, one of which carried Yamamoto. Lieutenant Thomas Lanphier shot the wing off the Admiral's plane, and it crashed on the island. The other bomber fell into the sea. The charred body of the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Japanese Navy was later retrieved from the jungle by a squad of Japanese soldiers sent out to search for him. On the 5th of June, Yamamoto's ashes received a state funeral in Tokyo. Operation Cartwheel, the advance on Rabaul, began on the 30th of June. A regiment from the 41st Division under MacArthur's command landed on New Guinea near Lae. Some of the landing craft became grounded in the heavy surf, and the sound of their engines racing and grinding in an attempt to free themselves in the dark sounded like tanks landing. Japanese troops fled into the jungle, and a beachhead was quickly established. The same day, American forces landed on the two islands of Kiriwina and Woodlark, some 500 kilometers south of Rabaul. They were unopposed, and airfields were constructed so that P-38 Lightning squadrons were now within easy striking distance of the great Japanese base. Also on the 30th of June, Admiral Halsey's ships landed 10,000 troops on New Georgia in the Solomons, northwest of Guadalcanal. Already the Americans had improved their landing techniques immeasurably, with many more Amtraks, or amphibious tractors, and the amphibious trucks known as ducks, DUKWs. They were assured of strong air support from Guadalcanal, but the dense jungle on New Georgia was more impenetrable than the planners had imagined. Soldiers who had just arrived with the 43rd Division found the jungle exhausting and disorientating, and they rapidly became spooked by the noises at night. One regiment took 3 days to cover just under a mile. Having not yet learned the tricks of jungle fighting, they were easily harassed and terrified by small Japanese raiding parties from their base at Munda on the western tip of the island. Before they had even fought a battle, almost a quarter of the force collapsed from combat fatigue. Halsey had to sack commanders and bring in fresh troops, increasing the ground forces to 40,000 men. The slowness of the advance had given the Japanese the opportunity to run in reinforcements at night, bringing their strength up to 10,000. Rear Admiral Walden Ainsworth's first attempt to intercept these nocturnal convoys was initially successful, sinking the Japanese flagship Jintsu. But as his ships pursued, one destroyer was sunk and 3 cruisers were heavily damaged by Japanese warships using their deadly long-lance torpedoes, which were far more effective than anything in the American arsenal. During these night battles, the fast torpedo boat PT-109, commanded by Lieutenant John F. Kennedy, was run down by a Japanese destroyer. Kennedy managed to get the survivors ashore onto a nearby island. Thanks to an Australian coast watcher, they were rescued 6 days later. On the 6th of August, another naval night ambush by 6 American destroyers caught on radar 4 Japanese destroyers loaded with troops. The U.S. Navy warships waited until they were within range, then fired 24 torpedoes. Only 1 got away. The other 3 sank with 900 soldiers. The Japanese reinforcements who did reach New Georgia were used in a triple counterattack, one of which succeeded in surrounding the headquarters of the 43rd Division. Only a superbly targeted barrage from American artillery, dropping their shells all around the perimeter, managed to force the Japanese back. The drive on Munda proved far harder than the Americans expected. The Japanese had constructed a network of well-concealed bunkers in the jungle. Eventually, by using a combination of artillery, mortars, flamethrowers, and light tanks, the bunkers were destroyed, and the airfield at Munda was taken on the 5th of August. The battle for New Georgia was a sobering experience, requiring a numerical superiority of 4 to 1, to say nothing of the massive sea and air support needed to secure the island. Halsey's staff, shaken by the time and effort required, re-examined their strategy. They decided that instead of taking every island step by step along the Solomons, they could leapfrog heavily defended islands, then construct airfields ahead, and by using air and sea power, cut off the stay-behind garrisons. As a result, the next target would not be Kolombangara, but the lightly defended island of Villa La Villa. This forced the Japanese to evacuate Kolombangara, which they had just reinforced. The first priority on almost all newly secured islands was to build an airfield. Naval Construction Battalions, or CBs, who became known as Seabees, S-C-A-B-E-E-S, dynamited jungle, graded the ground with bulldozers, laid perforated steel strips called mast and mat and covered it with crushed coral. Sometimes, landing just behind the first wave of Marines, they could have a new landing ground ready for action in under 10 days. One officer said of these incredibly tough and ingenious gangs that they smelled like goats, lived like dogs, and worked like horses. Their contribution to the war in the Pacific was considerable. On New Guinea, meanwhile, MacArthur's American and Australian troops converged on the Japanese base of Lae prior to seizing the Huon Peninsula. The U.S. 503rd Parachute Infantry Regiment dropped on the airfield of Dadzab, just to the west of Lae, and the next day C-47 transports began landing the 7th Australian Division. With the 9th Australian Division coming from the east, the town was doomed and fell to the Allies in mid-September. The Huon Peninsula, however, proved a far harder task. The Japanese, determined to hold on as long as possible to protect Rabaul across the Vitiaz Strait, were not dislodged from the coast until October, and it took another 2 months to clear them from the mountains above. In November, Halsey's forces landed on Bougainville, the last large island before Rabaul. The mangrove swamps, jungle, and mountain range represented an even more formidable obstacle than the terrain on New Georgia. In addition, the Japanese garrison of 40,000 men was supported by 4 airfields. Halsey began with some diversionary attacks against nearby islands, then made a landing with 2 divisions on the west coast at a lightly defended spot, and followed on with massive air attacks against Rabaul itself, destroying more than 100 Japanese aircraft. The fast new F-4U Corsair fighter was proving its worth. The Japanese were losing most of their experienced pilots, and their Zero fighter, which had proved such a war winner in 1941, was now obsolete. After 2 days of raids, the new commander-in-chief of the combined fleet, Admiral Koga Mineichi, ordered the withdrawal of all warships from Rabaul to Truk, their main Pacific base 1,300 kilometers to the north. General Hyakutake, the commander of the 17th Army on Bougainville, assumed that the landing on the west coast was another diversion and made no counterattack. This gave the Americans the chance to establish a large and well-defended perimeter before Hyakutake realized that he had made a grave mistake. On the 15th of December, MacArthur's vanguard landed on the southern coast of New Britain. 11 days later, the 1st Marine Division, refreshed after its long break in Melbourne, landed on Cape Gloucester, the southwest tip of the island. For MacArthur, this part of the island was vital, since it would secure the flank of his invasion route for the Philippines. The Marines landed on a beach of black volcanic sand the day after Christmas, having been told by their commander, "Don't squeeze that trigger until you've got meat in your sights, and when you do, spill blood. Spill yalla blood." It was the rainy season, with mud, perpetual damp, corruption, leeches, jungle rot, and patrols and skirmishes carried out in rain so dense that visibility was drastically reduced. Once the key feature of Hill 660, overlooking the airfield, had been secured after heavy fighting, Cape Gloucester was under Allied control. Rabaul could now be bombed from several directions. Although with the departure of the Japanese fleet it had lost its importance. But MacArthur's forces still had to finish clearing the north coast of New Guinea. While MacArthur came closer to realizing his dream of glory in the Philippines, Nimitz started to advance north on Japan, island by island across the Central Pacific. Nimitz's command included Vice Admiral Spruance's 5th Fleet, greatly strengthened with fast fleet carriers of the Essex class, deploying 100 aircraft apiece, as well as Independence-class light carriers with 50 aircraft. The powerful carrier force meant that the invasion of the Gilbert Islands, the first chain to be assaulted, could take place without relying on ground-based air cover. These atolls, which were low-lying with little more than palm trees, seemed idyllic targets in comparison to the sweltering jungles, swamps, and mountains of the large southern Pacific islands. But planners underestimated the problems presented by the coral reefs which surrounded them. On the 20th of November, the 2nd Marine Division assaulted the Tarawa Atoll. 3 battleships, 4 heavy cruisers and 20 destroyers bombarded the Japanese positions and landing strip. Heavy airstrikes with dauntless dive bombers also went in, and the Marines watching the explosions were greatly encouraged. It looked as if the whole island was being blown apart. But the low Japanese bunkers, built with concrete as well as palm trunks, proved far more resistant than the American commanders had expected. The Amtraks and landing craft took much longer to reach the shore than planned. The bombardment ended, and because of communications problems on the flagship USS Maryland, a long pause followed which allowed the Japanese to get over their shock and reinforce the threatened sector. But the greatest error was made by Admiral Turner, the obstinate task force commander, who refused to listen to the warnings of a retired British officer who had recorded the island's tides. Supported by the Marine commander, he had told Turner that at this time of year their landing craft would lack the necessary 4 feet clearance. Amtraks carrying the first wave got over the reef, but then faced a terrible concentration of fire. Blocked by a low seawall, they became targets for Japanese infantry throwing grenades. One baseball-playing Marine managed to catch 5 grenades in a row and throw them back, but the 6th blew off his hand. The landing craft behind were then caught on the reef and became easy targets. A chaotic shuttle service began with the surviving Amtraks between the beach and the reef. Even those Marines who struggled to the beach were pinned down by the heavy fire. Radios soaked in seawater failed to work, so there was no communication between beach and the ships offshore. By nightfall, some 5,000 men were ashore, but at the horrific cost of 1,500 casualties and burned-out Amtraks. Corpses were littered all over the beach, while many others rolled in the surf like flotsam. During the night, Japanese infantrymen crept forward into some of the destroyed Amtraks, and some swam to those in the bay to turn them into firing positions behind the Marines on the beach. Machine gunners had even manned a bombed-out Japanese freighter and fought from there. The pattern was more or less repeated at dawn next day, when reinforcements attempted to land. But, fortunately for the Marines, another battalion which had cleared the northwest shore of the island was soon reinforced with tanks. The desperate fighting finally turned as Marines began clearing bunker after bunker with a combination of explosive charges, gasoline and flamethrowers, which reduced the defenders to little more than charred skeletons. Some were buried alive in their bunkers when an armored bulldozer stopped up their firing slits with sand. The battle finished at the end of the 3rd day with a suicidal mass charge based on the Gyokusai ideology of death before dishonor to avoid being taken prisoner. Marines cut down their attackers with savage glee. Nearly 5,000 Japanese soldiers and Korean construction workers died over the 3 days. But the cost of taking a single tiny island with more than 1,000 dead and 2,000 wounded shook American commanders and the public at home, appalled by the photographs of dead Marines. Yet the losses prompted many improvements for future operations, with the introduction of underwater demolition teams, more heavily armored Amtraks, and a complete reappraisal of communications and intelligence before any other landings went ahead. The limitations of bombing and naval artillery firing high-explosive shells were also re-examined. For bunkers like those on Tarawa, they needed armor-piercing ammunition. In the spring of 1943, Roosevelt and Marshall had consolidated their strategy for China. Preferring an air offensive, they continued to reject Stilwell's arguments that Allied land power should be developed in China to defeat the Japanese there. Their chief priority was to build up Chennault's 14th Air Force on the Chinese mainland. It was to expand its role to attacks on Japanese shipping in the South China Sea and raid Japanese supply bases to help the U.S. Navy in the Pacific. But there was a flaw to their plan. Chennault's successes were bound to provoke a Japanese reaction, and without sufficiently strong Chinese forces to defend his airfields, the 14th Air Force's campaign would collapse. Chiang Kai-shek's Yunnan armies were to be reinforced for this purpose, but they received little weaponry. The bulk of the first 4,700 tons of supplies was earmarked for Chennault, and Roosevelt's promise that air transport flying over the hump of the Himalayas would then deliver 10,000 tons a month was over-optimistic, to say the least. In May, the Japanese launched their fourth offensive against Changsha in Hunan province, with an amphibious landing on the shore of Lake Tungting. Another attack from southern Hubei suggested that this was to be an encirclement operation to seize an important rice-growing area. B-24 liberators from Chennault's 14th Air Force raided Japanese supply bases and trains with reinforcements. The liberators and their fighter escorts accounted for 20 Japanese aircraft, boosting the morale of the nationalist troops on the ground. Although nationalist losses had been far greater than those of the Japanese, Chiang Kai-shek's forces checked the attack from Hubei and forced the Japanese back. In Shantung province, south of Peking, a nationalist Chinese division far behind Japanese lines found itself being attacked both by the Japanese and by Chinese communist formations. The nationalist government in Chongqing had broken off relations with Vichy France, while the Wang Qingwei puppet government declared war on the United States and Britain. The Vichy regime was also forced to concede France's concessions in China to Wang Qingwei. The large white Russian community in Shanghai, which had cooperated closely with the Japanese, had become increasingly depressed since the Soviet victory at Stalingrad. The hated regime in the Soviet Union looked stronger than ever, and the war, both in the Pacific and on the Eastern Front, was now going in a very different direction to the one they had envisaged. The idea of a communist Shanghai was becoming a distinct possibility. The Japanese had left Mao Zedong's forces to the northeast relatively undisturbed, and if the Red Army arrived after the defeat of Germany, then the Chinese communists would take power. The diplomatic shadow dance continued. Tokyo announced that Burma was to be given independence as a member of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. Its puppet government accordingly declared war on Britain and the United States. And in a further attempt to bolster its claim of waging war on colonialism, the Japanese government set up an Indian National Army led by Subhas Chandra Bose and manned by Indian prisoners of war recruited from Japanese camps. Stilwell's rows with Chennault had become even more acrimonious through that spring. Their quarrel had begun to hamper the war effort, to the dismay of Allied officers. Brooke described Stilwell as nothing more than a hopeless crank with no vision, and Chennault as a very gallant airman with a limited brain. Stilwell had also made an enemy of Chiang Kai-shek by wanting to send assistance to the Chinese communists. Chiang was furious because Mao Zedong's communists refused to be part of the nationalist order of battle. Stilwell claimed that they were fighting harder against the Japanese, which made Chiang even more angry. British intelligence, however, was certain that the communists had made an unofficial deal with the Japanese, under which both sides restricted their operations against each other. Mao was husbanding his lightly armed forces, ready for the civil war which was bound to follow the eventual defeat of the Japanese. And so, of course, was Chiang. In May 1943, in an attempt to resolve the dispute between Stilwell and Chennault, both men were summoned to see Roosevelt just before the Trident Conference in Washington. Roosevelt confirmed the priority of Chennault's air offensive from China, but also allowed Stilwell to continue with his campaign to retake northern Burma. The President had a tendency to avoid disputes between commanders by allowing both options to be pursued at the same time, as was the case with MacArthur and the U.S. Navy following the twin-axis strategy in the Pacific. In July, Operation Buccaneer, a major landing on the Burmese coast, was proposed to clear the Japanese from the Bay of Bengal. Chiang Kai-shek supported the plan, but remained rightly suspicious that the Allies were not prepared to commit major ground forces on the Southeast Asian mainland. Not surprisingly, he resented the idea that he would provide troops to win back Burma while the Americans and British accorded his forces in China such low importance. In any case, the shortage of shipping eventually put paid to Buccaneer. Relations with Chiang Kai-shek were not helped when in mid-August the Quadrant Conference in Quebec agreed to set up Southeast Asia Command, or SEAC, with Vice Admiral Lord Louis Mountbatten as Supreme Allied Commander. Brooke, who had a low opinion of Mountbatten's competence, observed that he would need a very clever chief of staff to carry him through. This he received in the form of Lieutenant General Sir Henry Pownall. But Mountbatten would also have as his deputy Vinegar Joe Stilwell, who loathed him. Mountbatten, who was glamorous and charming and made good use of his royal connections, possessed a great talent for public relations, but he remained a vertiginously over-promoted destroyer captain. Chiang Kai-shek was horrified to learn that his troops were thus to serve in Burma under British command. He wanted to ask for the recall of the increasingly fractious Stilwell, but then changed his mind in October on recognizing that without him he might not have any American commitment to support his forces in China. Ironically, this about-turn was supported by Mountbatten, who feared that Stilwell's recall would increase the suspicions of the American press that the British were taking over in Southeast Asia. American officers were already joking that SEAC stood for Save England's Asian Colonies. Stalin would have laughed if he had known the full details of the rivalries and personal antipathies which bedeviled Allied strategy. Brooke had been even more horrified before the Quadrant Conference by Churchill's suggestion that Ord Wingate, recently promoted to brigadier, should be made army commander. Back in April, Churchill had not liked the British plans for Burma, saying, "You might as well eat a porcupine one quail at a time." And yet, typically, he had now become entranced by the idea of irregular operations behind Japanese lines. Wingate, a fundamentalist Christian and ascetic visionary, whom General Slim compared to Peter the Hermit, was no charlatan. He was almost certainly a manic depressive and had tried to commit suicide by cutting his own throat. He was not easy to deal with. He drove his men hard. In fact, he was pitiless even towards the wounded, but he was just as hard on himself. Bearded and scruffy, wearing an old-fashioned solar topi that looked too big for him, he did not conform to the image of a senior officer of the Royal Artillery. He wandered around naked, chewed raw onions, strained his tea through his socks, and sometimes wore an alarm clock on a string around his neck. He had earned his reputation as a master of irregular warfare after organizing Jewish special night squads in Palestine to counter Arab attacks, and by his leadership of Gideon Force in Ethiopia. Churchill had always welcomed unconventional ideas, and it seemed that Wingate would provide a solution to the stalemate in North Burma. In India, in 1942, Wingate had suggested to Wavell that columns supported by airdrops roaming in the Japanese rear would be very useful for attacking enemy supply lines and communications. In February 1943, he was given his first chance to prove his theories. With the 77th Brigade split into two groups, which were subdivided into columns, Wingate's forces crossed the river Chindwin. Each detachment had a reconnaissance group from the Burma Rifles and carried rations, ammunition, machine guns and mortars on pack mules. By the third week in March, most of Wingate's Chindit columns were across the Irrawaddy, but radio contact was increasingly difficult and supply drops became hard to organize as two pursuing Japanese divisions forced them to keep moving. Short of food, they began to slaughter and eat the mules, which meant that most of their heavy equipment had to be abandoned. Wingate's columns were soon in retreat, having failed to cut the Mandalay-Lashio road and losing in the process nearly a third of the 3,000 men who had started out. Discipline was exerted ruthlessly, with several floggings and even some executions. A large number of wounded and sick were left behind. Of those who returned, exhausted, fever-ridden and half-starved, 600 were unfit for further duties for many months. This lengthy foray may not have been successful, but it provided a boost to morale for Slim's 14th Army and for the public at home, due to highly optimistic reporting. Important lessons were learned, above all the need to clear proper dropping zones and even landing strips in the jungle. And once the Allies were in a position to provide sufficient transport and fighter support, such operations were more likely to bring rewards. Yet this first long-range penetration had a more important effect. It provoked the Japanese into preparing a major offensive for the spring of 1944, which would lead to the decisive battles of the Burma campaign. Chapter 31. The Battle of Kursk. April to August 1943. Seldom has a major offensive been as obvious to the enemy as the Germans' Operation Citadel to cut off the Soviet salient around Kursk. Stalin's commanders estimated that the Germans could afford only one major attack, and the Kursk bulge was clearly the most vulnerable sector of their line. Zhukov and Vasilievsky managed to persuade their impatient leader that the best strategy was to prepare for this double thrust, defeat it in defense, and then go over to the offensive themselves. The German build-up in April 1943 was carefully observed by air reconnaissance flights, by partisan detachments behind the lines, and by Soviet agents. The British passed on a warning based on an ultra-intercept, but heavily disguised to conceal its source. The Soviet spy, John Cairncross, provided far more detail. Yet uncertainty was caused in Moscow by repeated German delays. Generalfeldmarschall von Manstein wanted the operation launched in early May after the end of the spring rains, but Hitler was uncharacteristically nervous, and delay followed delay. The Führer was staking virtually all their reserves on this one giant gamble to shorten the front and regain the initiative, to reassure wavering allies after the defeat at Stalingrad and the retreat in the Caucasus. "Victory at Kursk will be a beacon for the whole world," Hitler proclaimed in his order of the 15th of April. Yet during the Allied victory in Tunisia, he began to look anxiously at the map of Sicily and Italy. "When I think of this attack," he told Guderian, "my stomach turns over." Many senior officers had their own doubts about the offensive. To compensate for its numerical inferiority, the German army had always relied on its greatest ability to wage a Bewegungskrieg, or war of movement. But the Kursk offensive looked as if it might turn into a battle of attrition. As in a game of chess, when you are already several pieces down, the risks multiply the moment you lose the initiative and try to attack again. The German army's queen, its armoured forces, was about to be thrown into a battle which would be more dangerous for the Wehrmacht than for the Red Army, which now enjoyed such superiority in numbers and weaponry. OKW staff officers began to voice doubts about the thinking behind Operation Citadel, but this, perversely, now made Hitler more determined to continue. Planning for the operation took on a momentum of its own. Hitler felt unable to back down. He dismissed the air reconnaissance reports on the strength of Soviet defences, claiming they were exaggerated. Yet, despite Manstein's desire for an early attack, Citadel was still postponed numerous times to allow more tanks, such as the new Mark V Panther, to be rushed to the front after the delays caused by RAF bombing. The great offensive did not, in the end, begin until the 5th of July. This crucial breathing space granted to the Red Army was not wasted. Its formations, and some 300,000 mobilized civilians, were put to work on the construction of 8 lines of defense, with deep tank ditches, underground bunkers, minefields, wire entanglements, and over 9,000 kilometers of trenches. Every soldier, in true Soviet style, was set a target of digging 5 meters of trench every night, since it was too dangerous by day. In places, the defences went back nearly 300 kilometers. All civilians not involved in digging and who lived within 25 kilometers of the front were evacuated. Reconnaissance patrols were sent out at night to seize Germans for interrogation. These snatch parties consisted of men picked for their size and strength to overpower a sentry or ration carrier. Each reconnaissance group was given a couple of sappers who would lead them through our mines and make a corridor for them in the German minefield. Most importantly, a large strategic reserve known as the Steppe Front and commanded by Colonel General I.S. Konev was assembled to the rear of the bulge. It included the 5th Guards Tank Army, 5 Rifle Armies, another 3 Tank and Mechanized Corps, and 3 Cavalry Corps. Altogether, the Steppe Front mustered nearly 575,000 men. They were supported by the 5th Air Army. The movement and the positions of these formations were concealed as far as possible in order to deceive the Germans about the Red Army's preparations for a powerful counterstroke. Further deception measures included the massing of other forces in the south and the construction of dummy airfields to imply preparations for an offensive there. Normally, an attacking force requires a superiority of up to 3-1 over the defenders, but in July 1943, this was reversed. The Soviet army groups involved, Rokossovsky's Central Front, Vatutin's Voronezh Front, Malinovsky's Southwestern Front, and Konev's Steppe Front, totaled over 1,900,000 men. German strength for Operation Citadel did not exceed 780,000. It represented a huge gamble. The Germans placed their faith in panzer wedges, using companies of Tiger tanks as spearheads to batter a hole in the Soviet defense lines. The 2 SS Panzer Corps, which had retaken Kharkov and then Belgorod in March, was refitting. Brought up to strength, mainly by Luftwaffe ground personnel, the 1st SS Panzer Division, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, put the new arrivals through an intensive training program. SS Untersturmführer Michael Wittmann, who was to become the greatest panzer ace of the war, took command of his first Tiger platoon at this point. But, despite the unquestioned superiority of the Tiger, the Waffen-SS Panzergrenadier divisions were acutely conscious of their inferiority in equipment. The SS Das Reich even had to equip one of its companies with captured T-34s. Ultra-intelligence passed by Cairncross to the Soviet Foreign Intelligence Department through his handler in London, and also identified the Luftwaffe airfields in the region. Some 2,000 aircraft were being concentrated there, the bulk of what was left on the Eastern Front after so many squadrons had been sent back to defend Germany from the Allied air forces. Red Army aviation regiments were thus able to launch preemptive strikes early in May, apparently destroying more than 500 aircraft on the ground. The Luftwaffe also suffered from a shortage of aviation fuel, which restricted its ability to support the attacking troops. German supply problems had been growing with the ferocious partisan campaign fought far behind the Wehrmacht's lines. Certain areas, such as the forest south of Leningrad and large parts of Belorussia, were almost completely controlled by partisan forces, now directed from Moscow. The German anti-partisan sweeps grew in violence. SS Brigadeführer Oskar Dirlewanger and his group, recruited from released criminals, exterminated and burned whole villages. For the Germans' Kursk offensive, Soviet partisan groups were put on standby to attack railway lines to slow supplies. The continued postponements of the German offensive encouraged impatient commanders such as Colonel General Vatutin to argue that they should not wait. The Red Army should launch its own attack instead. Zhukov and Vasilievsky again had to calm Stalin and persuade him that they must be patient. They would destroy far more Germans for fewer losses in defense than in attack. Stalin was not in the best of moods, having heard from Churchill at the beginning of June that an Allied invasion of northern France was now pushed back until the following May. Stalin was also bitter about the international row which had broken out over the mass murder of Polish prisoners of war in the forest of Katyn and elsewhere. In late April, the Germans, on hearing of the mass grave, summoned an international commission of doctors from Allied and occupied nations to examine the evidence. The London-based Polish government in exile demanded a full inquiry by the International Red Cross. Stalin angrily insisted that the victims had been killed by the Germans, and that anyone who doubted this was aiding and abetting Hitler. On the 26th of April, Moscow severed diplomatic relations with the London Polish government. The death of General Sikorsky on the 4th of July had been the result of a tragic accident when the cargo aboard the Liberator he was on shifted to the back of the plane on takeoff. After the news from Katyn and Sikorsky's demands for a full inquiry, Poles naturally suspected sabotage. On the 15th of May, Stalin, apparently in an attempt to reassure Britain, and especially the United States, which provided such vital assistance with Lend-Lease, announced that he had abolished the Comintern. But this gesture was also intended to divert attention from the row over the Katyn killings. In fact, the Comintern, directed by Georgy Dimitrov, Dmitry Manuilsky, and Palmiro Togliatti, simply continued to operate from the international section of the Central Committee. In the afternoon of the 4th of July, a hot and humid day with occasional cloudbursts, German Panzergrenadier units from the Großdeutschland and the 11th Panzer Division finally began their probing attacks against forward Soviet positions on the southern Belgorod sector. That night, German pioneer companies from Model's 9th Army began to cut wire and remove mines on the northern sector. A German soldier was captured and interrogated. Information was passed to General Rokossovsky, Commander-in-Chief of the Central Front, that HR was to be at 0300 hours. He rapidly gave the order for a massive, harassing bombardment with guns, heavy mortars, and Katyusha rocket launchers against Model's 9th Army. Zhukov rang Stalin to tell him that the battle had finally started. Vatutin's forces on the southern side of the salient, who had also interrogated a German prisoner, began their preemptive fire against Hoth's 4th Panzer Army soon afterwards. Both the 9th Army and the 4th Panzer Army felt obliged to delay their attacks by up to 2 hours. They even wondered whether the Soviets were about to launch their own offensive. Although the Germans suffered comparatively few casualties from this shelling, they now knew for certain that the Red Army was ready and waiting for them on their axes of advance. Combined with a heavy thunderstorm, it was hardly an encouraging start. As dawn broke, Red Army aviation launched preemptive strikes against German airfields, but they were virtually bare of aircraft. The Luftwaffe had taken off even earlier, and soon a mighty air battle began to the advantage of the German pilots. With the command, "Panzer, march!" the armoured spearheads moved forward at 0500 hours. On the southern sector, Hoth's wedges consisted of Tigers and huge assault guns in the van, with the Panthers and Panzer IVs on the flanks and the infantry following behind. The Panthers, which had been rushed forward from production lines in Germany, soon proved mechanically unreliable, with many catching fire. Yet even though fewer than 200 Tigers were committed to Citadel out of a total of 2,700 tanks, they still represented a formidable battering ram. German morale appears to have been high. "I believe that this time the Russians are going to get a very heavy beating," wrote a Fahnenjunker in a flak battalion. And an Unteroffizier in the 19th Panzer Division thought that the explosions and shot-down Soviet fighters would make a wonderful image for the newsreels, only probably nobody would want to believe it. Officers had also been keeping up their men's morale with another encouraging thought. Stalin was getting angry with England about the lack of a second front. "If something of the sort were not to happen soon," wrote a soldier in the 36th Infantry Division, "then he will make a peace offer to us." Hoth had attacked the southern sector with 3 prongs. On the left, the 3rd and 11th Panzer Divisions flanked the Großdeutschland Panzergrenadier Division. In the middle, he deployed Obergruppenführer Paul Hausser's 2 Panzer Corps with the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, the Das Reich, and the Totenkopf Panzergrenadier Divisions. And on the right, the 6th, 19th, and 7th Panzer Divisions led the 3 Panzer Corps. To their right rear, Army Detachment Kempf attacked south of Belgorod, attempting to cross the northern Donets River. In the north, Model's central thrust towards Ponieri consisted of 2 panzer corps, each one spearheaded by a Tiger battalion and vast, lumbering Elephant self-propelled guns, also known as Ferdinands. The rolling, open terrain ahead, with a few woods and farming hamlets, may have presented ideal tank country, yet the panzer crews soon found that it was hard to spot the hundreds of concealed anti-tank guns. They were attached to the forward Red Army divisions, ordered to sacrifice themselves while absorbing the shock of the German armoured spearheads in a battle of attrition. Heavy artillery shells had been buried in front of many of the positions, to be detonated by remote control. Overhead, their sirens screaming, ungainly gull-winged Stukas dived on Soviet positions and dug in T-34 tanks. The Stuka ace, Hans Rudel, experimented with his own invention, a cannon bird, with 2 37mm guns fixed beneath the wings. Other T-34s, unconvincingly disguised as haystacks, were soon dealt with. Crew members who survived the impact of the armour-piercing shells then had to scramble out through blazing straw. German soldiers were thrilled by the effect. "Our Luftwaffe is really fantastic," a Hauptfeldwebel in the 167th Infantry Division wrote home. "And as soon as the enemy's been hit, our panzer arm can get going at full steam." Soviet anti-tank guns, however, were better concealed. Experienced crews often held their fire until a panzer was barely 20 meters away. On the northern sector, just west of Ponieri, where the Tigers broke through, Vasily Grossman heard how the 45mm anti-tank shells hit them, but bounced off like peas. There have been cases when artillerists went insane after seeing this, he added. Things were no better on the southern sector, he also found. A gun layer fired point-blank at a Tiger with a 45mm gun. The shells bounced off it. The gun layer lost his head and threw himself at the Tiger. Although most of the anti-tank gun shells bounced off the heavy frontal armour of the Tigers, their tracks were vulnerable to mines. With suicidal bravery, Soviet sappers ran in with spare anti-tank mines to place them in their path. Red Army soldiers also crept up to throw grenades, satchel charges, and Molotov cocktails. Fearing a breakthrough west of Ponieri, Rokossovsky sent in anti-tank, artillery, and mortar brigades. He also summoned fighters from the 16th Air Army to combat the German bombers and Messerschmitts, but they were badly mauled. German commanders were shaken to find that they had achieved no surprise at all, and that Soviet soldiers were not fleeing from their armoured onslaught. Despite heavy casualties, the German spearheads forced their way forward to a depth of almost 10 kilometres on a 15-kilometre front. Rokossovsky prepared to counterattack the next day, but the chaos of the vast battlefield made it hard to coordinate. The air battle overhead was equally pitiless, with the German 6th Air Fleet and the Soviet 16th Air Army scrambling virtually every serviceable aircraft available. Focke-Wulfs, Stukas and Messerschmitts tangled with Sturmovicks, Yaks and Lavochkins. On some occasions, desperate Soviet pilots simply rammed German aircraft. The air battle over Huth's 4th Panzer Army in the south of the salient was even more intense. The Luftwaffe's 4th Air Fleet, having just escaped the preemptive strike by Soviet aviation at dawn, inflicted heavy losses on its attackers. The Kursk campaign has long been portrayed, sometimes with exaggerated numbers, as the greatest tank battle in history, yet the aerial engagements were among the most intense of the whole of the Second World War. In the south, the Grossdeutschland's division's advance became bogged down in a minefield made treacherously muddy by the storm of the night before. Pioneer battalions sent in to help the tanks came under heavy fire, and only a desperate charge by panzer grenadiers on foot managed to clear the Soviet defences covering the minefield. It still took many hours to extricate the tanks and clear paths through the danger zone. To dent German morale further, a brigade of the new Panther tanks, brought up in support, again started to suffer from mechanical breakdowns. The problem was not just limited to Panthers. "My division is already going to the dogs," wrote an Unteroffizier in the 4th Panzer Division. "Half-track breakdowns, very many, Panzer no fewer. Also the Tigers are not the true love." But the advance resumed. Ryszard Zevadinovich Sadrydinov, a Tatar, was part of an anti-aircraft battery with all its 4 guns knocked out by Stukas. The tall rye around it was on fire. The gun crews hid in earth bunkers as the German tanks pushed on past them. When the Red Army soldiers finally emerged, they found that they were now a long way to the rear of the fighting. Sadrydinov and his companions took the uniforms off dead Germans and put them on over their own. Sentries challenged them as they approached the Soviet front line. Once the Red Army soldiers found that they were Russians in German uniform, they yelled, "Ah, you bastards, you're Vlasov men!" They were badly beaten up. Sadrydinov and his companions were finally able to prove their identity when allowed to contact the Chief of Staff of their division. "The Luftwaffe was bombing us," recounted Nikifor Dmitrievich Chivola, commander of the 27th Anti-Tank Brigade, brought up against the Großdeutschland. "We were there amid the fire and smoke, yet my men became wild. They kept firing, paying no attention to all this." Messerschmitt fighters, or Messers, as Red Army soldiers called them, strafed the trenches from end to end. Even after being wounded several times, men seldom went back to dressing stations. Constant thunder, the ground was trembling, there was fire all around. We were shouting. As for radio communications, the Germans tried to trick us. They howled over the radio, "I am Nekrasov, I am Nekrasov." Colonel I. M. Nekrasov commanded the 52nd Guards Rifle Division, adjoining their sector. I shouted back, "Bullshit! You aren't! Get lost!" They jammed our voices with howling. "This was face-to-face battle," said a gun layer called Trofim Karpovich Treplenko. "It was like a duel, anti-tank gun against tank. Sergeant Smirnov's head and legs were torn off. We brought the head back, and also the legs, and put them all into a little ditch and covered them over." Dust from the black earth and cordite smoke turned their food dark grey, assuming the rations arrived. And during the odd lulls of the battle, the men found it hard to sleep in the silence. "The quieter it is, the more tense it feels," Lieutenant Colonel Chivola explained. A dozen kilometers to the east, the 2 SS Panzer Corps, supported by a Nebelwerfer rocket launcher brigade, had smashed into Nekrasov's 52nd Rifle Division. Behind the leading tanks, flamethrower teams moved forward to clear bunkers and trenches. Theirs was an almost suicidal task, since they immediately attracted enemy fire. But if successful, their belching blast of flame left a stench of burned flesh and petroleum. The Leibstandarte on the left advanced the furthest towards Prokhorovka, with Das Reich and Totenkopf pushing forward northeastwards on their right. But even the Leibstandarte was brought to a halt that evening by another anti-tank brigade sent in to hold the line. 30 kilometers to the southeast, Army Detachment Kempf, having crossed the River Donets, southeast of Belgorod, managed to achieve only minor successes. Its objective of advancing to protect Holt's right flank was clearly going to be difficult. German panzer crews, especially the loaders, frequently suffered from heat exhaustion on that blazingly hot day. The Tigers had been adapted to take 120 of their 88mm shells instead of 90. Targets were so plentiful that the loaders, working rapidly in the boiling confines of the turret, were dropping with fatigue. On some occasions, their tanks had to be replenished 2 or 3 times during the day, and stowing the rounds inside was also tiring, even with help. A German war correspondent, who had been attached to a Tiger company, was almost driven mad with the noise of mush and screech in the headphones, the constant thudding of the machine guns, and the heavy boom of the main armament. Vatutin, having relied primarily on his anti-tank units during the first day of fighting, started to bring up Lieutenant Colonel Katukov's 1st Tank Army and 2 Guards Tank Corps to strengthen the 2nd major line of defense. Although his decision to use these armored reserves in defense rather than in a great counterattack was criticized later, Vatutin was almost certainly right. A mass attack across the open would have exposed them to the Tigers, whose 88mm guns could knock out the Soviet T-34s up to 2 kilometers away, long before they themselves were within range to take on the Panzers. One of the Tiger crews managed to destroy 22 Soviet tanks in under an hour, an achievement which won its commander an immediate Knight's Cross. During the 6th of July, while the Großdeutschland division was held up by the marshy ground and fierce resistance on the left, the Leibstandarte thrust further north with the Das Reich, breaking the 2nd line of defense. But their flanks were exposed, and the Soviet pressure on the western side forced them away from their axis of advance to the north. This pushed them northeastwards towards the railway junction of Prokhorovka. On the northern sector, meanwhile, Model's 9th Army units were suffering heavy losses. His infantry, even the Panzer Grenadiers, had failed to keep up with the armoured wedges. Soviet infantrymen, who had stayed hidden, ambushed the giant Elephant self-propelled guns, while sappers continued to lay mines in their path. To German dismay, even these monsters did not cause Panzerschreck, or tank panic, in Soviet ranks. In the tank battle around Ponieri Station on the 7th of July, everything was on fire, both vehicles and people. Almost every house and village for miles around had been destroyed. Red Army soldiers were horrified by the badly burned tank crewmen carried past them. A lieutenant, wounded in the leg and with a hand torn off, was commanding the battery attacked by tanks. After the enemy attack had been halted, he shot himself because he did not want to live as a cripple. Mutilation was the greatest fear of all Red Army soldiers. This was hardly surprising when considering the way their disabled comrades were treated. Limbless veterans were callously known as samovars. Model realized that, even though his forces had managed to advance over a dozen kilometers in one sector west of Ponieri, Soviet defense lines were proving far deeper than they had imagined. Rokossovsky was also worried. His tank counterattack, planned for dawn, had failed to come together. All he could do was to order them into hull-down positions to strengthen the line. This was just as well, for Model had decided to throw his main reserve into a desperate attempt to break through. The intense fighting, which continued in the north until the night of the 8th of July, ground down Model's armoured spearheads. In spite of the terrible losses inflicted on the defenders, the Red Army's numerical superiority in tanks and anti-tank guns was just too great. Their Sturmovik ground attack aircraft also began to take a heavy toll on German panzers and assault guns. Model's 9th Army had lost around 20,000 men and 200 tanks. Once it became clear that the enemy onslaught was grinding to a halt, Rokossovsky and General Popov of the Bryansk front began to prepare their counterattacks against the Orel salient, scheduled for the 10th of July. It would be called Operation Kutuzov, after the great Russian commander in 1812. On the southern side of the Kursk salient, Vatutin's armies were in danger. The Stavka had expected the Germans' major effort on the northern flank, when in fact it had come in the south, with Hoth's 4th Panzer Army. The German drive towards Prokhorovka, led by 2 SS Panzer Corps, looked as if it would prevail, even against Katukov's 1st Guards Tank Army, which had been pulled into the defense. On the evening of the 6th of July, Vatutin, supported by General Vasilievsky, the Stavka representative, requested Moscow to provide reinforcements urgently. The situation was deemed so serious that Konyev's steppe front was ordered to prepare to move forward, and Lieutenant General Pavel Rodmistrov's 5th Guards Tank Army was allocated to support Vatutin immediately. On Stalin's personal order, the 2nd Air Army would cover its 300-kilometer march during daylight, because the dust clouds thrown up by the tank columns would instantly attract the Luftwaffe. The 5th Guards Tank Army set off in the early hours of the 7th of July, its advancing columns spreading some 30 kilometers wide across the steppe. By midday, Rotmistrov wrote, the dust rose in thick clouds, settling in a solid layer on roadside bushes, grain fields, tanks, and trucks. The dark red disk of the sun was hardly visible. Tanks, self-propelled guns, artillery tractors, armoured personnel carriers, and trucks were advancing in an unending flow. The faces of the soldiers were dark with dust and exhaust fumes. It was intolerably hot. Soldiers were tortured by thirst, and their shirts, wet with sweat, stuck to their bodies. The monstrous battle along the southern side of the Kursk salient continued on the 7th of July with a furious self-sacrificial defense by Soviet rifle divisions, tank brigades and anti-tank units of the 6th Guards and 1st Guards Tank Army. Holt's forces found that, as soon as they destroyed one division, another appeared just behind to bar their way. Nobody had time to bury the bodies, which crawled with flies. Men on both sides went out of their minds from fear, stress, and the inhuman din of battle. One German soldier even began dancing a can-can until pulled down by his comrades. At one point it looked as if the Grossdeutschland division was about to achieve a major breakthrough towards Oboyen, but then it ran into a brigade of the 6th Tank Corps, which had been moved across just in time. The SS Leibstandarte and Das Reich divisions had managed to push up the road towards Prokhorovka on the east flank of the 6th Guards Army, but they continually had to fight off counterattacks on their own exposed flanks. Luftwaffe pilots accounted for large numbers of Soviet aircraft. The fighter ace Erich Hartmann shot down 7 that day, and he later became the highest-scoring pilot of the whole war, with 352 victories. Red Army aircrew were also achieving successes. They destroyed around 100 fighters and bombers on the southern sector. The Luftwaffe, with its priority fixed on ground support for the troops, was unable to engage as many enemy aircraft as it wished, and a severe shortage of fuel forced it to ration the number of sorties. The Soviets began to achieve air superiority for the first time in the battle, and soon they were bombing German airfields every night. Yet, despite heavy losses, one of Rudel's pilots wrote that they were in the air again before dawn. With an unbroken Stuka spirit, we plunged our birds on the enemy and hurled at them our destruction-laden bombs. On the 8th of July, Hauser switched the SS Totenkopf division from the right flank of his Panzer Corps to the left to help push their line of advance away from the direction of Prokhorovka back towards Oboyen on the main road to Kursk. As the Corps was redeploying, the Soviet 10th Tank Corps attacked, but in such an uncoordinated fashion that it was repulsed with heavy losses. And the Soviet 2nd Tank Corps, which was supposed to smash into the exposed flank of the SS Panzer Corps, was battered by Henschel HS-109 tank-destroying aircraft armed with 30mm cannon. Hauser's divisions, perhaps including the Luftwaffe's kills in their own tally, claimed to have destroyed 121 Soviet tanks that day. On the 9th of July, the 2 SS Panzer Corps began their attack on Vatutin's last line of defense. Those wearing SS camouflage uniforms fought extremely well, one of the Soviet defenders of the 6th Guards Army acknowledged. He also watched as a Tiger knocked out 7 T-34s, one after another. Although extremely exhausted, the panzer crews kept going on Pervitin pills, which dulled a sense of danger as well as keeping them awake. Hauser was also hoping for support on his right flank, but Army Detachment Kempf was still struggling against determined resistance east of Belgorod, while its right flank was threatened by General Shumilov's 7th Guards Army. A Panzer Grenadier regiment of the SS Totenkopf reached the river Psel, but the rest of the 2 SS Panzer Corps advance had been slowed by the Soviet divisions thrown in to keep the 6th Guards Army and 1st Guards Tank Army in the battle. Late that afternoon, the German command decided to change Hauser's axis of advance again back towards Prokhorovka. The Germans hoped that Army Detachment Kempf on the right, which had been slow to achieve a breakthrough earlier, would now advance north rapidly. But Kempf's divisions were under constant attack on both flanks. On the 10th of July, the day the Allies landed in Sicily, the 1st Tank Army and the remnants of the 6th Guards Army continued, at fearful cost, to slow the attacks on the Oboyan axis. This kept General Otto von Knobelsdorff's 48th Panzer Corps too occupied to assist Hausser's advance on Prokhorovka. The Grossdeutschland was utterly exhausted, yet its Panzer Grenadiers still managed to capture 2 key hills with its Panzer Regiment commanded by Hyacinth Graf Strachwitz, the Panzer cavalierist, who had first reached the Volga north of Stalingrad. Oboyan was clearly visible through binoculars, but they sensed they would never reach it. For Strachwitz, it must have been a familiar feeling. In 1914, his cavalry patrol had been in sight of Paris until the French counterattacked on the Marne. Hausser's SS divisions failed to advance as rapidly on Prokhorovka as they wanted, mainly because so many regiments were caught up in battles on every side. Yet the Leibstandarte pushed on with part of the Das Reich, despite a storm of artillery fire. The SS Totenkopf had managed to cross the river Psel 5 kilometers to the left, but was held up by the desperate Soviet defense of a hill beyond, which prevented it from moving up the valley to the northeast. By now the wet ground had dried out. "It's now very hot here," a medic wrote home, "and the roads are knee-deep in dust. You should see my face, it's coated with dust a millimeter thick." For Stuka pilots, the rhythm of attack sorties never slackened. "In 5 days," a lieutenant wrote, "I've carried out 30 combat missions, bringing my total to 285. They were playing a decisive part in the great tank battles, he added. On the 11th of July, Vatutin redeployed his defense line southwest of Prokhorovka, bringing in fresh divisions from the 5th Guards Army to block the advance of the 2 SS Panzer Corps. Kempf, who was under heavy pressure from Manstein to achieve a breakthrough, used his Tigers from the 503rd Heavy Panzer Abteilung and the 6th Panzer Division to overrun the defences of 2 Soviet rifle divisions. An Obergefreiter in the 6th Panzer wrote that it was the 5th day in which they had not been out of their tanks. "The Russians are keeping us busy, since in the last 3 months they've had enough time to build a defence line the like of which we've never experienced." The 19th Panzer Division also pushed north on the other bank of the Donets, heading towards Prokhorovka. Vatutin, well aware of this threat and closely supervised by Marshal Vasilievsky, who kept in constant contact with Stalin, told General Rotmistrov to deploy his 5th Guards Tank Army as soon as it arrived. But that evening, on a reconnaissance visit to the front with Vasilievsky, Rotmistrov saw through his binoculars that the tanks they had spied in the distance were German. The 2 SS Panzer Corps, in a sudden advance, had already reached the point from which Rotmistrov had intended to launch his counterattack the next day. He drove back as fast as possible in his Lend-Lease jeep to update the plans. He and his staff worked through the night, preparing new orders, but at 0400 hours on the 12th of July, Rotmistrov heard from Vatutin that the 6th Panzer Division was approaching the river Donets at Rozhavets. This meant that Army Detachment Kempf was outflanking the Soviet 69th Army and could threaten the rear of his 5th Guards Tank Army. In fact, a Kampfgruppe of the 6th Panzer Division had already slipped through in the dark and reached Rozhavets, using a captured T-34 to head its column. Although Red Army engineers blew the road bridge over the Donets, in the confusion a footbridge was left intact and the Panzer Grenadiers were across the river by dawn. A Kampfgruppe of the 19th Panzer Division raced forward to reinforce them, but the Luftwaffe was not informed of the success at Rozhavets. A formation of Heinkel 111s bombed the bridgehead, wounding Generalmajor Walter von Hühnersdorf, the commander of the 6th Panzer Division, and Oberst Hermann von Opel-Bronikowski, the Kampfgruppe leader. To meet this threat near Rozhavets, Vatutin ordered Rotmistrov, during that turbulent night, to divert his reserve as a blocking force. To the west of Prokhorovka, Knobelsdorff's 48th Panzer Corps was clearly intending to attack again towards the town of Oboyan, so Vatutin ordered in a preemptive strike with tank brigades from the 1st Tank Army and the 22nd Guards Rifle Corps. Holt's forces were exhausted. Having started the offensive with 916 panzers, they were by now reduced to fewer than 500. Heavy rain had also turned the thick dust to a muddy paste again, which made the going more difficult for the Germans than for the Soviets with their broad-tracked T-34s. On the 12th of July, shortly after dawn, General Rotmistrov reached the 29th Tank Corps Command Post bunker in a hillside orchard overlooking the wheat fields below and the railway line southeast of Prokhorovka. All his rewritten orders for the counterattack had been distributed, and the massed artillery and Katyusha regiments had redeployed during the early hours of the morning. Beyond the fields lay a forest in which part of 2 SS Panzer Corps was concealed. The clear sky was again covered by storm clouds, foreshadowing more heavy rain. The battle opened with Stuka attacks. Yak and Lavochkin fighters of the Second Air Army soon appeared to fight them. They were followed by Soviet bombers, whose attack was accompanied by the deafening thunder of artillery and the heart-stopping scream of Katyusha rocket batteries, which set the wheat fields ablaze. When the 2 SS Panzer Corps emerged from the edge of the forest and advanced into the open, Rotmistrov issued the code word, "Stal! Stal! Stal!" for his tanks to charge. They had been concealed on the rear slope of small hills, and on the signal of "Steel," moved forward at full speed. He had told them in his orders that their only chance against the Tigers was to get in close and overwhelm them with numbers. Obersturmführer Rudolf von Ribbentrop, the son of the foreign minister, described the scene from the turret of his Tiger tank in the 1st SS Panzer Regiment. What I saw left me speechless. From beyond the shallow rise, about 150 to 200 meters in front of me, appeared 15, then 30, then 40 tanks. Finally, there were too many to count. The T-34s were rolling towards us at high speed, carrying mounted infantry. The battle resembled a medieval clash of armoured knights. Neither artillery nor aircraft could help either side, so mixed up with the forces. Formation and control was lost on both sides as tank fought tank at point-blank range. When ammunition and fuel blew up, the turret of the tank would be sent flying. German gunners first concentrated their fire on a command tank because it was the only one with a radio. Then they aimed for the big round metal barrel fixed to the rear of a T-34, which carried its fuel reserve. "They were around us, on top of us, and between us," wrote an Untersturmführer with 2nd Panzergrenadier Regiment. "We fought man to man." All German superiority in communications, movement and gunnery was lost in the chaos, noise and smoke. "The atmosphere was choking," a Soviet tank driver recorded. "I was gasping for breath, with perspiration running in streams down my face." The psychological stress was immense. We expected to be killed at any second. Those who were still alive and still fighting a couple of hours later were astonished. "Tanks even rammed one another," wrote a Soviet onlooker. "The metal was burning." The concentrated area of the battlefield was filled with burned-out armoured vehicles exuding columns of black, oily smoke. Holt's hopes that Army Detachment Kempf would turn the flank of Rotmistrov's 5th Guards Tank Army were dashed. It had been blocked 19 kilometers away, but only just, by Rotmistrov's reserve. The only success appeared to come on his left, when the SS Totenkopf looked about to break through the 5th Guards Army to the northeast of Prokhorovka. Soviet reinforcements, however, arrived in time to seal the gap, and although Knobelsdorff's 48th Panzer Corps fought back the preemptive onslaught which Vatutin had prepared, this partial success was too late to achieve a breakthrough. When heavy rain began to fall again at dusk, both sides pulled back their forces to refuel and rearm. Medical teams evacuated the wounded, and recovery teams roamed the battlefield that night, where several hundred tanks lay battered and burned. Even the ruthless Zhukov was moved by the sight when he toured the battlefield 2 days later. SS prisoners were killed out of hand, in the knowledge that they did not spare their captives either. And there was little respect for the fallen. Germans were crushed by vehicles, recorded a young Soviet officer. There were piles of dead Germans with map holders and all their stuff still on them. I saw tanks drive over their bodies. Hoth did not know until that evening that to the north of the Kursk salient, the Red Army had just launched Operation Kutuzov to retake Orel. Model's exhausted Ninth Army and the Second Panzer Army were surprised by the size of the offensive. Once again, German intelligence had underestimated the Red Army's concentration of forces to the rear. General I.K. Bagramyan's 11th Guards Army attacked Model's rear and advanced 16 kilometers in 2 days. Building on this success, the 4th Tank Army, the 3rd Guards Tank Army, and even Rokossovsky's exhausted 13th Army went on to the offensive. On the 13th of July, Hitler, greatly preoccupied by the successful Allied invasion of Sicily 3 days before, summoned Generalfeldmarschall von Manstein and Generalfeldmarschall von Kluge to the Wolfschanze for a conference. Manstein had given orders to the 2 SS Panzer Corps and to Army Detachment Kempf to renew the attack, but Hitler announced that he needed to withdraw troops from the Eastern Front to defend Italy. Operation Citadel was cancelled forthwith. He suspected that the Italians were not prepared to fight for Sicily, and this put Italy itself in danger of invasion. Yet Manstein, knowing that Hoth agreed, wanted to continue the battle if only to stabilize the front. Some furious fighting still continued. Army Detachment Kempf finally linked up with Hoth's forces, but on the 17th of July, the OKH gave orders that 2 SS Panzer Corps was to be pulled back from the front prior to transfer to Western Europe. The invasion of Sicily, although it was not the second front that Stalin wanted, had still had an effect. Also that day, the Soviet southwestern and southern fronts launched combined attacks along the Donetsk and the Mias down to the Sea of Azov. This was partly a diversionary operation to attract German forces away from Kharkov, the recapture of which was the main Soviet objective. For once, Stalin's desire for a general offensive was well timed. The Germans were shaken by the number of fresh or rebuilt formations which appeared, and by the Red Army's ability to launch fresh attacks immediately after the monstrous battle of the Kursk salient. "This war was never more horrific nor cruel than now," wrote a Stuka pilot with misplaced self-pity, "and nowhere can I see an end to it." To make matters worse, the Soviet partisan sabotage of railway lines intensified. On the 22nd of July, Hitler gave Model permission to prepare to withdraw from the Orel Bulge. The implications of the victory at Kursk were so great that Stalin decided to make his one visit to the front in the whole war. On the 1st of August, a heavily guarded and camouflaged train took him to the headquarters of the Western Front. He then went to the Kalinin Front to the north. But since he spent no time talking with officers or soldiers, one can only assume that the purpose of the visit was to boast about it to Churchill and Roosevelt. On the 3rd of August, Konev's steppe front, with other armies from the Voronezh front, was unleashed in Operation Rumyantsev, with just under 1 million men, more than 12,000 guns and Katyusha batteries, and nearly 2,500 tanks and self-propelled guns. Manstein had not expected such a powerful onslaught so soon. For the weary German infantry, it was as if their beaten enemy had risen from the grave with renewed strength. 2 days later, Belgorod was retaken, and the Red Army could now focus on Kharkov. On the 5th of August, Soviet forces also entered Orel, north of the salient, to find that the Germans had just pulled out. Vasily Grossman, who remembered only too well the scenes of panic in the city in 1941, entered that afternoon. The smell of burning was hanging in the air, he wrote. A light blue milky smoke was rising from the dwindling fires. A loudspeaker unit was playing the Internationale in the square. Red-cheeked girls, traffic controllers, were standing at all the crossroads, smartly waving their little red and green flags. On the 18th of August, Bryansk was liberated. But that week, as Konev's forces advanced on Kharkov, the Germans launched a counterattack. This time the Red Army was not caught off balance and fought back. On the 28th of August, Kharkov finally fell after a bitter defence by Army Detachment Kempf, now redesignated the 8th Army. Hitler had ordered Kharkov to be held as long as possible in an effort to reduce the demoralization of Germany's allies. The catastrophic situation in Italy had shaken him, and he feared the effect on the Romanians and Hungarians. This was ironic, since Hitler's insistence on the Kursk offensive had been to impress his allies. The German army had received a severe battering. It had lost some 50,000 men. A number of divisions were reduced to the equivalent of a regiment, or less. But the Red Army's victory had also come at an immense price. Because of Zhukov's battering ram tactics, the Belgorod-Kharkov offensive alone cost more than 250,000 casualties, an even greater figure than the 177,000 men lost in the Kursk salient. Operation Kutuzov to retake the Orel salient was even worse, with around 430,000 casualties. Overall, the Red Army had lost 5 armoured vehicles for every German panzer destroyed. Yet now the Germans had no choice but to withdraw to the line of the river Dnieper, and to start to pull their remaining forces out from the bridgehead left on the Taman Peninsula. Hitler's lingering dream of securing the oil fields of the Caucasus was destroyed forever. The Red Army had grown immeasurably in strength and experience, but ingrained faults still remained. After the battle, Vasily Grossman visited Major General Gleb Baklanov, who had taken command of the 13th Guards Rifle Division. Baklanov told him that the men are now fighting intelligently, without frenzy. They fight as if they are working. But he was scornful of Red Army staff work when planning an offensive, and of the many regimental commanders who did not check on details before an attack, or lied about the position of their units. And he still felt that the cry of "Forward, forward," is either the result of stupidity or fear of one's superiors. That's why so much blood is being shed. There was far more resentment within the German army after the fatal loss of initiative at Kursk and Kharkov. The Nazi hierarchy became nervous and angry. Still envious of the Soviet Politruk system, it once again demanded that army officers should take on the role of commissar. But it could do little to contain the criticism of military leadership on the Eastern Front and the planning of Kursk. Hitler's postponements of the operation to await the arrival of the Panthers had undoubtedly contributed to the scale of the disaster, but it is far from certain that it would have succeeded if it had been launched in May rather than July. German commanders at the front pointed out that soldiers wanted to know the truth about the general situation, and their officers found it hard to give a straight answer. The 1943 warrior is a different man from the one of 1939, wrote Generaloberst Otto Wöhler, the commander-in-chief of the 8th Army after the fall of Kharkov. He has long ago realized how bitterly serious the struggle is for our nation's existence. He hates clichés and whitewashing and wants to be given the facts, and be given them in his own language. Anything that looks like propaganda he instinctively rejects. Manstein, the commander-in-chief of Army Group South, fully endorsed this report. The OKH then tried to place the blame on the 8th Army's new Chief of Staff, Generalmajor Dr. Hans Speidel, who was caricatured as that intellectual, introspective, researching Württemberger, always fond of stressing the negative and missing much that is good. Wöhler fired back a strong rejection, and Keitel promptly forbade any further correspondence on the question. Keitel demanded that all officers should demonstrate unreserved confidence in the leadership. Anything else was tantamount to defeatism, and any measure, however brutal, was justified in destroying those who tried to weaken the national will. This war would not end with a peace treaty. It was a matter of victory or annihilation. The unintelligent and pompous Keitel was for once right to be suspicious. Speidel was already becoming one of the key figures in the military resistance to Hitler, and would play a major part in the July plot a year later. Chapter 32. From Sicily to Italy. May to September 1943. On the 11th of May 1943, the day that American forces landed on the Aleutian Islands in the far northern Pacific, Winston Churchill and his chiefs of staff reached New York aboard the Queen Mary. General Sir Alan Brooke was dreading the Trident Conference, due to begin in Washington, D.C. the next day. He suspected that the Americans were quietly going back on the Germany First policy by sending major reinforcements to the Far East. "Their hearts are really in the Pacific," he had written in his diary less than a month before. "We are trying to run two wars at once, which is quite impossible with limited resources of shipping." Brooke was also having to restrain Churchill from charging off again on another pet project, the invasion of Sumatra, to deprive the Japanese of oil. The Prime Minister had also not given up the idea of launching Operation Jupiter to take northern Norway. Trying to contain his incontinent enthusiasms, which bore no relation to Britain's resources and, above all, shipping capacity and air cover, left Brooke exhausted. In Washington, battle lines between the two allies were immediately apparent and perhaps deeper than before. Many senior American officers felt that they had been led up the Mediterranean garden path by the British. General Marshall, who had been forced to concede on Operation Husky, the invasion of Sicily, was still determined that U.S. forces should not linger in the Mediterranean. They should be brought back to Britain, ready for the invasion of northern France in the late spring of 1944. If not, they should be sent to the Far East. This was probably more of a threat than a serious proposal to force the British to commit themselves irrevocably, but it was exactly what Admiral King wanted. Brooke argued back in his staccato style that the Western Allies could not stand idly by for 10 months while the Red Army faced the bulk of the Wehrmacht alone. He was thus playing the argument for sledgehammer back at the Americans. Either Hitler would send powerful forces into Italy at the expense of the Eastern Front and the Channel defences, or he would abandon most of the country, establish a line north of the River Po in the foothills of the Alps. Besides, he continued, an invasion of the mainland across the Straits of Messina, once Sicily was taken, would bring down Mussolini and knock Italy out of the war. To regain control of the Mediterranean would shorten the route to the Far East and help save the equivalent of 1 million tons of shipping a year. Where the British were either disingenuous or over-optimistic was their assurance that the campaign in Italy would require no more than 9 divisions. Churchill's idea of the soft underbelly of Europe, which he had first tried on Stalin, had become a mantra. He had even started to suggest an invasion of the Balkans to hold back a Soviet occupation of Central Europe, an idea which provoked the deepest distrust among Americans. They saw it as another example of British politicking for the post-war period. On the 19th of May, at an off-the-record meeting with just the chiefs of staff on each side, a compromise was reached. Some 29 divisions would prepare in Britain for an invasion of France in the spring of 1944, and the invasion of Italy would go ahead. Marshall insisted on one proviso. After the capture of Sicily, 7 divisions had to be brought back from the Mediterranean to Britain for the cross-channel attack. After all his forebodings, Brooke was satisfied. His plan to disperse German strength before the cross-channel invasion had been accepted. In any case, the build-up of American forces in Britain had been far too slow to permit an invasion of France in 1943, and the Allies certainly lacked both the landing craft and the air superiority to make it a success. Churchill and Brooke flew on to Algiers, accompanied by General Marshall, in order to brief Eisenhower on the decisions made in Washington. Marshall was still opposed to the invasion of Italy, and insisted that no final decision could be taken until the outcome of the Sicilian campaign was clear. Every time that Churchill tried to nobble him on strategic questions during the flight over, Marshall would head him off by innocently asking a question about a subject on which Churchill could not resist expounding at great length. But even if Marshall remained non-committal about the next stage after Sicily, Churchill and Brooke convinced Eisenhower of the advantages of an invasion of Italy, assuming Axis resistance collapsed. Stalin, then awaiting the German onslaught on the Kursk salient, was far more dissatisfied with the Italian project, as he made clear in a joint signal to Roosevelt and Churchill. Churchill sent back a sharp reply, yet the Prime Minister was entirely at fault for having told Stalin in February that they were aiming to launch the cross-channel invasion in August, an operation which Brooke knew to be impossible. It had been a totally unnecessary deception, which was bound to confirm Stalin's worst suspicions about Britain's broken promises. The planning for Operation Husky, the invasion of Sicily, had been complicated and almost acrimonious at times. In April, Eisenhower had considered calling it off when he heard that 2 German divisions had been deployed on the island. Churchill had been contemptuous. He would have to meet a good deal more than 2 German divisions when they invaded France, he pointed out. I trust the chiefs of staff will not accept these pusillanimous and defeatist doctrines from whomever they come, he minuted. Montgomery, who had been heavily involved in the final battles for Tunis, then felt that the planners for Husky had been working at cross purposes and thinking back to front. The problems of resupply had encouraged the idea that it would be better to make numerous landings. He rejected this approach and argued for the 8th Army to be landed in the southeast of the island in a greater concentration, with Patton's 7th Army to its left for mutual support. Patton suspected that Montgomery wanted to achieve the victory himself and use the Americans as little more than a flank guard. This created a certain amount of inter-Allied friction. Patton even felt that Allies must fight in separate theaters, or they hate each other more than the enemy. Eisenhower's British Chief of Staff, Air Chief Marshal Tedder, shared Patton's skepticism about Montgomery. He is a little fellow of average ability, he apparently said to Patton, who has had such a build-up that he thinks of himself as Napoleon. He is not. Patton also thought that Alexander was afraid of Montgomery, which is why he was not firm enough with him. Intrigues even more intense than those within Allied force headquarters seethed within the French colonial quarter of Algiers. Ever since the shotgun marriage of General Henri Giraud and General Charles de Gaulle, enforced by Roosevelt and Churchill at Casablanca in January, the Gaullists had been awaiting their moment. On the 10th of May, the 3rd anniversary of the German invasion of France, the Conseil National de la Résistance in occupied France acknowledged de Gaulle's leadership. Neither Roosevelt nor Churchill had any idea how significant this would prove to be. On the 30th of May, General de Gaulle finally arrived in Algiers at Maison Blanche airfield, having been long delayed by the American military authorities at Roosevelt's instigation. In the blinding sunlight, a band played the Marseillaise, while British and American officers tried to stay in the background. They had good reason to try to keep out of things. The day before, Giraud had decorated Eisenhower with the Medal of Grand Commander of the Legion of Honor, but de Gaulle, as Brooke found, was indignant that Giraud should have done this without consulting him. The key to power was control of the Armée d'Afrique, which was starting to be rearmed with American equipment and weapons. Inevitably, deep suspicions lingered between the traditional officers, or moustachis, of the former Vichy army, which had been loyal to Pétain, and the Hadji, so called because they had made the pilgrimage to London to join de Gaulle. The imbalance in numbers was considerable. The moustachis commanded 230,000 troops, while the Free French from the Middle East and Koenig's force, which had so distinguished itself at Bir Hakeim, had only 15,000 men. The Gaullists began poaching troops for their own formations, which caused Giraudist outrage. but de Gaulle's moral authority and superior political skills would bring him out on top. On the 10th of July, Husky began with pre-dawn airdrops. Then 2,600 ships landed with 8 divisions, as many as in Normandy 11 months later. By nightfall, the Allies had 80,000 men, 3,000 vehicles, 300 tanks, and 900 guns ashore. The Germans were taken by surprise. Operation Mincemeat, dropping the body supposedly of a Royal Marine officer with fake plans off the Spanish coast, together with other deception plans, had misled Hitler into believing that the invasion was aimed at Sardinia and Greece. Generalfeldmarschall Kesselring still believed that Sicily or southern Italy were more likely objectives, but he was overruled. Mussolini had reinforced Sardinia, convinced that the Allies would land there after their bombing attacks on the island. There had also been strikes and unrest in Turin and Milan, which increased the fascist regime's nervousness. The sea had been calm when the invasion fleet set sail, but soon strong winds churned it up and the ships wallowed, provoking seasickness among the troops packed aboard. Those on a flat-bottomed LST, or landing ship tank, suffered the worst, rolling and lurching in every direction. Fortunately, the winds eased as they approached the coast. Montgomery's 8th Army headed in to the southeastern tip of the Sicilian Triangle. His forces would then strike north up the coast towards Messina to cut off the Axis divisions before they could cross back to the mainland. Patton's U.S. 7th Army was landing to the west at 3 points on the southern coast, also guided in by Royal Navy submarines acting as beacons, flashing blue lights out to sea. Once ashore, no clear objectives had been set for the 7th Army, a vagueness in planning which Patton had every intention of exploiting. Shortly before 0200 hours on the 10th of July, the order was given, "Lower away!" and the landing craft were winched down from davits into the water. The sea was still rough, and soon soldiers were sliding about on the vomit of the sufferers. Eventually, the assault craft were launched, and a correspondent watched the hordes of tiny craft, like water bugs, scooting towards the shore. The landing was far from easy in heavy surf, and with minefields on the beaches. Often troops came ashore at the wrong place, and the confusion was at times almost as bad as during Operation Torch. Within a few hours, the amphibious ducks went into action, bringing in supplies, fuel, and even batteries of artillery. Inland, the airborne landings in the high winds had been chaotic, with paratroopers from both the British 1st Airborne Division and the US 82nd Airborne scattered all over the place. Many suffered leg injuries. The British glider force, whose objective was a key bridge just south of Syracuse, called the Ponte Grande, suffered the most. The tug pilots had little experience, and their navigation was dreadful. One glider landed in Malta and another near Mareth in southern Tunisia. 60 gliders, released too early, crashed in the sea. But the 30 men who made it to the target still managed to seize the bridge and remove the demolition charges. They were joined by another 50 men during the morning and held it against heavy attacks for most of the afternoon until only 15 were left unwounded. Although they were forced to surrender, the bridge was swiftly retaken by the Royal Scots Fusiliers arriving from the beach. The whole operation had cost 600 casualties, of whom almost half had drowned. Whatever the confusion on the Allied side, the 300,000-strong Axis forces were in greater disarray. The storm at sea had convinced them that there could be no invasion that night. General Alfredo Guzzoni's 6th Army may have been 300,000 strong in theory, but it contained just 2 German divisions, the 15th Panzergrenadiers and the Hermann Göring Panzer Division. The former had been deployed in the west of the island and was too far away to counterattack, so Kesselring ordered the Hermann Göring to advance immediately on Gela, which had been captured by Rangers in Patton's central landing on the first day. The 1st Infantry Division, the Big Red One, had then moved inland to occupy the high ground and take the local airfield. The attack of the Hermann Göring on the morning of the 11th of July caught the leading infantry battalions without tank support. The Shermans had not yet been landed. To the west, the Italian Livorno division also advanced on Gela, but was soon halted by mortars firing white phosphorus directed in person by General Patton, and naval gunfire from 2 offshore cruisers and 4 destroyers. The Hermann Göring to the north and northeast of the town almost reached the beaches. Their commander even informed General Guzzoni that the Americans were re-embarking. Just in time, a platoon of Shermans and some artillery were landed. The 155mm Long Toms went straight into action, firing over open sights. In a vineyard below Biazza Ridge to the east, part of the 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment under Colonel James M. Gavin came up against Tiger tanks attached to the Hermann Göring Division. Gavin had no doubts about the aggressiveness of his men, who, before leaving Algeria, had practiced their marksmanship on some menacing-looking Arabs. But against the Tigers they had only bazookas and a couple of 75mm pack guns. Fortunately for the paratroopers, a naval ensign with a radio volunteered to call down naval gunfire. Gavin was understandably nervous, wondering how accurate it might be. He asked for a single ranging shot first. It was right on target. He called for a concentration. The Germans began to pull back, and then the first Sherman tanks arrived from the beach to the cheers of the paratroopers. Together they attacked the ridge and managed to kill a Tiger crew, unwisely standing outside their tank, which they captured. They looked at the bazooka strikes on the front of the Tiger and saw that they barely dented its massive frontal armor. The Hermann Göring panzers had to withdraw rapidly right along the front, fired at all the time by the U.S. Navy. Patton, who had been cheering and cursing on his troops around Gela, was well satisfied. "God certainly watched over me today," he wrote in his diary. During the night, Patton's mood changed again. The 504th Parachute Infantry Regiment was due to fly in from Tunisia in the early hours and drop behind 7th Army lines as an instant reinforcement. He wanted to cancel the operation, but found that it was too late. He suspected that his order to anti-aircraft gunners ashore and on land to hold their fire had not been disseminated properly. The gun crews could not distinguish between friend and foe, especially in the dark, and were jumpy after all the Luftwaffe attacks that day. Landing force commanders complained about the lack of Allied air cover over the beaches, but their Air Force colleagues remained reluctant to risk their fighters when Allied anti-aircraft gunners fired at anything that flew. Patton's worst fears were realized. A single machine gun began firing when the C-47s appeared, and then everyone joined in, even tank gunners with their turret-mounted .50s. His men simply could not stop themselves. They continued firing at the paratroopers coming down, and even after they hit the ground or the water. It was one of the worst examples of friendly fire on the Allied side in the war, with 23 planes destroyed, 37 badly damaged, and over 400 casualties. Eisenhower, when he eventually found out, was furious and blamed Patton. Patton's position, however, was eased when General Guzzoni ordered the Hermann Göring to move east to block the 8th Army on the road north to Messina. The British had taken Syracuse against the lightest resistance, but over the next few days, as they advanced up the coast road towards Catania, the fighting became far harder. The Germans were in the process of reinforcing the island with the 29th Panzer Grenadiers and the 1st Fallschirmjäger Division of paratroopers. General Huber's 14 Panzer Corps headquarters had been flown in to direct Wehrmacht troops. But Huber's principal objective, agreed with Guzzoni, was to fight a holding action to protect Messina and the Straits so that their forces could be withdrawn to the mainland to avoid another surrender like the one at Tunis. On the 13th of July, the British attempted another parachute drop, this time to capture the Primosole Bridge near Catania. Once again, the aircraft were fired on by the invasion fleet, as well as by Axis anti-aircraft guns, causing chaos. Out of the 1,856 men of the 1st Parachute Brigade, fewer than 300 reached the rendezvous point near the bridge. They secured it by the following morning and removed the demolition charges. Counterattacks by the recently arrived 4th Fallschirmjäger Regiment almost drove them off, But despite losing a third of their strength, the British paratroopers just managed to hold on. The 151st Brigade, with 3 battalions of the Durham Light Infantry, was coming to their relief on a 40-kilometre forced march in full kit in temperatures of 35 degrees centigrade. On the way they were strafed by German fighters and bombed by American aircraft. The 9th Battalion of the Durhams went straight into the attack, suffering heavy losses from well-camouflaged German paratroopers, firing low with their MG-42s, which the British called Spandaus. "From the high ground where we watched the 9th Battalion make their frontal assault," wrote a Durham, "the sight was shocking. The river Simeto did, literally, run red with the blood of the 9th Battalion. It was all over by 0930 hours. They had succeeded in preventing the Germans from blowing up the bridge." Another battalion of the Durhams managed to ford the river later and take the Germans by surprise, but the bitter battle continued. The Durhams claimed that German snipers shot down their stretcher-bearers as they collected the wounded. As the battalion ran out of ammunition, Bren gun carriers shuttled back and forth to replenish them. The smell of dead bodies in the heat prompted the carrier drivers to name the spot Stink Alley. But finally the German paratroopers were forced back when the 4th Armoured Brigade arrived. While the battle for the Primosole Bridge went on, the 51st Highland Division to the west attacked Francoforte, a typical Sicilian hilltop village above terraces of olive groves, reached only by a dirt road twisting up the steep slope in hairpin bends. To their left, another part of the division managed to take Vizzini after another short, fierce action. The Jocks of the Highland Division pushed on, full of confidence. But they were soon to receive a nasty shock at Gerbini, where the Germans put up a strong defence at the adjoining airfield. The Hermann Göring and the Fallschirmjäger Division deployed their 88mm anti-tank guns with devastating effect. The British 13 Corps on the coastal plain was blocked, while 30 Corps had to fight from ridge to ridge. British soldiers hated fighting in the rocky hills of Sicily and began to feel nostalgic for the North African desert. Montgomery decided to move his 30 Corps over into Patton's zone so that it could attack around the western side of Mount Etna. Alexander agreed to this without first consulting Patton, who was understandably riled. Major General Omar Bradley, the commander of 2 Corps, was even angrier and told Patton that he should not allow the British to do that to him. But Patton, after Eisenhower's explosion over the airborne disaster and the lack of information he received from 7th Army headquarters, did not want another battle with a superior officer. Bradley could hardly believe that Patton would be so docile. Although dubbed the GI General for his outward lack of pretension and homespun appearance, Bradley was ruthless and ambitious. Patton did not appreciate how much Bradley resented him. But both Bradley and Patton also faced a potential scandal. In Bradley's 45th Infantry Division, a National Guard formation which Patton had encouraged before the invasion to make itself known as the Killer Division, a sergeant and a captain massacred more than 70 unarmed prisoners. Patton's initial reaction was that the murdered soldiers should be described as snipers or as prisoners shot while trying to escape. The military authorities decided to hush up the whole affair, on the grounds that the Germans might take reprisals against Allied prisoners. Patton managed to persuade Alexander that instead of just protecting Montgomery's left flank, he should also capture the port of Agrigento on the west coast to ease his supply situation. Alexander agreed, not guessing what his real intentions were. Patton took the opportunity offered to push northwest up the coast and north over the mountains towards Palermo. With their generous supply of vehicles and self-propelled artillery, the U.S. Army could move much more rapidly than the British, whose commanders also seemed to find fighting in the hillside vineyards and sun-baked mountains a baffling experience. The British had failed to grasp Patton's cardinal rule, learned after the Kasserine debacle: always seize the highest point fast and first. Topography was everything. On the 17th of July, Patton heard that Alexander and Montgomery expected the U.S. 7th Army to act as flank guard. Patton was no longer prepared to accept a secondary role. He flew to see Alexander in Tunis, taking with him the notoriously Anglophobic General Wiedemeyer, who, as General Marshal's representative, carried a great deal of weight. Alexander, embarrassed by the way he had pandered to Montgomery's insistence, immediately permitted Patton to continue his advance. Patton's earlier respect for Alexander had dwindled, but he now had his army group commander's permission to turn his divisions loose. Like his soldiers, General Patton was appalled by the poverty, dirt, dung heaps, and disease they encountered in Sicilian towns and villages. "The people of this country," he wrote in his diary, "are the most destitute and God-forgotten people I have ever seen." Many American troops thought living conditions in Sicily worse than in North Africa. Half-starved civilians begged for food from troops, and there were occasional food riots in towns dealt with by MPs firing Thompson submachine guns over the heads of protesters and even at them. Although there were places of great beauty in the hot, rocky landscape, with olive and citrus groves, the primitive existence of the population, relying on donkeys and carts for transport, seemed almost medieval. Patton remarked in a letter to his wife that one could buy any woman on the island for a can of beans, but there are not many purchasers. He was clearly wrong, since the rate of venereal disease soared in both armies. One British field hospital admitted 186 cases in a single day. On the 19th of July, Hitler and Mussolini met at Feltre in northern Italy. The Duce's bombast and supreme self-confidence had evaporated. Hitler now frightened him, and Mussolini said nothing during a 2-hour lecture on Italy's deficiencies. The Führer, perhaps fueled by the amphetamines he was taking at the time, seemed to be vibrant with energy. The Duce, on the other hand, was a shrunken man, physically as well as psychologically. For somebody who had prided himself on his fitness and had used to love showing off his torso, a habit which Hitler considered undignified, he was now sick with stomach pains and prone to melancholia, listlessness, and indecision. As Hitler was to feel later about Germans, Mussolini had decided that his countrymen were worthless and did not deserve his leadership. Yet, like Hitler, he had never visited either the front or the victims of bombing. Mussolini's inability to confide in anybody around him had left him out of touch with reality. He pretended to be the all-knowing, all-seeing dictator, yet none of his entourage dared to tell him that he was loathed by the majority of Italians, and that they wanted to have nothing more to do with his war. The Duce's compulsion to issue streams of instructions on every subject under the sun also meant that he was, in the words of one fascist party secretary, the most disobeyed man in history. The government was adrift, and his son-in-law, Count Ciano, although not daring to oppose him openly, began to plot his downfall, in the hope of taking over himself and negotiating a peace with the Western Allies. During the meeting at Feltre, news arrived that the Americans had bombed marshalling yards on the edge of Rome for the first time. Mussolini was shaken, even more so when he discovered that this had set off a panic in the city. Hitler, who feared that Mussolini's regime might be on the edge of collapse, had not only prepared a large contingent of the German army to occupy the country, he had sent tanks to the Italian black-shirt militia to enable them to put down any attempt at an anti-fascist coup. On the 22nd of July, Major General Lucien K. Truscott's 3rd Division swept into the dilapidated capital of Palermo, and Bradley's 2 Corps reached the north coast at Termini Imerese. An exultant Patton settled himself in the grandeur of the royal palace of Palermo, where he ate K-rations off crested porcelain plates in the state dining room and drank champagne. The British, meanwhile, were still slogging away on both sides of Mount Etna. A regiment from the Canadian 1st Division managed to seize the town of Asoro by scaling a cliff, like General Wolfe's capture of Quebec almost 2 centuries before. On the 24th of July, the Fascist Grand Council met in Rome. Criticism was guarded to begin with, and Mussolini failed to appreciate what was happening. In great pain, he appeared to be apathetic, almost paralyzed. The meeting carried on through the night. After 10 hours, Count Dino Grandi, the pre-war ambassador to London, introduced a motion for a return to a constitutional monarchy and a democratic parliament. Mussolini's failure to react convinced some that he was simply looking for a way out. Grandi's motion was carried by 19 votes to 7. Next day, Mussolini, having forgotten to shave, went to see King Vittorio Emanuele III at the Villa Savoia. He acted as if nothing untoward had happened. But when he began to speak, the diminutive king stopped him and told him that Marshal Pietro Badoglio would take over as prime minister. As the stupefied Mussolini left the royal presence, he was arrested by Carabinieri officers and taken in an ambulance to their heavily guarded barracks. A radio announcement that night brought people onto the streets cheering, "Benito è finito!" Italian fascism collapsed in a matter of hours, disappearing like a stage set to make way for a new production. Even the black-shirt militia, armed with German tanks, did not attempt to prevent his fall. In Milan, workers stormed the prisons to release anti-fascists. On hearing of the coup in Rome, Hitler had wanted to drop a division of paratroopers on the city to seize both the new government and the royal family. He suspected that Freemasons and the Vatican were somehow behind Mussolini's downfall. Rommel, Jodl, and Kesselring finally persuaded him against launching an attack on Rome. Hitler certainly did not trust Marshal Badoglio's promise that Italy's war would continue. German troops seized the Brenner Pass and key installations in North Italy with 8 divisions. An operation codenamed Alaric had been prepared for the occupation of the whole country in the event of an Italian surrender. Hitler told his intelligence services to find out where Mussolini was being held, using any means, including bribery and clairvoyance. Patton, with his blood up, was determined to take Messina before Montgomery. He urged his men on relentlessly, even though many were succumbing to the intense heat and dehydration. Malaria, dysentery, and dengue and sandfly fevers had accounted for a high proportion of the non-combat casualties. Malaria alone would strike down 22,000 men in the 2 Allied armies on Sicily. On the 25th of July, Patton flew to Syracuse at Montgomery's request to discuss the advance on Messina. The lack of direction from Allied headquarters made this essential. Montgomery tacitly admitted that he was blocked south of Catania, and without waiting for Alexander, they began to discuss the situation over a map spread on the front of Montgomery's Humber staff car. To Patton's surprise, Montgomery agreed to American forces crossing army boundaries if that would help them get to Messina quickly. Alexander finally arrived, accompanied by Bedell Smith, having been delayed by news of the momentous events in Rome. The army group commander was clearly irritated to find that his 2 generals had come to an agreement without him. But even though Montgomery at Syracuse had half conceded the race to the 7th Army, Patton had every intention of winning it outright. His men, sweat-stained and coated in dust, advanced from rocky hill to rocky hill. Like the British, they had to bring up ammunition and other supplies packed on mules. The 2 Panzer-Grenadier divisions made them fight all the way, blowing bridges and planting mines and booby-traps at every opportunity. American troops were enraged by the way they booby-trapped the dead, so they sometimes took their revenge on prisoners. The countryside stank of decomposing corpses, and so did the towns, smashed by Allied artillery and bombing at the cost of huge civilian casualties. Bodies were piled high amid the rubble and burned with gasoline to prevent disease. During the first week of August, the battle for the mountain town of Troina cost the U.S. 1st Infantry Division 500 casualties. Patton had already decided that its commander, Terry Allen, was exhausted, and as soon as the fighting at Troina was over, he relieved both him and his second-in-command, Brigadier General Teddy Roosevelt, Jr. Bradley, who loathed Allen because of his open disrespect, was deeply satisfied. On the 3rd of August, Patton visited the 15th Evacuation Hospital. He was visibly moved, surveying the wounded, but had no patience with psychological breakdown. Patton asked a soldier from the 1st Division, a young carpet-layer from Indiana, suffering from battle shock, what his problem was. "I guess I can't take it. the soldier replied helplessly. Patton flew into a blind rage, slapped him with his gloves, and dragged him out of the tent. He booted him in the rear, shouting, "You hear me, you gutless bastard! You're going back to the front!" A week later, Patton had another explosion when visiting the 93rd Evacuation Hospital. He even drew his pistol on the victim, threatening to shoot him for cowardice. A British reporter, who happened to be present, heard him say immediately afterwards, "There's no such thing as shell shock. It's an invention of the Jews." To increase the speed of advance along the north coast, Patton persuaded the U.S. Navy to provide enough landing craft to insert a battalion 15 kilometers behind German lines. Both Bradley and Truscott were strongly opposed to the plan, and, as they had feared, the battalion was virtually wiped out after seizing a key hill called Monte Cipolla. Patton felt that the costly gamble was entirely justified. He had no idea that the Germans had already begun to pull their forces back across the Straits of Messina in a well-organized operation. The German retreat went into top gear on the 11th of August. Allied force headquarters had failed to put any measures into effect to block it. Ted was instead using the B-17 fortresses to bomb the rail yards round Rome, and both the Royal Navy and the U.S. Navy were reluctant to use large ships with all the Axis artillery positioned on the Italian coastline. Eisenhower later regretted his failure to land forces on the far side of the straits, but in the event, 110,000 Axis troops were evacuated almost without loss. To a large extent, this oversight was due to General Marshall's reluctance to commit to an all-out invasion of the mainland. Patton was far more interested in the fact that his troops had reached Messina before Montgomery's, and he made a triumphal entry into the ruined city on the morning of the 17th of August. But his triumph was soon spoiled. The storm over the two hospital incidents was about to break, for Eisenhower had heard of them that same morning in Algiers from American war correspondents. Nothing was known back in the United States. President Roosevelt had even sent the volcanic Patton a message of congratulation, saying that Harry Hopkins had suggested that, after the war, I should make you Marquis of Mount Etna. For an officer to strike a subordinate was an offense to be tried by court-martial, but Eisenhower, while furious with Patton, did not want to lose him. He managed to persuade both American and British journalists to kill the story. After agonizing over the dilemma for several days and nights, Eisenhower ordered Patton to apologize to the two soldiers, as well as to the medical staff who had witnessed the incidents, and publicly to the troops. Some cheered him, but the 1st Infantry Division, still resentful after the sacking of Allen and Teddy Roosevelt, heard him in silence. The Sicilian campaign, although it permitted so many Axis troops to escape, had certainly proved its worth. Casualties were high, 12,800 from the 8th Army and 8,800 from Patton's 7th, but morale had been greatly bolstered and many skills sharpened both on amphibious operations and in the fighting afterwards. The Allies now had virtual control of the Mediterranean and numerous airfields from which to attack Italy and beyond. The invasion had also prompted Mussolini's downfall and contributed to Hitler's rage, panic, and depression at the Wolfschanze. The destruction of Hamburg by the RAF had shaken Hitler more than he dared to admit, and the Red Army's offensives on the Eastern Front following the Battle of Kursk underlined how short of troops he was. In August, Churchill, Roosevelt, and their chiefs of staff assembled again, this time in Quebec, for the Quadrant Conference, organized by the Canadian Premier William Mackenzie King. A few days before, Churchill had raised the question of the atomic bomb project with Roosevelt. The Americans had been trying to exclude the British from sharing in this research, known as tube alloys, but Churchill persuaded Roosevelt that it should continue as a joint venture. At Quebec, the conference discussed the imminent surrender of Italy following secret overtures via Madrid and Lisbon from Badoglio's emissary, General Giuseppe Castellano. It was an encouraging prospect. Italian airfields could be used for bombing Germany and the Ploesti oil fields, as General Hap Arnold, the chief of the U.S. Air Force, emphasized. But British enthusiasm for an all-out Italian campaign to advance north to the line of the River Po was not shared by the Americans, even though Brooke argued forcefully that it would draw German divisions away from the Normandy front. Roosevelt and Marshall did not want the advance to continue beyond Rome, even if that meant leaving their forces in Italy idle. They suspected, with some justification, that the British would use the Italian campaign as a means to delay the invasion of France and divert efforts towards the northeast into the Balkans and Central Europe. Unfortunately, Churchill's gadfly approach to strategy — he now wanted to invade Rhodes and the islands of the Dodecanese to bring Turkey into the war — only seemed to confirm their misgivings. Marshall remained adamant that the 7 divisions allocated for the invasion of Normandy should be withdrawn from Italy by the 1st of November, as had already been agreed at the Trident Conference. The invasion of Normandy, now called Operation Overlord, was nevertheless fixed for May 1944. Lieutenant General Sir Frederick Morgan, the Chief of Staff to the, as yet unnamed, Supreme Allied Commander, was already working on the initial plans. Supported by General Arnold, he underlined the urgent need to weaken the Luftwaffe first. Churchill had rather rashly promised General Brooke the supreme command on 3 occasions. He now faced the fact that Roosevelt would insist that an American general should have the job, as the U.S. would provide the majority of the troops. The Americans also believed, mistakenly, that Brooke was against the invasion of France. Brooke was deeply disappointed when Churchill told him that he would not command Overlord after all, and never really got over the blow. He was even more put out when he discovered that Churchill had privately settled in return for Admiral Lord Louis Mountbatten to head SEAC, the new Southeast Asia Command. The obvious candidate for Overlord appeared to be General Marshall, even though he avoided putting himself forward. On the 3rd of September, Churchill travelled by train from Quebec to Washington. He arrived in time for a momentous day. The dapper General Castellano, Badoglio's Chief of Staff, and Eisenhower's Chief of Staff, General Bedell Smith, had secretly signed the Italian armistice after difficult negotiations. The Germans had built up their forces in Italy to 16 divisions, and the Italians were understandably terrified of German reprisals. At dawn that day, British and Canadian troops landed near Reggio di Calabria. They were supported by warships and artillery fire across the Straits of Messina, but the landings were unopposed on that beautiful September morning, and the sea was calm. The British called it the Messina Strait Regatta. Other landings on the toe of Italy and at the naval base of Taranto soon followed. Admiral Cunningham took a risk by sending the 1st Airborne Division into Taranto on Royal Navy cruisers. The Italian fleet sailed to Malta to surrender, but the Luftwaffe managed to sink the battleship Roma with one of its new rocket-propelled bombs and kill 1,300 sailors. The whole Italian campaign would be dogged by misconceptions and wishful thinking. Because of some earlier ultra-intercepts, Allied Force Headquarters believed that in the event of an Italian surrender, the Germans would pull back to the Pisa-Rimini line in northern Italy. Hitler had since decided, however, that this would be tantamount to abandoning the Balkans behind the backs of his Croatian, Romanian, and Hungarian allies. In addition, the Italians, despite their earlier assurances to Bedell Smith, were not prepared to defend Rome against the Germans. A planned drop on Rome by the 82nd Airborne Division to coincide with the main landings at Salerno was mercifully aborted as the aircraft were taking off. The whole formation would have been wiped out if it had gone ahead. On the 8th of September, Hitler, having spent too much time fretting over events in Italy, flew to Manstein's headquarters in southern Russia to discuss the crisis on the Eastern Front. The Red Army had broken through between Kluger's Army Group Center and Manstein's Army Group South. When he returned to the Wolfschanze that evening, the Führer heard that the Italian armistice had just been announced and that the first wave of General Mark Clark's U.S. Fifth Army had landed at Salerno, 50 kilometers southeast of Naples. His mood after hearing of Badoglio's treachery can be imagined, even though he had expected it. He summoned Goebbels and other Nazi leaders to a meeting the next day. The Führer Goebbels wrote in his diary, is determined to make a tabula rasa in Italy. Operation Axis, formerly Alaric, was launched with ruthless rapidity. One of the first priorities for Generalfeldmarschall Kesselring was to seize Rome. German paratroopers marched in while the city's inhabitants were still celebrating what they imagined was the end of the war for them. The king and Marshal Badoglio escaped just in time. The 16 German divisions disarmed Italian troops and destroyed any who resisted. Some 650,000 were seized as prisoners of war, most of whom were later sent for forced labor. Himmler soon instructed the head of the security police in Rome, SS Obersturmführer Herbert Kappler, to round up the 8,000 Jews in the city. While the Germans occupied Rome, they had sent forces to block off a possible Anglo-American landing in the Gulf of Salerno, which offered the obvious invasion site along that part of the Tyrrhenian coast. The recently created German 10th Army was commanded by General Heinrich von Vietinghoff. He rapidly sent the 16th Panzer Division, the successor formation to the one destroyed at Stalingrad, to take up positions on the hills dominating the Great Bay. By that evening of the 8th of September, just after the Allied troops had celebrated news of Italy's surrender on board their invasion ships, the first German troops were already in position to welcome them when they landed in the early hours of the following day. The unexpectedly strong resistance took the Allied troops aback. Only when minesweepers cleared a channel forward the next morning could warships come close enough inshore to identify tank concentrations and German gun batteries. Most of the things that could go wrong at Salerno did go wrong. Major General Ernest Dawley, the commander of the U.S. Sixth Corps, only contributed to the confusion on land. He did not secure his left flank with the British part of the invasion force until ordered to by Clark 3 days later, by which time German strength had increased. The Hermann Göring Panzer Division and the 15th and 29th Panzer Grenadier Divisions reached the Salerno front one after another. British and Americans alike found themselves trapped in tobacco fields or in apple and peach orchards or back on the sand dunes where there was little cover apart from scrub and seagrass. Under the eyes of German gunners on the high ground, casualty evacuation was difficult by day, and aid men had to do their best with sulfur powder and field dressings. On the extreme left, only Lieutenant Colonel William Darby's Rangers had enjoyed success after they had quickly advanced inland to seize key points on the Chiunzi Pass. This snaking road led over the mountainous base of the Sorrento Peninsula to Naples. From their positions they were able to direct the heavy naval guns in the Gulf, firing on maximum elevation, to bombard German supply convoys and reinforcements coming down the coast road from Naples. Clark, well aware that his invasion force could not hope to break out of this trap, pushed Dawley into sending the 36th Infantry Division of Texan National Guardsmen to seize a hilltop village on the morning of the 13th of September. The German response was savage, and the Texans were badly mauled. Worse was to follow. General von Vietinghoff thought that the two Allied corps were about to re-embark, so he launched an attack with panzer units and self-propelled guns due south from Eboli. The fighting was so desperate, and the German breakthrough so dangerous, that Clark considered pulling out, and Vietinghoff believed that the battle was as good as won. The Eighth Army's advance north had not speeded up. Its vanguard was still nearly 100 kilometers to the southeast. Many delays were caused by bridges destroyed by the Germans in their withdrawal. Admiral Hewitt, the task force commander at Salerno, was appalled by the prospect of a re-embarkation. Early on the 14th of September, he signalled Admiral Cunningham in Malta, who immediately dispatched the battleships HMS Warspite and HMS Valiant to provide more heavy guns. Cunningham also sent 3 cruisers at full speed to Tripoli to fetch reinforcements. But in the meantime, the situation had stabilized a little. A determined defense with 105mm guns firing over open sights had stopped the panzer charge, and Clark's urgent request for a regiment from the 82nd Airborne to be dropped within the bridgehead was answered. General Alexander arrived on a destroyer on the morning of the 15th of September. In complete agreement with Admiral Hewitt, he cancelled any plans for evacuation. The Salerno bridgehead was soon secured by bomber support and the weight and accuracy of Allied naval gunfire. U.S. Navy and Royal Navy warships inflicted heavy damage on the German tanks and artillery. Unfortunately, during a Luftwaffe raid at night, the Warspite fired its 6-inch guns at one low-flying aircraft and hit the destroyer HMS Petard instead, causing heavy damage. Major General James Doolittle's bombers smashed the town of Battipaglia just behind the German lines so thoroughly that General Spaatz sent the message, "You're slipping, Jimmy. There's one crabapple tree and one stable still standing." But a new bombing doctrine was being born, which the Americans called putting the city in the street. This meant deliberately smashing a town to rubble so that enemy reinforcements and supplies could not get through. This would become a key tactic the following June in Normandy. By this time, German intelligence had discovered Mussolini's whereabouts. After holding him first on the island of Ponza and then on La Maddalena, Marshal Badoglio had him moved secretly to a ski resort north of Rome in the Apennines, known as Gran Sasso. Hitler, horrified by this humiliation of his ally, ordered a rescue attempt. On the 12th of September, Hauptsturmführer Otto Skorzeny, with a force of Waffen-SS special troops in 8 gliders, crash-landed on the mountain. The carabinieri guarding him did not resist. Mussolini embraced Skorzeny, saying that he knew his friend Adolf Hitler would not abandon him. He was flown out and brought to the Wolfschanze. Hitler's Luftwaffe adjutant described him as a broken man. The Germans' plan was to install him as figurehead of a so-called Repubblica Sociale Italiana, thus creating the fiction that the Axis was still in force to justify their occupation of Italy. On the 21st of September, Free French forces landed on the island of Corsica, which the Germans had abandoned to reinforce the mainland. At Salerno, the German withdrawal had begun 3 days earlier. Kesselring had told Wietinghoff to pull his army gradually back to the line of the river Volturno north of Naples. Clark finally sacked his corps commander, General Dawley, and the British, on the left of the beachhead, attacked north to seize the base of the Sorrento Peninsula and prepare the advance up the coast to Naples. After the Coldstream Guards had taken a hill there in a night attack, the platoon commander, Michael Howard, described the scene. "We stood to at dawn. In the first grey hints of light, we buried the German dead. These were the first corpses I had handled, shrunken, pathetic dolls, lying stiff and twisted, with glazed eyes. Not one could have been over 20, and some were little more than children. With horrible carelessness, we shovelled them into their own trenches and piled on the earth." By the 25th of September, the 8th Army and Clark's 5th Army had joined up and established a line across Italy. The American forces at Salerno had suffered some 3,500 casualties, and the British 5,500. The 8th Army, advancing on the Adriatic side, seized the Foggia plain, with all its airfields, to be used for bombing southern Germany, Austria, and the Ploiești oil fields. Clark's 5th Army in the west pushed past Mount Vesuvius, and on the 1st of October, the King's Dragoon Guards, in their armoured cars, led the way into Naples, under the ubiquitous washing lines stretched across the streets. But there were no sheets hung out to dry. Naples was without water, because the Germans had blown the aqueducts in revenge for the resistance shown to their brutal occupation. They had wrecked as much of the city as they could, including ancient libraries, sewers, electricity stations, factories, and, above all, the port. Time bombs were left in other major buildings to explode over the following weeks. Already the war in Italy was beginning to replicate the horrors of the Eastern Front. The Bletchley Park intercept, which indicated that Hitler planned to evacuate most of Italy, was not followed by other signals, revealing that Führer headquarters was changing its mind, largely under pressure from Kesselring, who wanted to defend the country from south of Rome. Rommel's advice to pull back was discarded, partly because Hitler feared the effect it would have on his Balkan allies, but also because the Allied invasion was floundering. Yet Hitler's determination to hold Italy, and his conviction that the British would invade the Balkans and the Aegean, meant that a total of 37 German divisions would be tied down in the region, while the Wehrmacht was fighting for its life on the Eastern Front. Goebbels and Ribbentrop urged Hitler to initiate peace talks with Stalin, but the Führer angrily rejected such an idea. He would never negotiate from weakness. General Jodl of the OKW recognized the mad logic in which they were trapped by the Nazi mantra of final victory. That we will win, because we must win, he noted soon afterwards, means that world history has lost all sense. Since there was now no hope of negotiating from strength, the implication was all too clear. Germany would fight on until its total destruction. Chapter 33. Ukraine and the Tehran Conference. September to December 1943. After the Red Army had recaptured Kharkov on the 23rd of August 1943, the German army faced a crisis in the south. The defensive line along the river Mius was broken, and on the 26th of August, Rokossovsky's Central Front smashed through on the boundary between Army Group South and Army Group Center. On the 3rd of September, Kluge and Manstein asked Hitler to appoint a commander-in-chief for the Eastern Front. Hitler refused and still insisted that the industrial area of the Donbass should be held even if a withdrawal from the Mius was now necessary. Once again Hitler promised reinforcements, but by now Manstein knew that he could not believe him. It was also the day that British troops landed on the mainland of Italy in the south. 5 days later, following a teleprinter signal from Manstein on the scale of the Soviet attack, Hitler flew to Army Group South's headquarters at Zaporozhye. Manstein's briefing was so stark that even Hitler felt obliged to authorize a retreat to the river Dnieper. This was his very last visit to the occupied territory of the Soviet Union. On his return to the Wolfschanze at the end of that ill-fated day, he heard about the Allied landings at Salerno and the imminent capitulation of the Italian army. After Hitler's reluctant decision, the German army had to race back to the Dnieper to avoid being cut off. The Red Army, although also weakened by the Battle of Kursk, pushed on at all speed to seize bridgeheads over the river before the Germans had a chance to establish an effective defense. This immense river was supposed to form the basis of a defended line running from Smolensk to Kiev, and then on down to the Black Sea. Like most great Russian rivers running from north to south, it had an unusually high western bank, which formed a natural rampart. In their retreat across eastern Ukraine, the Germans tried to carry out a ruthless scorched earth program, but they did not have time to destroy as much as they had intended. Lancers, having stuffed their pockets and packs, almost wept as they watched their own supply dumps going up in flames. Harried by Sturmovik fighter-bombers by day, they pulled back across the Dnieper under cover of night and the early morning autumn mists. Stalin promised the award of Hero of the Soviet Union to the first soldier across the river. On improvised rafts, made from oil barrels and planks, in small boats, and even by swimming, Red Army soldiers threw themselves at the challenge. In the event, 4 submachine gunners became heroes of the Soviet Union after storming the West Bank on the 22nd of September. There were cases, Vasily Grossman wrote in his diary, when soldiers transported regimental field guns on wooden gates and crossed the Dnieper on ground sheets stuffed with hay. Batutin's forces seized bridgeheads north and south of Kiev in the 3rd week of September. Soon troops were across at 40 different places, but most were too small for launching further attacks inland. One group, whose boat sank, reached a peasant hut. The old woman there welcomed them. "Children, sons, come into my place," she said. Having helped them warm up and dry their tattered uniforms, she gave them samogon, a home-brewed vodka. In many places, Soviet casualties were heavy. A follow-up group had to deal with the corpses. "We collected those who were killed or had drowned," recalled a member of one squad, "and we buried them in trenches, 50 men in each. So many soldiers had died there. The German bank was steep and well fortified, while our boys were advancing from an open space. In an attempt to increase the bridgehead at Veliki Burin, southeast of Kiev, 3 airborne brigades were parachuted onto the west bank of the river. But Soviet intelligence had failed to identify a German concentration in the area of 2 panzer and 3 infantry divisions. Many of the paratroopers fell on positions occupied by the 19th Panzer Division and were massacred. The most successful bridgehead was Litej, north of Kiev. A Red Army rifle division managed to slip across the Dnieper in a marshy area the Germans had considered impassable. Seizing the opportunity, Vatutin took a huge risk, which paid off. He reinforced the bridgehead with the 5th Guards Tank Corps. Many T-34s were lost in the bogs, but enough got through by driving at full speed. To the north, Smolensk itself was finally taken after hard fighting at the end of the month. The Rzhev offensive, which had begun the push west on this part of the front, left complete devastation in its wake. The Australian correspondent Godfrey Blunden was taken round. Some peasant families of old men, women and children had returned and were camping in wigwams. In several places they had hung out their washing on lines between trees, as if it were normal to have a washing day in this desecrated no-man's land. There is some lesson in human persistence in the way these people come back to their old homes, but one could not help wondering how they would survive the coming winter. He was shaken to discover that a little wizened old woman, whom he met, was in fact a girl of 13. In the south, General F.I. Tolbukin's southern front cut off the 17th Army in the Crimea, which had by then evacuated the Kuban bridgehead in the Caucasus. Rokossovsky's central front had punched a large salient due west of Kursk, and in October was approaching Gomel on the edge of Belorussia. For Stalin, and of course for Vatutin, the true prize was the Ukrainian capital of Kiev. By the end of October, Vatutin had infiltrated, night by night, Lieutenant General P.S. Rybalko's 3rd Guards Tank Army and the 38th Army into the Litej bridgehead. Brilliant camouflage, deception operations elsewhere, and a lack of Luftwaffe air reconnaissance led the Germans to overlook this particular threat. When the 2 armies burst out of the bridgehead, they were able to encircle Kiev, which fell on the 6th of November, the day before the celebrations in Moscow of the anniversary of the revolution. Stalin was exultant. Vatutin wasted no time in pushing forward other armies to seize Zhitomir and Korostyen. Despite the mud of the autumn Rasputitsa, his armies soon created a salient 150 kilometers deep and 300 kilometers wide. As they advanced, they encountered desolation and a peasantry mute from suffering. Old men, when they hear Russian, Vasily Grossman recorded, run to meet the troops and weep silently, unable to mutter a word. Old peasant women say, "We thought we would sing and laugh when we saw our army, but there's so much grief in our hearts that tears are falling." They recounted their disgust at the way German soldiers walked around naked, even in front of women and young girls, and their gluttony, their ability to eat 20 eggs in one go, or a kilo of honey. Grossman met a young boy, barefoot and in rags. He asked where his father was. "Killed," he answered. "And your mother?" "She died." "Have you got brothers or sisters?" "A sister. They took her to Germany." "Have you any relatives?" "No, they were all burned in a partisan village." There were, however, Ukrainians who did not welcome the return of Soviet rule. Many had collaborated with the Germans, forming their militias, or even serving as soldiers or concentration camp guards. And the Ukrainian nationalists in the UPA, Ukrainska Povstanska Armia, who had turned against the Germans, were now ready to fight a guerrilla campaign against the Red Army. Their most famous victim would be General Vatutin himself, killed in an ambush. Grossman's worst nightmares were exceeded by the reality of what he discovered. The capture of Kiev confirmed reports of the massacre at Babi Yar. The Germans had tried to conceal the crime by burning and removing bodies, but there were too many for them. After the initial massacre in September 1941, the site had continued to be used for executions of other Jews, Roma and Communists. It was estimated that by the autumn of 1943, almost 100,000 people had been killed there. Grossman found the statistics of the Great Void numbing. Lacking the names of individuals, he tried to give a human face to this previously unimaginable crime. "This was the murder of a great and ancient professional experience," he wrote, "passed from one generation to another in thousands of families of craftsmen and members of the intelligentsia. This was the murder of everyday traditions that grandfathers passed to their grandchildren. This was the murder of memories, of a mournful song, folk poetry, of life, happy and bitter. This was the destruction of hearths and cemeteries. This was the death of a nation which had been living side by side with Ukrainians over hundreds of years." He recounted the fate of a much-loved Jewish doctor called Feldman, who had been saved from execution in 1941 when a crowd of Ukrainian peasant women pleaded with the German commandant. Feldman continued to live in Brovary and treat the local peasants. He was executed in the spring of this year. Kristya Chunyak sobbed and finally burst into tears as she described to me how the old man was forced to dig his own grave. He had to die alone. There were no other Jews alive in the spring of 1943. Stalin, understandably proud of the Soviet Union's great military achievements that year, finally agreed to a Big Three meeting with Roosevelt and Churchill. In late November 1943, they would come together in Tehran, which, like most of Iran, was still occupied by Soviet and British troops, to secure the oil fields and the overland supply route to the Caucasus. Stalin had chosen the Iranian capital so that he could stay in direct touch with the Stavka. To prepare for the Tehran conference, there would first be a meeting in October of foreign ministers in Moscow. The agenda in the Spiridónovka Palace was enormous. British concerns ranged from the Polish question to post-war international relations, the treatment of enemy states, a European Advisory Commission on Germany, trials of war criminals, and arrangements for France, Yugoslavia, and Iran. Cordell Hull, the American Secretary of State, emphasized Roosevelt's wish for a successor to the discredited League of Nations. This was a sensitive issue for Molotov and Litvinov, the Deputy Commissar for Foreign Affairs, following the Soviet Union's expulsion because of its invasion of Finland in 1939. Roosevelt's project of the United Nations, which would come into being at the end of the war, would have the victor nations at its core to give it greater strength. The Soviet side insisted that the British and Americans put detailed proposals on the table which could then be dealt with at Tehran. They were giving nothing away about their own position and insisted on only one item: measures to shorten the war against Germany and its allies in Europe. That is to say, they intended to extract a precise date for the invasion of France. They also raised the question of bringing Turkey into the war on the Allied side and suggested putting pressure on neutral Sweden to allow the establishment of Allied air bases on its soil. Overall, the conference was deemed by both sides to have gone well. The greatest success in Moscow, according to the Australian Godfrey Blunden, came in the form of a little wooden box with two eyepieces. It was, in all respects, similar to peep show boxes you used to see at a fun fair, except that instead of dancing girls, there was a series of startling stereoscopic pictures of bombed Germany. This brainchild of Air Chief Marshal Harris fascinated and impressed Red Army generals in Moscow with its three-dimensional images of urban destruction. Blunden heard all this from Harris himself when he went to see him at Bomber Command headquarters. Harris showed him the large photograph albums he had had specially bound in RAF blue leather to impress visitors. Each series of aerial photographs on the same scale was covered by a sheet of tracing paper showing the outline of the industrial and residential areas. The first in the book marked the destruction of Coventry. Harris then turned the pages one by one, showing the German cities. At one point, Blunden exclaimed at the extent of the damage. "There must be at least 6 Coventrys there." "No, you are wrong," Harris replied with satisfaction. "There are 10. When they reached another town, where the damage was not so widespread, Harris remarked, "Needs another good raid, and that will finish it off." "These photographs," Blunden wrote, "show very graphically indeed how area bombing, as first practiced by Germans, has developed into a weapon of immense power. The damage done to Coventry 3 years ago, which led Germans to coin the word Coventrate, meaning to obliterate a city, is now almost insignificant beside this vaster damage done to German cities." The Americans at this time were also trying to promote nationalist China's membership of what should become a Big Four alliance. Roosevelt, knowing Chiang Kai-shek's ambitions in this direction, hoped that this would help to keep the nationalists in the war despite their disappointment over the shortage of supplies for their armies. Chiang played the same game with the United States as he had played earlier with the Soviet Union. He used subtle threats of a separate peace with Japan to obtain more support. Although a card of deliberate weakness, Chiang's gambit still had some effect, since Chinese forces were, at least in theory, tying down more than 1 million Japanese troops on the mainland. Yet Roosevelt was also looking towards a post-war world in which he saw China's inclusion as vital in the leadership of the United Nations. It was an idea which Churchill and his entourage certainly did not encourage. The Soviets were even more reluctant after Chiang's pressure to expel them from Xinjiang province, but an agreement in principle was reached at the Moscow conference. Chiang had changed his position in one important way. He now wanted American support to ensure that the Soviet Union did not secure areas of northern China if it entered the war against Japan. Having done everything he could earlier to persuade Roosevelt to push Stalin into a declaration of war, Chiang now wanted to see Japan defeated without Soviet help. He feared, with justification, that Soviet involvement would boost the power and armament of the Chinese communists. In the 4th week of November 1943, Roosevelt and Churchill met in Cairo on their way to Tehran. At this rather improvised conference, Roosevelt had privately arranged for Chiang Kai-shek to join the proceedings at the start and not at the end, as the British had imagined. They were rather put out. "The Generalissimo reminded me more of a cross between a pine marten and a ferret," Brooke wrote. "A shrewd, foxy sort of face, evidently with no grasp of war in its large aspects, but determined to get the best of the bargains." To the added bemusement of British generals, Madame Chiang Kai-shek, dressed in a striking black cheongsam, slit to the hip, intervened frequently to correct the translator's version of what the Generalissimo had said, and then proceeded to give her own interpretation of what he should have said. Stalin, still resenting the setback over Xinjiang, had refused to send a representative to the conference on the grounds that he still had a non-aggression pact with Japan. Churchill was all too aware that his special relationship with Roosevelt had been downgraded. This was partly due to his own reluctance to commit to Operation Overlord and his yearning to strike into Central Europe to preempt a Soviet occupation. Churchill was also out on a limb in his emotional attachment to the British Empire. Roosevelt, declaring his agreement with Chiang Kai-shek that Western imperialism in Asia should come to an end with victory over Japan, promised that Indochina would not be returned to France, a proposal which would have infuriated de Gaulle if he had known of it. Throughout the conference, the atmosphere was far from friendly, and at times it was openly hostile. The Americans were determined not to be led down any more garden paths, especially if they headed away from Normandy and towards the Balkans. The British found the Americans deaf to their arguments, and they became suspicious of how Roosevelt would play things at Tehran, where he would have Stalin to back him up on the key issues. Roosevelt and Churchill flew on from Cairo to Tehran for their meeting with Stalin, which began on the 28th of November. Roosevelt, at Stalin's express request, was housed in part of the Soviet embassy, just across the road from the British embassy. Stalin went to see him, dressed in his marshal's uniform, with the trousers tucked into Caucasian boots, built up to make him look taller. The two statesmen set out to charm each other with a show of easy intimacy, which swayed only Roosevelt. The president tried to curry favor with the Soviet dictator at Churchill's expense. He raised the question of colonialism. "I am speaking about this in the absence of our comrade-in-arms, Churchill, since he does not like discussing the subject. The United States and the Soviet Union are not colonial powers, and it is easier for us to discuss these matters." According to Stalin's interpreter at this tete-a-tete, Stalin was not keen on discussing such a delicate subject, but he agreed that India is Churchill's sore spot. Yet for all the president's efforts to establish mutual confidence, Stalin could not forget his disingenuous promise to open a second front in 1942, simply to keep the Soviet Union in the war. Stalin did, however, express himself strongly on the subject of France, following unrest in the Lebanon, where Free French troops had tried to reassert colonial power. He regarded the majority of the French as collaborators, and even said that France must be punished for its aid to the Germans. Stalin was no doubt still thinking of the way that the surrender of the French army in 1940 had furnished the Wehrmacht with the majority of its vehicles for the invasion of the Soviet Union a year later. When the plenary session started late that afternoon, the main subject for debate was Operation Overlord. Stalin, with Roosevelt's tacit support, dealt with Churchill's desire for an operation in the northern Adriatic aimed at Central Europe. He insisted on the primacy of Overlord and agreed with the plan for a simultaneous invasion of southern France. He firmly rejected any other operation as a dispersal of force. Stalin greeted with amusement Churchill's attempt to claim that his plan would help the Red Army. According to the Soviet interpreter, Roosevelt winked at the Soviet leader as he broke up Herzegovina floor cigarettes to fill his pipe. Stalin felt able to torment Churchill quietly on this issue because he knew that the Americans were against the idea, and in any case he held all the cards when it came to determining Allied strategy. His insistence on keeping the Allies to their promise of a major invasion of France in the spring of 1944 meant that their advance through northern Europe would, as Churchill feared, leave the Balkans and Central Europe under the control of the Red Army. Watching the three leaders interact, General Brooke was deeply impressed by Stalin's handling of the discussion. The dictator remained dismissive of the campaign in Italy, probably because he was irritated that his allies had not involved the Soviet Union in the Italian surrender. This turned out to be a mistake on their part, because Stalin was able to use it later as an argument when it came to discussing the future of countries occupied by the Red Army. Stalin, very conscious of the fact that the victories at Stalingrad and Kursk had turned the Soviet Union into a superpower, had already boasted to his entourage that, "Now the fate of Europe is settled, we shall do as we like, with the Allies' consent." He was also well briefed on British and American thinking and reactions. Before the meeting, Stalin had summoned Beria's son Sergo and entrusted him with a mission that is delicate and morally reprehensible. He wanted to know everything that the Americans and the British said in private. Their every word would be recorded by the microphones hidden in their rooms, and each morning Sergo Beria had to report to Stalin on all the conversations. The Soviet leader was amazed by the naivety of the Allies in talking so openly, when surely they must realize that they were being bugged. He wanted to know the tone of voice used, as well as the content. Did they speak with conviction or without enthusiasm, and how did Roosevelt react? Stalin was pleased when Sergo Beria reported on the genuine admiration which Roosevelt had for him, and on his refusal to listen to Admiral Leahy's advice to take a firmer line. But whenever Churchill flattered Stalin during the conference, the Soviet leader retorted by reminding him of some hostile remark he had made in the past. The secret recordings also helped him exploit the differences between Churchill and Roosevelt. Apparently, when Churchill remonstrated in private with Roosevelt that he was helping Stalin to install a communist government in Poland, Roosevelt had replied that Churchill was supporting an anti-communist government, so what was the difference? Poland was indeed a major issue for both Churchill and Stalin, while Roosevelt seemed concerned only with securing the American-Polish vote in the next year's presidential elections. This meant appearing to be tough with Stalin until after the results of the voting were established. Considering that Roosevelt had earlier rejected any idea of changing Poland's frontiers on the basis of the Atlantic Charter, both he and Churchill now felt obliged to consider Stalin's claim to the eastern part of the country, which he had absorbed in 1939 as Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine. The rapidly approaching occupation of the region by the Red Army would make it a fait accompli. According to Stalin's plan, Poland would be compensated with German territory up to the River Oder. The President and Prime Minister knew that they would never be able to force the Soviets to disgorge such a prize, but the manner in which Roosevelt conceded encouraged Stalin to believe that he would have no trouble in imposing a communist government on the Poles. Stalin succeeded in extracting a date for the invasion of France, but when the Americans and British were forced to admit that a supreme commander had not yet been appointed, he showed his contempt for such a lack of serious planning. He agreed, however, to launch a major offensive soon after the landings and declared his intention to join the war against Japan as soon as Germany was defeated. This was exactly what Roosevelt had wanted, even though Chiang Kai-shek dreaded it. After the conference was over, Stalin considered that he had won the game. In private, Churchill would have agreed with that assessment. He was utterly dejected by Roosevelt's constant siding with Stalin, in the belief that he could handle him. Now he sees that he cannot rely on the President's support. The Prime Minister's doctor, Lord Moran, wrote in his diary after Churchill had poured out his fears for the future. What matters more, he realizes that the Russians see this too. After the humiliating moment about Overlord at the Tehran conference, Roosevelt was determined to appoint the Supreme Commander when he and Allied delegates returned to Cairo. He asked Marshall to summon General Eisenhower. As soon as Eisenhower and Roosevelt were installed in the President's automobile, Roosevelt turned to him and said, "Well, Ike, you are going to command Overlord." Roosevelt had decided that he could not afford to lose Marshall as Chief of Staff because of his knowledge of all theaters, his superb talent for organization, and above all, for his skill in dealing with Congress. He was also seen to be the only person who could keep General MacArthur under control in the Pacific. Marshall was disappointed, although not as disappointed as Brooke had been, but loyally accepted the decision. Eisenhower's good fortune seemed to bear out Patton's private nickname for him, Divine Destiny, based on the initials of his two first names. An irrational euphoria reigned among the Allied chiefs of staff in Cairo. They all seemed certain that the war would be over by March or at the latest November of 1944, and were prepared to place bets on it. Considering that they were over 6 months from launching Overlord, and that the Red Army was still several hundred kilometers from Berlin, this was over-optimistic to say the least. Churchill, on the other hand, was totally exhausted after all the bruising battles in Cairo and Tehran. He collapsed with pneumonia in Tunisia and came close to death. His recovery was aided over Christmas by a little brandy and by the news that the Royal Navy had sunk the battlecruiser Scharnhorst off northern Norway. Nearly 2,000 sailors of the Kriegsmarine perished in the freezing seas. As Stalin had emphasized at Tehran, Vatutin's forces were facing constant counterattacks from Manstein's army group south. Manstein, hoping to rework his coup at Kharkov earlier in the year, sent 2 panzer corps against the flanks of Vatutin's renamed First Ukrainian Front. He wanted to force the Soviets back to the Dnieper, retake Kiev, and encircle a major Red Army formation near Korostyen. Hitler, who had aged dramatically over the last months and was suffering from stress, had entered an even deeper state of denial. He rejected any suggestion of retreat. Even his favourite, General Model, described their situation on the Eastern Front as fighting in reverse gear. A sense of fatalism was infecting the German army. An infantry officer, captured on the Leningrad front, acknowledged during his interrogation, "We are living in filth. It is hopeless." Yet while Hitler blamed his generals and a lack of will for every reverse, he was deeply unsettled by the propaganda disseminated at the front by the Soviet organization of anti-fascist German prisoners of war, Freies Deutschland. This prompted him on the 22nd of December to establish the post of Nationalist Socialist Leadership Officer in all units as a counterpart to the Soviet Commissar or political officer. 3 days later, Manstein, who thought that he had stabilized the front, received a very unpleasant surprise. The Red Army had brought up the 1st Tank and 3rd Guards tank armies near Brusilov without being spotted, and on Christmas Day they charged through towards Zhytomyr and Berdichev. Shortly afterwards, Konev's 2nd Ukrainian Front to the south also broke through, and soon 2 German corps, still holding the line of the Dnieper southeast of Kiev, were surrounded in the Korsun pocket. Hitler refused to allow them to retreat, and their fate was to be among the cruelest suffered by the Wehrmacht on the Eastern Front. Chapter 34. The Shoah by Gas, 1942 to 1944. The scope of Heydrich's plan outlined at the Wannsee Conference in January 1942 had been breathtaking. As one of his close colleagues confirmed, he possessed insatiable ambition, intelligence, and ruthless energy. The final solution was intended to encompass more than 11 million Jews, according to Adolf Eichmann's calculations. This figure included those in neutral countries, such as Turkey, Portugal, and Ireland, as well as in Great Britain, Germany's undefeated enemy. The fact that these deliberations took place within a few weeks of the Wehrmacht's setback before Moscow and the entry of the United States into the war suggests either that the Nazis' confidence in final victory was unshaken, or that they felt impelled to complete the historic task before further setbacks rendered it impossible. The answer was probably a combination of the two. Certainly the prospect of victory in the late summer of 1941 had contributed to the dramatic radicalization of Nazi policy. And now that world events had reached a critical point, there would be no turning back. The Shoah by bullets thus advanced to the Shoah by gas. As with the hunger plan and the treatment of Soviet prisoners of war, the final solution contained a double purpose. As well as eliminating racial and ideological enemies, the other objective was to preserve food supplies for Germans. This was regarded as all the more urgent because of the huge numbers of foreign workers brought back to the Reich for labor. The final solution itself would consist of a parallel system of elimination through forced labor and immediate killing, both carried out by the SS Totenkopfverbände, Death's Head units. The only Jews exempted, for the moment, would be those elderly or prominent Jews selected for the show ghetto of Theresienstadt, those who were workers with essential skills, or half-Jews and those in mixed marriages. Their fates could be decided later. The extermination camp of Chelmno, Kulmhof, was already in operation. Belzec soon followed, and so did the complex at Auschwitz-Birkenau. At Chelmno, gas vans were used for killing Jews from towns in the region. In January 1942, some 4,400 Roma brought from Austria were also taken there and gassed. The corpses were buried in the forest by teams of selected Jews guarded by Ordnungspolizei. Chełmno would be the center for the mass killing of the Jews still packed into the ghetto at Łódź, 55 kilometers to the south. The camp at Belzhic, between Lublin and Lvov, was considered a step forward, since it had gas chambers constructed to use carbon monoxide from vehicles stationed outside. After the test killing in January of 150 Jews, the gassing of mainly Galician Jews began there in mid-March. The camp of Majdanek was built on the very edge of Lublin. Auschwitz, or Oświęcim in its Polish version, had been a Silesian town near Krakow, with a 19th-century cavalry barracks from the days of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The barracks had been taken over in 1940 as a prison camp by the SS to hold Polish prisoners. This was known as Auschwitz I. It was here that the first tests of Zyklon B, pellets of hydrogen cyanide designed to gas vermin, had been carried out in September 1941 on Soviet and Polish prisoners. At the end of 1941, work began at nearby Birkenau, known as Auschwitz II. A pair of peasant houses were converted into improvised gas chambers, which were put to use in March 1942. Only in May did the killing start on a significant scale, but by October it became clear to the SS commandant, Rudolf Höss, that the facilities were totally insufficient and that mass burial was polluting the groundwater. A completely new system of gas chambers and furnaces was built during the winter. Although Auschwitz was isolated in an area of swamp, rivers and birchwoods, the site had good access to rail communications. This was one of the reasons why the chemical conglomerate IG Farben became interested in establishing a factory there for the production of buna, or synthetic rubber. Himmler, wanting to Germanize the region, promoted the idea enthusiastically, offering labor from the concentration camp prisoners. He even went in person to brief Höss and liaise with representatives of IG Farben. Surprised by the immense size of the project and the large number of slave laborers required, Himmler told Höss that his camp would have to triple in size from its present strength of 10,000 prisoners. The SS treasury stood to gain up to 4 Reichsmark a day for each slave provided to IG Farben. In return, the SS would select violent and ruthless capos from among criminal prisoners elsewhere to beat the Jewish slaves and make them work harder. Construction of the vast Buna-Werke went ahead in the summer of 1941, while German divisions to the east appeared to be triumphing over the Soviet Union. Still short of labor, Himmler arranged to take an initial 10,000 Red Army prisoners off the Wehrmacht in October. Höss himself wrote, before his execution for war crimes, that they had arrived in very poor condition. They had been given hardly any food on the march, during halts on the way being simply turned out into the nearest fields, and they are told to graze like cattle on anything edible they could find. Working through the depths of the winter with little clothing and reduced in some cases to cannibalism, all of the exhausted and diseased prisoners died like flies, as Höss wrote. They were no longer human beings, he explained. They had become animals who sought only food. Not surprisingly, they had been unable to construct more than a couple of barrack blocks instead of the 28 laid down. The SS strategy of death through labor was even less cost-effective than in Beria's Gulag punishment camps. The Nazis' only concession to pragmatism was to build a new camp, Auschwitz III, or Monowitz, adjoining the Buna-Werke, so that IG Farben slaves did not have to waste time marching so far. Yet SS guards and capos in this semi-privatized concentration camp continued to beat their laborers as if that could force them to complete projects far beyond their means and strength. After the war, the directors of IG Farben, which partly owned the manufacture of Zyklon B, claimed to have known nothing about the mass murder of Jews. Yet IG Farben's huge Buna-Werke complex was managed by 2,500 German employees from the Reich who lived in the town and associated with the SS guards at Auschwitz-Birkenau. One of them, just after he arrived, asked an SS guard about the appalling smell which spread over the whole area. The SS man replied that it was Bolshevik Jews going up the chimney at Birkenau. In May 1942, as ever-increasing transports of Jews arrived at Auschwitz, the SS moved the remaining Polish political prisoners to forced labor in Germany. On the 17th of July, Himmler arrived to inspect the growing Auschwitz complex. As his limousine swept through the gate of Auschwitz I, the camp orchestra of Jewish musicians began to play the triumphal march from Verdi's Aida. The Reichsführer SS stepped out of the car, halted to listen to the music, and then returned Höss's salute. Together they inspected a guard of honor of prisoners in freshly issued striped uniforms. Himmler, with his spectacles and weak chin, contemplated them in cold detachment as he passed. Höss accompanied him to the works office to show him the latest plans for new gas chambers and crematoria. Afterwards, Himmler, with his entourage, went to the railway siding to watch the unloading of a transport of Dutch Jews as the camp orchestra played again. People were deceived at first by the illusion of order and music being played. A Free French officer deported to Auschwitz later testified to the Red Army. But soon they smelt the dead bodies, and when prisoners were separated according to their physical state, they soon guessed. First, the men were divided from the women and children, a splitting of families which caused much unrest until dog handlers and whip-wielding guards dealt with the disturbance. Himmler particularly wanted to see the selection process carried out on the ramp by 2 SS doctors, choosing those who appeared fit for labor and the unfit who were to be eliminated immediately. Those selected for labor were no more fortunate than those killed immediately. They too would be gassed or worked to death in the next 2 or 3 months. Himmler followed the group selected for the gas chambers in Bunker No. 1 and watched through a small window as they died. He also looked for any effect on the SS personnel, having been so disturbed by the psychological strain imposed on the Einsatzgruppen the year before. He then observed the Jews in the work commando dispose of the bodies and told Höss that in future he should burn the corpses instead. Himmler, who shuddered at the thought of animals killed en masse in abattoirs, simply took a professional interest in the massacre of what he regarded as human vermin. "It is not a Weltanschauungsquestion to rid oneself of lice," he later wrote to one of his subordinates. "It is a matter of hygiene." Himmler had the aseptic air of a dentist, although he revelled in neo-Gothic warrior fantasies, trying to portray the SS as an order of knights. From Auschwitz-Birkenau his party drove the short distance to visit the Bunnewerke at Auschwitz-Monowitz. I.G. Farben was responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of forced labourers, yet the huge Bunnewerke complex never managed to produce any synthetic rubber at all. The company also financed the inhuman experiments at Auschwitz-Birkenau of Hauptsturmführer Dr. Josef Mengele on children, especially identical twins, but also on adults. Apart from removing organs, sterilizing and deliberately infecting his carefully selected victims with diseases, Mengele was also testing prototype serums and drugs, many of which were supplied by I.G. Farben's Bayer Pharmaceutical Division. Mengele was not alone. Dr. Helmut Vetter, although also a member of the SS, was employed by I.G. Farben at Auschwitz. He carried out experiments on women. When I.G. Farben asked Höss for 150 women prisoners for Vetter's experiments, he demanded a fee of 200 Reichsmark per guinea pig, but I.G. Farben held the price down to 170 Reichsmark. Every single woman died, as the company confirmed in a letter to Höss. Vetter was thrilled with his work. "I have the opportunity to test our new preparations," he wrote to a colleague. "I feel like I am in paradise." Dangerous pharmaceutical tests were also carried out on prisoners at Mauthausen and Buchenwald concentration camps. I.G. Farben was particularly keen to discover an effective method of chemical castration to be used in the occupied territories of the Soviet Union. Himmler also strongly supported the sterilization experiments of Professor Karl Klauberg at Auschwitz. The grotesque perversion of a doctor's duties under Nazism, in which many leading German medical practitioners acquiesced, provides a chilling example of how the prospect of almost unlimited power and prestige in secret studies can distort the judgment of intelligent people. These doctors tried to justify their needlessly cruel experiments as research to help mankind at large. Significantly, in a conscious or unconscious symbiosis with the medical profession, Nazi Germany and other dictatorships of the period often adopted surgical metaphors, particularly the cutting of cancerous growths out of the body politic. And as an example of the Nazis' sick sense of humor and compulsive deception, the supplies of Zyklon B were delivered in vans marked with the Red Cross. In spite of the oath of secrecy imposed on SS officers and men about their activities, word was bound to spread, sometimes in astonishing ways. In the late summer of 1942, Obersturmführer Dr. Kurt Gerstein, an SS gas expert, was so disturbed by what he had just seen on a tour of inspection that on a night express from Warsaw to Berlin, he poured out everything he knew in a darkened compartment to Baron von Otter, a Swedish diplomat. Otter reported all this back to the Foreign Ministry in Stockholm, but the Swedish government, unwilling to provoke the Nazis, simply sat on the information. News of the death camps, however, soon began to reach the Allies through other channels, mainly the Polish Home Army. Rudolf Höss, the commandant of Auschwitz, could hardly have been more different from the intellectual elite of the SS, mainly concentrated in the Sicherheitsdienst. Höss was a stolid, middle-aged former soldier who had risen through the ranks of the concentration camp system without ever questioning an order. Primo Levi put him down not as a monster or a sadist, but as a coarse, stupid, arrogant, long-winded scoundrel. Höss was totally obsequious towards superiors, above all the Reichsführer SS, whom he regarded as almost as great a god as the Führer himself. The lack of imagination shown in Höss's own account beggars belief, as he upholds family values with his own exemplary home life, while day after day destroying thousands and thousands of other families. Verging on self-pity, he complains about the low quality of the SS personnel sent to Auschwitz, and especially the capos recruited from the ranks of ordinary criminal prisoners. They were known as Greens because of the color of their identifying triangle. Jews wore yellow triangles, political prisoners wore red, Spanish Republicans in Mauthausen wore dark blue, and homosexuals a pinkish mauve. These capos, in particular the women criminals in charge of a punishment detachment outside the camp at Budi, were renowned for their cruelty. "I find it incredible that human beings could ever turn into such beasts," wrote Höss. "The way the Greens knocked the French Jewesses about, tearing them to pieces, killing them with axes and throttling them. It was simply gruesome." Yet for all his professed horror at the cruelty of the capos, Höss still provided the male ones with a camp brothel. This was in a hut where Jewish female prisoners were kept for their sadistic pleasure, until they too were sent to the gas chamber. At the other end of the scale, the most privileged female prisoners were Jehovah's Witnesses, known as Bible worms, who had been sent to the camps because their beliefs rejected military service in any form. SS officers used them as servants in their homes and messes. Höss had one working as a nanny, looking after his small children. They were so reliable that the SS did not complain when they refused to clean or even touch their uniforms out of their pacifist principles. The women inside the camp were kept in order by dog handlers of the Hunderstaffel. Apparently they were more frightened than male prisoners were of the snarling beasts, which handlers let off the leash from time to time for fun. It may well have been the presence of the dog handlers which deterred women from opting for the easiest way for the male prisoners to commit suicide, which was to run into the wire in the hope that the guards would shoot straight. The women were more likely to have the dogs let loose on them instead. Women could be more complicated, Hus noted. One of the problems in the changing rooms for the gas chambers was that many of the women hid their babies among the piles of clothing. So the Jewish labor detail was sent in to check. They had to throw any babies they found into the gas chamber just before the doors were slammed shut and bolted. Hus was intrigued by the obedience shown by these Jewish prisoners, whose lives had been temporarily spared in a Faustian pact. He tried to portray them as willing accomplices. In fact, the desperate will to live overcame normal morality, a phenomenon no longer imaginable in the squalor and degradation of Auschwitz, and even eclipsed the certain knowledge of their own imminent death. Few of them ever warned the new arrivals of what was about to happen. The Nazis, through total inhumanity, had created the conditions for that unfettered social Darwinism in which they professed to believe. This crushing of all social instincts and loyalties, combined with the unreal nightmare of their horrific work, was bound to have a brutalizing effect. They carried out all these tasks with a callous indifference, wrote Hus, as though it were all part of an ordinary day's work. While they dragged the corpses about, they ate or they smoked. They did not stop eating, even when engaged on the grisly job of burning corpses which had been lying for some time in mass graves. The most privileged male prisoners were those who worked in the warehouse called Canada, the department which sorted the possessions, clothes, shoes, and spectacles, and bundled up the bales of human hair. Yet they too knew that they were simply the living dead. Eventually, in the summer of 1944, the Canada Sonderkommando of Jewish prisoners attempted an armed uprising and breakout from Auschwitz-Birkenau. 4 SS men died, and 455 prisoners were shot down. As well as the extermination camps built at Chełmno, Belzec, and Auschwitz-Birkenau, other killing centers were prepared at Treblinka and Sobibor. This program was called Aktion Reinhardt, in honor of the assassinated Heydrich. Obergruppenführer Oswald Pohl of the SS Economic Administrative Main Office, Wirtschaftsverwaltungshauptamt, took on responsibility for supervising and coordinating their activities, a difficult task with all the rival Nazi factions. Pohl, a dedicated bureaucrat, was determined to make the whole process as efficient and profitable as possible. All the victims' valuables had to be collected and accounted for, but the corruption in some of the camps dismayed and horrified Himmler. Gold from their teeth needed to be extracted before the bodies were buried or burned. Clothes, shoes, spectacles, suitcases, and underwear were all collected and transported back to the Reich so that they could be reissued to the needy, usually those who had lost everything in a bombing raid. Hair fiber, harvested from victims before they entered the gas chamber, supposedly had better heat retention properties than wool, so was woven into socks for Luftwaffe air crew and U-boat personnel, but the bulk of it became mattress stuffing. U-boat crews on their return from the Atlantic would find a crate of watches waiting for them as a present. They soon worked out the source of this largesse. Successful mass killing depended on the uninterrupted flow of a conveyor belt, delivering the victims naked and without fuss to the gas chamber. But on the slave labor side of the system, Pohl would never be able to resolve the fundamental problem of the concentration camp. If you are trying to kill your labor force through ill treatment, you cannot extract effective work from them, as was shown time and time again. Wassily Grossman's study of Treblinka, carried out in the summer of 1944, underlined the importance of flow. Grossman was allowed to sit in with Red Army interrogators when they interviewed captured guards, Polish locals, and 40 survivors of the work camp Treblinka I. Treblinka II was the adjacent extermination camp. He immediately perceived this to be the key aspect of the Nazis' system. Never before in human history had so many people been killed by so few executioners. At Treblinka, a staff of about 25 SS men and around 100 Ukrainian auxiliary Wachmänner managed to kill some 800,000 Jews and Gypsies, equivalent, as Grossman put it, to the population of a small European capital city between July 1942 and August 1943. The most important contributions to the smooth running of the operation were secrecy and deception. People were told that they were being taken to Ukraine to work in agriculture. The victims should not know their real fate until the very last moment. To ensure this, not even the guards who accompanied the trains were allowed to know the truth or enter the central area of the camp. At Treblinka, the railroad dead-end siding was made to look like a passenger station, with a ticket office, baggage room, and restaurant hall. There were arrows everywhere, indicating to Białystok, to Borawinichi. By the time the train arrived, there would be a band playing in the station building, and all the musicians were dressed well. Once rumours began to circulate about Treblinka, the name of the station was changed to Obermaidan. Not everyone was taken in. The sharp-eyed and the inquisitive soon spotted that something was wrong, whether personal objects abandoned on the square beyond the station, which had not been cleared properly by the work detail after the previous transport, or the high wall, or the railway track which led nowhere. The SS had learned to exploit the instinctive optimism of most people, desperate to hope that things must be better here than in the ghetto or the transit camp from which they had come. On a very few occasions, however, the intended victims guessed their fate and knocked down the guards when they opened the doors of the cattle trucks. Machine guns cut them down as they stampeded towards the forest. Ordered to leave their luggage in the square, the crowd of 3,000 or 4,000 in the new transport worried whether they would ever find it again in the confusion. In a loud voice, the SS Unteroffizier would order them to bring just their valuables, their documents, and their wash things for the showers. Anxiety increased as the families were shepherded by armed guards, some grinning wolfishly, through a gate in a 6-metre-high barbed wire fence covered by machine-gun posts. Behind them, in the station square, work Jews from Treblinka 1 were already sorting through their belongings, selecting what to keep for dispatch back to Germany and what to burn. They had to be careful if they surreptitiously crammed some food from a suitcase into their mouths. A Ukrainian guard would drag them off for a savage beating or shoot them. In a second square, close to the centre of the camp, the old and sick were led off to an exit marked Sanatorium, where a doctor in white with a Red Cross armband awaited them. The SS Scharführer in charge then told the remainder of the crowd to separate, with women and children going to undress in the barracks to the left. And this was when much wailing began, as families naturally feared a permanent separation. But, knowing this, the SS stepped up the pressure with short, sharp commands. Achtung! And schneller! Then, men stay here, women and children undress in the barracks on the left. Any outpouring of grief was cut off by more shouted commands, but also by an insinuation of hope that everything was normal after all. Women and children must take off their shoes when entering the barracks. Stockings must be put into shoes. Children's stockings into their sandals, boots, and shoes. Be tidy. Going to the bathhouse, you must have your documents, money, a towel, and soap. I repeat. The women in the barracks had to remove their clothes and then submit their heads to be sheared, supposedly as a precaution against lice. Naked, they had to hand in their documents, money, jewelry, and watches at a booth where another SS Unteroffizier presided. As Grossman observed, a naked person immediately loses the strength to resist, to struggle against his fate. There were nevertheless a few exceptions. A young Jew from the Warsaw Ghetto, connected to the resistance, managed to conceal a hand grenade which he threw at one group of SS and Ukrainians. Another hid a knife with which he stabbed a Wachmann, and a tall young woman surprised another by seizing his carbine to fight back. But she was overpowered and killed later after the most terrible tortures. Now that the victims could have little further doubt that their death was imminent, the SS in grey uniforms and the Wachmänner in black began to shout more loudly and insistently to confuse them and hurry them. Schneller! Schneller! They were herded into a sand-covered alley between fir trees to conceal the barbed wire behind. Ordered to raise their hands above their heads, they were forced forward with truncheons, whips, and blows from submachine guns. The Germans called this the road of no return. Gratuitous sadism increased the shock effect, reducing the chance of a last-minute attempt to rebel. But the guards in question also acted from a monstrously perverted pleasure. One immensely strong SS man, known as Zipf, would seize a child by the legs like a cudgel and smash his or her head against the ground. Forced into a third square, the victims saw the temple-like facade in stone and wood which concealed the gas chambers behind. Apparently a group of naive Roma women, who still had no idea of their fate, clasped their hands in wonder as they admired the building, which prompted the SS and the Ukrainian guards to collapse in laughter. To force their prisoners into the gas chambers, the guards unleashed their dogs. The screams as they sank their teeth into the prisoners were apparently heard for miles around. One of the captured guards told Grossmann, "They could see their death coming, and besides it was very crowded there. They were beaten terribly, and dogs were tearing their bodies." Silence fell only once the heavy doors of the 10 gas chambers were closed. 25 minutes after the gas was introduced, the doors at the back would be opened, and working parties of prisoners from Treblinka 1 began to remove the yellow-faced bodies. Another group of Jewish prisoners would then be made to extract gold-capped teeth with pliers. They may have survived longer than the corpses they had to deal with, but they were not to be envied. "It was a luxury to get a bullet," one of the few survivors said to Grossmann. Packed into the gas chambers, the victims took up to 20 or even 25 minutes to die. The chief guard, watching through a glass peephole, waited until there was no more movement. The large doors at the far end from the entrance were opened, and the bodies dragged out. If any showed signs of life, the SS Unteroffizier administered a rapid coup de grace with his pistol. Then he would signal to the tooth party to get to work with their pliers, extracting gold teeth. Finally, another work party of temporarily reprieved Jews from Treblinka 1 would load the corpses onto carts or trolleys to take them to where steam-powered excavators had been digging another line of mass graves. The old and the sick, meanwhile, who had been diverted into the sanatorium, were finished off with a Kopfschuss, or pistol shot in the back of the head. Work Jews from Treblinka 1 dragged their bodies to pits. But as at Auschwitz, these temporary survivors were hardly to be envied. They too were subject to an unbelievable sadism, from the shooting of prisoners to the rape of young Jewish women who were killed afterwards. German SS guards forced the prisoners to sing a special Treblinka hymn which one of them had composed. Grossmann also noted details in Treblinka 1 of the one-eyed German from Odessa, Swiderski, whose nickname was Master Hammer. He was considered the unsurpassed specialist in cold death, and it was he who had killed, in the course of several minutes, 15 children, aged from 8 to 13, who had been declared unfit for work. Early in 1943, Himmler visited Treblinka and ordered the commandant to have all the bodies dug up and burned. The ashes were to be spread far and wide. It seems that after the Stalingrad campaign, the SS hierarchy was suddenly forced to contemplate the consequences if the Red Army discovered the sites of their mass murders. The putrefied corpses, up to 4,000 at a time, were spread across lengths of rail track laid over huge fire pits, known as roasts. There was such a backlog of corpses to deal with that the work continued for 8 months. The 800 work Jews forced to carry out this grisly task had their revenge. They knew that they would never be allowed to live once all the bodies were burned. On the 2nd of August, 1943, during a long heat wave, they staged an uprising led by Zelo Bloch, a Jewish lieutenant from the Czech army. Armed with little more than spades and axes, they attacked the watchtowers and guardroom, killing 16 SS and Wachmänner. They set fire to part of the camp and stormed the fences. In the mass breakout of about 750 men which followed, the SS brought in reinforcements and men with tracker dogs to comb the woods and marshes. Spotter aircraft flew constantly overhead. Some 550 were brought back and murdered in the camp, while others were shot on the spot when discovered. Only 70 survived until the arrival of the Red Army the following year. But the revolt marked the end of Treblinka. The rest of the buildings, including the gas chambers and the fake railway station, were destroyed. The last ashes from the fire pits were spread, and then, in a grotesque attempt to pretend that the camp had never existed, lupins were sown all over the site. But, as Grossman observed, walking there, the earth is throwing out crushed bones, teeth, clothes, papers. It does not want to keep its secrets. Treblinka established a far more intense killing cycle than Auschwitz-Birkenau. Its death toll of 800,000, achieved over 13 months, was not very far short of the million killed at Auschwitz-Birkenau over 33 months. While Treblinka received mainly Polish Jews, with just some from the Reich and others from Bulgaria, Auschwitz-Birkenau received its victims from all over Europe. As well as Polish Jews, they came from the Netherlands, Belgium, France, Greece, Italy, Norway, Croatia, and later Hungary. Dosich accounted for some 550,000 people, mainly Polish Jews. The camp at Sobibor, where some 200,000 died, dealt with the Jews from the region of Lublin, but also some from the Netherlands, France, and Belorussia. Another 150,000, mainly Polish Jews, died in Kelmeno, and 50,000 Polish and French Jews in Majdanek. On the 6th of October 1943, Himmler addressed Reichsleiters and Gauleiters at a conference in Posen. Großadmiral Dönitz, Generalfeldmarschall Milch, and Albert Speer, although he tried to deny it for the rest of his life, also heard his speech. For once dropping the standard euphemisms of the final solution, such as evacuated East and special treatment, Himmler was at last frank with outsiders about what they were doing. We faced the question, what should we do with the women and children? I decided here, too, to find a completely clear solution. I did not regard myself as justified in exterminating the men, that is to say, to kill them or to have them killed, and to allow the avengers, in the shape of the children, to grow up for our sons and grandsons. The difficult decision had to be taken, to have this people disappear from this earth. On the 25th of January 1944, Himmler addressed nearly 200 generals and admirals, once again in Posen. They too needed to be aware of the sacrifices which the SS had been making. The race struggle carried out by his ideological troops, Himmler again explained, would not allow avengers to arise for our children. In this total elimination of the Jews, there would be no exceptions. Himmler could have boasted to his audience how so few of his men had managed to murder so many. Through a mixture of outright deception, uncertainty, and then unspeakable cruelty, the minute force of persecutors had succeeded in killing nearly 3 million victims, unable to believe that extermination camps could exist in Europe, supposedly the cradle of civilization. Chapter 35. Italy, the hard underbelly. October 1943 to March 1944. The Allied invasion of mainland Italy in September 1943 had seemed a good idea at the time, with the collapse of fascism and the promise of airfields. Yet there had been a distinct lack of clear thinking about the objectives of the campaign and how these would be achieved. Alexander, the commander of the Allied 15th Army Group in Italy, failed to coordinate the operations of General Mark Clark's 5th Army and General Bernard Montgomery's 8th Army. Clark was still far from happy with the slowness of Montgomery's advance to relieve him at Salerno, despite all the cheerful messages saying, "Hang on, we're coming." To make matters worse, Montgomery somehow seemed to believe that he had saved the Fifth Army at Salerno. Allied relations were not helped by the fact that both the short, wiry Monty and the tall, gangling Clark should be so obsessed with their image. Clark, who soon increased his public relations team to 50 men, insisted that photographers should capture his most flattering profile, with its truly imperial nose. Some of his officers dubbed him Marcus Aurelius Clarkus, and Monty had started to hand out signed photographs of himself as if he were a movie star. Over them, the charming but diffident Alex seemed to think that planning could be made up as they went along, an attitude which certainly suited Churchill, who wanted to keep the Italian campaign going far beyond what the Americans envisaged. Montgomery, on the other hand, did not like to do anything unless it had been carefully worked out in advance. "There was, as yet," he wrote acerbically in his diary, "no plan known to me for developing the war in Italy, but I was quite used to that." But, as Alexander knew from experience, Montgomery would in any case do only what he wanted to do. As his biographer remarked, Alexander played the part of an understanding husband in a difficult marriage. Eisenhower also failed to get a grip on his subordinates, and failed to establish any clarity in thinking about what they were trying to do in Italy. The real problem, of course, came from the very top, and the central disagreement which had dogged Allied strategy since 1942. Roosevelt and Marshall were determined that nothing should delay Overlord. Churchill and Brooke, on the other hand, still saw the Mediterranean as the vital theatre for the time being, where the surrender of Italian troops should be exploited. In fact, both men, who remained nervous of a cross-channel invasion without air supremacy, half hoped that a run of successes in the Mediterranean might provide a good excuse to delay Overlord. The only senior American officer who agreed with them was General Spaatz, the U.S. Air Force commander in the Mediterranean. Like Harris, Spaatz believed that bombing alone could win the war in 3 months, and didn't think Overlord was necessary or desirable. He wanted to continue the advance in Italy across the River Po, and even into Austria, so as to get his bombers closer to Germany. Churchill had undoubtedly been right to push for Torch and Husky against all of Marshall's opposition. Even if motivated by the wrong reasons, he had at least prevented a disastrous attempt to invade France in 1943. But he was now starting to lose all credibility with the Americans, thanks to his new obsession with retaking Rhodes and other islands in the Aegean, which had been occupied by the Italians. General Marshall naturally suspected that this island hopping in the eastern Mediterranean was part of a secret plan to invade the Balkans. Not surprisingly, he vigorously refused any American help or involvement whatsoever. Even Brooke, who supported the Italian campaign and other operations in the region, feared that the Prime Minister had become completely unbalanced by what he called his Rhodes madness. He has worked himself into a frenzy of excitement about the Rhodes attack, has magnified its importance so that he can no longer see anything else, and has set his heart on capturing this one island, even at the expense of endangering his relations with the President and with the Americans, and also the whole future of the Italian campaign. The Americans are already desperately suspicious of him, and this will make matters far worse. Wishful thinking that the Allies would soon be in Rome had infected American commanders as well as Churchill. Mark Clark was absolutely determined to be crowned as its conqueror, and even Eisenhower believed that the Italian capital would fall by the end of October. Alexander declared unwisely that they would be in Florence by Christmas. But there were already clear indications that the Germans would fight ruthlessly in retreat and take their revenge on Italian troops and partisans who were actively helping the Allies. East of Naples, in a village near Acera, B Squadron of the 11th Hussars found the local inhabitants in the cemetery burying 10 men that the Germans had put against a wall and shot. Just after our armoured cars had gone, the regiment recorded, more Germans suddenly jumped over the cemetery wall and shot down the crowd with Tommy guns as they stood beside the graves. Hitler's fury against the Italians for having changed sides had filtered right down to the ordinary German soldier. Clark's Fifth Army, advancing northwest from Naples, faced its first major obstacle at the river Volturno, 30 kilometres further on. In the early hours of the 13th of October, both divisional and corps artillery opened a massive barrage across the valley. The British 56th Division had a tough time near the coast, but the main stretch of the river, although broad, was fordable. And by the following day a large bridgehead had been secured. The Volturno was only a holding position for the Germans, for Kesselring had already identified their main line of defence south of Rome. Like Hitler, he wanted to hold the Allies as far down the peninsula as possible. Rommel, who commanded the German divisions in the north and argued for a withdrawal, had been sidelined. Both Allied armies soon discovered, in the next stage of the advance, that the mountainous terrain and the weather did not present the sunny Italy which they had imagined from pre-war tourist posters. That autumn in Italy was like the Russian Rasputitsa of constant rain and deep mud. Both British battle dress and American olive drab were sodden for weeks at a time. Trench foot soon became a problem for those who did not put on dry socks once a day. Late autumn downpours turned the rivers to raging torrents and tracks to quagmires, and the retreating Germans had blown every bridge and mined every route. The British, although they had invented the Bailey Bridge, envied the well-equipped and numerous American engineer brigades. But even the U.S. Army was short of bridging equipment in such an abundant succession of mountain valleys. The Germans conducted their withdrawal with defended roadblocks and mines covered by well-camouflaged anti-tank guns. Advance to contact now meant waiting until the lead tank, or armoured car, hit a mine and was then knocked out by an armour-piercing round coming out of nowhere. The wide-ranging manoeuvres of the Desert War were far behind them. Narrow roads in narrow valleys and well-defended hilltop villages meant that the infantry had to take over point position. Less than 30 kilometres north of the Volturno, the advance came to a complete halt. The Gustav, or Winter Line, selected by Kesselring, ran 140 kilometres from just below Ortona on the Adriatic to the Gulf of Gaeta on the Tyrrhenian side. This was the narrowest part of the Italian boot, and well chosen for defence. The Gustav line had the natural fortress of Monte Cassino as its main strong point. All the unguarded optimism of the Allied commanders evaporated as Ultra confirmed that Hitler and Kesselring would mount a ferocious defence. This is the point at which Eisenhower should have insisted on a re-evaluation of the whole campaign. With the 7 divisions due to be sent back to England for Overlord, the Allies no longer had the numerical superiority required for a major offensive. Churchill and Brooke seemed to think it was somehow unfair that the Americans should insist on sticking to the agreement made at the Trident Conference in May. Reconnaissance on the ground soon confirmed what the maps indicated. For Clark's Fifth Army, the only path to Rome lay along Route 6, which went through the Mignano Gap, guarded by massive mountains on either side. And behind them ran the Rapido River, which in its turn was dominated by Monte Cassino. On the left, the British 10 Corps faced the river Garigliano as a barrier. On the 5th of November, it attempted to outflank the Mignano Gap by seizing Monte Camino, only to find that this huge feature, with one false ridge after another, was well defended by the 15th Panzergrenadier Division in the first part of the Winter Line. The men of the 201st Guards Brigade, unable to break the German defence, found it impossible to dig in on what they called Pear-Ass Ridge. In freezing rain, they instead had to construct sangars, or shelters improvised with rocks. German mortar fire from above proved even more lethal than usual, with stone splinters flying in all directions. After several days, Clark had no option but to agree to pull them back off what had become known as Murder Mountain. Dead men were left propped in position, weapons pointed at the enemy, as the survivors withdrew. Higher in the central Apennines, to the northeast, the U.S. 34th and 45th Divisions herded goats in front of them across mountain meadows to set off any mines. The uncomfortable truth was that neither the British nor the Americans had really learned the lessons of mountain warfare. In such terrain, trucks could not get near the forward positions. Food and ammunition had to be carried up the steep, zigzag paths by mules or men. On the way back, the mule trains would bring back the dead. The muleteers, mainly charcoal burners, hired at a daily rate, were spooked by their gruesome cargo. Wounded could only be brought out at night by stretcher-bearers, a painful journey up and down steep, slippery slopes for both the carriers and the carried. In the afternoon of the 2nd of December, under black skies and in the midst of yet another rainstorm, 900 guns of Fifth Army artillery opened a heavy bombardment while dripping infantrymen clambered up the slopes, the British up Monte Camino again, and the Americans up La Defensa, led by the 1st Special Service Force. By dawn the next day, this semi-irregular group had seized the crest and prepared for counterattacks by the Panzer Grenadiers. Over the following days, the fighting for La Defensa was pitiless on both sides. The Americans, having suffered some dirty tricks, took no prisoners. Just to their southwest, the British had finally taken Monte Camino, so the central German position astride Route 6 could now be partially outflanked. Clark sent in the 36th Division on the northeast side to break the Bernhardt line in front of the village of San Pietro. Montelungo on the southwest side of the Mignano Gap had to be the first objective, because otherwise German artillery positioned there would break up the main offensive. A brigade of Italian Alpini, keen to show their mettle against their former ally, who had treated them so badly, went bravely into the assault, but they were cut to pieces by heavy machine-gun fire. Clark even tried using tanks, but they stood little chance of advancing in such rocky terrain without breaking or shedding a track. After several days of heavy losses, Montelungo was taken from the west, and San Pietro fell soon afterwards. The Germans simply pulled back to their next line. Clark's soldiers presented a sorry sight by the middle of December. They were unshaven, had long, dank hair and dark circles of exhaustion under their eyes. Their uniforms were impregnated with mud, their boots were coming to pieces, and their skin was white and wrinkled from being perpetually wet. Many suffered from trench foot. The Italian villagers from San Pietro, who had taken shelter from the fighting in caves, were also in a sorry state. They emerged to find their homes completely ruined and their vegetable plots and vines mangled. Almost every tree on the hillsides around had been smashed by artillery fire. On the Adriatic side of the Apennines, Montgomery's 8th Army could have been fighting a separate war. Build-up was slow until harbours were cleared, so the 8th Army was delayed by supply shortages, especially fuel. The bulk of shipping coming into Bari was earmarked for the rapid development of Major General James Doolittle's 15th Air Force, based on the 13 Foggia airfields. Montgomery recognized that the primary purpose of the Italian campaign should be to tie down as many German divisions as possible, and to use the Foggia bases to bomb the Germans in Bavaria, Austria, and the Danube basin. The mountainous terrain of south-central Italy favoured the Germans in defence and rendered it almost impossible for the Allies to make use of their much larger tank forces. The fighting, they found, was far more ruthless than in the desert. On the German side, it had taken on what a war correspondent called an ordered ferocity. The Germans shot every man in a platoon of Canadians who were surrounded, isolated, and signalled their surrender. And any civilian found in the battle area is immediately shot, irrespective of whether his home is there. Montgomery wanted to break through to turn the flank of the Germans facing Clark's Fifth Army, but heavy autumn rains in the second week of November delayed his attempt to cross the river Sangro. The ground was so waterlogged that his tanks could not move, and cloud cover so low that his air support, still called the Desert Air Force, could not operate. The Sangro was in spate to such an extent that pontoon bridges were simply swept away. On the 27th of November, even though the rain had hardly let up, the 2nd New Zealand Division crossed, and the dogfight for possession of the high ground began in earnest. Montgomery summoned all the war correspondents on the Italian front to a briefing. He spoke from the steps of his caravan, still in desert camouflage, concealed in an olive grove overlooking the Sangro Valley. He was wearing suede desert boots, khaki corduroy trousers, and a battle-dress tunic open at the neck with a silk scarf. He was, wrote the Australian correspondent Godfrey Blunden, a slight little man with a sharp nose, shrewd calculating blue eyes overhung by greying eyebrows. He spoke in a dry, precise voice with the faintest trace of a lisp. His address, laying down his great principles of war, was interrupted only by chirrupings from a cage full of lovebirds and canaries resting against the side of the caravan. At the beginning of December, Montgomery ordered the Canadian 1st Division to attack along the coast towards Ortona. 25 kilometers beyond lay Pescara and Route 5, which led across the Apennines to Rome. Their commander, Major General Christopher Vokes, a red-haired mountain of a man, ordered his men forward in a series of frontal attacks against the 90th Panzergrenadier Division. After an initial success, they came up against the German positions guarding a ravine running southwest of Ortona, which the Germans had planted with mines. For 9 days, Vokes flung battalion after battalion into the attack, until his men called him the Butcher. Montgomery sent messages asking why progress was so slow. The Canadians found that they were facing not just Panzergrenadiers, but also the 1st Fallschirmjäger Division, whom they recognized from their round paratroop helmets. On the 21st of December, the Canadians finally broke through. German demolition teams blew the ancient town to pieces before their eyes, yet the paratroopers still managed to hold the ruins for another week and booby-trapped almost everything that was left. The massive Vokes collapsed in tears of rage at the losses in his division that month. 2,300, of whom 500 were dead, and numerous cases of battle fatigue that left men paralyzed and speechless. Montgomery cancelled any further attacks for the time being. Montgomery's own supply system was again in disarray. On the 2nd of December, a heavy Luftwaffe air raid on the port of Bari had taken the Allies badly off guard. 17 ships were sunk, including one Liberty ship, the SS John Harvey, which was carrying 1,350 tons of mustard gas bombs. Delivered in great secrecy, these bombs were to be held in reserve in case the Germans resorted to chemical warfare. The port was in chaos, with oil pipelines severed and set ablaze. Another ship with 5,000 tons of ammunition caught fire and exploded. As the Harvey burst apart, killing the captain and all the crew, huge surges of water were thrown up by each explosion. The mustard gas washed over all those thrown into the sea, as well as many all around in the dock area. War correspondents soon found that any reference to the raid in any form was suppressed by censors. The secrecy surrounding the mustard gas and the death of all those on the John Harvey meant that doctors caring for servicemen and civilians alike could not understand why so many of them, unable to open their eyes, were dying in such pain. It took 2 days before doctors were reasonably certain of the cause. Over 1,000 Allied soldiers and sailors perished, and an unknown number of Italians. The port itself was out of action until February 1944. It was one of the Luftwaffe's most devastating raids of the whole war. Both of Alexander's armies were now condemned to a costly campaign in harsh surroundings. Southern Italy was not a happy place in that cold winter of 1943, an Irish guardsman observed. Unhappiest and most destitute of all were the civilians, ready to snatch at any food scraps or pick up any cigarette butt tossed away by a soldier. Survival was a desperate business. In Naples, an amateur prostitute would offer herself for 25 cents or a can of rations. In Bari, on the Adriatic coast, 5 cigarettes would buy you a woman. Uninspected brothels were marked out of bounds, but that seemed only to present the challenge of the forbidden to many soldiers. American military police known as snowdrops, from their white helmets, would take great pleasure in bursting into such establishments to check whether any military personnel were present. Venereal disease rates rose to levels far beyond those in Sicily, with more than 1 soldier in 10 infected at any one time. Penicillin was not officially available for such non-military use until the early spring of 1944. It was only justified as a way of getting more men back into the firing line. While the cornucopia of American industry shipped into Naples harbor stimulated an enormous black market from pilferage, ordinary Italians were close to starvation. The Germans had seized their food supplies, which were already drastically reduced through fascist maladministration. The only edible product the occupiers had left untouched were chestnuts from mountain forests, which they considered to be nothing more than food for pigs. Italians, deprived of wheat, ground the chestnuts to make flour. One of the greatest shortages was of salt, which meant that it was impossible to slaughter and cure a pig, assuming you still had one after the Germans had passed through. German commanders and officials ignored even the pleas of Mussolini's Minister for Agriculture. There were virtually no men to work the fields, since the Germans had taken Italian soldiers for forced labor. Inevitably, widespread malnourishment led to children suffering from rickets. But the greatest killer, especially in Naples, was typhus. With little soap and hot water available, lice spread the disease rapidly until the Americans brought in large quantities of DDT to spray on the population. Churchill, while convalescing in Marrakesh after Christmas from his bout of pneumonia, became impatient at the static battle lines across Italy. He returned with enthusiasm to General Mark Clark's earlier plan to outflank the German line with another amphibious landing closer to Rome. Eisenhower had been distinctly uneasy about the idea, known as Operation Shingle, but both he and Montgomery were leaving the Mediterranean for London to prepare for Overlord. Churchill had the field to himself and more or less assumed command. Clark himself was now rather less convinced of Shingle's likely success, with only 2 divisions allocated. If the Fifth Army failed to break through the Gustav line, this landing force could easily find itself trapped. The operation to land and supply 2 divisions required a considerable quantity of shipping, nearly 90 landing ships tank, LSTs, and 160 landing craft. But most of them were due to sail for Britain in mid-January 1944 to be made ready for Overlord. Churchill, using a great deal of prestidigitation with facts and dates, managed to persuade Roosevelt that Operation Shingle would not delay things at all. Although Brooke supported the plan, he was uneasy with the idea of the Prime Minister playing at Commander-in-Chief in the Mediterranean. Winston, sitting in Marrakesh, is now full of beans and trying to win the war from there, the newly promoted Field Marshal wrote in his diary. I wish to God that he would come home and get under control. Churchill, holding court in the Mamounia Hotel, summoned senior officers from all over the Mediterranean. He was dismissive of any doubts, and refused to postpone the planned date of the 22nd of January to allow time for rehearsals. The beaches around Anzio, 100 kilometers behind the German lines, were selected. Most of those present backed the plan, largely because the stalemate had to be broken, but they were well aware that it represented quite a gamble. Churchill underestimated the logistical problems and the ability of the Germans to move troops to counterattack the landing faster than the Allies could reinforce the bridgehead. Everything thus depended on the Fifth Army's ability to cross the Rapido River, seize the strongly defended town of Cassino and, hardest of all, then take the mountain fortress of Monte Cassino, which loomed above it. Not only did Monte Cassino dominate the immediate vicinity, but it also provided a grandstand view of the whole area for German artillery observers. Once again, the British 10 Corps would advance on the left, closest to the sea. Clark had wisely placed on his right the newly arrived French Expeditionary Corps with 2 divisions of tough North African troops. The Goumiers were good mountain fighters. They travelled light, used every fold in the ground with great skill, and were ruthless to their enemies, killing silently with knife and bayonet. The main attack would again be in the centre, this time a few kilometers south of Cassino, towards the Liri Valley. This would involve crossing the Rapido and its mine-infested banks under fire, and then attacking strong German defences on higher ground. Clark's plan was unimaginative. Several of his divisional commanders were uneasy, but they did not voice their doubts openly. They suspected that Clark's obsession with taking Rome could cost many of their men's lives. Clark nevertheless had to mount an all-out attack to give the Anzio landings a chance of success. The 36th Division, which had been battered at Salerno, was to lead the two-corps attack against the village of Sant'Angelo overlooking the Rapido, which was defended by the 15th Panzergrenadier Division. To their south, on the night of the 19th of January, the British 46th Division crossed the Garigliano. But they were forced back in some disorder after the Germans counterattacked rapidly and their pioneers opened some sluice gates upriver above the confluence with the Liri. A torrent of water roared down, scattering the assault boats. On the night of the 20th of January, the 36th Division began its approach to the Rapido in a heavy river mist. Chaos ensued as many companies lost their way. German pioneers had slipped across to plant mines on the east bank, and as the would-be attackers tramped forward, lugging the heavy rubber assault boats, a man would scream when his foot was blown off. Panzergrenadier mortar crews, aiming by sound, fired off a rapid sequence of rounds. Machine guns firing on fixed lines holed many of the assault boats that were launched. Battalions that made it to the other side were forced to pull back, and next day the divisional commander was ordered to send them across again. They had more success the second time, but were trapped in small bridgeheads where they were shelled and mortared relentlessly. Eventually, the remnants of the division were pulled back, having suffered just over 2,000 casualties. It was a futile, bloody battle which led to much recrimination at the time and later. But, combined with the British attack on the left, it had convinced Kesselring that the moment of crisis was at hand. He had ordered forward his two reserve divisions near Rome, the 29th and 90th Panzergrenadier Divisions, to reinforce the line along the Garigliano and the Rapido. This meant that the Anzio-Nettuno sector was unprotected 2 nights later. On the 20th of January, the British 1st Infantry Division and the US 3rd Division, supported by commandos and Colonel Darby's 3 battalions of Rangers, began to embark in ports on the Bay of Naples. Units marching to the ships, accompanied by bands, gave the impression of a victory parade before the battle had even started. The 1st Battalion of the Irish Guards marched to the tune of St. Patrick's Day. "I was amazed to see the Italians lining the street, cheering and clapping us on the way," wrote one of them. "I realized that many of the guardsmen had Italian girlfriends among the cheering crowd. Many of these walked in step with their soldiers and gave them flowers and trinkets." Security was so bad that most of the locals knew where the soldiers were headed. The overall commander of 6th Corps, and thus of Operation Shingle, was Major General John P. Lucas. He was a kindly man who gave the impression of an elderly uncle with his white moustache and wire-rimmed spectacles, but he lacked any killer instinct. Senior officers could not resist offering encouraging advice, almost all of which proved both contradictory and inaccurate. The most disastrous came from General Clark himself. "Don't stick your neck out, Johnny," he told Lucas. "I did at Salerno and got into trouble." Clark provided no clear objectives. He suggested that he should secure the beachhead and not put his corps in danger. To everyone's astonishment, after the exuberant Italian send-off, the Germans had not the slightest inkling of the landings planned at Anzio and Nettuno. They were taken completely by surprise. In fact, when the Americans and British landed in the early hours of the 22nd of January and asked locals where the Germans were, all they received were shrugs and nods in the direction of Rome. Just a few were rounded up. They had been foraging for their units in this tranquil area, which had been a beach resort for fascist officials from Rome. Although the Germans had not prepared conventional military defences, they had deliberately wreaked environmental sabotage on the area. At vast expense in the 1930s, Mussolini had drained the Pontine marshes and settled 100,000 Great War veterans to farm the reclaimed land. Mosquitoes, which had plagued the region, were virtually eliminated. After the Italian surrender, two of Himmler's scientists planned revenge on their former ally. They had the pumps turned off to flood much of the area again and destroyed the tidal gates. They then introduced the malaria-carrying breed of mosquito which could survive in brackish water. The German authorities also confiscated stocks of quinine so that the disease spread. The inhabitants not only found their land and homes wrecked, but more than 55,000 contracted malaria the following year. It was a clear case of biological warfare. Unaware of the malaria threat, both Alexander and Clark visited the peaceful landing site. They seemed unconcerned by the lack of drive at senior levels, but in the forward battalions a sense of unease and dismay began to grow. "We all had a sickening feeling of anticlimax," wrote an Irish guardsman. "Each and every one of us had been keyed up for a bold advance on Rome. It might have been rough and bloody, but we would have got there. We had the element of surprise. There were no Germans. What in the name of God was stopping the division advancing?" In British ranks, there was an unfounded suspicion that they were being held back because the Yanks wanted to get to Rome first. Yet Lucas was not even pushing Major General Lucien Truscott's 3rd Division forward with any urgency, despite the need to seize the hills to the north or cut the 10th Army's supply lines along Route 7. The Allied landing caused panic in Rome and at Kesselring's headquarters above the Tiber Valley, especially since he had committed his 2 reserve divisions to the battles along the Garigliano and Rapido rivers. He was woken with the news shortly before dawn and rang Berlin. A contingency plan, Operation Richard, was put into immediate effect, bringing divisions down from northern Italy and reinforcements from elsewhere. General de Cavallerie Eberhard von Mackensen was to move his 14th Army headquarters from Verona. Wietinghof's 10th Army headquarters were ordered to send all troops not engaged in combat back towards the Alban Hills and the Colli Laziali, which overlooked the Pontine marshes of the coastal plain. Above all, Kesselring wanted as many batteries of guns as possible in those hills. But first he sent in his flying artillery, and the Luftwaffe used their glide bombs against ships anchored offshore. One of them blew the Royal Navy destroyer HMS Janus in half. Another sank a brightly lit and clearly marked hospital ship. Mines were another hazard for the invasion fleet. The British 1st Division on the western side of the beachhead finally began advancing rapidly on the 24th of January, and by the next day had taken the small town of Aprilia. Truscott's 3rd Division attacked towards Cisterna, where it found itself up against the Panzer Division Hermann Göring. It was not long before Kesselring's gunners in the hills began an almost constant bombardment of the plain below. Lucas's refusal to hurry to seize the high ground was now shown to be disastrous. With a perverse obstinacy, he had let the huge advantage of surprise slip through his fingers. But the fault also lay with Clark and Alexander, who should have put much more pressure on him to push out his forces in the first 48 hours. On the other hand, it can be argued that Lucas's 6th Corps, with just 2 divisions, was simply not strong enough to advance inland and protect its flanks, and that the whole operation was flawed. By the time Clark visited the beachhead again on the 28th of January, the rapid German build-up had passed parity with the invading Allied force of just over 60,000 men. Even more enemy reinforcements were on their way south. The comforting idea that Allied air power would prevent them deploying had proved an illusion, while German artillery fire became heavier and heavier. An 18-year-old Italian woman went into labor as a group of civilians and soldiers tried to shelter from shelling in a cemetery. While her mother prayed volubly to all the saints, a Royal Army Medical Corps corporal delivered a healthy boy as if it were an everyday task. When Derby's Rangers and Truscott's 3rd Division attacked the following night, they were repelled by German forces several times greater than expected. A renewed attack led to disaster for the Rangers, with many of them killed or captured. The Germans later paraded their prisoners gleefully in Rome for photographers and Deutsche Wochenschau newsreel cameras. Hitler, who was obsessed with the symbolic significance of capital cities, was determined not to lose that of his most prominent ally. As a result, he was giving Kesselring even more resources for the defence of Italy than he had asked for. Allied regimental aid posts, casualty clearing stations, and the evacuation hospital were all overwhelmed with stretcher cases as German shelling increased dramatically. Small German fighting patrols infiltrated the perimeter. The battle was a series of short, sharp engagements, an Irish Guards sergeant wrote. There was so much cover in the culverts and deep irrigation ditches that the enemy were upon you in seconds. With the skies heavily overcast, the Allies could no longer rely on air support. Americans and British alike had to dig in and face the fury of Mackensen's expected counterattack, now nearly 100,000 strong with the newly arrived reinforcements. The Anzio landings had utterly failed to undermine the 10th Army's defence line on the Garigliano and Rapido. The great rock of Monte Cassino, crowned by its Benedictine monastery, was its strong point. But less than 10 kilometres to the northeast, the French corps of 2 North African divisions, commanded by General Alphonse Juin, had crossed the river Secco and seized Monte Belvedere inside the Gustave line. They suffered 8,000 casualties in the harshest mountain combat. Back down the Rapido Valley, artillery duels of counter-bombardment continued relentlessly. On the 30th of January, the U.S. 34th Infantry Division, having initially been forced back, managed to ford the Rapido north of Cassino. Over the next few days, it fought its way from hill to hill round the back of the great mountain. But the battle for the town of Cassino and Monte Cassino itself swung back and forth in freezing weather and flurries of snow. The 34th Division, exhausted and mangled by its courageous advance, had to be replaced soon afterwards by the 4th Indian Division. Lieutenant General Bernard Freyberg, the New Zealand Corps commander, now took over the sector. The huge and fearless Freyberg, known to British colleagues as a bear of very little brain, saw things in straightforward terms. He concluded that the great Benedictine monastery of Monte Cassino was impregnable as it stood. Instead of trying to spare it, as both Eisenhower and Alexander had earlier laid down, the Allies should destroy it completely. Inaccurate reports that the Germans had secretly turned it into a fortress were believed, and reports that it was filled with refugees were discounted. General Juin was strongly opposed to its destruction, so was Clark and the commander of the U.S. II Corps. But Alexander stepped in firmly to support Freyberg. The pressure for results from Churchill in London was too great. On the 4th of February, Mackensen's attack on the British salient at Anzio began, with Panzer Grenadiers driving a huge flock of sheep in front of them over the minefields. The 1st Battalion of the Irish Guards and the 6th Gordons took the brunt of the fighting as Mark IV panzers came on behind. The 1st Infantry Division was forced back, losing 1,500 men, of whom 900 were taken prisoner. Another German attack came 3 days later against Aprilia. Once more a breakthrough to the sea was held off only by massed artillery and the guns of Allied warships offshore. Hitler, in the Wolfschanze, having pored over large-scale maps of the Anzio beachhead, issued detailed orders to Mackensen for a massive attack to crush it completely. He wanted a conspicuous and salutary lesson to be inflicted on the Allies to discourage them from a larger undertaking on the Channel coast later in the year. On the 16th of February, the fighting rose to a new intensity. The 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division and the 26th Panzer Division attacked Aprilia again and the area between the U.S. 45th Division and the recently arrived British 56th Division. 2 days later, Mackensen threw in his reserves as well. Panzer Grenadiers attacked almost in Napoleonic columns down the same axis from Caroceto. Artillery observers had seen them coming, and within minutes batteries of Allied field guns had ranged in to produce a devastating effect. Americans dubbed this approach road the bowling alley. While Allied casualties had been high, Markinson lost over 5,000 men. Clark, under pressure from Alexander, returned to the Anzio beachhead to sack Lucas as 6th Corps commander and replace him with Truscott. It was ironic that this decision came just after the battle had started to turn in the Allies' favour. Churchill's timing was also out when he made his famous remark about Anzio a week later at a meeting of the Chiefs of Staff in London. "We hoped to land a wildcat that would tear out the bowels of the Boche. Instead, we have stranded a vast whale with its tail flopping about in the water." On the 29th of February, Markinson, under orders from Kesselring and Führer headquarters, sent in another major attack. Allied batteries fired 66,000 shells at these forces. Hitler was taking as close an interest in the dozen kilometres of the Anzio beachhead as in the Eastern Front, but he refused to recognize that his troops could not win if they lacked artillery ammunition and air cover, while the Allies grew stronger and stronger in the Materialschlacht, the battle of hardware. Kesselring, on the other hand, understood that a turning point in the war had been reached in Italy. The Wehrmacht could not continue to expend troops and weaponry for much longer against an enemy with such apparently inexhaustible reserves of firepower. At Anzio, 3/4 of its casualties had been caused by shell fire. On the 15th of February, the full destructive potential of the Allies was unleashed on Monte Cassino. Leaflets had been showered over the ancient monastery the evening before, to warn all those sheltering there to abandon the place as rapidly as possible for their own safety. But, due to confusion and suspicion, few left. The abbot refused to believe that the Allies were capable of such an act. The B-17 flying fortresses and waves of B-25 Mitchells and B-26 Marauders bombed the mountaintop in relays, while the entire artillery of the Fifth Army in the Rapido Valley added its own explosive contribution. Several hundred refugees were killed. Freiberg's plan backfired in every possible way. He failed to launch his attack until long after the bombers had departed. Even then, it was in insufficient strength and ill-coordinated. The Allied bombardment gave the Germans the right and opportunity to turn the partly ruined monastery into a veritable fortress, and Allied attempts to blame the Germans with false claims that they had occupied the monastery were firmly contradicted by the abbot in a filmed interview with General der Panzertruppen Fridolin von Singer und Ettelin, the commander of 14 Panzerkorps. The town of Cassino, now defended by the 1st Fallschirmjäger Division, became Freiberg's primary objective, but his decision to attack with his 2nd New Zealand Division and the 4th Indian Division was thwarted by relentless rain. He needed dry ground for the tanks, but everywhere was waterlogged. When the rain stopped on the 15th of March, the town was pounded by bombers and artillery. Despite the claims of 15th Air Force bomber crews, it was not their finest hour in navigation and aiming. 5 other towns were also hit by mistake. In fact, the U.S. aircraft managed to bomb just about every nationality on their own side. An Indian division, 8th Army headquarters, the newly arrived Poles, and General Juin's headquarters, causing 350 Allied casualties and 75 civilian. Following standard German practice when a major attack was expected, the town of Cassino had been held with only a small force. The bulk of the paratroopers had been pulled back to 2nd and 3rd line positions. The subsequent advance of Freiberg's forces was not helped by the rubble blocking the streets and huge craters. The Sherman tanks could not get through, and then, despite the encouraging weather forecast, the rains began again. The German paratroopers defended the ruined town with deadly skill. The New Zealanders, who had their defeat on Crete to avenge, certainly did not lack courage or determination, nor did the Indian Division, especially the 9th Gurkha Rifles. But, to Clark's frustration, Freiberg went at his own pace, showing no tactical flair and hammering away obstinately. The battle went on for 8 days, with Freiberg's corps losing twice as many men as the Germans. Isolated detachments, such as the Gurkhas, who had seized hills at great cost, were called back. The whole corps was withdrawn, battered, embittered, and dispirited. At Anzio, meanwhile, the self-perpetuating nature of the war in Italy had continued, with Allied forces in the beachhead perimeter increased to almost 100,000 men, thus retaining parity with the Germans. But this, the most savage of battlefronts, had now sunk into a routine behind the nightly skirmishing of fighting patrols. Soldiers planted vegetables and bought livestock off the evacuated Italian families before they left. Bored troops bet on anything from beetle racing to baseball. American business enterprise flourished with the sale of hooch from improvised alembics. Bootleggers from the 133rd Infantry blended 50 pounds of fermented raisins and a dash of vanilla to make plastered in Paris. British soldiers caught rats in sandbags and hurled them like satchel charges into German trenches. Cases of self-inflicted wounds were worryingly high, mainly, it seems, out of anticipated fear rather than the immediacy of fear itself. Combat fatigue, as psychiatrists soon noted, was always likely to increase in surrounded beachheads and bridgeheads. It dropped dramatically only when a war of movement began. On the 23rd of March, while the fighting for Cassino was at its height, Italian partisans in Rome ambushed a detachment of German police as they marched through the city. An enraged Hitler ordered reprisals, 10 executions for every German killed. Kappler, the SS chief in Rome, selected 335 hostages for execution the next day at the Ardiatine caves outside the city. Kappler's hunt for Jews had been less successful, with just 1,259 rounded up and sent to Auschwitz. The majority had been hidden by Italians, including by the Catholic Church, even though the Pope had not spoken out against the persecution. Across the Adriatic, German reprisals in Yugoslavia became more savage. Himmler had authorized the recruitment of Bosnian Muslims into the 13th SS Gebirgsdivision Handschar to fight Tito's partisans, depicted to them as the hated Serbs. They wore a grey fez with the SS death's head. In fact, the partisans came increasingly from all the Yugoslav nationalities, while the almost exclusively Serb Chetniks of General Mihailovic had backed away from confrontation with the Germans after the appalling reprisals of October 1941. Tito's communist forces, on the other hand, had no scruples about escalating the conflict, counting on German atrocities to swell their numbers. Once it became clear to the British that the Chetniks were hanging back, SOE withdrew its military mission to them and increased its support to Tito's brigades. Supplies from the SOE base in Bari were flown in, and on the 2nd of March 1944, bombing raids on targets in Yugoslavia began from the Foggia airfields. As the Allied bombing of Germany intensified, Hitler wanted revenge and terror inflicted on Britain, but most ordinary Germans had become depressed by Nazi ranting. They wanted protection from the bombers and to hear some message of hope that the war would end. Only party loyalists now used the Heil Hitler greeting and salute. The overthrow of Mussolini in Italy prompted wishful thoughts in many German minds, but the two regimes and their grip on power were simply poles apart. To ensure the Nazis' continued control in Germany, Hitler appointed Heinrich Himmler, the Reichsführer SS, Minister of the Interior as well. But to the dismay of Goebbels, Hitler had cut himself off even more from the German people and still refused to visit bombed-out civilians or wounded soldiers. Hitler had ensured, consciously or subconsciously, that all boats had been burned. There were no alternatives save victory or total destruction. And having promised the inevitability of Nazi victory, he now, quite shamelessly, could threaten the horrors of defeat without ever admitting that anything had changed, or that he was responsible in any way for this catastrophic state of affairs. Hitler blamed recent reverses on the treacherous French in North Africa, on the even more treacherous Italians, and on reactionary generals in the Wehrmacht who lacked Nazi faith and failed to obey his orders. During rare moments of lucidity, it seemed that Hitler could visualize how the war was going to end. He was at least consistent in his social Darwinistic view that might was always right. After the Stalingrad disaster, he had begun to apply this notion to his own countrymen. He told Goebbels that if the German people turned out to be weak, they would deserve nothing else than to be extinguished by a stronger people. Then one could have no sympathy for them. He would return to this theme as the downfall of the Reich approached. Chapter 36. The Soviet Spring Offensive. January to April 1944. On the 4th of January 1944, Generalfeldmarschall von Manstein flew to the Wolfschanze to underline the threat facing Army Group South. The 4th Panzer Army, between Vinnitsa and Berdichev, was threatened with destruction. This would leave a huge gap between his forces and Army Group Center. The only answer was to bring troops back from the Crimea and the Dnieper Bend. Hitler refused to consider it. To abandon the Crimea risked losing the support of Romania and Bulgaria, and he could not take forces from the north, as that might encourage the Finns to leave the war. He claimed that there were so many disagreements on the enemy side that the alliance would fall to pieces. It was just a question of hanging on. Manstein asked to see Hitler alone. Only General Kurt Zeitzler, the Army Chief of Staff, remained with the two men. Hitler quite clearly sensed what was coming and did not like it. Manstein returned to his earlier recommendation that Hitler hand over the direction of the Eastern Front to him. Thinking of the constant refusal of Führer headquarters to allow a retreat until it was too late, Manstein remarked that some of their problems came from the way they were commanded. "Even I cannot get the field marshals to obey me," Hitler replied in a cold fury. "Do you imagine, for example, that they would obey you any more readily?" Manstein retorted that his own orders were not disobeyed. He had won the point, but Hitler abruptly ended the meeting. Manstein, too clever for his own good, had achieved nothing except to arouse Hitler's profound distrust. His days as a commander-in-chief were numbered. In January 1944, even after losses of 4.2 million men, the German armed forces were at their greatest mobilized strength, with 9.5 million in uniform. Just under 2.5 million were on the Eastern Front, bolstered by some 700,000 Allied troops, a slightly larger figure than for Operation Barbarossa 2.5 years before. But numbers were misleading. The German army was a very different organization to the one which had started the invasion. On average, it was losing the equivalent of a regiment a day, with many of the best junior officers and NCOs killed in the fighting. Notional strengths were kept up by press-ganging Poles, Czechs, Alsatians, and Volksdeutsch into the army and Waffen-SS. Between 10 and 20% of a division's ration strength consisted of Hiwis and forced labourers. The other great difference was that the German army could no longer count on effective support from the Luftwaffe, the bulk of which had been withdrawn to defend the Reich from Allied bombing. The Red Army deployed 6.4 million men, almost entirely on the Eastern Front, and also enjoyed a massive superiority in tanks, guns, and aircraft. Yet even the Soviet Union was suffering a manpower crisis after the staggering losses of the previous 2 years and the mass mobilization for war industries. Many rifle divisions were down to 2,000 men or fewer. The Red Army was, nevertheless, an incomparably more professional and effective organization than it had been during the disasters of 1941. The asphyxiating fear of the NKVD's dead hand had been replaced with a much greater sense of initiative and even experimentation. For the early part of 1944, Soviet priorities were clear: force back the Germans from Leningrad, reoccupy Belorussia, and liberate the rest of Ukraine. After the successful Zhytomyr-Berdichev operation carried out by Vatutin's First Ukrainian Front, which fought off all of Manstein's counterattacks, Marshal Zhukov, the Stavka representative, aimed to destroy the strong German salient on the Dnieper around Korsun. On the 24th of January, the 11 and 42 Corps, which Hitler had not allowed Manstein to withdraw, were taken by surprise and cut off by the 5th Guards Tank Army and the 6th Tank Army from Konyev's Second Ukrainian Front. Manstein, determined to get them out after the failure of the rescue mission at Stalingrad, assembled 4 panzer divisions. Zhukov's great rival, General Konyev, was equally keen to destroy the 4 infantry divisions and the 5th SS Panzer Grenadier Division Viking before help arrived. Konyev, who according to Beria's son had wicked little eyes, a shaven head that looked like a pumpkin, and an expression full of self-conceit, was utterly ruthless. He ordered the 2nd Air Army supporting him to rain incendiaries on the wooden buildings of the towns and villages within what had become the Cherkasy pocket. This would force the undernourished German troops out into the bitter cold. On the 17th of February, the encircled troops made their attempt to break out, struggling through deep snow. Konyev was ready and sprang his trap. With their broad tracks, his T-34s could cope with the drifts. Their crews chased the weakened German infantrymen, crushing them under their tracks. Then the cavalry charged on their Cossack ponies, and with their sabres hacked off the raised arms of those trying to surrender. It is said that some 20,000 Germans died there on that day alone. Stalin was so impressed by Konyev's vengeance that he promoted him to marshal. Vatutin might also have been promoted if he had not been ambushed by Ukrainian nationalists on the 29th of February and left mortally wounded. Zhukov took over command of his 1st Ukrainian Front and continued to attack the northern flank of Army Group South, while Malinovsky's 3rd Ukrainian Front and Tolbukin's 4th Ukrainian Front crushed or forced back the German forces in the Dnieper Bend. Hitler had been even more reluctant to contemplate withdrawal from Leningrad. Any hope of destroying the cradle of Bolshevism had long disappeared, but he feared that it would give the Finns the excuse they wanted to make peace with the Soviet Union. His soldiers could not understand why they were being held in these marshlands, especially when word spread that the Red Army had made major advances in the south. Expecting a major attack soon, the German military authorities forced the civilian population in northern Russia further to the rear to prevent the Red Army from recruiting them in an advance. "Our car passed the body of a woman lying in the snow," wrote Godfrey Blunden near Velikie Luki. "Our driver did not stop." Such sights are common in the Russian war zone. The woman, who had probably fallen out of line while being marched to Germany, had been shot or had died of cold. Who will ever know who she was? She was just one of many million Russians. On the 14th of January 1944, the Leningrad, Volkhov and Second Baltic fronts began a series of attacks to break the siege entirely. Over the previous 2 months, the Leningrad front had secretly been ferrying the Second Shock Army at night into the Oranienbaum bridgehead on the Baltic coast west of the city. Then, once the Gulf of Finland had frozen hard, another 22,000 troops, 140 tanks and 380 guns crossed the ice into the pocket. In a dense, freezing fog, the Red Army and the Baltic Fleet opened an exceptionally heavy bombardment with 21,600 guns and 1,500 Katyusha rocket batteries. So great was the trembling from 220,000 shells fired in 100 minutes that plaster fell from ceilings in Leningrad 20 kilometers away. The shells were throwing up a whole wall of earth, smoke and dust with flashes of fire inside it, wrote a mortarman. The attack out of the Oranienbaum bridgehead was joined by one from the Pulkovo Heights on the southwest flank of the city. General Oberst Georg Küchler, the commander-in-chief of Army Group North, had not expected such skillfully coordinated attacks. But German Kampfgruppen fought back with their usual professionalism. An 88mm gun hit one Soviet tank after another from a well-built pillbox. Advancing Soviet infantry could smell the scorched flesh of those inside the tanks. They found no civilians in the villages since they had been evacuated behind the German lines. The advance continued towards Pushkin, Tsarskoye Selo, and Peterhof. German corpses, face down in the snow, had been flattened by the tracks of the advancing T-34 tanks. Some soldiers sang as they advanced, others prayed. I realized that I myself was trying to remember prayers that I had been taught as a child, an officer recorded, but I could not remember any. When they reached Gatchina, they found the palace covered in shit. The Germans occupying the place had not bothered to go outdoors in the cold. The British correspondent, Alexander Worth, however, claimed that Red Army soldiers were furious to find that part of the palace at Gatchina had been turned into a German officer's brothel. On the morning of the 22nd of January, General Kuchler flew to the Wolfschanze to ask Hitler's permission to withdraw from Pushkin, a pointless exercise since the retreat was unstoppable. The next day, the last German shell fell on Leningrad. On the 27th of January 1944, after 880 days, the siege was truly broken. Victory salutes were fired in Leningrad, but the celebrations were overshadowed by thoughts of all who had died. The predominant feeling among most people was one of survivor guilt. The desire for revenge among front-line troops was strong. Vasily Churkin described in his diary how, when they entered Viritsa, they caught 4 Russian teenage boys who were wearing German uniforms. They were immediately shot, so great was the hatred of all things German. But the boys were innocent. The Germans had used them as horse drivers in the rear. They were given greatcoats and forced to wear them. Hitler soon sacked Kuchler and replaced him with Generalfeldmarschall Model, his favorite commander in a crisis, but this failed to stop the Soviet advance, which continued for over 200 kilometers. Foreign Waffen-SS formations, including the Belgian Walloon Legion, commanded by Léon de Grelle, were thrown back from the Narva. To the south, the central front line across Belorussia remained stable during those early months of 1944, but the German campaign against partisans in Belorussia was as savage as any fighting at the front. The German Ninth Army forced 50,000 Soviet civilians, regarded as unfit for labor, out into no man's land, a virtual death sentence. In the western Ukraine, the German army continued to receive a battering with no time to recover between one offensive and another. On the 4th of March, Zhukov's 1st Ukrainian Front smashed the German line with 2 tank armies and headed for the Romanian border. Another tank army crossed the Dniester and advanced into northeastern Romania. Hitler had left the Wolfschanze in East Prussia on the 22nd of February, while concrete bunkers were constructed, now that his headquarters was within range of Soviet aviation. He moved to the Berkhof, which also happened to be closer to his increasingly undependable Balkan allies. Early in March, he decided to tackle the problem of Hungary's treachery, having heard of overtures made by Admiral Horthy to the Western Allies. Hitler intended to take over the country, keep Horthy in protective custody, and deal with the Hungarian Jews. On the 18th of March, Horthy arrived at Schloss Klesheim, accompanied by senior figures in his government. He and his entourage thought that they had been summoned to discuss their request to withdraw Hungarian forces from the Eastern Front to defend the Carpathian frontier from the Red Army. But Hitler simply presented Horthy with an ultimatum. Horthy, although outraged by Hitler's blunt threats, even against his own family, was left with no option. He returned by train to Budapest, a virtual prisoner in the company of SS Obergruppenführer Ernst Kaltenbrunner, head of the RSHA. A puppet government was installed the next day, and German forces entered the country. They were immediately followed by Eichmann's experts, ready to round up Hungary's 750,000 Jews and send them to Auschwitz. On the 19th of March, as German troops drove into Budapest, Hitler also held a bizarre ceremony at the Berghof. He had summoned all the field marshals in the Wehrmacht to declare their loyalty to him. Their doyen, Generalfeldmarschall von Rundstedt, began by reading out a statement which they had all signed. Hitler appeared to be moved by this totally artificial performance, which left the field marshals fearing for his sanity. Hitler and Goebbels had become increasingly unsettled by the anti-fascist propaganda emanating from the League of German Officers. This group of prominent prisoners in the Soviet Union, manipulated by the NKVD, was led by General der Artillerie Walter von Seydlitz-Kurzbach and other senior officers captured at Stalingrad. Seydlitz, now virulently anti-Nazi, had proposed in September to the NKVD that he should form a 30,000-strong corps from German prisoners of war who could be flown into Germany to overthrow Hitler. When informed of this, Beria wrongly suspected that it was an elaborate and over-ambitious attempt at a mass escape. The ceremonial vows of loyalty from the field marshals looked even more unconvincing on the 30th of March, when Manstein of Army Group South and Kleist of Army Group Center were brought back to the Berghof to be relieved of their positions. Their crime was to have requested permission to withdraw their forces to evade another encirclement. Just over a week later, the German and Romanian forces trapped on the Crimea by the 4th Ukrainian Front were forced to pull back after a devastating attack on the Perekop Isthmus. On the 10th of April, the German forces in Odessa had to escape by sea, and just over a month later, the last 25,000 German and Romanian troops left in Sebastopol surrendered. The Wehrmacht had now been cleared from the Black Sea coast to the Pripyat marshes on the edge of Poland. In the south, the Red Army had won back almost all Soviet territory and had entered foreign territory. In the north, the Leningrad front had reached the Estonian border. For Stalin, the next objective was clear. If the Stavka plan to cut off the whole of Army Group Center in Belorussia worked, it would be the greatest victory of the war, especially if timed to coincide with the Allied invasion of Normandy. By night, RAF Lancasters continued to pound Berlin in Britain's original Second Front, although at a very heavy cost in bombers and aircrew. Goering did not show himself in public anymore. Hitler despaired of the Luftwaffe's failure to wreak revenge on England, and yet he could not bring himself to remove his old comrade. But Air Chief Marshal Harris's plan to wreck Berlin from end to win the war remained a figment of his obstinate imagination. The destruction caused in his Battle of Berlin was immense, but the city had failed to burn. U.S. Air Force and RAF raids built up into the crescendo of Big Week in late February 1944. Long-range Mustang fighter escorts dramatically reduced American losses as their heavy bombers attacked fuel and aircraft targets at Regensburg, Fürth, Graz, Steyr, Gotha, Schweinfurt, Augsburg, Aschersleben, Bremen and Rostock. It had taken the air chiefs in Washington a long time to accept that their doctrine of unescorted daylight bombing had been flawed, but with the Mustang and its Rolls-Royce engine, they finally had the machine to make it work. The new tactic also contributed massively to the necessary weakening of the Luftwaffe before Operation Overlord. Despite the Allied bombing campaign, German aircraft production, switched in some cases to tunnel factories, increased. But the aerial battles had left the Luftwaffe with few experienced pilots. The novices, rushed through flying school because of fuel shortages, were sent straight into frontline squadrons where they provided easy pickings for Allied pilots. The Luftwaffe, just like the Imperial Japanese Navy, had failed to send their best pilots back as flying and aerial combat instructors. Instead, they had kept them on a relentless round of sorties until they were exhausted and made fatal mistakes. By the time the Allied invasion came in June, the Luftwaffe was a spent force. Chapter 37. The Pacific, China and Burma. 1944. Once the islands of Tarawa and Makin had been secured in November 1943 and the lessons digested, Nimitz began planning to seize the Marshall Islands to the north. His first objective was the Kwajalein Atoll in the center. Some of his commanders were concerned by the number of Japanese air bases in the area, but Nimitz was adamant. The balance of power in the Pacific had by now switched decisively in favor of the U.S. Navy. The astonishing American shipbuilding program far exceeded even what the late Admiral Yamamoto had feared before his attack on Pearl Harbor. The United States had also shown itself capable of catching up and overtaking the Japanese in aviation technology. The Imperial Japanese Navy had begun the war with a far superior fighter, the Zero, but had failed to modernize it sufficiently. The U.S. Navy, on the other hand, brought in new aircraft, especially the Grumman F-6F Hellcat, and continually experimented with new techniques. On the 31st of January 1944, Rear Admiral Mark A. Mitcher's Task Force 58, with 12 fast carriers and 8 new battleships, advanced on the Marshall Islands well ahead of the invasion force. Its 650 aircraft destroyed almost every Japanese aircraft in preemptive strikes, and the battleships shelled the airstrips. The Americans had also prepared a much longer and more intense naval bombardment, and introduced more heavily armored Amtraks. As a result, the landings on and around Kwajalein, which began on the 1st of February, succeeded with a much lower loss of life, just 334 men as opposed to the 1,056 who had died at Tarawa. Encouraged by the Kwajalein operation, Admiral Nimitz decided to push straight on to take the Eniwetok Atoll, nearly 650 kilometers to the west. He again decided to use the fast carrier force to eliminate any Japanese threat from the air. In the case of Eniwetok, it would come from the great Japanese naval and air base at Truk, 1,240 kilometers further west in the Caroline Islands. Admiral Mitcher took 9 carriers, and once within range, they launched wave after wave of fighters and dive bombers. In 36 hours, U.S. Navy pilots destroyed 200 aircraft on the ground and, together with the surface ships, sank 41 Japanese vessels, totaling more than 200,000 tons. The Japanese combined fleet could never use Truk again, and Eniwetok and neighboring islands were duly taken. General MacArthur, the Viceroy of the Southwest Pacific, based in Brisbane, was gradually building up his forces in order to satisfy his vow to retake the Philippines. By the end of the year, he would have accumulated under his command the 6th and 8th Armies, the 5th Air Force, and the 7th Fleet, which became known as MacArthur's Navy. MacArthur suspected, with justification, that although the official policy was to give his advance to the Philippines equal priority with that of Nimitz in the Central Pacific, the U.S. Navy was bound to win. Its strategy of advancing towards Japan by island group was now strongly supported by the Air Force Chief of Staff, Hap Arnold. Once the new B-29 superfortress, with a bombing range of 1,500 miles, entered service, they could attack Japan directly from the Mariana Islands. MacArthur had little choice but to continue his progress westwards along the northern coast of New Guinea, in the hope that the Joint Chiefs would then allocate the resources he needed to begin his reconquest of the Philippines. But MacArthur suddenly decided to seize the Admiralty Islands, 240 kilometers to the north, ahead of schedule. Air reconnaissance indicated that the Japanese airfield had been abandoned. It was an extremely risky venture, especially with a small invading force, but it paid off. The Japanese were forced to abandon their defense of Madang on the north coast of New Guinea, while American warships could now use the great natural harbor of the Admiralties and cut the Japanese supply line to New Guinea. Freshly arrived army divisions were slow to adapt to Pacific Island combat. Sentries made nervous by jungle noises at night or overreacting to deliberate Japanese scare tactics could cause chaos. Troops from the 24th Division, guarding Lieutenant General Robert Eichelberger's 1 Corps headquarters in Hollandia at the western end of New Guinea, even began a night battle among themselves, firing machine guns and hurling grenades when no Japanese were near. Eichelberger described it as a disgraceful exhibition, yet fire discipline continued to be an alien concept for many U.S. units, despite constant complaints by senior officers of promiscuous shooting. Chiang Kai-shek was painfully aware that the twin strategies of MacArthur and the U.S. Navy were making his country even more of a backwater. He had discovered, after the Tehran conference, that Operation Buccaneer, the plan for landings in the Bay of Bengal, had been cancelled since the amphibious craft were needed for overlord. China's main interest to the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington was now simply to act as an unsinkable aircraft carrier within range of Japan. And even that role would be undermined once the Mariana Islands had been captured and air bases built for the B-29 superfortresses. Chiang also suspected that, while the Allies were focused on the invasion of France, the Japanese would launch a major offensive against him before the United States could redeploy forces from Europe to the Far East. He warned Roosevelt of this in a signal on the 1st of January 1944. General Stilwell had also been concerned about a renewed Japanese attempt to destroy U.S. air bases in China after the Chekiang-Jiangxi offensive of the year before. But his plans to modernize more of the Chinese army had been downgraded. The Japanese were particularly provoked by the American 14th Air Force's raids on the Hsinchu Naval Airfield on Formosa, which was followed by bombing raids against their home islands. The Americans and the British ignored these warnings of a major Japanese retaliation, partly because the Generalissimo had cried wolf before, but mainly because their intelligence analysis was deeply flawed. They considered the Imperial Japanese Army incapable of undertaking a major campaign, and even assumed that it would start to withdraw troops from China to reinforce the Philippines. In fact, Imperial General Headquarters had already approved plans for the Ichigo offensive into southern China with 500,000 men, and for Operation Ugo, attacking from northern Burma into India with 85,000. In the first half of 1943, the Operations Section in Imperial General Headquarters had been working on a long-range strategic plan. This tacitly acknowledged that Japan could not now win in the Pacific against American naval supremacy. Instead, it would relaunch its continental war to destroy the nationalist Chinese forces. Emperor Hirohito wanted a great victory, which he believed would allow Japan to negotiate a favorable peace with the Western powers. General Okamuro Yasuji, the commander-in-chief in China, on the other hand, saw the Ichigo offensive as their one chance to destroy the nationalists before the Americans landed in force on the southwestern coast of China in 1945. The two primary objectives of the Ichigo offensive laid down by Imperial General Headquarters were to destroy the U.S. airfields in China and, through an overland clearing operation, to link up the Japanese armies in China with those in Vietnam, Thailand and Malaya. On the 24th of January, General Tojo restricted the objective to the destruction of American airfields, and the Emperor gave his assent. But the idea of securing a corridor from Manchuria down through China all the way to Indochina, Thailand and Malaya remained very much in the forefront of the General Staff's thinking. American air supremacy over the South China Sea, combined with attacks by U.S. submarines, threatened to sever maritime connections. A land route was therefore seen as vital. In Burma, both sides were preparing their own offensives. Lieutenant General Mutagachi Renya, the commander of the Japanese 15th Army in Burma, with 156,000 men, had become obsessed with invading India. Other senior Japanese officers, especially those with the 33rd Army in northeast Burma, were very skeptical. They wanted to attack the Chinese nationalists across the Salween River from the west and destroy the U.S. airbase at Kunming. The British tend to see the Burma campaign of 1944 as one of Chindit columns deep in the jungle, and the brave defensive battles of Imphal and Koima under Slim's leadership turning defeat into victory. Americans, if they think of Burma at all, conjure up images of Vinegar Joe Stilwell and Merrill's marauders. For the Chinese, it was the Yunnan North Burma campaign. Their best divisions played a major role here when they should have been used to defend southern China against the Ichigo offensive, which destroyed nationalist power and helped the communists to win the civil war to come. On the 9th of January, Indian and British troops from the 14th Army, having advanced down the Arakan coast, captured Maungdaw. Once again, they wanted to take the island of Akyab with its airfield, but once again they were forced to retreat when the Japanese 55th Division threatened to cut them off. Stilwell, meanwhile, was advancing into northeast Burma with the Chinese divisions in X-Force, which had been trained and equipped by the Americans in India. His plan was to seize the communication center of Myitkyina with its airfield. The Allies wanted to eliminate the Japanese airbase there because its aircraft threatened the most direct air route to China over the Himalayan hump. And once Myitkyina had been secured, the Ledo Road could be joined up with the Burma Road to provide a land route once more to Kunming and Chungking. The thrust south of the Chinese divisions in X-Force was also designed to join up with the Chinese Expeditionary Force, usually known as Y-Force, attacking from Yunnan across the Salween River into Burma. Y-Force had just under 90,000 men, less than half its planned strength. A shortage of weapons and equipment was mainly to blame. Chennault's 14th Air Force took the vast bulk of the supplies air-freighted over the hump, and since there was a frequent shortfall in the planned deliveries of 7,000 tons a month, the Chinese divisions received little. Stilwell compared the task of rearming them to trying to manure a 10-acre field with sparrow shit. Relations between Chennault and Stilwell had deteriorated even further. Chennault, in an attempt to justify his supply priority, claimed that his aircraft had sunk 40,000 tons of Japanese shipping in the summer of 1943, when the true figure was just over 3,000 tons. Stilwell's command in the northeast had been increased by the only American combat formation on the mainland of Asia. This was the 5307th Provisional Regiment, codenamed Galahad, and dubbed Merrill's Marauders by a journalist after their commander, Brigadier General Frank Merrill. The combined chiefs of staff in Washington had been so impressed by Ord Wingate that they had authorized an American version of the Chindits. Loyal tribesmen from the northeastern highlands, known as the Kachin Rangers, scouted for them, as they did for British Imperial troops. Stilwell's forces had pushed back the experienced Japanese 18th Division to the Hukong Valley, but failed to trap it. The Japanese retreat accelerated, however, when Wingate's Chindits landed in gliders on the 5th of March, well to the south, and cut the railway to the Japanese base and airfield at Myitkyina. Operation Thursday was the most ambitious deep penetration offensive of the war in the Far East. It was far better prepared and supported than the Chindits' first foray behind Japanese lines. The 16th Brigade, commanded by Brigadier Bernard Ferguson, would suffer a very tedious march from Ledo to Indo. It was 360 kilometers as the crow flies, but there was never a straight line over high hills and through thick jungle where they seldom saw the sky. One stretch of 55 kilometers took them 7 days. Tropical downpours meant that rivers and streams were swollen, and the Chindits remained wet for weeks. There were 4,000 men, Ferguson observed, and 700 animals strung out 65 miles from end to end, one abreast, because the paths and tracks were not wide enough. 2 other brigades and another 2 battalions were flown in by glider and C-47 transports once airfields had been cleared in the jungle. This was done with light bulldozers transported in large American Waco gliders. Mules, 25-pounder field guns, Bofors anti-aircraft guns, and all the other heavy equipment also came in by air. One frenzied mule had to be shot dead on the flight out in a C-47 transport, but most casualties had occurred in crash-landed gliders from the first wave. Wreckage was just pushed to the side of the airfield by a bulldozer and left there with the bodies rotting inside because nobody had time to bury them. It was not an encouraging smell for later arrivals. Once the airstrips were prepared, the perimeters of these jungle bases were secured with barbed wire and defensive positions ready for the inevitable Japanese counterattacks. A brigade headquarters staff officer commented that it was extraordinary to be landing at night in a Dakota on a strip with a lit flare path in enemy territory. The Japanese attacks became suicidally methodical because they almost always came at the same point and at the same time. Out of pride, they would continue to try again and again, however many men they lost. Machine gun posts mowed them down on the wire time after time, and their corpses hanging there attracted swarms of flies. Soon RAF Hurricanes were operating out of Broadway, the largest base. On the 24th of March, an American B-25 landed there, bringing Wingate. 2 American war correspondents asked for a lift when he was leaving, and he took them, despite the pilot's protest that the plane was overloaded. It crashed in the jungle, killing all aboard. To the northeast, Galahad Force, exhausted, sick and undernourished, struggled on in appalling conditions towards Myitkyina. Monsoon rains, leeches, lice, and the usual jungle diseases, especially malaria, and even cerebral malaria, took their toll. So too did sepsis, pneumonia, and meningitis. The dead were buried, but jackals soon dug up their bodies. Resupplying Merrill's men by air was almost impossible in a terrain of deep valleys with impenetrable bamboo thickets and elephant grass, as well as the steep ridges in the Kumon Mountains, which rose to 1,800 meters. The Chindits were also exhausted and famished, and many fell sick, but this time, provided they were close to an airstrip, they could be evacuated by light aircraft along with the wounded, rather than abandoned as on the earlier foray. Those too badly hurt to be moved were finished off with a lethal dose of morphine or a revolver shot so that they would not fall alive into Japanese hands. Almost everyone was emaciated after living on K rations, which simply did not provide sufficient calories. The exhaustion and strain was such that there were many psychological casualties towards the end. "You could see people going downhill," observed the chief medical officer of the 111th Brigade. "Some even died in their sleep. The Gurkhas were the most resilient in our brigade. The Gurkha has a very tough upbringing in Nepal and is used to hardship and disaster." Stilwell had little idea of what the Chindits were up to and how much they had achieved by cutting off Myitkyina from the south and west. The liaison between Stilwell and the British was almost non-existent and led to even greater ill-feeling. The obsessively Anglophobic Stilwell, in the words of one observer, seemed to be fighting the War of Independence all over again. While Stilwell's forces struggled towards Myitkyina, the decisive battles of the war in Burma were taking place to the northwest. General Mutagachi's ambitions for the 15th Army knew no bounds. He was encouraged by Subhas Chandra Bose to believe that with the so-called Indian National Army recruited from prisoners of war in Japanese camps, the British Raj could be overthrown easily in a march on Delhi. But Mutagachi severely underestimated the logistical problems which his offensive with 3 divisions would face. He based his plan on first seizing the well-stocked British base at Imphal and making use of what he called Churchill supplies. After defeating the Indian division at Imphal, he intended to cut the Bengal-Assam railway line, which supplied Stilwell's Chinese divisions, and thus force them to retreat to their start point of Ledo. Then he planned to destroy the airfields in Assam, which were used to support Slim's 14th Army and fly supplies over the Himalayas to China. On the 8th of March, 3 days after the Chindits had landed well to their rear, Mutagachi's 15th Army began to cross the River Chindwin. Slim told the headquarters of 4 Corps to pull its divisions back to defensive positions on the Imphal plain. Even though this withdrawal was demoralizing for his men, Slim saw that he needed to stretch the supply lines of the Japanese and shorten his own. Logistics would be the key to the battle in such terrain. Mountbatten also wasted no time. He commandeered U.S. transport planes to fly in the 5th Indian Division as reinforcements, and sought permission from the combined chiefs of staff in Washington afterwards. What the British command had failed to see was that a far stronger Japanese force than they had imagined was threatening Kohima, 80 kilometers to the north of Imphal. This would cut off 4 Corps and threaten the other supply base and airfield at Dimapur. The Japanese 31st Division had advanced rapidly from the Chindwin north towards Kohima, using mainly jungle trails. The British, not expecting them to move without motor transport, were taken by surprise. But the 50th Indian Parachute Brigade held them up in a magnificent week-long struggle around Sangshak. Kohima was a small hill station, 1,500 meters up in the Naga highlands. It had white colonial bungalows and a mission chapel with a red corrugated iron roof, all set against a backdrop of forest and blue mountains in the distance. The Deputy Commissioner's bungalow on Garrison Hill boasted a clay tennis court, which became no man's land in the deadly battle to come. The battle fought by the 50th Parachute Brigade had given Slim just enough time to redeploy some of his reinforcements. But on the 6th of April, when the Japanese arrived, Kohima was defended by only the 4th Royal West Kents, a detachment of Rajputs, the locally raised Assam Rifles, a mountain battery, and some sappers. Once the Japanese encircled the town and blocked the road to Dimapur, they were cut off. The battle for Garrison Hill and the tennis court was savage. Bizarrely, the Japanese would shout, "Give up!" in English before they attacked, which provided ample warning to the defenders. The British troops fought with a new vengeance. After the way the Japanese had bayoneted wounded prisoners in the Arakan, the company commander of the West Kents said, "They had renounced any right to be regarded as human, and we thought of them as vermin to be exterminated. Our backs were to the wall, and we were going to sell our lives as expensively as we could." This they proceeded to do, with Bren guns, grenades, and rifles, exacting enormous casualties. The sheer weight of the attacks threatened to overwhelm the battalion, said the headquarters company commander. The outer part of the defences became piled with Japanese corpses. British casualties came mainly from snipers and light artillery. Their wounded were laid end to end in trenches. Many were hit a second time by shrapnel as they lay there. Water was very short and had to be parachuted down in metal jerrycans. The Japanese, on the other hand, were running out of rice due to Mutagachi's assumption that they could easily take British supplies. Part of their desperate, even senseless bravery came from the need to capture some food. The British 2nd Division, advancing down the road from Dimapur with the tanks of the 3rd Carabineers, began to fight through to relieve the defenders of Kohima. When they finally reached Garrison Hill, the place looked like a scene from the First World War, with smashed trees, trenches collapsed by shell fire, and the stench of death. But, although the battered West Kents were relieved, the battle for Kohima continued for almost another 4 weeks. The monsoon was starting, however, which meant that the Japanese could expect even less from their supply lines. On the 13th of May they broke off the battle, and many were slaughtered as they pulled out. 2 days before, on the 11th of May, the Chinese divisions of Y-Force in Yunnan began to cross the Salween River to meet up with Stilwell's X-Force. The Japanese 56th Division, defending the line of the Salween, was well aware of their plans. It had already made raids across the river to push back the Chinese further into Yunnan, but increased nationalist strength, supported by a part of Chennault's 14th Air Force, indicated the preparation of a major offensive. This was confirmed by signals intercepts. The Japanese, having captured a Chinese codebook, were able to decipher all the radio traffic from Kunming and Chungking. Although the Japanese achieved a certain success in counterattacks against troops crossing the river, Chinese forces were too strong. On the 17th of May, Stilwell launched a glider assault with part of Galahad force on Myitkyina airfield and seized it. "This will burn the limeys," Stilwell gloated in his diary. But the Japanese rapidly reinforced the 300-strong garrison in the town, and soon the Americans were besieged. The Japanese had stockpiled large supplies of ammunition there. Exhausted and sick, with jungle skin sores, Merrill's men began to collapse. Some suffered so badly from dysentery that they simply cut a flap in the seat of their pants to save time. Stilwell showed little sympathy, either to his own men or to the Chindits. But with his reinforced Chinese divisions now surrounding the town, the Japanese became the besieged. And on the 24th of June, a simultaneous attack by Chinese troops and the Chindits of Brigadier Michael Calvert's severely weakened 77th Brigade seized the key town of Mogaung to the west. Yet it would take until the beginning of August before the Japanese commander in Myitkyina committed seppuku, and his surviving troops slipped away into the jungle across the Irrawaddy. At last, work on the Lado Road to China could be started, and U.S. transport aircraft were able to fly a much shorter and less dangerous route, almost doubling the tonnage of supplies delivered to China. As the great battle round Imphal continued against Mutagachi's 15th Army, Allied regiments counterattacked. But they, like the Americans, were astonished and appalled by the Japanese talent for excavation into hills to make bunkers. A newly arrived subaltern joining the 2nd Border Regiment was told by his platoon sergeant, "By Christ, them little bastards can dig. They're underground before our blokes have stopped spitting on their bloody hands." General Slim's prediction that the monsoon would harm the Japanese supply routes far more than his own proved true. His 14th Army could rely on airdrops, while Mutagachi's men were starving. Lieutenant General Tanako Noburu, who had arrived on the 23rd of May to take over command of the 33rd Division in the south, wrote in his diary, "Both officers and men look dreadful. They've let their hair and beards grow until they look exactly like wild men of the mountains. They have had almost nothing to eat. They are undernourished and pale." By June, his division had lost 70% of its strength. Some of his men went for days on end with nothing to eat but wild grass and lizards. Their officers had secured what few supplies there were for themselves. In many cases, they attacked in the vain hope of finding tins of bully beef in Allied trenches. Japanese soldiers were by no means immune from combat fatigue and psychosis, but only a small number were evacuated. Sufferers unable to take the strain anymore committed suicide. Japanese soldiers had various names for paralyzing fear, such as losing your legs or samurai shakes for uncontrolled trembling. They tended to cope with fear by adopting one of two extremes, either profound fatalism with the acceptance that they were bound to die, or else denial, convincing themselves that they were invulnerable. On their departure for the army, most had been presented with a 1,000-stitch scarf by their mothers, which was supposed to ward off bullets. But as Japan's defeat became more evident, fatalism became almost obligatory, since field service regulations forbade any soldier to allow himself to be taken prisoner, even if badly wounded. General Mutagachi was becoming deranged. He called for attack after attack, but his divisional commanders ignored his orders. On the 3rd of July, the Imphal offensive was finally called off. The Japanese retreat across the Chindwin left a trail of horror. Allied troops on their advance passed abandoned Japanese wounded infested with maggots. In most cases, they simply put them out of their misery. Mutagachi's 15th Army had lost 55,000 men. Around half of their casualties were due to starvation or disease. Both General Kawabe Masakusu, the commander-in-chief of the Burma Area Army, and Mutagachi were relieved of their commands. Allied casualties during the battle for Imphal and Koima amounted to 17,587 killed and wounded. In China, the Ichigo offensive had begun in April. It was the largest operation that the Imperial Japanese Army had ever undertaken, with 510,000 men out of a total of 620,000 men in the China Expeditionary Army. But for once, the Japanese did not have air superiority. In fact, by the beginning of 1944, relative strengths had been reversed. The Nationalists had 170 aircraft, and the U.S. 14th Air Force 230, while the Imperial Japanese Navy had only 100, the rest having been withdrawn to make up for the disastrous losses in the Pacific. Chennault believed that he had enough aircraft to defend his bases, but Imperial General Headquarters in Tokyo authorized the doubling of air strength for the forthcoming operations. The main objective of the Ichigo offensive was, as Chiang had also warned, to eliminate the airfields of the 14th Air Force. The first phase, the Kogo offensive, came from the Japanese First Army in the northeast, heavily reinforced from the Kwantung Army in Manchukuo. The Japanese did not attack Mao Zedong's communist forces, based in Yunnan to the west, which had done little for some time except kill collaborators. The Japanese were interested only in crushing the nationalists. In April, the First Army attacked south across the Yellow River to meet up with part of the 11th Army advancing north from round Wuchang-Hankow. This cleared the Peking-Hankow Railway, establishing the first part of the corridor. The nationalist troops in Henan province recoiled in disorder. Officers fled, commandeering military trucks, carts, and oxen to evacuate their families and all the booty they had looted from towns and in the countryside. Outraged peasants who had been robbed of their food and pathetic belongings disarmed officers and soldiers. They killed many, even burying some alive. Their hatred for the local authorities and the army was more than understandable. A severe drought in 1942, made worse by the nationalist food taxes in kind and exacerbated by the cynical exploitation of local officials and landowners, had led to a terrible famine that winter and into the spring of 1943. 3 million out of 30 million people in the province are thought to have died. Chiang Kai-shek's worst fears had come to pass, and his best-equipped divisions were tied down at American insistence in the Burma-Yunnan campaign. After Chennault had taken the lion's share of the supplies, and Stilwell had allocated the rest to X-Force and Y-Force, little had been left to re-equip other nationalist armies. Those in central and southern China lacked weapons and ammunition, and in many cases had not been paid. When Chiang had asked Roosevelt for $1 billion loan to keep his forces going, Washington instantly saw it as a form of blackmail to obtain money for himself as the price of keeping nationalist China in the war. In January, Chiang's reluctance to commit Y-Force on the Salween front for fear of a Japanese offensive had prompted Roosevelt to threaten to cut off Lend-Lease completely. And once the Ichigo offensive began, Roosevelt did not want Chennault's 14th Air Force or the recently arrived 20th Bomber Command's B-29s to be used in support of nationalist troops, even though Chennault's attacks had been a major factor in provoking the Japanese onslaught. Roosevelt, despite all his championship of the nationalist Chinese, was cynical and dismissive of anything which did not speed the triumph of American arms in the short term. Convinced that the United Nations, led by America and the Soviet Union, would be able to solve everything afterwards, he had a dangerous disregard for post-war consequences. On the 1st of June, once the Chinese army of 300,000 men in Henan had crumbled away, the Japanese drive south from Wuchang to Changsha began. South of Changsha and Hengyang, the U.S. airbase at Guilin was a key Japanese objective. Japanese intelligence knew every detail about it, from their agents working through the mass of prostitutes catering to the US AAF personnel in the town. General Xue Yue, the Cantonese commander whose forces had successfully defended Changsha 3 times already, was bitterly disappointed. His armies had seen no American supplies, yet were still expected to defend the 14th Air Force. As even Theodore White, that most bitter critic of the nationalists, wrote, "Xue defended the city as he always had, with the same tactics and the same units, But his units were 3 years older, their weapons 3 years more worn, the soldiers 3 years hungrier than when they had last seen glory. Chennault did not hesitate to throw his Mustang fighters and B-25 bombers into night attacks on the Japanese columns advancing down the road from Changsha. His bases there and at Hanyang were at risk. Flying 3 or 4 missions a day and sustained by coffee and sandwiches, pilots of the 14th Air Force certainly did what they could. The Japanese drive to push on increased when, on the 15th of June, B-29 superfortresses flying from Chengdu in the west began a series of heavy raids on the home islands of Japan. These rapidly tailed off when they ran short of aviation fuel. General Sue followed the same tactics as before at Changsha, giving in the center, then attacking on the flanks and in the rear. But his malnourished soldiers lacked the strength to hold back the Japanese, while quarrels among commanders led to disaster. The Japanese seized Changsha and all Sue's artillery at minimal cost. The commander of the Chinese Fourth Army, who escaped in a convoy of military trucks taking his personal belongings and booty, was arrested on Chiang Kai-shek's order and shot. Southwestern China lay open, and the U.S. airbase at Hanyang fell on the 26th of June. While the Japanese stepped up their offensive to destroy the American air bases on mainland China, they had no idea that their efforts were soon to become irrelevant. Admiral Spruance's Fifth Fleet was the largest in the world, with 535 warships. It was heading for the Mariana Islands to turn them into airfields, from which B-29 superfortresses could bomb Japan. With the Fifth Fleet sailed Vice Admiral Turner's Joint Expeditionary Force with 127,000 men. Japanese positions on Saipan, the largest and first target island, had been bombed by land-based aircraft for some time. By early June, Japanese air strength in the Marianas had been greatly reduced. But the defending force of 32,000 men was still far greater than expected. Admiral Mitcher's Task Force 58 provided a 2-day bombardment with its 7 battleships before the Marines went in, but it was not very effective. It smashed conspicuous targets, such as a cane sugar processing plant, but failed to hit the bunkers nearby. On the morning of the 15th of June, the first waves of the 2nd and 4th Marine Divisions began to land on Saipan in armored Amtraks against artillery, mortar, and heavy machine gun fire. The idea was for the Amtraks to storm right across the beaches, but few made it. There were too many obstacles, and they lacked sufficient armor in front against the Japanese shells. But at least the infantry avoided the heavy casualties of the past when wading in through the surf. By nightfall, a beachhead with nearly 20,000 men had been established on the 22-kilometer-long island. The Japanese sent in 2 suicidal infantry charges, but with U.S. destroyers firing illuminating shells overhead, the Marines were able to gun them down. That night, 2,400 kilometers to the west, the submarine USS Flying Fish sighted part of the Imperial Japanese Navy off the Philippines in the San Bernardino Strait. She surfaced to get off her warning signal to the Fifth Fleet. Vice Admiral Ozawa Jisaburu's first mobile fleet was to be reinforced with the heavy battleships Yamato and Musashi. He would have almost all the main Japanese warships afloat in the Pacific: 9 carriers with 430 aircraft, 5 battleships, 13 cruisers, and 28 destroyers for a decisive battle. Admiral Spruance, on the other hand, had 15 fast carriers with 891 aircraft in Mitcher's Task Force 58, and Ozawa did not know that most of the land-based Japanese aircraft in the region had been eliminated. Ozawa's greatest weakness, however, lay in his pilots' lack of experience. Few had served for as long as 6 months, and most had little more than 2 months flying training. Spruance sent Mitcher's task force off to intercept Ozawa's fleet 290 kilometers to the west of the Marianas, but then pulled them back towards Saipan in case the Japanese split their forces. Ozawa's search planes sighted the task force on the 18th of June, and early next morning he sent off a first strike of 69 aircraft. They were picked up on radar by Mitch's screen of destroyers out in front. Hellcat fighters on a raid over Guam were summoned back to their carriers, while bombers were dispatched to Guam to wreck the runways, in case Ozawa's pilots tried to land there. The Americans now made use of their huge advantage in numbers. With their 15 carriers, they had enough aircraft to maintain a fighter umbrella overhead the whole time. At 10:36 hours, a patrol of Hellcats sighted the incoming attackers and dived. They shot down 42 out of the 69 aircraft for the loss of only one of their own. As the second wave of 128 planes came in later, the U.S. Navy's fighter pilots shot down another 70. Ozawa, unable to admit defeat, sent in 2 more waves. Altogether, 240 Japanese carrier-launched aircraft were shot down, as well as nearly another 50 planes from Guam. American warships suffered only a couple of minor hits, while U.S. submarines sank 2 carriers, the Shokaku and Ozawa's flagship, the Taiho. When the majority of his aircraft failed to return, Ozawa made a fatally mistaken assumption. He thought that most of them had landed on Guam and would soon return to their carriers, so he kept his fleet in the area. Admiral Mitcher obtained Spruance's agreement to go in pursuit the next day. Finally, late in the afternoon of the 20th of June, one of Mitcher's reconnaissance planes spotted the Japanese fleet. The enemy was at extreme range, and it would soon be dark, but this was their last chance. The flat tops turned to the wind and managed to launch 216 aircraft in 20 minutes. The Hellcats soon dealt with Ozawa's fighter screen, shooting down another 65 aircraft, while the dive bombers and torpedo bombers sank the carrier Hiyo and 2 oil tankers and caused serious damage to other warships. Despite the threat of submarines, Mitcher ordered his ships to turn on their lights, searchlights, and fire flares to guide in the returning aircraft. One pilot described the scene as a Hollywood premiere, Chinese New Year, and the 4th of July all rolled into one. Many planes were running out of fuel. Altogether, 80 crashed on landing or ditched into the sea, 4 times as many aircraft as were lost in their attack. It was a chaotic ending, but the great Mariana's turkey shoot, as the Navy flyers liked to call it, had cost the Japanese more than 400 aircraft and 3 carriers. It could have been more if Spruance had not played safe by keeping Mitcher's task force so close to Saipan. The battle for the island also became known for the way Lieutenant General Holland Smith, the Corps commander from the Marines, sacked the U.S. Army general in charge of the 27th Division and National Guard formation. Furious at its slow, cautious, and ill-coordinated attack, which held up his 2 Marine divisions, Holland Smith was backed by Admiral Spruance. The basic problem was that the Marine Corps had a very different and direct approach to fighting. The Japanese were nevertheless forced back to the northern part of the island, and early on the 7th of July, the survivors launched the largest banzai attack of the war. More than 3,000 Japanese soldiers and sailors, charging with bayonets, swords, and grenades, descended on 2 battalions of the 27th Division. Marines and soldiers alike could not shoot fast enough as the Japanese swept on at them. The battle ended 2 days later. The American invasion force suffered 14,000 killed and wounded, while the Japanese forces left 30,000 corpses on the island. Added to them were around 7,000 Japanese civilians out of 12,000, most of whom committed suicide by throwing themselves from cliffs into the sea. Appeals to them by interpreters through loudspeakers not to kill themselves were largely ignored. After Saipan, the islands of Tinian and Guam were invaded. Tinian was taken in a clever coup de main, with 2 Marine regiments landing unexpectedly while a major feint was made on the other side of the island. Guam, the first U.S. territory to be recaptured, witnessed another mass Japanese counterattack. But this time the Japanese ran straight into a concentration of artillery batteries which fired over open sights. The airfields on Guam were secured before the end of July, and soon engineer battalions and Seabees were extending the airfields to take the B-29 superfortresses. The Marianas offered far better bases for the bombing of the Japanese home islands than those in mainland China. They were unthreatened by Japanese ground forces, and at the same time ordnance, spare parts, and aviation fuel could arrive by sea rather than having to be flown over the Himalayas. Imperial General Headquarters in Tokyo could see clearly that the end game had begun. Chapter 38. The Spring of Expectations. May to June 1944. After all the delays, detailed planning for Operation Overlord had begun in earnest in January 1944. Much valuable work had already been carried out by a group headed by Lieutenant General Sir Frederick Morgan under the acronym COSAC, or Chief of Staff to the Supreme Allied Commander. But since they had been working without a Supreme Commander, key decisions had been hard to make. Both Eisenhower, the Supreme Commander, and Montgomery, the commander of 21st Army Group, had the same reaction on examining COSAC's draft invasion plans for Normandy. 3 divisions were not enough, they concluded, and the Allies needed more beaches. They had to widen the invasion area to include the base of the Cotentin Peninsula. Eisenhower also insisted that he had to have full control over the Allied air forces. This signaled an interference in the bombing of Germany, which neither Harris nor Spaatz, the bomber barons, welcomed. Lieutenant General Bedell Smith, Eisenhower's Chief of Staff, had much to thrash out with Montgomery. The postponements of D-Day had as much to do with the shortage of landing craft as with British reluctance to commit to the invasion. Overlord was now an imminent reality, even if Brooke and Churchill still had their private fears. Senior British officers, who were privy to the wider picture, could not resist observing that American commitment to the Germany First policy was rather hard to credit after the massive diversion of men, shipping, weaponry, and equipment to the Pacific. The U.S. Navy and MacArthur had won that battle in Washington. The Pacific Theater even managed, with General Hap Arnold's connivance, to grab the new B-29 superfortresses to attack Tokyo, while Ira Eaker's 8th Air Force received none to bomb Germany. The other problem which Bedell Smith tried to deal with during Eisenhower's brief return home was the question of Operation Anvil, the invasion of southern France. Eisenhower felt that the United States had made a very considerable investment in re-equipping the French army, and that a gateway for them into France must be obtained. But the shortage of landing craft, partly caused by Churchill's insistence on the Anzio landing, suggested that a simultaneous invasion of the south of France would weaken Overlord. Bedell Smith agreed with the British that Anvil should be dropped, or at least postponed. Eisenhower was very angry at any suggestion that Anvil would have to be sacrificed. But, despite his obstinacy on the point, he was forced to acknowledge that it might have to be pushed back. The long-awaited invasion of France, although the common Allied goal, was bound to create tensions with the French. Neither Roosevelt nor Churchill had a clear idea of conditions in France, nor of the widespread support for de Gaulle and what was essentially a provisional government in waiting. The Conseil National de la Résistance acknowledged his leadership, and even the French communists were rallying. Yet Roosevelt's deep distrust of de Gaulle had not abated, and even the more sympathetic British were shaken in March by events in Algiers. Pierre Poucheux, the former Vichy Minister of the Interior, who in 1941 had selected communist prisoners for execution as hostages by the Germans, was on trial for his life. Poucheux had turned up in Algiers, wanting to join the anti-German struggle. He had been furnished with what appeared to be a laissez-passer from General Giraud, a piece of paper which put paid to any lingering Giraudist hopes. The communists and their allies in Algiers immediately demanded revenge justice. De Gaulle confirmed Poucheux's death sentence after this first trial of the Vichy regime. He felt he had little choice. the pitiless civil war in France between the greatly increased Vichy milice and the swelling resistance raised the threat of lynch mobs taking revenge at the liberation. Such chaos, de Gaulle feared, would give the Americans every excuse to impose the dreaded acronym AMGOT, Allied Military Government of Occupied Territory, on France. Resistance groups were equally determined to make the liberation of France a French affair, and they were becoming more defiant as the Allied invasion approached. In the mountains of Haute-Savoie, on the Plateau des Lières above Annecy, 450 résistants, including 56 Spanish Republicans, fought back with doomed heroism against 2,000 Garde Mobile, Front Garde and Milice, as well as 5 battalions of German troops. In Italy, General Mark Clark's determination to take Rome with his U.S. Fifth Army before Overlord had only intensified. Yet, despite Allied air supremacy preventing German motor and rail transport from moving by day, Wehrmacht resistance in Italy under Kesselring proved far more durable than even Hitler had expected. The bloody stalemate in the Apennines had a demoralizing effect on Allied forces. There was a high rate of self-inflicted wounds and combat fatigue. Nearly 30,000 men had deserted or were absent without leave from British units in Italy, and American divisions also suffered. There were few cases of combat fatigue among the 56,000 men in 2 Polish corps under General Władysław Anders. After the failure in March of Freiburg's New Zealanders and Indian troops to take Monte Cassino, the task was then handed to the Poles. They made it abundantly clear to British colleagues that they had no intention of taking German prisoners. The Poles were not just eager for revenge. They knew that they had to obtain a spectacular victory to help the cause of a free Poland. Stalin was openly hostile to their government in exile, especially after the discovery at Katyn of the Polish officers murdered by the NKVD. He was planning to set up a puppet communist government with the Red Army now poised once again to invade their homeland. The renewed assault on Cassino was part of Operation Diadem, a general offensive planned by Alexander. Nearly 500,000 men from 10 nations were involved. Clark's Fifth Army in the west on the Tyrrhenian coast, with Join's French Corps in the mountains, and the Eighth Army under Montgomery's replacement, Lieutenant General Sir Oliver Leese, were to overwhelm Kesselring's forces on the Gustav Line. Alexander called for numerous deceptions to be used. Fake bunkers were built conspicuously on attack sectors, while radio traffic and dummy landing craft gave the impression of another amphibious assault. Truscott's forces in the beachhead were greatly strengthened. Alexander's plan was for the attack on the Gustav Line to bring forward German reserves, then Truscott's corps would thrust northeast to Valmontone to cut off Wittinghoff's 10th Army. Clark was furious. He was not interested in trapping the 10th Army. "The capture of Rome is the only important objective," he told Truscott. Clark, verging on paranoia, seemed to think that Alexander's plan was a British trick to take his Roman triumph away from him and give it to the 8th Army instead. Alexander's assurances that the 5th Army would be allowed to take Rome seemed only to increase Clark's suspicions. Army group orders were perfectly clear, but Clark secretly prepared to disobey them. At 2300 hours on the 11th of May, the Allied artillery, 25-pounders, 105mm howitzers, 5.5-inch medium guns, and 155mm long toms, opened fire in a deafening roar, with blinding flashes of light all along the horizon. The Poles went straight into the attack, but found, to their dismay, that the Germans were relieving all their front-line battalions that night. The enemy force was thus almost double the estimated strength, and Polish casualties were appalling. So were those of the 8th Indian Division on their left, crossing the Rapido River against the fortified village of Sant'Angelo, where the American 36th Division had suffered heavy losses at the beginning of the year. At last, the engineers managed to get bridges in place, and the Gurkhas, supported by tanks, cleared the village. But the British bridgehead was small, and Monte Cassino still dominated the whole area. The American II Corps, close to the coast, met heavy opposition across the Garigliano River. Juin's French colonial divisions, in between the Americans and the British, also received a murderous response. Juin decided to change tactics. He switched his axis to seize Monte Maio in a sudden attack with strong artillery support. It cost his men more than 2,000 casualties, but the Gustave line was broken. His Goumier pushed on, out for blood and booty. Most wore sandals, wool socks, gloves with the trigger fingers snipped off, and striped djellabas. A beard, a soup bowl helmet, and foot-long knife at the belt. The knives were used for cutting off fingers and ears from German dead as trophies. The Goumier were formidable mountain fighters, but they terrorized Italian civilians, and there were tales of brutal rapes, which their French officers tended to shrug off as the price to be paid in war. Clark was furious with his American corps for not advancing as fast as the French, and contemptuous of the 8th Army, still held up by the 1st Fallschirmjäger Division at Monte Cassino. But Polish courage and gradual encirclement forced the paratroopers to withdraw. On the 18th of May, the white and red flag of Poland flew from the ruins of the great Benedictine Abbey. It had cost them nearly 4,000 casualties. The German withdrawal to the Hitler Line, 10 to 20 kilometers behind the Gustave Line, did not go smoothly. Juin's troops allowed them no rest, and when the 8th Army finally advanced into the bottleneck of the Liri Valley, it was clear that this second line of defense was at risk. Kesselring, desperate to hold it, transferred divisions from Mackensen's 14th Army containing the Anzio beachhead. This was the moment for which Alexander had been waiting. Truscott's 6th Corps, secretly reinforced to 7 divisions, was now stronger than Mackensen's whole army. On the 22nd of May, Clark flew into the Anzio beachhead to try to demonstrate to the world that he, not Alexander, was in control of this operation. The next morning, Truscott's divisions attacked northeast towards Valmontone, as Alexander had ordered. Casualties were heavy, but the following day, finding that the Germans had pulled out, 2 corps on the coast joined up with the Anzio beachhead. Clark, with a group of war correspondents and photographers in jeeps, dashed over to have the event immortalized. On the 25th of May, Truscott's 1st Armored Division was within striking distance of Valmontone, and within 24 hours he could have cut the 10th Army's line of retreat. But that afternoon he received orders from Clark to switch his axis of advance to the northwest, towards Rome. Truscott and his divisional commanders were most uneasy, but Truscott loyally followed Clark, who concealed what he was up to from Alexander. Clark's obsession was so intense that one can assume that he had become slightly deranged. His later attempts to justify his actions were confused and contradictory. Clark even claimed at one point that he had warned Alexander that if units of the 8th Army attempted to get to Rome before him, he would order his men to open fire on them. Clark was not merely determined that Alexander should have no credit, he was not prepared even to acknowledge Truscott's role. The Second World War saw many examples of egomania. Clark's desire to enter Rome as conqueror before overlord was one of the most flagrant. Field Marshal Brooke once wrote in his diary, "It is astonishing how petty and small men can be in connection with questions of command." Alexander described Clark's behavior as inexplicable, but then proceeded to explain it. "I can only assume that the immediate lure of Rome for its publicity value persuaded him to switch the direction of his advance." While Alexander's forces fought the main battle of the Italian campaign, far greater events were in preparation in northwest Europe. Overlord would be the largest amphibious operation in history, with more than 5,000 ships, 8,000 aircraft, and 8 divisions in the first wave. There was considerable nervousness, known as D-Day jitters. Senior British officers had painful memories of Dunkirk and other evacuations, to say nothing of the disastrous Dieppe raid. But the planning which went into Operation Neptune, the channel crossing stage of Overlord, was extraordinary in its detail. On receiving their orders, which ran to several hundred pages, the 3rd Canadian Division dubbed it Operation Overboard. The Germans were expecting an invasion, but they did not know exactly when or where it would come. The British staged an intricate series of deception plans under the general heading of Plan Fortitude. Fortitude North hinted that a 4th British Army would land in Norway, where Hitler, to the despair of his generals, had insisted on keeping more than 400,000 men. Fortitude South, using dummy tanks, aircraft, and even landing ships in southeast England, persuaded the Germans that a second invasion would be unleashed on the Pas-de-Calais with the 1st Army Group led by General George Patton, the leader the Germans feared most. Using double agents and captured spies, the double-cross system set out to persuade the Germans that the landing in Normandy was just a preliminary or a feint, and that the real attack would come later, south of Boulogne. German military intelligence, having greatly overestimated the forces and manpower available to the Allies, swallowed this scenario. Later, when the scale of the deception became clear and anti-Nazi officers conspired to kill Hitler in July, the Gestapo began to suspect that the intelligence officers had allowed themselves to be misled as part of a treasonous plot to lose the war. Overlord planners had foreseen that success or failure would be decided during the dangerous days immediately after the landings. The Allied build-up of forces might not be able to match German reinforcements arriving to counterattack the beachheads. The response to this was the idea developed in Italy that you should seal off the combat zone by destroying all communications to the enemy's rear: bridges, railway lines, marshalling yards, and key road intersections. They would isolate the Normandy invasion area by making sure that little could come across the Seine to the east and the Loire to the south. But to conceal the invasion target area, they had to extend their attacks all the way across to Holland and even Denmark. The bull-headed Air Marshal Harris was not impressed. He had convinced himself that if his Lancasters continued to pound Berlin and other cities, an invasion of France would be unnecessary. He also tried to argue that his bombers could not hit precision targets such as railway lines. General Spaatz wanted to continue with his oil plan, attacking refineries and synthetic oil depots, and also bombing aircraft factories. But morale was not good in the 8th Air Force. Almost 90 crews deliberately landed their aircraft in Sweden or Switzerland, where they were interned for the rest of the war. The USAAF had made great claims about its daylight bombing accuracy, when in fact it was little better than that of Bomber Command at night. Its aircraft had even bombed towns in Switzerland instead of Germany. Eisenhower, however, decided to bring the bomber barons to heel through his deputy, Air Chief Marshal Tedder. But hatreds within the RAF ran deep, and Tedder had to get Eisenhower to pull rank with Roosevelt's full backing. Harris and Spaatz fell into line. Churchill was appalled to discover that the planners were preparing an intensive destruction of French towns, as this was the only way of blocking major road junctions. The prospect of heavy civilian casualties and towns reduced to rubble would outrage the French. He appealed against this part of the transportation plan to Eisenhower, and then to Roosevelt, who backed the Supreme Commander's argument that it would save Allied lives. Churchill asked for a limit of 10,000 civilian casualties, but even this notional figure was not conceded. In the event, some 15,000 French civilians were killed and 19,000 others seriously injured in the lead-up to D-Day. Churchill's other preoccupation was what to do with General Charles de Gaulle. British and American commanders did not want the secrets of Overlord to be passed to the French leadership in Algiers, because they knew that the Germans had broken their old-fashioned codes. Eisenhower, however, insisted on taking General Pierre Koenig into his confidence. Koenig, as the commander-in-chief of all resistance groups, now known as the Force Française de l'Intérieur, would be sending out instructions to them just before the landings to sabotage communications and transport. And a number of French warships, Air Force squadrons, and ground force units were also taking part in the invasion. Roosevelt wanted to remind his subordinates that the Allies were not liberating France to install General de Gaulle in power. Most senior American officials were depressed by the president's intransigence, and Churchill did his best to persuade him that they had to work with de Gaulle. But Roosevelt still wanted to impose a military government until elections were held, and insisted on creating an occupation currency. Banknotes were printed of such unconvincing appearance that the troops compared them to cigar coupons. Roosevelt reluctantly agreed to Churchill issuing an invitation to de Gaulle to come to London, and 2 York aircraft were sent to Algiers to fly him and his staff back. At first de Gaulle refused to come, because Roosevelt had rejected any discussion of French civil government. Duff Cooper, Churchill's representative in Algiers, warned him that he would be playing into Roosevelt's hands if he did not go to London. On the 3rd of June, the Comité Français de Libération Nationale in Algiers officially took the name of Gouvernement Provisoire de la République Française, and de Gaulle agreed at the very last moment to accompany Cooper to England. South of Rome, Mark Clark's dream was about to come true. An American infantry division had managed to slip through a gap in the Germans' last line of defense and forced its collapse. Kesselring ordered an immediate withdrawal. Hitler allowed Rome to be declared an open city and did not order its destruction. This came not out of mercy or respect for ancient monuments and art, but because his attention was focused on the Channel and the thought that he would soon be able to destroy London with his flying bombs. In Rome, on the 4th of June, Mark Clark summoned his subordinate commanders for a briefing on the Campidoglio, having also assembled all the war correspondents in Italy. This photo opportunity, with an exultant Clark holding the map and pointing north towards the retreating Germans, made his corps commanders cringe with embarrassment. But the Roman triumph of Marcus Aurelius Clarkus was short-lived. Soon after dawn on the 6th of June, a staff officer entered his suite in the Excelsior Hotel in Rome to wake him with the news of the Allied invasion of Normandy. "How do you like that?" was Clark's bitter reaction. "They didn't even let us have the newspaper headlines for the fall of Rome for one day." Hitler eagerly awaited the invasion, convinced that it would be smashed on the Atlantic Wall. This would knock the British and Americans out of the war, and then he could concentrate all German forces against the Red Army. Generalfeldmarschall Rommel, whom he had put in charge of defending northern France, knew that the Atlantic Wall existed more in the realm of propaganda than in reality. His superior, Generalfeldmarschall Gerd von Rundstedt, regarded it simply as just a bit of cheap bluff. After his experiences of Allied air power in North Africa, Rommel knew that bringing up reinforcements and supplies would be exceedingly difficult. He had become embroiled in an argument with General de Panzertruppen Leo Freiherr Geyer von Schwippenberg, the commander of Panzergroup West, and Guderian, now the Inspector General of Panzer Forces. They wanted to hold back the panzer divisions in forests north of Paris, ready for a massive counterattack that would throw the Allies back into the sea, whether in Normandy or the Pas-de-Calais. But Rommel suspected that they would be decimated on their approach march by squadrons of Typhoon and P-47 Thunderbolt fighter bombers. He wanted the tanks deployed close to the possible landing sites. Hitler, in his desire to maintain control through his policy of divide and rule, refused to have a unified command in France. As a result, there was no supreme commander with authority over the Luftwaffe and Kriegsmarine. Hitler even insisted that the bulk of the panzer divisions came directly under OKW control. They could not be moved without his express order. Rommel remained tireless in his efforts to improve the beach defences, especially in the 7th Army's sector of Normandy, where he became increasingly convinced that the attack would come. Hitler, on the other hand, kept changing his mind, perhaps partly to be able to claim later that he had predicted correctly. The Pas-de-Calais, defended by the 15th Army, contained more of the V-weapon launch sites, it offered a shorter journey across the Channel, and was much closer to fighter bases in Kent to provide air cover. The German counterintelligence services were certain that the invasion was near because of resistance activity and radio traffic, but the Kriegsmarine, studying the meteorological reports, concluded that there was no question of an invasion between the 5th and 7th of June because of bad weather. On the night of the 5th of June, they even cancelled all their own patrols in the Channel. Rommel, on being informed of this forecast, decided to visit his wife in Germany for her birthday, and then visit Hitler at the Berghof to persuade him to release more panzer divisions. The state of the weather was Eisenhower's greatest worry during that first week of June. On the 1st of June, his chief meteorologist had suddenly warned him that the hot weather was about to end. The battleships of the bombardment force were leaving Scapa Flow that very day. Everything had been timed for the invasion to start on the morning of the 5th of June. Weather reports were still so bad on the 4th of June that Eisenhower had to order a postponement. Fresh information soon showed that the weather might ease on the night of the 5th of June. While storms and heavy seas continued in the Channel, Eisenhower faced a terrible dilemma. Could he trust the accuracy of this forecast? General Miles Dempsey, who was to command the British Second Army in the invasion, considered Eisenhower's decision to go the bravest act of the war. The tension eased as soon as Eisenhower had spoken, and Montgomery agreed. It was the right decision. A further postponement would have pushed back the invasion by 2 weeks to accord with the next cycle of high tides. That would have had a disastrous effect on morale and probably lost the chance of surprise. A 2-week delay would also have put the operation in the path of the worst storm the English Channel had seen in 40 years. It is too easily assumed that Operation Overlord was bound to succeed simply because of Allied air and naval supremacy. Early on the evening of the 5th of June, the French service of the BBC broadcast a series of coded messages to send the resistance into action. Heavily loaded paratroopers from the US 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions and the British 6th Airborne began to heave themselves into their aircraft and gliders. South of the Isle of Wight, the invasion convoys began to assemble with ships of every size and landing ships of every sort. Soldiers crowded the rails to gaze in astonishment at the grey, choppy channel filled with the vessels of a dozen nationalities, in every direction, including 300 warships, battleships, monitors, cruisers, destroyers and corvettes. Out ahead, a screen of 277 minesweepers advanced south in the gathering darkness towards the Normandy coast. Admiral Ramsay feared huge casualties among these wooden-hulled craft. Liberators and Sunderland flying boats of Coastal Command continued to scour the seas from Southern Ireland to the Bay of Biscay for U-boats. To Gross Admiral Dönitz's great embarrassment, not a single German submarine reached the Channel to attack the invasion fleet. The hundreds of transport aircraft carrying paratroopers and towing gliders curved out over the Channel to avoid flying over the invasion fleet and risking the disaster which happened during the invasion of Sicily. Even so, 3 C-47 Skytrains were shot down by Allied warships after they had dropped their sticks of American paratroopers on the Cotentin Peninsula. The airborne drops did not go according to plan. Heavy anti-aircraft fire as the waves of transports crossed the coast caused formations to split up. Navigation was often faulty. Only a minority reached the correct drop zones, and many paratroopers had to trudge for miles to find their units. Others dropped onto German positions and were gunned down. Some fell into rivers and flooded marshes where, weighed down by all their equipment and trapped in their parachutes, they drowned. Yet the wild dispersion of drops had the unintended effect of confusing the Germans about the true targets of the operation, and thus contributed to the impression that the attacks were part of a massive diversion in Normandy before the real attack came in the Pas-de-Calais. Only one operation the seizure of Pegasus Bridge over the River Oru on the eastern flank went spectacularly well. The glider pilots landed their craft in exactly the right position, and the objective was seized in a matter of minutes. Before dawn on the 6th of June, almost every airfield in England began to throb with the sound of revving engines as squadrons of bombers, fighters and fighter bombers began to take off to follow strictly marked corridors to avoid collision and clashes. Pilots and aircrew came from almost all Allied countries: Britain, America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Rhodesia, Poland, France, Czechoslovakia, Belgium, Norway, the Netherlands, and Denmark. Some squadrons, mainly of Halifaxes and Stirlings, had departed earlier on deception missions, dropping aluminium window and dummy paratroopers, which exploded on landing. The crews of the minesweepers and Admiral Ramsay could not believe their luck when, having accomplished their task, they turned back without a shot fired. The rough seas, which had persuaded the Kriegsmarine to remain in port, had proved their greatest blessing. They signalled good luck messages to the destroyers, which crept closer towards land to take up their bombardment positions before first light. Cruisers and battleships anchored much further offshore. The 130,000 troops crammed on the ships slept little that night. Some gambled, some tried to learn some French phrases, some thought of home, some wrote last letters, some read the Bible. Soon after 0100 hours, the troops, especially on U.S. Navy ships, received generous breakfasts. Then they began to put on their equipment, which they continued to adjust out of nervousness while smoking compulsively. At around 0400 hours, troops were ordered to assemble on deck. To clamber down the scramble nets into the landing craft, which bucked and heaved alongside in the heavy swell, was a perilous undertaking, especially when so many men were overloaded with weapons and ammunition. As soon as each landing craft was ready, its coxswain steered it away from the ship's side to join a circling queue, following the little light on the stern of the one in front. A member of the 1st Infantry Division, departing from USS Samuel Chase, described how the light would disappear and then reappear as we rose and fell with the waves. Very soon men began to regret the munificence of their breakfast and were sick over the side, into their helmets or between their feet. The decks became slippery with vomit and seawater. As a grey glow began to penetrate the overcast sky, the battleships opened up with their 14-inch main armament. Cruisers and destroyers immediately joined in. Generalleutnant Josef Reichert of the 711th Infantry Division, watching from the coast, noted that the whole horizon appeared to be a solid mass of flames. By then there was enough dawn light for the Germans to see the size of the invasion fleet. Field telephones jangled furiously in command posts. Teleprinters chattered at Army Group B's headquarters at La Roche-Guyon on the Seine, and in Rundstedt's headquarters at Saint-Germain, just outside Paris. While the naval bombardment continued, landing craft filled with rocket launchers approached the shore, but most of their ordnance fell short in the water. The most frightening moment then came for the crews of the duplex drive Shermans, which began to flop off the front of landing craft into a sea which was far rougher than anything in which their tanks' swimming abilities had been tested. In many cases, the upright canvas screen around the turret collapsed under the force of the waves, and a number of tank crews went down, trapped inside their vehicles. On Utah Beach, at the base of the Cotentin Peninsula, the U.S. 4th Infantry Division landed with far fewer casualties than expected, and began to move inland to relieve the paratroopers of the 82nd and 101st Airborne. The long, curving beach known as Omaha, dominated by bluffs covered in seagrass, proved an even deadlier objective than the Allies had expected. Much went wrong even before soldiers of the 1st and 29th Infantry Divisions landed. The naval bombardment, although intense, had still been too short to be effective, and the bombing was a waste of time. Instead of following the line of the coast, which would have given aimers a better fix in the bad visibility, the US air commanders had insisted on coming in from the sea to avoid being shot from the side. As they flew in over the landing craft, the aircrew decided to wait a moment longer to avoid hitting their own men, so their loads dropped onto fields and villages inland. None of the beach defences, bunkers and fire points were touched. There were not even any craters on the beach in which the assaulting infantry could take cover. As a result, the first wave suffered very heavy casualties, with enemy fire from machine guns and light artillery raking the landing craft as their ramps came down. Many landing craft became stuck on sandbars. "Some boats were coming back after unloading," wrote a member of the 1st Division. "Others were partly awash but still struggling. Some were stuck, bottomed out, racing their motors and getting nowhere. Some were backing up short distances and trying again. I saw craft sideways, being upturned and dumping troops into the water. I saw craft heavily damaged by shell fire being tossed around by the waves. I saw craft empty of troops and partly filled with water as though abandoned, awash in the surf. Men were among them, struggling for the pitiful protection they gave." Traumatized soldiers froze at the foot of the bluffs, until officers managed to force them up with the warning that they would die on the beach unless they got inland and killed Germans. The defenders had been reinforced with a small part of the 352nd Infantry Division, but not nearly as many men as some accounts have claimed. Fortunately for the Americans, the 352nd's main reserve, some 3,000 strong, was first sent off on a wild goose chase in the early hours of the morning in response to the exploding puppet paratroops, and then was wiped out by a British brigade which had advanced diagonally inland from Gold Beach. In any case, the slaughter and chaos at Omaha during the morning was enough to make General Bradley consider abandoning the beach altogether. Just in time, news came back that some groups had made it up the bluffs comparatively unscathed, and that Omaha could yet be won. A combination of a few Sherman tanks engaging the bunkers and American and British destroyers sailing dangerously close in and firing with impressive accuracy at the German positions also tipped the balance in the invading forces' favour. On Gold Beach, the British 50th Division wasted little time pushing inland. One brigade halted just short of Bayeux at nightfall and took the town without casualties the next morning. The Canadian 3rd Division had a much tougher time on the Juno sector, where the Germans had fortified seaside villages and created networks of tunnels. On Sword, which ran up to the small port of Ouistreham, the British 3rd Division had trouble with the unusually high tide, which delayed the landing of tanks. Minefields on either side of roads and artillery fire blocking them with blazing vehicles meant that the rapid attack inland on the city of Caen was slow off the mark, and the dogged defence of a large German bunker complex made things worse. On their flank, the 6th Airborne Division had secured its allotted area between the rivers Orne and Dives, blowing bridges to prevent a panzer counterattack from the east. Montgomery's plan was to seize Caen and the land beyond for airfields as rapidly as possible, but German resistance with machine guns and anti-tank guns, concealed in solid Norman farmyards and hamlets, proved far harder to crack than they had thought. Allied intelligence had also failed to spot that the 21st Panzer Division was already in the area of Caen. There was, too, a strange contradiction in Montgomery's scheme. On the one hand, he wanted to take the ancient city of Caen in the first 24 hours of the battle, an objective which was clearly over-optimistic. On the other, he had ordered the destruction of Caen with a massive raid by heavy bombers on the 6th of June, yet the rubble blocking the streets could only hinder his own troops and aid the defenders. Hardly any Germans were killed at all in the raid, while the shock and suffering of the civilian population was terrible. Allied commanders were afraid of a great German panzer counterattack, which contributed to their excessive caution. Luckily, Hitler's failure to take a decision until the late afternoon of the 6th of June to commit his tank formations played to their advantage. And while ground force commanders had overestimated the effect of the heavy bomber missions, they underestimated the success of the fighter bomber squadrons roving inland to attack any German armoured columns heading for the invasion area. the 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend, and, most of all, the Panzer Lehr Division received a battering from Typhoons and P-47 Thunderbolts. The Canadian 3rd Division saw the need to seize villages and bring forward their anti-tank guns quickly to strengthen the defence. But the British 3rd Infantry Division, with certain honourable exceptions, was slow in pushing forward. The result was that the British Second Army on the eastern flank failed to take ground at the moment when it could have been seized with comparatively light casualties. Once Rommel flung Panzer Group West against the British and Canadian sectors, as General Morgan had predicted, it would be a whole month before Montgomery's forces took the city which had been their first objective. The shortage of space on the British side of the invasion area prevented the RAF from establishing forward airfields and slowed the build-up of forces. It is surprising, in the light of the failure to seize either Caen or Carpiquet airfield, that Montgomery should have signalled Eisenhower on the 8th of June, "I'm very satisfied with the situation." Bradley's First Army to the west of Caen and on the Cotentin Peninsula faced lighter opposition but much worse terrain. Field Marshal Brooke had warned of the difficulties of the Normandy bocage, with its small fields surrounded by very high, dense hedgerows that rose from solid banks with sunken tracks in between. Brooke had studied the topography in 1940, but those who had never seen such unusual countryside had imagined it to be like Western England, with small hedges which a Sherman tank could smash through with ease. But the first problem American forces faced was marshland and flooded areas. Paratroopers had dropped into it with many fatal results, and much of the neck of the Cotentin Peninsula which they needed to seize was waterlogged. After the beachhead at Omaha had been secured, Lieutenant General Leonard G. Giraud ordered his divisions to advance inland as rapidly as possible. The 1st Infantry pushed south and east to link up with the British at Port-en-Bessin on the 7th of June. The 29th Infantry Division, which had received such a battering, sent its reserve regiment westwards towards Isigny. Bradley hoped to link up the Omaha and Utah beachheads as rapidly as possible, but the 2 airborne divisions were still involved in furious fighting along the rivers Merderet and Douve and around Sainte-Mère-Église, until the 4th Infantry Division advanced inland from Utah with tank battalions in support. Once the Germans had been forced back from the southeast corner of the Cotentin Peninsula, the 101st Airborne managed to take the town of Carentan, largely thanks to confusion on the German side. On the 13th of June, the 17th SS Panzergrenadier Division, Götz von Berlichingen, mounted a counterattack. Bradley knew of its approach from ultra-intercepts and rapidly switched part of the 2nd Armoured Division across. American paratroopers south of Carentan fought a semi-guerrilla withdrawal back towards the town until Brigadier General Maurice Rose appeared, leading his Shermans from an open half-track. The SS Panzergrenadiers fled in confusion. Next day, the 2 invasion areas were joined up. The Germans expected a major attack south from Carentan, but Bradley had a much higher priority, securing the Cotentin Peninsula with the port of Cherbourg at its tip. On the 14th of June, the newly landed 9th Infantry Division and the 82nd Airborne attacked across the neck of the peninsula. Urged on by 7th Corps Commander Major General Lawton Collins, known as Lightning Joe, they reached the Atlantic coast in 4 days. Then, with 3 divisions across the peninsula, 7th Corps advanced north with heavy air support and took Cherbourg on the 26th of June. Hitler was outraged when he heard that Generalleutnant Karl Wilhelm von Schlieben had surrendered. The Allies, having been so fortunate with the weather for the invasion, soon suffered badly. An enormous storm in the Channel destroyed the artificial Mulberry Harbour constructed at Omaha and smashed vessels and landing craft ashore. The Americans found themselves desperately short of artillery ammunition, thus thwarting an advance southwards during the Cherbourg operation. The British build-up of forces was also brought to a halt, just as a stalemate was developing. German resistance around Caen had intensified with the arrival of the SS Hitlerjugend, To make matters worse, low cloud grounded the Allied air forces. The British 50th Division, with the 8th Armoured Brigade, had advanced south from Bayeux, but they had come up against violent counterattacks from the Panzer-Lehr Division round Tilly-sur-Seulles and Langevre. On the 10th of June, Montgomery met Bradley at Port-en-Bessin, and with a map spread on the front of his staff car, Monty explained that he did not want to hammer head-on into Caen. He intended to encircle it, with 51st Highland Division attacking from the 6th Airborne sector east of the Orne. At the same time, 7th Armoured Division would slip down south out on his right flank into the edge of the American sector near Caumont, then swing back east towards Villers-Bocage behind the Panzer-Lehr Division. It was a bold plan, and in many ways a good one, if it had been carried through promptly and with full force. In the event, it turned out to be little more than a reconnaissance in force, which was scandalously under-supported. On the 13th of June, the spearhead, consisting of just one regimental battle group, reached Villers-Bocage, but without a reconnaissance screen in front. As a result, the Cromwell tanks of the sharpshooters, the 4th County of London Yeomanry, ran into a devastating ambush of Tiger tanks led by the Panzer Ace Michael Wittmann of the SS 101st Heavy Panzer Battalion. This, combined with the sudden arrival of the 2nd Panzer Division on 7th Armoured Division's exposed southern flank, prompted a humiliating retreat. The French townspeople, who had so joyfully welcomed the Desert Rats the day before, now found their town smashed to rubble by RAF bombers. Montgomery had insisted on having 3 of his desert divisions with him in Normandy, the 7th Armoured, the 50th Northumbrian, and the 51st Highland. Several of their veteran regiments were to fight well in Normandy, but the morale, and in some cases discipline, of many others was not good. They had been fighting for too long, and were not prepared to take risks. A canny caution slowed them down. In the case of armoured regiments, a fear of well-camouflaged German anti-tank guns was easily understandable, when the 88mm could knock them out from over a mile away. And less than a third of British tanks had the excellent 17-pounder gun, which could deal with the Tiger or Panther tank at a reasonable range. After the Villers-Bocage debacle, the 7th Armoured Division's confidence was badly shaken. The 51st Highland Division's attempt to attack east of Caen also collapsed. Montgomery was so horrified by the 51st performance that he sacked its general and considered sending the whole division back to England for retraining. It took until almost the end of the Normandy campaign before the Highland Division restored its earlier reputation. In the US Army, too, combat performance varied greatly, not only between divisions but even within them. Psychological casualties could be high in Green divisions, and the rate of nervous collapse among ill-trained and badly handled replacements was unnecessarily disastrous. To arrive at night in a new unit at the front without knowing anybody, and in most cases woefully undertrained, could hardly have been more demoralizing. The other soldiers shunned them because they had arrived to replace their buddies who had just been killed and whom they were still mourning. Any ideas that the Germans must know that the war was lost were brutally shattered by the savagely effective defense they maintained, using all the lethal tricks learned on the Eastern Front. Apart from the elite Allied formations, such as paratroopers or rangers, the majority of men on the Allied side were armed citizens who just wanted to get the war over and done with. They could hardly be expected to match the fervor of those indoctrinated from early youth into the Nazi warrior mindset, and now persuaded by Goebbels' propaganda that, if they failed to hold on in Normandy, their families, homes, and fatherland would be destroyed forever. The 12th SS Hitlerjugend was the most fanatical. Its officers had told their men before the battle that any SS soldier who surrendered without having suffered incapacitating wounds would be treated as a traitor. Hitlerjugend soldiers, if taken alive, would reject transfusions of foreign blood, preferring to die for the Führer. One could never imagine British or American prisoners of war wanting to die for King George VI, Churchill, or President Roosevelt. Of course, not all German soldiers were such true believers. Many in ordinary line infantry divisions, simply wanted to survive, to see their girlfriends and families again. Once the Americans had taken Cherbourg, the Battle of the Bocage and the marshes south of the peninsula began in earnest. It was a bloody slog, with high casualties, as Bradley's divisions, extending from Caumont to the Atlantic coast, fought forward to reach more open country, where the American armored divisions could be deployed in their full force. German generals claimed, perhaps with justification, that Bradley's way of fighting, with little more than single battalion attacks supported by a few tanks and tank destroyers, was easy for them to deal with. The commander of the 3rd Fallschirmjäger Division even boasted that it was perfect training for his green troops, many of whom had been transferred from the Luftwaffe and flight training units simply to make up numbers. Using small combat teams with a mixture of infantry, pioneers for laying mines and booby traps, self-propelled assault guns, and well-sighted anti-tank guns, German forces could inflict far more losses on the attacking Americans than they suffered themselves. Their main problem came from a shortage of ammunition and other supplies, because of Allied aircraft attacking any transport in the rear. Bradley's objective was the capture of Saint-Lô and securing the Perrier-Saint-Lô road as his start line for the main offensive, while Montgomery again tried to encircle Caen. He did not know that Rommel and Rundstedt had asked Hitler on the 17th of June for permission to withdraw their forces to a more defensible line behind the River Orne and beyond the range of Allied naval guns. Hitler, on a brief visit to France to impose his will on his generals, refused to consider anything of the sort. It was this manic obstinacy and interference in command decisions which decided not just the pattern of the Normandy campaign, but the fate of the whole of France. Hitler, in his world of illusion, convinced himself that the V-1 flying bombs, which he had just started to launch against London, would bring Britain to its knees, and that the new jet fighters would soon destroy the Allied air forces. Rommel, who knew that this was fantasy, urged him to bring the war to an end. Hitler retorted that the Allies would not negotiate, and for once he was right. After this brief visit, Hitler returned to the Berghof. 5 days later, the German army on the Eastern Front suffered its greatest defeat in the whole war.
Lost in the echoes of an empty hall, no more shadows on the cracked wall. Whispers fade with the morning sun. Now you're left with what you've done. Stars collided, but then they blew apart, left you standing with an open heart, counting scars like counting sheep, memories now buried deep. On your own now, no hands to hold, writing stories that are left untold, shouting loud to a silent crowd, finding strength where you once were cowed. Footprints erased by the shifting sand, dreams slipping through your gritty hands. The waves come crashing, pulling shore, leaving you wanting something more. Light a fire in the dead of night, keep on fighting till you're out of sight. Keep your pace no matter the race. You're a force no one can replace. On your own now, no hands to hold, writing stories that are left untold, shouting loud to a silent crowd, finding strength where you once were cowed.
Chapter 39. Bagration and Normandy. June to August 1944. While the OKH and Führer headquarters discounted the likelihood of an attack in Belorussia, apprehension grew in frontline units of Army Group Center. On the 20th of June 1944, the atmosphere was heightened by the heat of high summer days with distant thunder, and a crescendo of partisan attacks to their rear. 10 days before, a German intercept station had picked up a Soviet signal ordering an increase in activity behind the Fourth Army. The Germans had accordingly launched a major anti-partisan drive, Operation Kormoran. It included their notorious Kaminsky Brigade, whose conspicuous cruelty against civilians seemed medieval and whose raging indiscipline was an affront to traditional German officers. Moscow's instructions to the large partisan bands in the forests and marshes of Belorussia were specific. They were first to attack railway communications, then harass Wehrmacht forces once the offensive began. This would include seizing bridges, cutting off supply routes by cutting down forest trees and dropping them across roads, and mounting attacks to delay reinforcements from reaching the front. At dawn on the 20th of June, the 25th Panzer Grenadier Division was subjected to an hour's bombardment and a brief assault. Everything went quiet again. It was either a probing attack or an attempt to unsettle them. Führer headquarters did not believe that the Soviet summer offensive would be aimed at Army Group Center. They expected an offensive north of Leningrad against the Finns, and another massive onslaught south of the Pripyat marshes into southern Poland and the Balkans. Hitler believed that Stalin's strategy was to strike at the Axis allies, the Finns, the Hungarians, the Romanians and the Bulgarians, to force them out of the war like the Italians. His suspicions appeared confirmed when first the Leningrad front and then the Karelian front attacked. Stalin, now confident enough to choose pragmatism over revenge, did not intend to crush Finland entirely. That would divert too many forces needed elsewhere. He simply wanted to bring the Finns to heel and take back the land he had seized off them in 1940. As he had hoped, these operations in the north took Hitler's eyes off Belorussia. The Red Army successfully employed Maskirovka deception measures, suggesting a major build-up in Ukraine, when in fact it was secretly transferring tank and other armies north. Its task was made easier by the virtual disappearance of the Luftwaffe. The Allied strategic bombing offensive, and now the invasion of Normandy, had reduced Luftwaffe support to German armies on the Eastern Front to a disastrous level. Soviet air supremacy prevented almost all German reconnaissance flights, so Army Group Center headquarters in Minsk received little indication of the huge concentration of forces that was building up. Altogether, the Stavka had assembled some 15 armies, totaling 1,670,000 men, with nearly 6,000 tanks and self-propelled guns, more than 30,000 guns and heavy mortars, including Katyusha batteries. They were supported by more than 7,500 aircraft. Army Group Center had become a poor relation. Some sectors were so thinly manned that sentries had to remain on 6-hour shifts each night. They and their officers had no idea of the furious work being carried out behind Soviet lines. Forest tracks were being widened for the large armored vehicles. Corduroy roads to take tanks were laid through marshes. Pontoons were brought forward, fording points were given solid bottoms, and underwater bridges were constructed just beneath the surface of rivers. This great redeployment of forces delayed the launch of the offensive by 3 days. On the 22nd of June, the third anniversary of Operation Barbarossa, the 1st Baltic and 3rd Belarusian fronts carried out their reconnaissance in force. Operation Bagration itself, which Stalin himself had named after the Georgian princely hero of 1812, began in earnest the next day. The Stavka plan was first to surround Vitebsk on the north side of Army Group Center's bulging front, and Bobruisk on the southern side, then thrust in diagonally from both these points to surround Minsk in the middle. On the northern flank, Marshal I.K. Bagramyan's 1st Baltic Front and the young Colonel General I.D. Chernyakovsky's 3rd Belorussian Front attacked rapidly to surround the Vitebsk salient before the Germans could react. They even decided to dispense with an artillery bombardment unless it was deemed essential on a particular sector. Their tank spearheads were supported by waves of Sturmovik fighter bombers. The 3rd Panzer Army was taken totally by surprise. Vitebsk lay in the middle of a vulnerable bulge whose central part was defended by 2 weak Luftwaffe field divisions. The hapless corps commander had been ordered to hold Vitebsk as a fortress position, although he utterly lacked the forces to accomplish the task. In the center, from Orsha to Mogilev, the Tsar's headquarters in the First World War, General der Infanterie Kurt von Tippelskirch's 4th Army was also taken by surprise. "We really had a black day," an Unteroffizier with the 25th Panzer Grenadier Division wrote home, "one which I will not forget in a hurry. The Russians began with their heaviest possible bombardment. It carried on for about 3 hours. With all their strength, they tried to break through. The force was inexorable. I really had to run for it to avoid falling into their hands. Their tanks were advancing with red flags. Only the 25th Panzer Grenadiers and the 78th Sturm Division with assault guns fought back furiously east of Orsha. The following day, Tippelskirch asked for permission to pull back to the northern Dnieper, but this was rejected by Führer headquarters. With several divisions shattered and his men exhausted, Tippelskirch decided to disobey the insane orders to hold on, parroted by the subservient Army Group Commander Generalfeldmarschall Ernst Busch in Minsk. Commanders realized that the only way to save their formations was to falsify situation reports and war diary entries to justify withdrawals. The German 12th Infantry Division in front of Orsha pulled back just in time. When a major asked a pioneer officer why he was in such a hurry to blow a bridge after his battalion had crossed, the man handed him his binoculars and pointed across the river. Turning round, the major spotted a column of T-34 tanks already within range. Orsha and Mogilev on the Dnieper were both cut off and taken in 3 days. Several hundred wounded had to be left behind. The German general, ordered to hold Mogilev to the end, was close to a nervous breakdown. Behind Soviet lines, the greatest problem was presented by the huge traffic jams of military vehicles. A broken-down tank could not be circumvented easily because of the marshes and forests either side of the roads. The chaos at times was such that the traffic controller at a crossroads might be a full colonel, a Red Army officer later recalled. He also pointed out how fortunate the Soviet forces were that there was so little sign of the Luftwaffe, since all those vehicles stuck nose to tail would have provided an easy target. On the southern flank, Marshal Rokossovsky's 1st Belorussian Front launched its assault with a massive preliminary bombardment which began at 0400 hours. Explosions sent up fountains of earth. The ground was cratered and ploughed over a huge area. Trees came crashing down, and German soldiers, instinctively adopting the fetal position in their bunkers, quivered as the ground vibrated as in an earthquake. Rokossovsky's northern pincer broke through between Tippelskirch's 4th Army and the 9th Army responsible for the Bobruisk sector. General der Infanterie Hans Jordan, the commander of the 9th Army, brought in his reserve, the 20th Panzer Division. But as the counterattack began that night, 20th Panzer was ordered to pull back and move south of Bobruisk. The penetration of the other pincer, led by the 1st Guards Tank Corps, had proved to be far more dangerous. It threatened to encircle the town and cut off the left flank of 9th Army as well. Rokossovsky's surprise approach through the edge of the Pripyat marshes had a success similar to that of the Germans emerging from the Ardennes in 1940. Hitler still refused to allow retreat, so on the 26th of June, Generalfeldmarschall Busch flew to Berchtesgaden to report to him at the Berghof. He was accompanied by Jordan, whom Hitler wanted to interrogate on his use of the 20th Panzer Division. But, while they were away from their headquarters, almost all of the 9th Army was surrounded. The next day, both Busch and Jordan were dismissed. Hitler immediately resorted to Generalfeldmarschall Model. Yet, even with this disaster and the threat to Minsk, the OKW still had no inkling of the scale of Soviet ambitions. Model, one of the few generals able to stand up to Hitler with success, was able to make the necessary withdrawals to the line of the river Berezina in front of Minsk. Hitler had also released the 5th Panzer Division to take up position northeast of Minsk at Borisov. It arrived on the 28th of June, but soon found itself attacked by Sturmovik ground attack aircraft. Reinforced with a battalion of Tiger tanks and odd SS units, the division took up position either side of the Orsha-Borisov-Minsk road. Officers and men alike had little idea of the general situation, although they had heard a rumor that the Red Army had crossed the Berezina some way to the north. During that night, advance elements of the 5th Guards Tank Army clashed with the division's Panzer Grenadiers. A battalion of Panther tanks arrived to strengthen the German line, but to the north, Chernyakhovsky's troops had broken through between the 3rd Panzer Army and the 4th Army. A chaotic withdrawal began under constant attack from Sturmoviks and Soviet artillery fire. Terrified German transport troops drove at full speed to reach the last remaining bridge over the Berezina, cutting in on each other to get across before it was hit by the enemy. The site of Napoleon's crossing in the terrible retreat of 1812 was just to the north of Borisov. Vitebsk was already on fire when German troops of 53 Corps pulled out in a vain attempt to break out through the encirclement to rejoin the 3rd Panzer Army. The stores and fuel dumps blazed, belching black smoke. Nearly 30,000 men were lost, either killed or taken prisoner. The disaster also shook the faith of many, both in the Führer and in the direction of the war. "The Ivans broke through this morning," an Unteroffizier of the 206th Infantry Division wrote home. "A short pause allows me to write a letter. Our orders are to disengage from the enemy. My dear ones, the situation is very desperate. I no longer believe in anybody, if it looks as it does here." In the south, Rokossovsky's armies had encircled almost all the 9th Army and the town of Bobruisk, which they captured. "When we entered Bobruisk," wrote Vasily Grossman with the 120th Guards Rifle Division, which he had known from Stalingrad, "some buildings in it were ablaze and others lay in ruins. To Bobruisk led the road of revenge. With difficulty, our car finds its way between scorched and distorted German tanks and self-propelled guns. Men are walking over German corpses. Corpses, hundreds and hundreds of them, pave the road, lie in the ditches, under the pines, in the green barley. In some places, vehicles have to drive over the corpses, so densely they lie upon the ground. People are busy all the time, burying them, but there are so many that this work cannot be done in a day. The day is exhaustingly hot and still, and people walk and drive, pressing handkerchiefs to their noses. A cauldron of death was boiling here, a ruthless, terrible revenge over those who hadn't surrendered their arms and broken out to the west." Once the Germans had been beaten, civilians emerged. "Our people, whom we've liberated, tell us their stories and cry. It's mostly elderly people who cry," a young Red Army soldier wrote home. "And young people are in such a great mood that they laugh all the time. Their mouth is never shut. They laugh and talk." For the Germans, the retreat was disastrous. Vehicles of every sort had to be abandoned because they had run out of fuel. Even before the attack, each one had been restricted to 10 to 15 liters per day. General Spatz's strategy of bombing oil installations was certainly helping the Red Army on the Eastern Front, as well as the Allies in Normandy. The German wounded, lucky enough to be evacuated, suffered dreadfully on the back of horse-drawn carts, rattling, shaking, and lurching. Many died from loss of blood before they reached the dressing stations. Because first aid had been so drastically reduced at the front with the loss of medics, a serious wound now meant almost certain death. Those that could be brought back from the front line were taken to military hospitals in Minsk, but Minsk was now the main Soviet objective. In the forest, the remnants of German formations pushed westwards to escape. They were short of water, and many soldiers became dehydrated in the heat. All suffered from intense stress through fear of ambush by partisans or capture by the Red Army. Bombers and artillery harrying the withdrawal brought down trees and sprayed them with wood splinters. The severity and ubiquity of the fighting was such that no fewer than 7 German generals from Army Group Center were killed in action. Even Hitler had to abandon his compulsion to designate totally unsuitable towns as fortresses. His commanders now tried to avoid defending towns for that very reason. By the end of June, the 5th Guards Tank Army had bulldozed its way forward and begun to encircle Minsk from the north. Chaos reigned in the city as Army Group Center's headquarters and all the German rear area establishments rushed to escape. The badly wounded in the hospitals were abandoned to their fate. Minsk itself was captured from the south on the 3rd of July, and the bulk of the German Fourth Army found itself trapped between the city and the Berezina. Even a medical Obergefreiter with no access to staff maps could clearly see the bitter irony of their situation. "The enemy," he wrote, "has now done what we did in 41, encirclement to encirclement." A Luftwaffe Obergefreiter observed in a letter to his wife in East Prussia that he was now only 200 kilometers away from her. If the Russians keep up the direction of their attack, it will not be long before they are standing at your door. Vengeance was exacted in Minsk, especially against any former Red Army soldiers who had served as Hiwis with the Wehrmacht. Others took personal revenge after the savage repression in Belorussia, which had killed a quarter of its population. "A partisan, a small man," wrote Grossman, "has killed 2 Germans with a stake. He had pleaded with the guards of the column to give him these Germans. He had convinced himself that they were the ones who had killed his daughter Olya and his sons, his 2 boys. He broke all their bones and smashed their skulls, and while he was beating them, he was crying and shouting, 'Here you are, for Olya! Here you are, for Kolya!' When they were dead, he propped the bodies up against a tree stump and continued to beat them. The mechanized armies of Rokossovsky and Chernyakhovsky pushed on, while rifle divisions behind crushed the trapped German forces. Soviet commanders knew by now the advantage of a headlong charge when the enemy was in full flight. The Germans should not be allowed time to recover and prepare new defense lines. The 5th Guards Tank Army headed for Vilnius, while other formations went for Baranovichi. Vilnius fell on the 13th of July after heavy fighting. Kaunas was their next objective. German territory, in the form of East Prussia, lay just beyond. The Stavka now planned a strike up to the Gulf of Riga to trap Army Group North in Estonia and Latvia. The Army Group struggled desperately to hold open a corridor to the west, while fighting back 8 Soviet armies on the east. South of the Pripyat marshes on the 13th of July, Marshal Konyev's armies of the 1st Ukrainian Front began their offensive, later known as the Lvov-Sandomierz operation. After smashing through weakly held German lines, Konyev's formations advanced to encircle Lvov. Their assault on the city 10 days later was helped by 3,000 men of the Polish Home Army, led by Colonel Władysław Filipkowski. But as soon as the city had been seized, the NKVD, which had already secured Gestapo headquarters and its files, arrested the Home Army officers and forced the soldiers to join the Communist First Polish Army. After taking Lvov, Konyev's 1st Ukrainian Front headed west all the way to the Vistula. Yet it was the thought of Soviet formations approaching East Prussia, Old Reich territory, which struck most fear into German hearts. The only grounds for hope, as in Normandy, were the V-weapons, especially the V2. Their effect should be many times more powerful than the V1, a Luftwaffe Obergefreiter wrote home, but he was not alone in fearing that the Allies would retaliate with gas. 1 or 2 even advised their families at home to buy gas masks if necessary. Others began to fear that their own side, might start to use gas as a last resort. Some German units were pulled back into one defensive line after another in the vain hope of halting the onrush. "The Russians are attacking constantly," wrote a construction company Gefreiter, drafted into the infantry. "A bombardment has been going on since 0500 hours. They want to break through. Their ground attack aircraft are well coordinated with their artillery fire. Impact follows impact. I am sitting in our good bunker and writing what is perhaps the last little letter." Almost every soldier was praying privately that he would get home alive, but not really believing it. Events were moving so rapidly, as a noble Gefreiter, thrown into another improvised Kampfgruppe, observed, that one can no longer talk of a front. He went on, "I can only let you know that we are now not far from East Prussia, and perhaps then the worst will come." In East Prussia itself, civilians observed the busy roads with mounting anxiety. A woman close to the eastern border watched columns of soldiers and refugees from Tilsit, which has been heavily bombed, pass her door. Soviet bombing raids forced civilians to shelter in their cellars, and they had to board up their smashed windows. Workshops and factories had virtually ceased functioning because so few women came to work. Travel over 100 kilometers was forbidden. The Gauleiter of East Prussia, Erich Koch, did not want civilians fleeing westwards, as that would be defeatist. Korniev's advance continued rapidly from Lublin, where the concentration camp of Majdanek had been discovered just to the west of it. Grossman had joined General Chuikov, whose Stalingrad army, now the 8th Guards, had seized the city. Chuikov's main concern was that he might miss out on the advance to Berlin, which for him was as important as Rome had been to General Mark Clark. "It's perfect logic and common sense," Chuikov argued. "Just think, Stalingradsky advancing on Berlin." Grossman, disgusted with the egomania of commanders, and angry that Konstantin Simonov had been sent to cover the Majdanek story instead of him, moved north towards Treblinka, which had just been discovered. Simonov was with a large group of foreign correspondents sent to Majdanek by the main political department of the Red Army to witness Nazi crimes. Stalin's position with the slogan, "Do not divide the dead," was clear. No mention was to be made of Jews as a special category when it came to suffering. The victims of Majdanek were to be described only as Soviet and Polish citizens. Hans Frank, the head of the Nazi Generalgouvernement, was horrified when details of the extermination facilities at Majdanek appeared in the foreign press. The rapidity of the Soviet advance had taken the SS by surprise, leaving them no chance to destroy the incriminating evidence. It brought home to him and others, for the first time, that a noose awaited them at the end of the war. The SS had a little more time at Treblinka. On the 23rd of July, when Korniev's artillery could be heard in the distance, the commandant at Treblinka I received the order to liquidate the last survivors of the camp. Schnapps was issued to the SS and the Ukrainian Wachmänner before they began to execute the remaining prisoner work details. Max Levit, a carpenter from Warsaw, was the only survivor. Wounded in the first fusillade, he had been covered by other bodies. He managed to crawl into the forest, from where he listened to the ragged volleys. "Stalin will avenge us!" a group of Russian boys had cried, just before they were shot. Shortly before Operation Bagration crashed into his armies in the east, Hitler had transferred the 2 Panzer Corps to Normandy with the 9th SS Panzer Division Hohenstaufen and the 10th SS Panzer Division Frundsberg. Ultra-intercepts had warned the Allied leaders in Normandy that they were on their way. Eisenhower fumed with impatience because Montgomery's next offensive against Caen after Villers-Bocage was not ready until the 26th of June. This was hardly Montgomery's fault, since the Great Storm had delayed his build-up of forces for what was known as Operation Epsom. He intended once more to attack west of Caen and swing round to encircle the city. On the 25th of June, a diversionary attack began even further to the west, with 30 Corps renewing its battle with the Panzer-Lehr Division. The 49th Division, known as the Polar Bear Division because of its insignia, managed to force the Panzer-Lehr back to the villages of Tessel and Roré, where the fighting was particularly savage. Ever since the 12th SS Panzer Division, Hitlerjugend, had begun killing prisoners, little mercy was shown on either side. Just before the attack on Tessel Wood, Sergeant Kuhlmann, a mortar platoon commander in the 1st 4th King's Own Yorkshire Light Infantry, recorded the orders in his field message book. At the end is written NPT below rank Major, which stood for No Prisoners to be Taken below the rank of Major. Others also recalled getting a no prisoners order and claimed that this was why German propaganda began to call the 49th Division the Polar Bear Butchers. An Ultra intercept confirmed that the Panzer-Lehr suffered heavy losses. Montgomery spoke of Operation Epsom to Eisenhower as the showdown, while clearly having every intention of conducting the battle as cautiously as usual. The official history of the Italian campaign later observed that Montgomery had the unusual gift of persuasively combining very bold speech and very cautious action. This was particularly true in Normandy. The newly arrived 8th Corps launched the main attack with the 15th Scottish Division and the 43rd Wessex Division in front, and the 11th Armoured Division ready to exploit a breakthrough behind. The opening bombardment combined divisional and corps artillery, as well as the main armament of the battleships offshore. The 15th Scottish advanced rapidly, but the 43rd Division on the left found itself having to fight off a counterattack by the 12th SS Panzer Division. By nightfall, the Scots had reached the valley of the Odon. Although movement was slow, because vehicles became dangerously congested on the narrow Norman roads, the advance continued. Next day, the 2nd Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, wisely ignoring current tactical doctrine, slipped across the Odon in small groups and captured a bridge. On the 28th of June, Lieutenant General Sir Richard O'Connor, who had escaped from a prison camp in Italy and now commanded 8th Corps, wanted to push far ahead with the 11th Armoured Division and seize a bridgehead over the River Orne beyond the Odon. General Sir Miles Dempsey, the commander of the British Second Army, knew from Ultra of the imminent arrival of 2 Panzer Corps, and with Montgomery at his elbow, decided to play safe. He might have been rather more robust if he had known of the developments on the German side. Hitler had just summoned Rommel to the Berghof, an extraordinary act in the middle of a battle. To compound the confusion, the commander-in-chief of 7th Army, General Oberst Friedrich Dollmann, had just died, officially of a heart attack, but most German officers suspected suicide after the surrender of Cherbourg. Without consulting Rommel, Hitler appointed Obergruppenführer Paul Hauser, the commander of 2 SS Panzer Corps, to take over 7th Army. Hauser, who had been ordered to counterattack the British offensive with the Hohenstaufen and the Frundsberg SS Panzer Divisions, had to hand over to his deputy and hurry to his new headquarters in Le Mans. On the 29th of June, the 11th Armoured Division, led by its outstanding commander, Major General Philip "Pip" Roberts, managed to put its leading tanks onto Hill 112, the key feature between the Odon and the Orne. It then proceeded to fight off counterattacks by the 1st SS Panzer Division, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, part of the 21st Panzer, and the 7th Mortar Brigade, with its Nebelwerfer multi-barreled launchers, which screamed like braying donkeys. The Germans recognized the significance of the capture of Hill 112. Urgent orders were passed to Gruppenführer Wilhelm Bittrich, Hauser's replacement, to attack on the other flank within 1 hour, using his SS Panzer Corps, reinforced with a battle group from the SS Panzer Division Das Reich. The British Second Army thus found itself under attack by 7 Panzer Divisions, including 4 SS Panzer Divisions and part of a 5th. At that very moment, the whole of Army Group Center in Belorussia had just 3 Panzer Divisions, and that was after being reinforced. So Ilya Ehrenberg's sarcastic remark that the Allies in Normandy were fighting the dregs of the German army could hardly have been further from the truth. Montgomery faced the bulk of the German panzer divisions for very simple reasons, as he had been warned before the invasion. The British Second Army on the eastern side was closest to Paris. If the British and Canadians were to break through, then the German Seventh Army further west and the formations in Brittany would all be cut off. The strength of German resistance on the British sector had forced Montgomery to reassess his ideas about seizing the flat ground south of Caen for airfields. He tried to turn a painful necessity into virtue by claiming that he was holding down the panzer divisions to give the Americans the chance to break out further west. Neither the Americans nor the Royal Air Force, desperate for their landing strips, were convinced. Despite his fighting words to Eisenhower, Montgomery had indicated to Major General George Erskine of the 7th Armored Division that he was not looking for a showdown after all. "Complete change so far as we are concerned," Erskine's intelligence officer noted in his diary just before Epsom, "as Monty doesn't want us to make ground. Satisfied that Second Army has drawn all enemy panzer divisions, now wants Caen only on this front, and Americans to press on for Brittany ports. So 8 Corps attack goes in, but we have very limited objective." The German counterattack during the afternoon of the 29th of June was aimed mainly against the 15th Scottish Division on the western side of the salient. The Scots fought well, but the real damage to the newly arrived SS Panzer Corps came from the Royal Navy. Dempsey, fearing a greater counterattack on the southeastern side round Hill 112, told O'Connor to pull back his tanks. Montgomery halted the offensive the next day because 8 Corps had lost more than 4,000 men. Once again, the British command had failed to reinforce success rapidly. Tragically, the fighting over the next few weeks to recapture Hill 112 was to cause far more deaths than defending it would have done. Both Rommel and General Geyer von Schweppenberg were appalled when they saw the effects of naval gunfire from 30 kilometers away on the Hohenstaufen and Frundsberg. The craters were 4 meters across and 2 meters deep. The need to persuade Hitler that they must withdraw their forces behind the River Orne became even more urgent. Geyer was shaken by the losses in this defensive battle when he would have preferred to use his panzer divisions in a massive counterattack. They had been drawn into the battle to act as corset stiffeners to the weak infantry divisions, and now there were not enough incoming infantry divisions to enable him to pull out his panzer formations to refit. So Montgomery, far from calling the tune on the battlefield, as he liked to claim, had in fact been trapped in this battle of attrition by the German army's own problems. Geyer wrote a highly critical report of German strategy in Normandy, which called for a flexible defense and the withdrawal of their forces behind the Orne. His comments on OKW interference, which clearly meant Hitler, led to his swift dismissal. He was replaced by General der Panzertruppen Hans Eberbach. The next senior casualty was Generalfeldmarschall von Rundstedt himself, who had warned Keitel that they would not be able to hold the Allies in Normandy. "You should make an end of the whole war," he told Keitel. Rundstedt, who had also endorsed Geyer's report, was then replaced by Generalfeldmarschall Hans von Kluge. Hitler would have liked to replace Rommel as well, but that would have created a disastrous impression, both in Germany and abroad. Kluge arrived at Rommel's headquarters, the Château de la Roche-Guyon on the Seine, and made derisive comments about the conduct of the battle so far. Rommel exploded and told him to visit the front first to see the situation for himself. Over the following days, Kluge did so, and was shaken by what he found. It was very different to the picture which had been painted for him at Führer headquarters, where they had claimed that Rommel was unduly pessimistic about Allied air power. Slightly further west, Bradley's U.S. First Army was bogged down in its own bloody battles in the marshes south of the Cotentin Peninsula and in the Bocage countryside north of Saint-Lô. The constant battalion-size attacks against the German 2 paratroop corps cost many casualties. "The Germans haven't much left," an American divisional commander observed with wry respect, "but they sure as hell know how to use it." Using lessons learned on the Eastern Front, the Germans managed to make up for their inferiority in numbers, artillery, and above all aircraft. They dug little bunkers into the raised base of the impenetrable hedgerows, a hard and laborious task given the tangle of ancient roots, to make machine gun nests for the first line of defense. Further back, the main line would contain enough troops for an immediate counterattack. Behind them, usually on rising ground, an 88mm gun would be sighted to knock out any Shermans supporting an infantry attack. Every position and vehicle was meticulously camouflaged, which meant that Allied fighter-bombers could do comparatively little to help. Artillery was the arm on which Bradley and his commanders relied. The French civilians, not surprisingly, felt that they did so to excess. The Germans themselves described fighting in the bocage as a dirty bush war. They would plant mines at the bottom of shell craters in front of their positions, so that an American soldier throwing himself in to take cover would have his legs blown off. Alongside tracks, they rigged what the Americans called castrator mines, or bouncing berries, which jumped up and exploded at crotch height. Their tanks and field gunners became expert at firing tree bursts, which meant exploding a shell in the crown of a tree to blast splinters of wood into anyone sheltering below. American tactics tended to rely on marching fire as infantry advanced, which meant constant firing at any likely enemy positions ahead. The amount of ammunition used was truly staggering as a result. The Germans needed to be more efficient. Tied to a tree, a German rifleman would wait for infantrymen to pass, then shoot one of them in the back. This prompted the others to throw themselves flat in the open, and German mortar teams would then shell them with air bursts as they lay there with the full length of their bodies exposed. Aid men who went to help the wounded were shot down deliberately. Quite often, a single German would emerge with his hands up to surrender, and when some Americans moved forward to take him prisoner, he would throw himself sideways, and hidden machine guns would shoot them down. Not surprisingly, few American soldiers took prisoners after such incidents. Combat exhaustion was not recognized as a condition in the German army. It was treated as cowardice. Soldiers who attempted to evade fighting with self-inflicted wounds were simply shot. The American, Canadian, and British armies were extraordinarily enlightened by comparison. Most of the psychoneurotic casualties had occurred as a result of the fighting in the bocage, and the majority of victims were replacements, thrown in, ill-trained and unprepared to step into the boots of battle casualties. Some 30,000 men in the U.S. First Army were accounted psychological casualties by the end of the campaign. The Surgeon General of the U.S. Army estimated that American frontline forces suffered a 10% rate of psychiatric breakdown. Both British and American Army psychiatrists wrote after the war that they had been struck by how few cases of combat exhaustion they had found among German prisoners of war, although they had suffered far more from Allied bombing and shelling. They concluded that the Nazi regime's propaganda since 1933 had almost certainly helped prepare their soldiers psychologically. In a fairly similar fashion, one could say that the great hardships of life in the Soviet Union had toughened all those who served in the Red Army. The armies of Western democracies could not be expected to withstand the same levels of hardship. While Rommel and Kluge assumed that the main breakthrough in Normandy would come from the British-Canadian sector on the Caen front, they also imagined that an American attack would come down close to the Atlantic coast. Bradley, however, had focused on Saint-Lô as the eastern end for his forming up area for the big attack. After the disappointing results of Epsom, Montgomery did little to confide in Eisenhower, who became increasingly exasperated by his apparent complacency. Montgomery could never admit that any of his campaigns were not going according to his master plan. Yet he was aware of the resentment building both at Eisenhower's headquarters and back in London at his lack of progress. He was also acutely conscious of the country's manpower shortages. Churchill feared that, if their military strength was whittled away, Britain would have little say in the post-war settlement. In an attempt to achieve a breakthrough without losing many more men, Montgomery was prepared to contradict a favorite dictum. In a briefing to war correspondents the previous autumn in Italy, he had stated categorically that heavy bombers cannot participate intimately in a land battle against the front line. On the 6th of July, he proceeded to request precisely that from the RAF to help him take Caen. Eisenhower, desperate for movement, fully supported him and met Air Chief Marshal Harris the next day. Harris agreed to send 467 Lancaster and Halifax bombers that evening over the northern suburbs of Caen, defended by the 12th SS Hitlerjugend. But the attack suffered from target creep. As at Omaha, the bomb aimers delayed a moment or two before dropping, to be sure of not hitting their own forward troops. The result was that the bulk of their loads dropped on the center of the ancient Norman city. German casualties were light in comparison to those of French civilians, who were the unsung victims of the fighting in Normandy. A terrible paradox emerged from the campaign. In an attempt to reduce their own casualties, commanders from Western democracies were likely to kill more civilians by their excessive use of high explosive. The British and Canadian attack went in the following morning. This delay gave the Hitlerjugend division nearly 12 hours to recover, and their fearsome resistance inflicted many casualties. Then suddenly they disappeared, having received orders to pull back south of the Orne. The British and Canadians rapidly secured the north and centre of Caen. But even this very partial Allied success did not solve the Second Army's key problem. It still lacked the space to build sufficient forward airfields and to deploy the rest of the 1st Canadian Army waiting back in Britain. With great reluctance, Montgomery then agreed to Dempsey's plan to use all 3 armoured divisions, the 7th, the 11th and the newly arrived Guards Armoured, to smash through towards Falaise from the bridgehead east of the Orne. Montgomery's doubts had more to do with his anti-cavalry prejudices against armoured formations swanning around. As a profound military conservative, it was not his idea of a set-piece offensive, but he could not afford any more infantry casualties, and he had to do something. Complaints and jibes were not just coming from the Americans. The RAF was furious. Mutterings that Montgomery should be sacked now came from Eisenhower's deputy, Air Chief Marshal Tedder, and from Air Marshal Cunningham, who had never forgiven Montgomery for hogging all the glory in North Africa and seldom mentioning his desert air force. Operation Goodwood, launched on the 18th of July, proved the most outstanding example of very bold speech and very cautious action in Montgomery's career. He sold the possibility of a decisive breakthrough to Eisenhower so strongly that the Supreme Commander replied, "I am viewing the prospects with the most tremendous optimism and enthusiasm. I would not be at all surprised to see you gaining a victory that will make some of the old classics look like a skirmish between patrols." Montgomery had also given the same impression to Field Marshal Brooke back in London, but the very next day he presented Dempsey and O'Connor with a far more modest objective, which was to advance a third of the way to Falaise and see how things stood. Unfortunately, briefings to officers implied that this was going to be a bigger breakthrough than Alamein, and press correspondents were told of a Russian-style breakthrough which might take the Second Army forward 100 miles. Astonished journalists pointed out that 100 miles meant all the way to Paris. The RAF, still desperate for its forward airfields, was again prepared to provide bombers. So at 0530 hours on the 18th of July, 2,600 RAF and US AAF bombers dropped 7,567 tons of bombs on a frontage of 7,000 meters. Unfortunately, Second Army intelligence had failed to detect that the lines of German defense extended back in 5 lines all the way to the Bourget-Bout Ridge, which had to be taken if the Second Army was to advance to Falaise. To make matters worse, the complicated approach march of the 3 armoured divisions took them over Bailey bridges across the Caen Canal and the River Orne into the restricted bridgehead beyond, where the 51st Highland Division had laid a very thick minefield. Afraid of alerting the enemy, O'Connor ordered lanes to be cleared through it, only at the very last moment, instead of removing the lot. But the Germans were well aware of the impending attack. They had seen the preparations from tall factory buildings further east and from air reconnaissance. Ultra had picked up the fact that the Luftwaffe knew of the operation, yet Second Army stuck with its plan. Troops stood on their tanks to stare in wonder and excitement at the destruction caused by the bombers, but the traffic jams which built up behind because of the narrow lanes in the minefields meant that the attack was fatally slowed. In fact, the delays were so great that O'Connor halted the truck-borne infantry to allow the tanks to get through first. The 11th Armoured Division advanced quickly once they were through, but then found themselves ambushed by well-concealed anti-tank guns in stone farms and hamlets. These were objectives for their infantry to deal with, but the tanks were on their own and suffered terrible losses. The division had also lost their air liaison officer as an early casualty, and so were not able to call for help from the Typhoon squadrons circling above. They then came under devastating fire from 88mm guns on Bourget-Bourg Ridge, and were counter-attacked by the 1st SS Panzer Division. The 11th and the Guards Armoured Divisions between them lost more than 200 tanks that day. General Eberbach had expected the British armoured punch to break through his overextended forces completely, and he could hardly believe his luck. The Second Army and the Canadians managed to push forward in a number of places the next day, extending their hold south of Caen, but the Bourget-Bourg Ridge remained entirely in German hands. Torrential rain soon began to fall. Montgomery had an excuse to call off the attack, but the damage to his reputation was done. The Americans and the RAF were made even angrier by his premature claims and self-satisfaction afterwards, when so little had been achieved. On the other hand, this very unglorious Goodwood had succeeded in confirming the belief of both Kluge and Eberbach that the main attack in Normandy would still come up the Falaise Road. As a result, when General Bradley finally launched Operation Cobra 5 days later, Kluge did not at first transfer any panzer divisions to face it. And on the 20th of July, the morning when the rains came to Normandy, a bomb went off in the Wolfschanze near Rostenburg. Chapter 40. Berlin, Warsaw, and Paris. July to October 1944. Once the war had started, only the German army was likely to provide conspirators to overthrow Hitler and the Nazi regime. Its officers had access to him, and they controlled forces which might ensure the security of a replacement regime. The tentative plans of some generals in 1938 and early in the war to remove the dictator had all collapsed through timidity or misplaced notions of obedience and honor. Firm plans to assassinate Hitler were first suggested during the Stalingrad disaster in the winter of 1942. The discussion took place at the headquarters of Army Group Center under Generalmajor Henning von Treschow. The first attempt took place in March 1943, when explosives provided by Admiral Canaris were placed on Hitler's Focke-Wulf Condor. The detonator failed to work, probably due to the intense cold, and the bomb, disguised as a bottle of Cointreau, was retrieved. 2 more attempts that year failed, including that of Hauptmann Axel von dem Busche, who was ready to act as a suicide bomber at a planned inspection of new uniforms by Hitler. Oberst Klaus Graf Schenk von Stauffenberg provided a new impetus when he was posted to the headquarters of the Ersatzheer, or replacement army, in the Bentlerstrasse on the northern edge of the Tiergarten. The idea was to subvert Operation Valkyrie, an emergency plan which originally dated back to the Eastern Front in the winter of 1941. In July 1943, Generalmajor Friedrich Olbricht had begun to incorporate subtle changes to Valkyrie, so that the military resistance might use it when ready to act. This contingency plan had been created to thwart an uprising by foreign forced labourers billeted in and around Berlin. That autumn, Henning von Treschow and Stauffenberg added secret orders to be announced once Hitler was dead. A key element was to circumvent any involvement by the SS and retain all responsibility for internal order in the hands of the replacement army. The conspirators faced many obstacles. Sympathetic officers were posted away, and it was quickly obvious that Generaloberst Friedrich Fromm, who became commander-in-chief of the replacement army, could not be relied on. Above all, the plotters had few illusions. They knew that they represented a tiny minority with negligible popular support. The country at large would see them as traitors, and the vengeance of the Nazis against them and their families would be savage. Their ethics, often shaped by strong religious beliefs, were combined with conservative political views. Several had been supporters of Hitler before Operation Barbarossa. The sort of government they wished to establish had more in common with Wilhelmine Germany than modern democracy. And the basis on which they intended to propose peace with the Allies was totally unrealistic, since they wished to maintain the Eastern Front against the Soviet Union and retain some occupied territories. Yet even with the odds against them, they felt a strong obligation to take a moral stand against the criminality of the regime. A practical problem was that Stauffenberg, who had become the effective leader of the plot, was also the only one in a position to plant the bomb. He had lost an eye and a hand in Tunisia, which would be a disadvantage when arming the bomb, but as Fromm's chief of staff, he was the sole member of the inner group who had access to Führer headquarters. Several fellow officers had been recruited, often on the basis that they were relations, friends, or former officers from the 17th Cavalry or the 9th Infantry Regiment at Potsdam, the successor unit of the Prussian Guards. Some had refused to join on the grounds that changing horses in midstream was too dangerous for Germany at that stage of the war. Others referred to their oath of obedience. They were not moved by the argument that Hitler, through his criminal actions, had displaced any obligation to obey him. On the 9th of July, Stauffenberg's cousin, Oberstleutnant Cäsar von Hofacker, had visited Rommel at La Roche-Guyon. He asked Rommel how long the German armies in Normandy could hold out, and Rommel estimated a couple of weeks. This was a vital piece of information for the conspirators, who suspected that time was running out for negotiations with the Americans and British. But further details of their conversation are disputed. It is not clear whether Hofacker asked Rommel to join the conspiracy to assassinate Hitler, let alone whether Rommel agreed. But it appears that Rommel did ask Hofacker to draft a letter to General Montgomery, inviting him to discuss terms. As Stauffenberg had guessed, the most senior officers were the most unreliable. Generalfeldmarschall von Manstein and even Kluge, who had earlier allowed a resistance group under Henning von Treschow to flourish at the headquarters of Army Group Center, were opposed to action. But Kluge, they felt certain, would join them once Hitler was dead. In France, Rommel's chief of staff, Generalleutnant Hans Speidel, was the key conspirator, and although Rommel opposed the idea of killing Hitler, they were sure that he would join after the event. But on the 17th of July, a Spitfire strafed Rommel's staff car on his return to La Roche-Guyon from the front and effectively removed him from any participation in the